else, like the difference between money. Like if you have money in America and you break your leg, you can go to a really good doctor and you get your leg fixed. Right? If you have money and if you have socialized and you're in England, for instance, I have a lot of friends in England that they use the socialized medicine there. They have it in Canada. Like my friend in Canada, it took her a year to get a knee reconstruction, and they did a terrible job. They repaired her ACL, can't fully straighten her leg out.
Yeah, every time she fucking looked at, she just moonwalks everywhere.
She's got a limp, a noticeable limp, and they just fucked it up. They did a shitty job, and look, that could happen in America too, but you could get an operation quicker here, but it's really just money. And the real problem with America is that you could have something really wrong with you, and you have insurance, and then your insurance denies you coverage for what's wrong with you. Like Ben, you know the story with Ben Askren?
I know he's getting better, right?
He had a double lung transplant. Insurance didn't cover it. How could you know? Guy gets sick. It turns out it's a very rare, like I think it was like staph infection or some kind of bacterial infection that's eating his lungs. So they had to put a respirator. He was on a respirator for a long time. Then they had to give a double lung transplant.
We're going to show you some of the most athletic.
Yeah. Even there for. And then the stress. Imagine his wife probably, or him, in and out of consciousness. He has to cope. And just the stress of like we can't do it. Keep filling up these. Just it's almost like they just want to kill you.
They just want to spend the least amount of money possible and make the most amount of money possible.
But when is it all?
United Healthcare that's attached to this government shutdown bill too. The reason why they were shut down, there's something about the flow of money here, which is that company where that guy got assassinated. Everybody cheered. He's kind of hot. Good guy.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I thought he's looking. He's fine. Yeah,
Handsome man.
I like women.
Well, I'm not saying you don't like women, but I'm not saying you fuck out. No one looks like.
You're right about that. Hey, I ain't gay, but I'll hold it in my mouth.
If I told you, I don't know if I told you it's an alligator, you wouldn't be like, bro, I'm not gay.
Yeah.
You would say, yes, it is an alligator.
You're my butt. Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying Luigi's handsome, and you're like, I'm not gay, and I'm like, that's right. I asked you if you can see things. Take those fucking shitty fake glasses off. Maybe you can tell Luigi's a handsome man.
Or not.
A lot of people think Luigi was like some MK Ultra thing. That he tricked him and hypnotized him to go in and shoot that guy.
Well, I think a lot of that going on.
I love you too.
I did a can to someone's house recently. So, there's definitely, a lot of conspiratorial menu over there,
Yo, I hear somebody calling for me. Yo. Yo, do you know who I am? Word, dog. How are you? Come to my Discord, dog. Oh, dog. It's in my link. It's in my profile. It's the biggest event in dog. You got to figure out what Discord is, or the world is going to end.
But occasionally some cows will get sick. Brucellosis is real. It's when bisons and cows mingle. But bisons give cows brucellosis and it kills a bunch of them. But other than that, fucking relax.
Yeah,
relax.
Well, it just never ends. It feels like there's everything. There's just always a problem with everything. I don't know. Maybe
the worry that people have is that somehow or another that's so.
Well, they're right, probably.
Yeah, they're right because they've already talked about some they're getting mRNA vaccines into vegetables so that you wouldn't even have to get vaccinated. You can get it from your diet.
They try to give me a tetanus shot.
It doesn't even work.
What tetanus?
No, the fucking mRNA vaccines you're putting doesn't even work.
Dude, I'm not taking
it. Doesn't work when you take it. People aren't even taking it anymore, and now you're trying to put it in food.
What are they putting it in? You said, or what was it?
Radishes? I don't know. They were trying to put it in vegetables. It's like, I think it's radical at this point, but I know Bill Gates was talking about it.
I just feel it's like, when does it end? Like, when is it like?
It ends when they stop making money. As long as they can figure out a way to trick you into thinking that you need something, or Did you know that tetanus, when you were talking about tetanus, did you know tetanus is a bacteria? It's extremely rare in America. Like very, very, very few people ever get tetanus. You think tetanus comes from a dirty nail and you step on a nail. No, tetanus is a bacteria.
Yeah.
And it can be cleaned out. And also, tetanus is one of the rare vaccines that works as a prophylactic, like after the fact. Like you could, you don't have tetanus yet. They give you the tetanus vaccine after you stepped on the nail, and it still protects you. No.
Right.
So you don't need to take it. Tetanus is rare in America. You can completely fix it by cleaning out the wound. And if you get tetanus, they just inject you then. Like there's no need to give tetanus shots.
Saying maybe you should get it, and I was like, I don't even know if I've had it, but I don't want it. I don't want anything else.
You probably had it when you were young.
Yeah, I think I had that. They're like, you should get it every 10 years. I'm like, I don't know. I don't be fine. I'm okay.
It's real common in other countries. Apparently, it's
tetanus is?
Yeah, it's a bacteria. I didn't know it was a bacteria. I thought it was something you got from rusty nails. But it makes sense. It's a vaccine that it's protecting life.
Come on, you little
Like
bitch.
a virus is kind of alive, right? Like they don't consider it. But I mean, it seems like it spreads. It gets in a bunch of it's the person as a host. It seems like it's a kind of life.
We're all going
I mean,
it's trying to consume you. It's trying to destroy your body, fighting it off.
Yeah.
And it hops from you to your kids to your neighbor to, it's all kind of alive and it kind of needs a person. If it's propagating, right? If it's spreading, like what is it?
A virus?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they consider viruses a lot. It sounds a lot like a different kind of life form, like a parasitic life form. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
I mean, I don't think they're saying that it's not. They're saying that it's bad, right? A virus.
No, I don't think they consider. But do they consider viruses a life form? Perplexity. Sponsor. We have an AI sponsor.
Perplexity.
Really good. Let's find out if they consider. Put that shit in there. Let's find out if they consider viruses a life form, because I don't think they do. There's something different.
Dude, I'm so
Is a virus considered a life? Virus is generally not considered life forms by most biologists, primarily because they cannot carry out the basic processes of life independently, such as metabolism, growth, or self-sustained reproduction without a host cell. Status is debated in scientific circles due to viruses' ability to material reproduce inside host cells and evolve through natural selection. Ooh, yeah, I'm with those folks. Life form. It's a weird life form. And here's the crazy thing. If you think about it that way, then you got to think about gain-of-function research. Gain-of-function research is like a grizzly bear and go, the bear should be on roids. And you take a grizzly bear and you jack him up on, and you give him testosterone and cocaine and let him loose in the woods. That's what gain-of-function research. And our government was funding that. They were funding making more evil life forms, and that's where it came from. It came from our tax dollars that goes off to this lab where the making of life form.
Why?
More just
what do they want?
It's a fucking weapon. That's what.
But didn't they use it against us?
I think it got out. I don't think they tried to use it against us. That's what I think. But I think that they 100% are developing to dump them on other countries. That's a fact. They've always done that.
But why? At this
They've done
point,
tons of that show that the United States has been involved in stuff like that forever. The bioweapons labs that were in Ukraine when the war broke out, that the United States was somehow involved with, or put that in there. What bioweapons labs the states involved with in Ukraine, or how about this? Leading, were bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? Let's put that in first and see what it says. I'm going to ask it, were they funded by the United States? That's it. No bioweapons labs have been in Ukraine, according to the United Nations, U.S., Ukraine, and multiple independent experts. The allegations made by Russia by some Chinese officials involving U.S.-funded laboratories involved military biological activity were operating in Ukraine, but these claims have consistently been denied and refuted by international authorities. That doesn't mean anything. Independent investigations and statements by the UN disarmament chief. There's no evidence of a biological program in Ukraine. Yeah. Are there any stories online about bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? The allegations made by but we don't
fake
know
news.
that that's true. So here's the thing: if the United
Fake
States
news.
is running funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national news item, they're going to come up and say, "You're right, we did it." No, they're not. If you're gonna fund bioweapons in China and a lot of other, are there stories about this? Let's see what it says here. Stories about the alleged discovery of bioweapons labs in Ukraine have circulated widely, primarily promoted by Russian officials and state media. But these claims have not been substantiated by independent sources or international organizations, nor could they be. Like, what are you going to do? Get in there and rat everybody out in the middle of the war? It's going to kill you. Like,
yeah, they wouldn't let that out.
Chinese foreign ministry and various conspiracy theorists have also amplified these stories and claims of 26 illegal research discovered by Russian forces.
I would hate to work in one of those places.
Right. Yeah. Okay, right here. International news organizations and independent scientists, including the BBC and experts at King's College London, have reviewed the alleged evidence, noting that the pathogens and documents cited by Russia are with public health research, not weapons. Public health research is one of the do weapon development. They do it under the guise of public health research. That's the whole original premise of gain of research. We're doing this so that we can figure out how to heal people. And if these diseases do come our way, more about them because we've been researching them. Like, okay, so the problem with the BBC saying it, we just found out the BBC's full of shit. That whole thing with Trump where they did a speech and they edited it and more than 50 minutes later in the sentence, like they completely changed what he had to say. The head of BBC had to resign. This is a giant scandal. So I don't trust that. But I don't know who's telling the truth or who's not, because if I was Russia and I had inframed, we found bioweapons labs, and maybe there weren't any. Maybe it is a lie.
Weapons, it's just so hard to know what's real, at our level of just like being a consumer.
So you can find online a story, a part of the story that says bioweapons labs.
Listen, criticism.
It's tough to trust. It's just tough to know where to trust things. So I think
it's true, but there's a fact that we have had bioweapons research, and so has Russia. This is a story that I did when I did that show, Joe Rogan Questions Everything. I interviewed a guy who used to be a part of Russia's bioweapons research program, and how they're creating anthrax. They had all these bioweapons available, and I said that there's a possibility they were making various infectious diseases. He said absolutely. That was research that was being done. And then we went down to Galveston, Texas, and we went to one of those research labs. They have one of those giant crazy labs where everybody wears the hazmat suits and there's tubes that come off, and they're working with like Ebola and all this like super. And what he was worried about was not something made in a lab.
Yeah.
What he was worried about is some sort of a natural jump. Goes from animals to people and just wrecks us out. This was this one doctor told me.
I don't know. I feel
the problem was, I would say that too, if I was function research. I'd say this stuff is nothing. Don't worry about this. What I'm really worried about is chicken pox from chickens.
Yeah. Is that the big thing now?
No.
Look, in our I just don't even know. It's like, I don't know if they want to wipe us all out, though, because then there's nobody for these, like, dark lords to play with.
I don't think they want to wipe us out. I think they want to keep us as controlled as possible, as scared as possible. You see what they did in Canada? They just shot 300 ostriches for no reason.
And Canadians, dude, who also have very good posture. Ostrich probably great posture for bird, would you say?
Well, they have that crazy neck.
Right.
They have to have that posture, otherwise it will fall down. Imagine if your neck was like 3 feet long. That would be crazy.
Best posture I've ever seen in the world. Toronto. Oh, yeah, if you had a fucking 3-foot neck.
Yeah, crazy. Like everywhere you go, your neck's like a tail.
Bro, if you see those giraffes with a little neck, what? Pull them bitches up, good.
Oh, I have seen that. It's like a cousin of a giraffe. It looks like an antelope.
It's like a head.
Yeah, what are those called?
Like Mexican giraffes or whatever.
No. They live in Africa.
Or the giraffes.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Showed it one of those. Look at that.
Bro, that's weird. Wait a minute. Is that a... That's AI, dog. That the short-necked giraffe native. Really?
Yeah, that looks... I think they're wearing
hats.
Bowler hats from
No, I think that's generally genuinely what they look like.
That's the one right there.
That's it?
That's that thug. That's kind of how I'm built.
That is a weird giraffe, man. Interesting. Oh, from Wakanda. So it's definitely real.
That's the thing. You can't tell. Look, there's no information anymore. It's all just a blender of fucking who knows. Anything you put into TikTok, the next story, it's merged your last 3 searches into a new Sora is making new things, and it looks so real. It just like, I don't even know what if information even means. It just, everything feels so bizarre, you know? Yeah. Don't you feel like that?
And it's getting weirder. It's getting weirder and harder to tell what's true.
By the month, it's getting weirder. By the fast.
Yeah. It's getting very strange.
So you gotta lock in. I'm trying to think of the things that just even still feel to me sometimes, you know?
I think this is a real important time to minimize the amount of time you're online.
Yeah.
This is, as things get squirrelier and squirrelier, check in every now and then. Don't allow yourself to be looking at that goddamn thing all day.
Yeah.
Because that's wrong with us. We're staring at these goddamn things, just hypnotizing us with bullshit. Just at the end of the day, you're confused, aimless, you go to sleep, you feel depressed, you wake up in the morning, you get up in the middle of the night to piss, like, what is life?
Yeah.
You go back to bed, and what am I doing? Yeah. Those things do that. You take away those things, and life is pretty normal.
Yeah.
They are amplifiers of anxiety.
Oh, that's for sure. For sure. Well, it's even like, they had, that, like, a lot of these shooters, like, people that have, like, you know, these young guys who become, what's it called when you see stuff online and it makes you more radicalized, right? How are some of these companies not legally liable? Like, if you go to a restaurant, right? And somebody poisons you, you could take something up the restaurant. Right. They poison a bunch of people, able to sue the restaurant, have some recourse against that restaurant, the food establishment. But these entities, like these social media places, like if they radicalize someone and they go shoot somebody or something, there's no like accountability from the company. That doesn't make, you know what I'm saying?
Radicalizing people, I think it's a real danger what you're saying, because you know what you're saying is you're opening the door to censorship. You're opening the door to the government saying we're here to protect you, so you can't talk about certain things, because these things can radicalize you. Because anybody's definition of what radicalizes people is it's very variable, right? Like during COVID, I could have been considered someone who radicalizes people against taking a COVID vaccine. I could have been seen as a science denier and a dangerous person that has to be silenced. You have to remove them from public discourse. So what you're saying by like people getting radicalized, who? That's the problem. Like who's getting radicalized and who in it? And what is the real reason why you're getting radicalized? Okay, because you don't know.
So you could be getting radicalized for the better or for the worse, too.
For sure.
So you're just really getting educated. Really.
Look, there's people that get radicalized towards, radical ideas of fitness and will and discipline. That's because like attention at Jocko every morning. There's, what is radicalized? You could be a radical. You could be into radical kindness.
Shit is baller.
You get radicalized. Just be kind to people.
Yeah. Hey, Ariana Grande, no one gives a shit.
What are you talking about, and who's doing it? So why would the social media platform be in trouble for doing?
I know I don't.
Nothing other than giving people.
I'm fairly certain no one else does either.
That's why it gets weird.
So the algorithm, what I mean then, because the algorithm, isn't there some liability to an algorithm? Like
no, but here's the problem. The algorithm amplifies what you like. So you have
No,
to decide what you're looking at. Right? Like you have to have some personal responsibility, because most of my algorithm, particularly on YouTube, is all just stuff I like. It's all fun stuff. It's all interesting. It's all ancient history stuff. Cool cars that people are building. That's it. That's most of it. Fights, pool matches, professional pool matches, a lot of Muay Thai. No, it's all stuff I'm into. It's nothing is so like. Why is your algorithm fucked up? Because that's the stuff you're clicking on all the time. And a lot of things. I don't know if you can do it on Instagram. Can you do it like I don't like posts like this where you right click on things?
Yeah, I think you can. But you can also
do it on Google Newsfeed.
Like, like if it's a young person, is there any more? Should there be anything? Like I agree, there is a level. It's always personal responsibility, and I think we're probably in a space where more than ever, personal responsibility is going to be start to thin the herd because it's like who can have like control over their own wherewithal, and what they absorb.
Well, we have to learn from other people's mistakes, right? We kind of are better at that. We're better at that as a society than, say, when societies, with alcohol, for instance, than a society where alcohol gets introduced into that society where they don't have a history of alcohol. Generally speaking, that destroys civilization.
If a place does, like when they gave alcohol
to Native Americans, like the Native Americans, it's a perfect example. Native Americans had no history of alcohol use. United States troops came through, did two things. One, killed 90% of them with disease. So 90% of the Native Americans died from disease because they were exposed to smallpox and all sorts of horrible shit that Europeans carried over with them. So 90% of them died from that. And then they got pushed into reservations. They got slaughtered by people with guns, and they lost all their land. And then also they get introduced to alcohol. So both everything gets super depressing, and you get introduced to alcohol, and that is devastating to a society. And reservations have very high rates of alcohol and drug abuse, very high rates on Native American reservations. But if they're really drinking. But if you look at us, like regular people, like we're talking about alcohol today, right? We're talking about I barely drink anymore. Okay, I'll have a drink every now and then, and I had one recently, but that's it. Like you can. I know how to do that. I come from a culture of people who drank. It's common. People drink wine with dinner. It's caramel. You can figure out how to regulate it for the most part. But there's people who won't, right? Yeah. But it's not as bad as when no one knows what to do because you've never had it before. And then once you get it, you're fucked. That's the problem. Also with censorship. That's the problem with like social media. Like we're the first people to get it. So we're like basically the Native Americans of social media. Like we're getting it for the first time, and it's wrecking our society. Not the same level that it did to Native Americans. It also carries a lot of positives. It does let you distribute information. You learn about things. There's a lot of positives that come with social media. But also, we're the first people that don't know how to handle it. Yeah. The grandchildren and great-grandchildren of us, they will have a much better understanding of what not to do and what to do. Oh, I have an uncle who is an addict. Yeah. He's a Twitter addict. Yeah. He's a problem. All he does is yell about politics. He's on his phone 16 hours a day. He doesn't pay attention to his life. He's losing his job because he's a Twitter addict. There's people like that. Just like these people that are drug addicts. But these are the first ones. Got it. I thought about it like that. Yeah, we got to learn how to regulate. And I think people are going to learn, like a lot of kids are using apps now that limit the amount of time they're on their social media for like 1 hour a day. And are they? I think a lot of these kids, I feel like they're doing that. Kids that want a better life. Yes. And kids that recognize that you can waste time, and when you waste time over long, like junior high school into high school, you really start realizing it. You see the difference between people who don't waste time and really get after it and get things done, and then you see the people that are falling by the wayside. And that's a pattern that establishes when you're a teenager, pretty much for the whole rest of your life. I knew people that were kind of ne'er-do-wells in high school that really never got into anything. They never tried hard at anything, and they stayed like that. Yeah, I think it's hard to make a change in your life. Very hard. Very, very hard to make a change in how you see life. Yeah. And then you're not going to change your life unless you change the way you see life. Yeah. Do you let me think about something else. Sorry. My brain sometimes gets hard to keep going. How are the fights, man? You get fun? Yeah, it's always fun. Madison Square Garden is crazy. There's a few buildings in this world that have like a tangible feel when you're in them. Like, whoa, this is the garden, bro. I've been there a ton of times. I performed there. It doesn't matter. Every time I go there, when I walk into that building, I'm like, whoa, fucking garden. Yeah, you gotta be on your P's and Q's, son. You gotta be ready to go. That's awesome. Garden. I think fighters feel it too. I think they get extra amped to fight in the garden.
Yeah, Dustin said that he went to watch the fights. Was there a lot of, was Anik there?
Yeah.
I didn't get to watch.
Yeah, Anik, DC, and me.
Let's go.
And Megan was there too. Megan
Levy?
Yep.
Oh, she's the best.
She's the best.
How great is she?
Her and her husband, they're both
Joe?
salt of the earth.
The best.
The best.
Their whole, I will say this, they have one of the best staffs of any sporting group I've ever been around in my life, for sure.
Yeah, the UFC staff is very much like a family.
Amber, Nicole,
we all know each other so well. We've hung out together so well. Like, everybody's all hugging everybody backstage. It's a beautiful work.
And Bruce doing his stretches. There's so many little things going on.
Yeah.
And you just get to see them all happen. It's always the same people, you know? And,
yeah, we travel around the world together. Well, I don't anymore, but I used to travel with those guys around the world. And they'll go from here, and now they're going to Qatar.
I was gonna go.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's a long ass flight, son.
I know. I went over there.
Did it make you put on the outfit?
I put on the outfit already once.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
You thinking maybe I could live here if I get in trouble?
I thought they were gonna take my life and I don't come back. Not them, but you just never know in the Middle East what's going on, you know.
Yeah. What does that outfit mean?
It's called a throbe. I think you can see a picture of me in it.
Yeah, I've seen it. I use it to attack you for stuff.
Oh yeah, like
look, you're in the pocket.
Type shit, boy. Look at that shit.
Bro, it looks good. I like how theirs has a collar.
Yeah. You have to put the head thing on, like if you're like listening to music or whatever.
You're wrong if you're grappling with that thing, though. Limit your hip movement. Control you a little bit better.
Well, hopefully the person you're grappling with is also wearing it.
That's true, but you're slowing down the game.
Yeah, you're right.
So long as you're wearing a bathrobe, you're not even wearing a gi. You're wearing an ankle-length bathrobe.
Yeah, I was gonna go.
That's gonna get in the way.
I was gonna go. I was kind of, but yeah.
Did you like going over there? What was your experience?
Yeah, man, I liked it. I mean, obviously they treat you a little bit different because, you know,
you're not gay.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. And I just got that out there. I am looking for love. I did meet somebody that I thought was cool, but who knows, you know.
How did Jewish people feel like going over there?
I am sure that they're probably, I mean, I feel like they're all kind of in cahoots. Or you don't really know what's going on. Qatar's a Muslim country.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if I was a Jew and I was traveling around the world right now, I'd be like, oh.
So I stop in here.
I want to fly in the suite instead, you know?
I guess. I don't know. Did Qatar, did any of those countries help with Palestine? I don't know. It was hard to know what was going on.
Well, I think there was talk of, do you say Qatar or Qatar?
You're right, Qatar.
Yeah, Qatar. Yeah. There was talk in the beginning of them helping to rebuild. This was like when Trump said the wildest shit of all time, that we're going to take over. We're gonna turn it into what did he say? The Mediterranean of the Middle East. What the fuck are you saying? That was one of those things that made people go, wait, is he really crazy?
Right, what's going on?
How are we going to take over? How are you going to take it? It's like when he was talking about Greenland, like maybe we're going to take Greenland. Like, hey, what? Why do they want Greenland? Let's ask Perplexity. Why is the ask Perplexity? Why is the United States interested in acquiring Greenland?
You think there's something up there?
You know what I'm thinking? Let's imagine a world where the climate does radically shift, right? And by the way, I think human beings play a part of it. I've had a lot of these conversations with people, and I saw a video that was criticizing something today, saying how, talking about how much money there is in climate change and pushing the climate change narrative, and that didn't compare the money that's in the fossil fuel, promoting fossil fuels. That is 100% true. But it doesn't discount the fact that there's a shit ton of money to be made from green energy. That's why they're promoting it. You really can't stop fossil fuel. That's the inside wink. Everything is made with oil. Yes. Everything. Pharmaceuticals, all of your electronics, plastic, tires, everything is made with. You ain't stopping oil. However, this idea of reducing carbon footprint, there 100% is money in that. And there's money in the whole green energy narrative. There's money. This is why Bill Gates recently recently abandoned saying, he totally backtracked on what he made.
Oh, climate change?
Yeah, really backtracked on it because people were starting to investigate and looking at why are you saying this? And are you making money off of this? Do you have like certain stocks that would rise and where you'd make an extraordinary amount of money if you promoted these certain narratives publicly? Yeah, that's part of what's going on. However, there was giant solar, and this is what I'm talking about.
In Greenland?
Yes, no, in America. Giant solar activity where people were seeing the northern lights in Texas.
Yes.
In fucking Texas. Okay, and a friend of mine who is, Brett Weinstein, I'm pretty sure I can say so. It's not a secret, was telling me, like, this is like a significant, amount of solar activity, kind of unprecedented, and very, very dangerous. And if it gets bigger than a certain wave, which they can't really predict, like these solar flares, they don't have a clock on, like, on November 17th, it'll be whatever the fuck it wants. And sometimes it does mass ejections, man. And these huge bursts.
Just spraying it out.
And these huge bursts wipe out satellites, wipe out telecommunication, wipe it out, and change the fucking Earth. Yeah, what the fuck?
I got enough shit going on.
Go back to the Greenland thing, please. United States is interested in acquiring Greenland for a combination of strategic, economic, and security reasons. Greenland's geographic location makes it a critical asset for U.S. defense, especially for monitoring activities in the North Atlantic, as well as for tracking potential Russian military movements and securing early warning capabilities for threats. That makes sense. You know what also makes sense? If it gets green, because the Earth temperature changes.
Because you're investing ahead of time.
Greenland maybe used to be green. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I would bet it's when it did.
I think they did Greenland, like, officially, in, like, I want to say the 1800s. They listed Greenland as a continent, but there's maps of Greenland, like detailed maps of Greenland from, like, the 1500s.
Do you think that do you think that it's controlled, or they could start to thaw out whoever owns it all?
It's not controllable. No.
So that's not controllable.
I think this is the scariest thing about the temperature of Earth that we need to come to grips with. It is not static. It changes, and it changes all the time. And sometimes it changes in horrific ways where it turns into a fucking ice age. And if that happens, we'll have to move to the equator. That's what happens. That's what happens in human history. That's why you see these like super advanced civilizations that came out of South America. Like, well, they were probably the only people that were able to live like normally during the Ice Age. During the Ice Age, like if you're in North America, you're a fucking caveman. You're covered in animal furs. You're marching through the snow.
You're hiding.
Things are hunting you. If you're living in the Amazon jungle during that same time, man, you're probably in like look at the Aztecs. You know, the Aztecs.
How tall were they? The Aztecs overall.
Here's the thing with the Aztec ruins is what I was going to get to. They found them that way. The Aztecs that lived there, they didn't build them. They found them that way. They covered them in the jungle.
The ruins?
They're part of a civilization that's even older than them.
So the Aztecs found that. They didn't build it.
They built some things,
right?
But they found those things there. So their great ancestors were probably the ones who built it initially. And if you think about the Ice Age, if there's any advance, it's going to be in the places that aren't frozen. You know, and all of North America, dude, half of North America was under at least a mile of ice.
Well, let me think about it. Half of North America was under at least one.
Yeah, you know how it's flat in like a lot of Wisconsin. Wisconsin has areas called the driftless areas, and that's the areas where these giant glaciers didn't just plow over the earth. So they have hills and mountains and shit. Everything else is just flat. That flat shit, that's from 2 miles of motherfucking ice just erasing anything that was there before. A bulldozer. So if there was a civilization that lived on Earth up there 20,000 years ago, bitch, you ain't finding nothing. You ain't finding nothing.
You ain't getting shit.
And they were all down in South America. That's what I think. That's why that happened. That's why they had such advanced civilization.
And so many artifacts and stuff, because that's where it was possible.
All kinds of, they don't understand. Like, so these cities that were in the Amazon jungle that they're discovering now.
But what happens, Joe? Say it starts to, like, things are, you know, it starts to devolve even more. What happens? We're talking about this before. I think we said Denver or whatever.
I think Denver's lost. I think Denver's
so
lost.
You have a strategy.
Bringing Wolves back to Denver.
Well, I wouldn't mind a wolf or two, but I'm just saying, what do we do, man? That's what I'm saying. Like, if it gets weird, we have to have some plan. It's already getting weird, right?
It's getting real weird. Yeah. It's getting weird, and the reality, what I was getting to is you can't control the Earth's temperature, the Earth's future, because there's a bunch of factors. Even if you say, okay, let's all agree on something first. Let's agree that human beings have a detrimental effect on Earth. We can all agree on that. Let's agree that human beings overfish the ocean. Let's all agree on that. Let's all agree that we pollute the air, we pollute the oceans, we pollute the rivers. All that's terrible. All that should be fixed. Let's all agree on that. Once we agree on that, that's not the greatest threat to human life. The greatest threat to human life is asteroid impacts. Well, nuclear war for sure if we do that to each other. That's number one. But after that, it's asteroid impacts. And asteroid impacts, you can't do a fucking thing about them.
You can do something.
No, they're not ready yet. They can't do anything yet.
You couldn't do something. You could hide behind something. You could.
It's so
You could do
cute.
something. No. You can wear something. You can wear something.
That's so cute.
You know that 3-eye atlas, that one that just passed through? It's the size of Manhattan, and it's made out of metal. It's a giant chunk of nickel that's the size of Manhattan. And it's billions of years old, and it's going, how many thousands of miles an hour was it going? Put that in
Where would you be then?
How fast was 3-eye atlas? It doesn't matter where you are. Everything's dead. The whole planet's dead.
Okay, because what
You have
happens?
a few,
Hits it.
you have roaches, some fucking underground
Yeah,
animals that survive.
But you're saying
Fucking
it hits the
cold,
planet,
man.
and then what happened? That's what I'm asking.
Everybody dies. It's miles deep into Earth in the first second. Miles deep.
But does it like impact? Like does the Earth like shift over 20 feet? Like what happened?
Massive explosion.
Oh, you're saying there's an explosion.
Not just an explosion, but it creates nuclear winter. Like the entire Earth is covered in volcanic ash. Like you're fucked. Everything's dead. Like most of the Earth is dead.
Okay.
So
Maybe I'm not understanding it.
it seems like it. It's going approximately 155,000 miles an hour.
You didn't say
This
that.
makes the fastest interstellar object yet observed, with its velocity accelerating as it approaches the sun and then gradually slowing as it moves away. So it's 250,000 kilometers per hour. Earlier measurements as it enters the solar system recorded speeds of 130,000 to 140,000 miles an hour.
Hey.
So
Yeah.
it's the size of Manhattan. It's made out of nickel. Okay, let's go with this. What is the observed mass of this object? What is the observed mass of 3-eye atlas? Observed mass of 3. Okay, let's see what it says. Observe, look how quick it did that. Just Google all those articles. The observed mass is estimated to be over 33 billion tons.
Okay, hold on. Let me think about how much that is real quick.
It's a lot. 33
billion tons. How much is 1 ton? Like
2,000 pounds.
Okay.
Where is Japan?
What else is 33 billion tons?
That's a great question, dude.
Very good question, Jim. Look how it researches. Estimated mass of 3-eye atlas, 33 billion tons, roughly equivalent to the mass of Manhattan Island, which is about 3.1 miles across. Similar in size to the comet's estimated nucleus and diameter. This means the comet's mass is roughly comparable to a large city in solid matter terms.
Amen.
33 billion tons. 3 orders of magnitude heavier than previous interstellar objects, like Wobble Bobble. 500 what? Far smaller than the heaviest known comets in our solar system. Look at this one. 1C 2014, whatever, which weighs around 500 trillion tons, with a diameter of about 108 kilometers, 80 miles.
I didn't think that it was a different concept of it.
Yeah, so
I had something small. I had something like that. Something that's
no, those hit all the time. Things like that hit all the time. And
yeah, that's
one of
what
the best places to find them is Antarctica. Because Antarctica's all white, so they go out there and they see things on the ground that are meteors.
Is it true they won't let us up there?
No, there's places where you're not supposed to fly, but there's a bunch of reasons for that. one of them, I'm sure they're probably doing military up there, but also, so they have restricted airspace, but also it's really dangerous. And if you crash, they won't have to rescue you. Like, there's nothing up there. Like, you will die, most likely. They don't want to have to try to die going to get you. It's sketchy as fuck going up there.
Cyclone, hurricane, typhoon, they're all the same thing. La, 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 la.
I think it was in Iowa. A place called Sundown, I think it was. We went to Whistler, Canada.
Oh, good John.
I can't even imagine being at the Antarctica. How cold does it get?
Oh, it's cold as fuck. It's not just cold. There's no one there. Like, they do these.
Volker.
There's nobody even there.
I wonder what they're studying. They have
Volker.
They have like groups of scientists that live up there year round.
Volker.
They get to bring their wives and children.
Volker.
Never saw that movie? Kirk Douglas? I mean, not Kirk Douglas. Michael Douglas? God damn it. Russell.
Oh, what's good, young?
Dude, the movie's incredible. Fun horror movie from, like, I guess it was probably like the 80s. The Thing. Yeah.
That thing. There's a
TK Carter, dude who used to perform at the store. Yeah. He was at the store, and then he started getting big movies. And he was in The Thing.
That's wild.
John Carter. Yeah. I remember that dude. I used to hang out with him.
That's cool.
Yeah, and The Thing was
Pardon me.
like,
Look at this movie.
Like one of the craziest special effects ever. It looks kind of corny now.
Dude, fuck this stuff.
Maybe they'll remake it or something. Sometimes they do that.
Look at this autism.
Like some spaceship.
Dumb.
Antarctica, I believe it was.
I think right.
Was that where it took place? Yeah.
I think people want us to find something. I think people are tough right now. People are trying to look for something to give things a little bit more meaning to them.
That's also part of the confusion, is everybody's telling you constantly that aliens are real. Constantly. And no one's even flinching.
But if they are real, they don't give a fuck about us. That's what I'm telling you.
Why do you think that? You've been listening to Ross Tyson?
Not a chance. Dude, they're not coming here and visiting, dude.
I think they are.
Here's what I think about it. I believe that Earth, we used to be this fun place. Aliens would come and visit. It's almost like this park or whatever. And the aliens would bring their kids here when they had like holidays or whatever, right?
Oh,
now,
what a
it's
good
like
John.
An old place you don't take your kids to anymore. It's like an old theme park that's kind of going by the wayside. And now I think aliens are taking their kids. They're traveling to other places on their vacations. You know what I'm talking about?
Where do you think they're going?
Places we don't know. They're still fucking here.
Avatar, Pandora.
Yeah, they're going to dope-ass places. Like, if they pull up here and their kids are like, you took us to fucking Earth. This place sucks dick.
Right?
Oh, that's your take of this dope-ass truck.
What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, people
Oh,
wash
wait.
their hair in fucking
Oh,
booty water.
that's your take on this dope-ass
This
car?
is even cool, yeah.
No, this place sucks.
Yeah.
You know what's cool? In India, the old stuff.
So that's what I do believe, though.
There's a temple in India that is one of the most confusing places I've ever seen, where people describe its mass and like how it's made. It was carved out of a mountain. The whole temple was entirely carved out of a mountain. It wasn't built. They removed the mountain and created this insane, symmetrical, incredibly intricate temple. There's no any chisel marks on it. It's like hundreds of millions of tons of rocks have been removed. That thing. Bro, have you ever seen that?
What a good
I
John.
watched a whole YouTube documentary on it last night. What is it called again? Kalisa Temple. Dude, it's fucking bananas.
Yeah.
It says 6,000 years ago.
It's chiseled out of rock.
Yeah, I thought it was like recent.
That's
It's like
tough.
it's like they think it's 2,000 years old, right? Is that what they think it is? How old do they think? Okay, 756 to 777 current era. So that's like the year 773. So it's even less than 2,000 years old. Yeah. So they think, I don't know how they know this, but whatever they know, whoever fucking made it, whoever 2,000 years ago made this fucking house. See if you can find a video on it where they can they describe it or they go through it. Dude, it's the video I was watching last night on YouTube. My jaw was open. I was like, this is crazy. Wow. It's so detailed. And when you think about just the sheer effort of making this. And if one person fucks this up, this whole project's ruined because you're not building, you're carving it out of the mountain. You can't recarve, and they did perfectly. It's nuts, man. It's really, truly nuts.
You got to plan ahead with that.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, but how did they do it so well? I mean, how is it so beautiful? How is it so symmetrical? How did they? Who fucking asked for this to be built? How long did it take? This is nuts, man. Fuck. This whole thing it's so impressive. It's so impressive. Almost more impressive than some of the stuff from ancient Egypt, because it's all one piece of stone. The whole thing. Whoever these people were, man, I believe it. I wish they wrote books. I wish they did this, and if they have the books, let them out. Look at these pillars, man. Look at this whole thing. It's all carved out of the mountain. It's bananas. Like, it's so... Oh, that's nice. Because I'm trying to put myself in a position of someone who's there physically. Yeah, it's where I'm sure I'm blown away. I'm sure you don't have enough time in a month to really go over this place and really get a feel for it. It's so insane. I was able to do that long ago.
Well, the people used to have to, like, I think the amount of time and attention you would put in things, you'd have a lot of other things taking your attention.
Also, I think things have happened, and we forgot about those things. And I think things like asteroid impacts, things like super volcanoes, these ice ages, things have happened and destroyed civilization, and we've forgotten a lot of it, and we're relearning it, and we're refiguring it out now. That's what I think. That's how you find stuff like that. Like that one doesn't even make sense. Like, and also if you make that, who just left it there? Why'd you guys move? Where'd you go? Where'd you go where you just left this there? That's nuts. That's the Aztecs too. There's a bunch of these structures that people just left, or they all got diseases
or wiped out. Yeah, I'm sure they probably got wiped out, because even if everybody leaves, and if there's a nice place, right, everybody leaves, some people would say, like, no, we're just
got wiped out. That's how they're not there. That's
something would happen, and probably, like you're saying, about weather or something big, you know.
Maybe weather, but I think a lot of it is people traveling with a new disease. I think that killed people in giant chunks all throughout history. That's what they think happened to the Mayans. That's what also they think happened to the people that lived in the Amazon. These, like the City of Z, the Lost City of Z. Did you ever see that movie? Yeah.
With George
Percy Richards, is that what the guy's name was? Percy Fawcett. So Percy Fawcett was this explorer that went down, and so what happened was a group of people had said they went down to the Amazon and they found these golden cities, spectacular civilization
like that.
And they went back to Europe and told everybody, and then 100 years later they returned to try to, at least 100, might have been longer, right? All the shit was gone. Everything was gone. Why? Because those first guys brought over the cooties. They brought over diseases. And they killed everybody. And they didn't even...
How are they spreading the diseases, though, you think?
Just being around them, man. Like, we, Europeans, I shouldn't say we...
And nobody noticed that they had something wrong with them?
They were used to it, man. They were used to being sick. They were used to those diseases. They had developed immunity over generations.
But if you show up with miles of the disease, right, at a certain, like, I'm going to maybe see that something could be wrong with you think, or you think it's just hidden in your path?
They probably had no fear of it. They probably had no fear of it because they had never encountered it before. But, they do believe it's possible that the Native American syphilis. Yeah, type shift. Yeah.
That's it. I said type shit. That's what kids say sometimes.
Yeah, well, my daughter doesn't want to, she says type shift.
She does. Oh, I like that. How are your daughters doing? Good?
Great, man.
They're awesome.
My youngest one loves you.
Oh, I missed getting that. Did they go to the fight too?
No, they're gonna go to the future one. I'll let you know.
I mean,
that's awesome. Out with you. They said it's so fun. They're fun, dude.
They're so funny. It's just been funny because I just see them incrementally over the years. To get to see them grow up and just like,
I was just thinking this, when did we do our first podcast together? Do you remember?
I don't know.
It was like 10 years ago?
No way. 8? It's been a while. Yeah, man, I can't believe that we've been.
And you've been,
It's all been going on this.
yeah, I would have never imagined that you would go down this road and be really good at it, man. Like, you're real sincere with people. You ask real good questions. You know, you're very present. You know, like you're funny, but you also try to really understand what they're saying. That's a balance, you know. But be silly and be funny, but also like pay respect to whatever they're trying to say and try to figure out where they're coming from. You know.
Well, thanks, dude. Yeah, I try to be. I think there's been a couple times where it's like, I don't really know what I'm, like I don't not know what I'm doing. I mean, I work hard, right? Like I
figure it out as you go along, right?
Yeah, I'm still kind of figuring it out, I don't know sometimes like what like purpose is in it, or
You don't have to have a purpose.
you don't think maybe that's a trap, huh?
Yeah, it's a trap. I think you should have a direction.
I do notice I meet a lot of people and I care about what's going on in their
Yeah,
lives.
that's direction. That's good.
Yeah, that makes me feel not important to me, but of some value, right? Like even last week when we had Gary Sinise on, he was talking about his son. Like his son passed away of cancer, like within the past year, and just talking about his son, right? Like it was just nice, it was nice for us to talk about his son, right? Like stuff like that. Like I think it just makes me feel like I don't know, that kind of stuff means something.
In your regular life, you're not connected enough to people that are talking to you like that. Is that it?
Man, that's kind of interesting. I have a problem with connection sometimes.
So you somehow or another can be more connected publicly than you can be privately?
Dude, that's so weird you say that. I've thought about that before.
Because of my friendship with you. Because like sometimes you tell me things on air that you don't tell me things in private. And sometimes in private, look, I love you very much. And I was trying to reach out because the last thing you want is a friend that maybe is going through some shit, not doing well, and maybe you could have reached out and you didn't.
Yeah, for sure.
That feeling, it's a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
That you could have helped your friend and you didn't help your friend. But you have a hard time expressing yourself in person sometimes. Like sometimes I'll be asking, tell me what's up. Tell me what's bothering you. Tell me, like, how do you feel? What'd you do? And there's like, it's almost like a blockade where you'd rather just like ignore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then when you're talking publicly, you like to address everything, which I find very interesting. It's like you almost feel more comfortable exposing various parts of things that you don't like about life or your life or what's bothering you about life. Publicly, you're better at doing that than you are privately with your friends.
I think there's this thing inside me sometimes that I feel like people don't trust.
They don't trust you.
Or there's some trust thing. Maybe it's not me. I don't know. I'm trying to think about.
You don't trust them, maybe?
No, I don't know. I'm trying to think about as you're telling me, as we're talking about this, I'm trying to feel it at the same time and see what I'm feeling,
Right.
Because it's interesting. I love thinking about this kind of stuff, like,
right.
And trying to figure out why I operate or why we operate certain ways,
Right.
Yeah, I think sometimes, I don't know. It's hard for me to maybe say what's going on sometimes. Sometimes I don't know what's going on. Sometimes I don't like just, if I talk with somebody, and then some of the biggest conversations I have are on podcasting now. It's like, that's when I'll talk the most. And so I'll sit there and have moments that are like, that's kind of my biggest conversations.
Well, it's kind of the only time you have real conversations. Because every other time you have conversations, there's usually multiple people around, everyone's checking their phone. And everyone's going in and out of the room, and everyone's going to take a leak, like conversations. It's kind of almost like a podcast in and of itself, right? But
yeah, it's fun.
But there's also people showing each other funny memes, and we're all watching videos, fucked up things that happened.
Listening to music, joking around. That's a little bit more of a bigger atmosphere,
right? But the point is, it's like you don't have these kind of conversations outside of podcasts. The only time you or I have these kind of conversations is right in front of each other, where we agree we're going to just sit and talk for like 3 fucking hours with no interruptions. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I feel like in that form, you get relaxed. And in that form, you talk about yourself, like, honestly, you're introspective and open about it, which I find very fascinating that you don't do that privately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. It is kind of interesting. I don't know why either. I think maybe there's something where, like, I thought, like I have to. There's something inside that has to be of value or something. I don't know. I'm trying to.
You don't want to be a burden, maybe. You don't want to annoy people talking about your problems. So here's the thing: like when you start talking about like having issues in life, I was shocked because I've thought about all the times that I'm with you. Like Theo's a party. We're always having fun. I don't get it. Like, how could you possibly be not doing well? That don't even make sense to me. Yeah, I was like, everybody loves him. He's so fun to be around. You know, like why would you not feel good? That don't make sense. You know. So then I had to listen to you talk like in podcasts, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, there's some ways that he talks publicly that you don't necessarily talk a lot privately. So like your friends sometimes don't even know if things aren't going so well.
Well, I think for some reason, whenever I started podcasting, I started to kind of have a conversation with myself for like sometimes the first time in my life, maybe where I was like having like some dialogue with myself, you know?
Because you did a lot of them solo too, right?
Yeah, probably the first 100 or something were solo or something, pretty much.
Yeah.
And so I think
so then you're forcing yourself to do a totally new thing, which is to not just like go on momentum, but to actually think about something for like at least an hour where you're talking and just thinking about stuff.
Yeah, and that was probably the most fun I ever had in some ways, I think. And also it was like a learning. And then now, like, people can call in our show and leave voicemails, so someone will listen to those and talk about that kind of stuff. And that's something I want to get more into because that's something that I like really care about, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why some ways are easier for me than others. I have thought about that before, though. You know.
Yeah.
I have thought about that. It's the same reason, like, even being like in a relationship. I remember like when I was like getting in a relationship with a woman, it was so hard for me to like look at them or like to be super close. Like that was super hard, but it was easy for me to have a microphone and talk to people in a group. You know, like there's some things that are just like I just feel like I feel like when I was in like that kind of situation, like I think there was something about it, like if somebody I don't know, I think there was always a part of me like when I was young, like if I looked somebody in the eyes or something, they weren't gonna believe me. Really? Does that make any sense at all? I know it's a weird thing to say, but
no, it does make sense.
There was a part of me like,
yeah.
And I'm self-pity or like look at like, do I seem like I'm being self-pity? No, okay, good. Because I like to examine stuff, but I'm not like, you know, being like, woe is me. I'm just trying to like look at it, right?
Well, you gotta think, as a kid growing up, you had a lot of negative interactions with people. You know,
nobody ever looked at me. Nobody ever looked at me and was like, what's going on with this kid? Or looked me in the eyes, or like people were busy and working and like just trying to keep us surviving. So I think later when I got into relationships, and you'd be right there with a woman and they'd be looking at you, made me really nervous and scared. I feel like, damn, these bitches are pulling up. You know, and that shit was like baby girl, shit.
You weren't used to intimate relationships.
Right, so intimacy made me super uncomfortable, right?
But you weren't used to trusting people.
Yeah, and probably not even used to really trusting myself. I don't think I knew who I was.
And probably not used to people being nice to you. You had to get used to, accustomed to people being nice to you.
Well, we grew up in like a scary place, and so I felt like I wasn't sure if people were going to be or not, you know? And so I think that made it like pretty tough when I was young. But yeah, I don't know. It's been an interesting experience, and that's life. It's just
life is an interesting experience.
Yeah,
really true. You know, but you know, it can be awesome and it can suck. The reason why it's awesome is because it can suck. Like that's you need them all. While we're human, and that's we have only so much sand left in that glass. Humans are on the way out. I know a lot of people hate it when Peter Thiel says it. Like, Peter Thiel is a terrible person. He's evil. He's just no. I think he's just telling you the truth. I think he's, you know, when they said, do you think human beings should survive? He had like this long pause. Oh, yeah, I remember. And then the interview was like, the answer is yes. Human beings are, which is not how you're supposed to do an interview. Well, at least not how I do it. I would let him talk as long as he wants. Like, I would let. If you watch my podcast I did with him, this is long ass stammers. Where he's like, everything he does, he wants to be very careful before he answers it. He wants to consider what he's saying. If you ask me the same, is it important that humans survive? Okay. Is it important that Australopithecus survived? Is it important that Neanderthal survived? It's not currently not important. Is it important that humans stay in this form? It's not. It's not going to be. If we're going to evolve to something way better than this, how many people go, I miss the old days when you could lie and you couldn't read minds and people were a lot more rapey? No one's going to say that. No one's going to, I miss the wars. I miss stealing and credit card fraud. I miss the good old days of a rigged stock market and the Jets won. Yeah. No one's going to say that. They're going to move on to what's next. So Peter Thiel's right. It doesn't mean I don't love you. It doesn't mean that being a person isn't important to me. Yeah, it is to me because I'm a person, but if I step outside of being a person and I look at where this thing is going, I'm like, it's a different direction. It's not going in the direction that we thought it was. mRNA vaccines and lying politicians. It's not going in that direction. It's going in some sort of digital God direction. And we're either going to join on fucking real quick, like within a few years. We have, I think, what is it, 2026 almost? We're real close to that. I think by the time 30 rolls around, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Do you think that money will have any value at that point or no?
I don't know what it's going to mean anymore. And the problem is some people are going to be in control of assets, and some people are going to be in control of money. See, money is just, right now, mostly, if we're not on the gold standard, what is money? If your bill doesn't represent, you could go to Fort Knox and they'll give you a brick for whatever that money, they give you a brick of gold that's worth that money. Like, that's not real if we don't have that anymore. And if we're on some sort of digital thing, and if they can just spend money and then inflation rises and all this money that we spend on wars and all this other crazy, it's not, where does it come from? We don't have any money. We're $37 trillion in debt. They just print it up. And if they just print it up, that makes money less and less valuable. And that's what inflation's all about. And at some point in time, that's just ones and zeros. When you have quantum computers, they're basically like digital gods, and they're in charge of all the assets and all the money in the world, and they're not human. They're not human, and they're just going to stop. They're going to say, no, we'll decide how much resource to stay alive for as long as this body lasts, because you're not breeding anyway. Our fucking population is dropping off of a cliff. Overpopulation problem. It's not. We don't have the correct levels in most giant countries like Japan. Japan is not in a restorative level. Like, they're not even close. They're disappearing. They have a real population collapse problem. South Korea, real population collapse problem. Eventually, that's going to come here. That was one of the arguments that they had to keep the border open. That was one of the Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi arguments. Yeah, we're not having enough kids. We need to bring people in. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
There's no way I can look at Chuck Schumer and think he's a good guy.
He looks like a great guy.
If you asked a baby who'd been here one day, pick a bad guy out of.
Bro, did you ever see the video when
it's fucking dark out there, man? That's why we just gotta love each other, do the best we can, have a nice creme brulee, hug a buddy, a friend, or whatever, tell him he's gay or something.
That's a good move.
I
just opened up Graham and he popped up immediately. No, I'm not lying.
You were lying. What's he trying to sell you? Some bullshit?
It's something important. He accidentally said the quiet part out loud about the Epstein files.
They all are doing that, dude.
All right, let's see what he said. Here, I'll send it to you, Jamie.
They got me. These motherfuckers.
They got me.
How much longer does Israel let us stay alive, do you think? That's the big question.
Why would he?
What did you say? Is that AI?
What are you saying?
That's Sora?
What the fuck are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
What are you saying?
Anya.
Oh. Well, he loves you. Don't worry about it. What the fuck are you saying, son? What did he say? What did he say about the Epstein files? Let's hear what he said. That looks great.
Yeah, he's been drinking somebody's
knees the last 4 years when President Biden was in office.
Well, that's the question every American is asking. Not every American, but so many Americans are asking, what the hell is he hiding?
Why?
Where are they?
Useless clip.
This whole thing's all bullshit now.
It's fun.
Do you think he's alive? Do you think Epstein's alive?
I do not think so.
You don't?
No, I think they killed him. If I had to guess. Too much circumstantial evidence that leads me to believe that it was an assassination. You know, people think that he could commit suicide. A lot of very smart people that I know think he committed suicide. I'm like, there's too many convenient things. The cut wires, the security cameras rather not working. They were right. They just stopped. They didn't function. Security cameras didn't function. The fact that he had shared a cell with this giant fucking cop who was a murderer who had killed multiple giant roided up cop. This is a cellmate. Like, if you wanted to get somebody, like, bro, extra Twinkies, take this guy out. Like, it wouldn't be hard. He's already killed a bunch of people. He was a drug dealer. Did you ever see the guy? You ever see the guy who was his cellmate? No, but it's like it's kind of hilarious. It's like when you put you with somebody, you know? Bro, you wanted to get someone killed. You have a high profile witness, okay? High profile witness in the crazy trafficking conspiracy of all time, where a guy who may or may not have been an intelligence asset or an intelligence agent or whatever the fuck he was in whatever country, this guy he's arrested for sex trafficking to elites, and then you put him in jail. Oh my god, with that guy. I thought that was the guy that fought Mike Tyson. Remember that dude who wrote that poem? Bro, you put him in jail with that guy. All you have to do is get cigarettes and steroids. You tell him, I got you Marlboro Reds and Tren. I got testosterone replacement for life, even though you're going to still be in jail. I got you four men. He was found guilty of killing 4 men. They put him in a cell with Epstein. Look at the size of that fucking savage. Giant fucking muscle-bound, steroided up dude, and they put him in a cell with Epstein, and Epstein got strangled. Well, I'm not Sherlock Holmes, but I think there might be a connection there. Epstein was probably trying to slurp him. I was such a pervert, dude. Well, if he didn't kill him, then somebody killed him. I think he was I think somebody killed him. Retired Westchester cop charged with killing 4 in cocaine deal after bodies dug up on our property. Bro, he buried them in his backyard. Yeah, that's a crazy motherfucker. Oh, that's a good gardener, dude. That guy's fucking composting. What are you talking about? It's true. It's a better way to deal with. They're already dead. They did let them go to waste. Bring them back to Mother Earth. That guy's Italian, dude. They love leftovers. How deep do you think he dug it? I bet he was pretty lazy. That guy's pretty jacked. I don't know. I bet he got tired, though. They don't have good cardio. You're right. Cardio involved. They 2 feet. How many bodies? 4 bodies? Bro, bodies is 4, 6 foot grave. You think he did a mass grave all on top of each other, or do you think it was respectful and made 4 individual holes? I bet it was more like, you know, when you open up a box of chocolates like that, kind of. I don't think it was like a dessert. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like or a 4-pack of cannolis right there. Yeah. Take the lid off. See feet. Just a dusting of infection of sugar on. Cocaine deal went bad. Fuck. Voided up comment. But imagine, that's horrible. But imagine you are the most high-profile person being charged. They put him in there on purpose with that guy. 100. How could they not? How would you not? Like, what? If you're worried about the guy dying, why would you put him in the room? I don't lock him in a bedroom, a tiny little bedroom, with a roided up murderer. Just stop and think about that. You're in a room smaller than this fucking studio that you and I are in right now, with a roided up murderer. You're sleeping with that guy. And you wind up getting strangled. Oh, you hung yourself. Yeah. How would you sleep? Say you have to go to jail, right? I wouldn't sleep. I know, but I'm just saying, Joe, if you had to go to jail, right? You're in jail for something that you've done or didn't do. Doesn't matter. Right? How do you sleep at night? There's a big dude in there. You sleep with your mouth open so he doesn't have to force it out. Sleep like that. No, bro. That's crazy. But do you sleep with your butt against the wall or away from the wall? That's a good question. You sleep on your back or your... Depends on what kind of pervert this dude is. He might be one of the dick sucker guys who just wants to suck your dick while he jacks off. You know? Then you'd want to sleep with your ass to him. Like, turn over. So that's sucking. Like, no, I'm trying to sleep. Hey, I told you I'm trying to sleep. Bro, it's crazy. And then you find out that prisons are private too. What? Like, there's a business in having jails. So then you find out that prison guard unions are also responsible for keeping marijuana illegal. They get involved in it too. Yeah, prison guard unions, because they want to keep the work coming. But it just feels like at some point, do you think it's always been this way through history, where people have felt like you just feel like such a peon of like
some corrupt financial system? Do you think it's always been that way? Or do you think this is like kind of like a highlight of it for America?
Well, this is worse than it's ever been before, for sure. And the United States is worse than every other country when it comes to incarcerations.
But the thing is, like this, they want to keep it busy.
In the UK, they probably could use officials. They're letting people loose. They're doing horrible shit. And they're not enforcing crimes over there. That place is getting real squirrely. But, you know, the United States, half the people are in there for nonviolent drug offenses. Half of them, right? I think that's the number. Put that into perplexity. What percentage of people in American prisons are there for nonviolent drug offenses? I think it's like, so it's basically, you know, it's a byproduct of prohibition that's led to millions of incarcerations where people are locked down for the rest of their fucking life.
I hate that shit, dude.
Because somebody wants something and you don't think they should be able to have it. You will arrest people, sell it to them, and you will lock them all up for possessing it.
Get die.
43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug, which are predominantly nonviolent. Additionally, about 72% of federal prisoners are serving sentences for nonviolent crimes, including a significant portion related to drug possession and trafficking. 72%. 72 point in federal prisons, 72.1% of inmates rated for nonviolent offenses. More than half, 55% in federal prisons serving time for drug offenses. So 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, but 50% are serving time for drug offenses in the summary of key data. So it must be like, this is what's happening when guys drawing from multiple different, so they're giving you two different numbers. So it's somewhere between 43 and 55%.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. Like, I guess you don't know which ones are like weed, which ones are cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, that kind of stuff. That's, you know.
Look at this type of offenses. The majority of drug-related incarcerations involve possession, which is classified as a non-violent offense. So, put this. Other than drug offenses and drug possession, what percentage of people are in jail for non-violent crimes? Put that in there.
Like discount drugs?
Yeah, other than drugs, what percentage of people are in jail for non-violent crimes?
I gotta get a family, I think.
Yeah, I think that would be good for you. Okay, let's see. Violent. What does it say? Okay. Drug offenses, about 25% of the daily jail population nationally is incarcerated for low-level, non-violent misdemeanors and public order offenses. 13% are there for property offenses such as burglary, and around 11% for public order offenses, non-violent infractions such as weapons charges, probate. The problem with that is property offenses like burglary can lead to violence. Like, that's the next door to violence. It's not violent, but like those guys that got shot breaking into that guy's house. As soon as you're breaking into people's property, you're getting super close violence.
Yeah, I guess violent. I mean, it's like if you're inflicting like fear on somebody, they're in their own home. Fuck yeah, that's pretty violent to me.
Yeah, it's not violent in that you're a person, but you're breaking into their house and anything goes once you break someone's house. You know, everybody knows that. You break into someone's house and they don't know why you're there. They don't know that you're just a petty thief. They have no idea. They're going to fucking shoot you. We all know that.
The numbers are getting small left over. I Googled the other thing, the opposite. Or not Google, the opposite thing. How many are in for violent crimes?
Right.
62% in state prison, but only like 7 to 10%.
Interesting.
And mental serving sentences related to drug and public order offenses.
Oh my god, that's...
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
That is so nuts, man. It's like that...
I think it's weed. I mean, what do you think it is?
No, it's probably cocaine. Cocaine's the big one, right? Cocaine laced with fentanyl. Yeah. And then there's pills, and then there's meth. Meth is a big one, too. Those are the ones that everyone's really terrified of. No one's really... The marijuana thing is a disingenuous argument, because the marijuana thing is really... There's a bunch of special interests that want marijuana to stay illegal. The actual people that think that marijuana is dangerous are pretty small. And they're not totally wrong. This is a very important point. Marijuana is not completely safe, just like completely safe. I think there are certain people that, for whatever reason, the way they're wired, marijuana can fuck with them, and there's some evidence that it can trigger psychosis, or just some sort of a psychotic break. There's real evidence.
Oh, definitely, dude. That shit. Some of that shit is bad off, dude. I'm telling you some shit. Dude,
powder or crack cocaine offenses account for more than 54% of drug offenders. So that's most of it. And this meth, 24%. Marijuana represents 12%. But I guarantee you that marijuana thing, that's dudes who are growing. You know, if you're growing and dealing, if they're hitting you up in federal prison. Heroin offenders account for 6%. That's weird. I would have thought it would have been higher. Just 6% for heroin. Because they're so chill, they never get caught.
The family that did the opioid epidemic is still this.
Our family's out and about.
Sackler family's still out and about.
Be responsible for 1 million people's lives.
And the ripple effect of that through families.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, suicide, drug addictions, families falling apart, lives destroyed.
Where do you think people find a sense of purpose these days, Joe? Because it certainly feels like the fabric of like some of America. It used to feel like they gave us a lot of purpose, right? And some of that feels like it's not there anymore. Do you feel like that's a true statement? Or?
Well, I think this is also part of the problem with social media is that we feel that way.
Okay.
And while we feel that way, that everything's falling apart, we still have our neighbors, we still have our friends, we still have the places we go.
Yeah.
We still have that we always had. You know, we still have the mothership restaurants. You're still hanging out with your friends, watch the game. You're still like alive on Earth. You're so overwhelmed by this fucking constant onslaught of bad news.
That's a good point.
That you're freaking out always. But then you got ICE raids. They're taking people that are American citizens and they're scaring the shit out of everybody. And they're
doing the video thing. You see that thing where they put on the video?
Oh, that was crazy. They didn't even ask you.
Oh, it was really scary.
You were just joking. You were talking to a guy who was talking to his friend. And this was quite a while ago, right? When was that video?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be like a year and a half ago or something. I don't remember. But that was crazy. So
it was a joke, right?
She's like a friend. I don't know if she said a friend of mine got deported. I can't remember what she said. But she's like, "What? Do you have anything to say to him?" Right? And I was like,
Yeah.
I'm clowning around. I have no idea if it's real or not. I have no idea.
You have no idea. It's literally someone just handed you a phone, and then Homeland Security, was that what it was?
Yeah, just put it up online, and it was after the Charlie Kirk thing. Yeah, and so then I was like super scared. You remember? I was texting I was just texting people to make sure everybody's okay. I didn't know if they were like just gonna kill people that had been on TikTok or whatever. I had no idea what they were gonna do.
I just can't believe they did that with you, where they just put it in there as if like you were endorsing that.
Well, it just kind of, and it was just the same time as after the Charlie Kirk thing.
Who greenlit that?
Probably just some fucking trap beat. Con artist or whatever.
Like if a company did that, you could sue them. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was privatized, like if ICE was a private company and that was the people that the United States hired to get rid of illegal immigrants and they used you would sue them. You could sue them.
Well, it was just...
But the government can just put that up there. And then what did you do? You had to force them taking it down?
Yeah, I hired an attorney to get help to take it down.
How long did it take to take it down?
I think like 48 hours or something. It had like 30 million views over a couple platforms.
And how many people even know it was taken down? They just heard you say it.
Of course not.
I knew because you told me, but I couldn't believe it. When you first, what I should do about this, I was like, that's probably nothing. And I was in the car, I didn't watch it, and then I got to the club. Then I talked to you from the club. And you're like, you didn't see it? I was like, no. And then I saw it, I was like, oh my God, what the fuck are they doing? It's like, that's not how you envisioned the government. The government made a hype video.
Yeah, there are deportation hype videos with trap beats and shit. And I was like, what? We doing everything is turned into like the WWE. It's none of it's real.
It's 100% that Mike Judge movie. It's Idiocracy.
Oh, Idiocracy, yeah. But yeah, that was scary, man. Because then I got look, because there was just like a lot of threats, and then things got like, then it was that made me kind of paranoid. And then my mom was visiting, and we went to the doctor. I went to the doctor, I was just getting something looked at or something, and I was in the doctor's office, and there was a nurse asking me questions or whatever, blah blah blah, and then I have something for you. was like, huh? He's like, oh, I brought you something. Can I give it to you? And I was like, I thought like something she made something. I don't know for you. Yes.
Oh, she's a fan.
Something. And normally I think it might have been like, okay, let me like. It's just like it was such a weird time, and my mom. And it was like after the Charlie Kirk thing, it was just super scary. You just didn't know what was going on. Like watching that guy get killed was crazy. Like it was. And
you know what's crazy to me is the way people reacted. That scared me just as much as watching him get shot.
Well, yeah, and let me think about that in just a second. I'm just thinking through the end of this, if you don't mind, real quick. I know you're not interrupting.
No.
So I'm in this doctor's office, and it was just weird. You know, like I'm at the doctor, made me feel like nothing,
Right.
it compounded on me. Nothing's safe, right? No place is safe where, like, and just giving this girl, like, medical information. Is this okay, you know? And so I talked to the doctor, and it was all cool and stuff. But then I go outside, and I was sitting in my car. My mom was out there with me, and, like, just, like, been a lot of stress. And I'm sitting there, I kind of tearing up talking to my mom, and just, like, you know, I told her what happened in the doctor's office, you know? And just a lot of stuff that felt like, you don't have any, there's no, you're solid. No one, I can't think of it. Like, you're not safe. Like, there's no.
Well, I think you think that way in particular because you're famous. So when you felt like you were having a professional experience at a doctor, and then also a fan experience,
right?
You're kind of trapped,
right? Like, it's a doctor where you're supposed to trust, like you can be at a doctor.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there, and she kind of like put her hand on me, you know, and she's like, "Be okay." And then I look up out of the window, and there was some young man literally this far from my window with his phone, and it was just like it was just like that was like a tough time where I think everything I just got kind of paranoid.
That's a weird thing that people think is totally normal to do. Just point a camera at people and film them because they're famous at a doctor's office. But it's like, I just want to put on my Instagram and I'm going to get 300 likes. Here it is. Me and Theo, motherfucking Lord.
Yeah.
I'm outside, he's getting his pancreas looked at. They can break your medical information.
It felt like it was a movie, though, and they were trying to break you. Like, it's like a couple.
That's a personal thing, though. That's a personal thing with you because you're famous. That's one of the reasons things falling apart. Because you think everything's falling apart for you because you're dealing with the fact that you're crazy famous. Yeah, that's why you have this elevated sense of falling apart. Like, look at the example that you cited. A lady who loves you, who's a doctor, but she wants to give you something, and you thought, man, I thought it was just at a doctor. Now I'm trapped with some person because you feel like you're trapped a lot. Trapped talking to crazy people or people that want something from you, people that are grabbing at you. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's why you personally feel like everything's falling apart because you're having a hard time navigating your new situation, you know. And then also your new situation is very different than just you as a comedian because this new situation is you voicing your opinions about things, and some things controversial and some things not so much. But then people enjoy it, and so it gets a lot of attention. And when it gets a lot of attention, you also get you're gonna get a lot of jealous people. You're gonna get a lot of people that just disvoices and guests. You got a lot of people that think that what you're doing is just a lot of like really fucking really idiotic opinion that people attach to you that don't make any sense, but they're still out there. And so you're dealing with that too, and that's a new that you never dealt with before. And it's part of why you have this accelerated thought that everything is falling apart. I don't think it's falling apart as bad as everybody thinks, but I think it's something that it deserves consideration. Like this all could fall apart, and it could fall apart in a lot of like very bad ways. And there's a lot of natural ways it can happen, like we talked about before, but it could also be self-inflicted. And at all costs, we have to avoid the self-inflicted thing.
Yeah.
And the only way is to not be on a side. You can't be on this side, but instead be on the side of everybody. And that's possible too. You have to force politicians to do that. You know?
But is that kind of politicians? You look at Eric Adams this morning. He just did there, whatever that thing was.
What did he do?
Praise, like, thanked, said he served the best he could. It's like I don't feel like
I wanted to
I did.
got a nice check.
I flew over to get that bag.
Flew over, got the bag, driving a new Cadillac now. Bro, They just pay people. The crazy thing is that Israel pays people for social media posts. I read that. Let's put that in. Is that true? That might be another Russian hoax. I was reading that there's countries, and I don't think it's just Israel, by the way. There's countries that will pay influencers to post positive things about them.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, even Qatar was like, they wanted me to come and experience their country, right? And I had a nice time while I was there. Like, I think it was really neat. But we didn't really talk about, like, the different, like, if they have different points of view about things or what some of their, like, rules that are,
But they want you to post nice things about them?
I think they wanted to experience, you to experience their country.
Israel has paid social media influencers to post content promoting its image, particularly in the United States, with reports indicating payments of up to $10,000 per post. This campaign, known as the Esther Project, is managed by a firm called Bridges Partners LLC, which works on behalf of the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The program goes under the U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act, meaning that these payments are legally reported and require influencers to disclose that is funded by a foreign government. That's crazy.
Well, I just don't see how we're supporting this country after the genocide. How that's okay to people. And I think that's the part of me that I don't understand, right? Their leadership there and stuff, I just do not understand it. But then you start to think, well, am I crazy? Because it seems like it's just okay that politicians all think that this is okay, and so few of them speak up about it.
Well, I think this is what's separating the old people from the young people in this country. If you look at the numbers of how many people that are like 18 to 34 that support the war in Gaza, it's very low. It's very, very, very low. Because this is the first time you've ever been able to see what happens when a superpower is attacking a country that essentially doesn't have an army, and they're doing it for years, and they're just blowing buildings up. Like, we've never really seen that. This is the first time in a time where everyone has, right? Obviously, this has happened. Countries have bombed each other, Dresden. There's been Hiroshima, of course, Nagasaki. They blew up entire cities, right? But we didn't get to watch it happen bit by bit. You didn't get to see drone footage. That's it. You didn't get to see cell phone footage of missiles being fired into camps of people waiting in line for food. You didn't get to see any of that shit. And you're seeing wild shit. But then you're also seeing horrible things that Hamas is doing too. You've seen people getting publicly executed in front of everyone, in front of cheering crowds. You're seeing people get dragged to the ground, gunned in the head. You're seeing the horrors of war is what you're seeing on both sides. And we just have a hard time accepting that that's the only way to do things. And I think that the young people of this country, they don't want anything like that anymore. Well, they have been told by their parents, they've been told up with that if the war is hell, there shouldn't be any war. This shit happens because money. That's what most of it has. They prolong it so they can make more money. They want development. They want to launch new shit. They want to sell shit to people that need weapons. And most young people are aware of that now. Where I think my parents' age, all they had was the Vietnam War. They knew the Vietnam War was bad, but they didn't know the extent of how much corruption is involved in everything. Yeah, everything has the hand of some corporation attached to it. Everything has the influence of some foreign government or some country that has massive resources. There's always it's never nothing's clean.
What just felt like me, I think a lot of times, well, for one, it feels like they're going to stop allowing TikTok. Like these people are going to own it. I think they're selling it or something, so they probably won't be able to show stuff like that anymore.
Well, they sold it to Larry Ellison's company. Isn't that who bought TikTok? Yeah, I'm sure.
But they still do that so they can limit its control, control what goes on it.
That they had before that sale was that China was in control of it. And I think that if foreign country is using a very popular media website to spread propaganda, spread things that absolutely aren't true, along with, I'm sure, some things that are true.
Yeah.
But they have their finger on which way the influence goes. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. No, I'm not saying that Larry Ellison's company a great job of being totally objective and people criticize Israel, letting criticize Hamas. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. I'd be crazy to say.
I never met that guy. I don't know anything about him.
It'd be crazy for me to say any differently. But it's not safe to have a foreign country that is actively trying to fuck with the way people have discourse in America, which is certainly China's doing.
So according to, it hasn't yet changed place. The shutdown had something to do with this. Article is from today, I think, where people in Congress still don't even know what's going on.
Right. So this says Congress is get briefed on how TikTok sale would actually stop Chinese algorithms from causing harm to U.S. citizens, U.S. military, and U.S. interests, she said. The lack of transparency has caused concern for both Democrats, and we're still waiting for secure briefings on how to stop malign actions.
Yeah.
So this is the thing, is like, that's a good point, because do it on X. So Chinese bots, they swarm X, and there was a former FBI analyst 100 times. His estimation, this is right around the time, that it could be as much as 80% bots.
Oh, so much is bots, it seems like. So much is bots.
But this is what this is. This is like China. This is Russia. This is foreign countries that they'll say things about USA. They'll say things about gay rights, say things about LGBTQ, whatever issues, whatever it is, the border, whatever it is, USA, whatever it is, and they just flood it, and so they have their finger either way on how much negative shit you see about any country, and whoever's the best at it, whoever's the best at this kind of propaganda. This is like an incredible tool to use to demoralize another country, to have another country hating itself, hating its actions at the hands of China, and they own the company like TikTok. At least if someone in America owns it, and again, I don't know what they're going to do, but at least if they own it, okay, but at least they're not actively trying to fuck with us and make us battle. They're just allowing the algorithm to do its natural course.
Right. I guess if they're going to do that, we don't know.
Here's the thing. If you can't bots, then all of them are fucked, because they're just going to keep making new accounts. It's too easy. They sign up, fake emails, fake person. They're in. If you don't make people, and then what are you going to do? You're going to require a digital ID? Fuck that. You should be able to be a whistleblower. If you're working for some company and you find out they're dumping nuclear waste into the ocean that's killing all the fish, someone should be able to anonymously report that, and you should be able to do that through social media without having a digital ID that shows who you are,
and they can shut you down. It's just like, I don't know.
It's sketchy times.
Sketchy times. I mean, the same company, that company Power here that was doing all that crazy stuff in Gaza, they were like, running
what are they doing?
All the drones and stuff like this, allegedly.
What are you talking about? What are you saying they did?
That they had were compiling people that were there, and they were operating a lot of the drones in the sky that also had weapons attached to them.
Okay, so you mean like a recognition data?
Right.
Do they have that capability with drones, where they can just zoom around? Is this what? It's real. Jamie's not even willing to talk on camera. He's just
I'll be quiet.
I'm sure they do.
We have no. They got a big contract in America now, which is scary to me. That's what's scary to me. Mm-hmm. That a drone, that maybe that's what happened to Charlie Kirk. Who knows? Maybe a drone. You just have no who you can even point the finger at. A bullet comes out of the middle.
True.
That's a kind of. I'm not saying I'm paranoid about it all the time. I'm just saying I have.
Listen. Okay. So you're right. However, China's making drones, and they're making really good ones. Way more smart drones. If you don't have drone development and some kind of drone defense system in America, you just say, oh, no one should have that kind of power. You're right, no one should have that kind of power. China already does. So if you just have no innovation, and you have no way to implement any kind of defense system with drones in America, but it's already in China, it's already in Russia, you're kind of in.
Okay, so you have to have something in that space forward into You gotta have the weapons.
They're already. It's like the nuclear bomb. If they're already doing it, you better fucking get it.
Right.
You better get it.
I think, to me, it's just scary that the company that was allegedly doing that there, the company that we hired to, I believe, create a database and have some of the same opportunities here. Or they could potentially be able to do the same thing here. Just kind of tracks where it's like,
yeah, well, any one private company that has a database and on every person of where you are and what you're doing, yeah, that's sketchy. What's going on?
The story, the reporting of this.
It's that absolute power corrupts absolutely. This is like absolute power.
One AI system is called the gospel, another one's called Where's Daddy?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Used to identify people.
One of them's called Lavender. That sounds lovely. AI and processing systems developed and used by the Israeli occupation forces in their, this says, genocidal campaign against Gaza have caught widespread attention, prompting journalists to call Gaza the site of the first AI-powered genocide. AI technology was reportedly first used in Gaza during Israel's 11-day assault in 2021. During genocide, for the first time, it's being used by Palestinians at an unprecedented level and at much faster rates. Three known systems identified targets for based on Israeli mass surveillance records of the Palestinians in Gaza that have been collected for years by the IOF under the racist framework of monitoring what they deem as threat Israeli regime. This is from Palestine-org. So who knows also how? Yeah, it's obviously
going to be for them.
Yeah. Listen, I absolutely believe they have that kind of technology.
The scariest part to me, Jim, will you bring it back up one more second? The scariest part to me was just the quickness they could do it, and then the review. A few Israeli intelligence agents shared with Plus 972 Mag that they personally only take 20 seconds to review and approve the airstrike recommendation.
Using time to confirm if the target is a man. Whoa. It's unclear if this is actual policy. So this is.
But yeah, this started making me.
They shared. Okay, so this in a magazine. They shared. This is. So they said this in an interview in a magazine that it only takes 2 seconds to review, and the time is only to confirm if the target failed. It's clear if this is actual policy. In August, however, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a statement revealing that the majority of those killed in Gaza are women and children. So here's the other thing. Obviously, horrible things have happened there, right? But if you're getting your information to people where the horrible things are happening, it's hard to know if they're being accurate. I don't know if it is truly that they're mostly killing women and children, or if a good percentage of them have actually been Hamas.
Yeah, I think
that's what Israel says, right? They say that a lot of them were Hamas.
Yeah, there's 2 Hamas agents they were finding shooting up, which who knows? I don't know. Who knows?
Well, I bet they probably think of them as future, especially now when you've blown up their city. I mean, how many? If there were terrorists there, how many are created by watching something like that happen? Quite a bit.
Well, the thing for me, I just thought that America helped at some point. That was just scary. I think that's when I just thought I just have a different concept of what's going on. These are just my thoughts. I don't know what's going on, and I don't need anybody to believe my thoughts or think the same way I do. I think that made me nervous was that same company, Palantir, got a deal in America to create a database and help with surveillance and stuff. So that just makes me scared, and maybe a little bit nervous. Not scared, but just a little bit what's going here? Are we going to enter a surveillance state?
One of the arguments for letting chaos take place. One of the arguments letting criminals back out is that you make it so dangerous that in order to make it safe, you have to put restrictions on people. And that's the only way. And you show that it's effective. And then people comply, and then everybody's a digital. The government tracks you. That Life 360 app where you can track all your friends, track all your family.
Yeah, your wife down on you, whatever.
Yeah. And the government
is going to parties a lot.
The government can do that as well.
Yeah. Well, I think one thing that made that I thought
to allow the government to constantly know where you are and what you're doing, and constantly looking over your shoulder. So you're going to self-censor. You're going to be scared. You're going to be scared to talk because your phone's going to. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, crazy. We mentioned Chuck Schumer, and then you opened your phone.
That's nuts.
I mean, that was.
Yeah. What's the possibility?
And that was momentarily later.
Yeah. Momentarily later, the algorithm recognized that I was talking about Chuck Schumer. Let's see if it works. Big fat tits. I mean, big fat tits. Okay, big fat tits on your 45-year-old stepmom. Oh, here we go. Let's see what it is. Imagine if it just front porch goes to nope. I got head kicked.
Would you buy
check my explore page real quick.
Would you buy a cat off a Facebook Marketplace?
Sure, why not?
Okay, I would. Fuck that,
Yeah,
bro.
that was fun. Look,
I'm
dude,
not buying them. Oh yeah.
right in my For You page.
You see one of
Right in my For You page.
Wonder test is random to someone, and then give it 5 minutes and check your like 40 pages on an app.
Right away, it's ladies with
big
large
tits.
boobs.
I say, hey, let me see one of them and guess what the other one looks like. That's my old trick.
That's a good trick. I bet that other one's weird looking. That one's too perfect.
Yeah,
there's no way they both look.
Did I see this?
Wow, show you, Theo.
I used to do this fun thing. I would have, if I sat next to somebody in an airplane, I would have them draw a picture of their kids. Like if they had kids, I'd like draw a picture of your kids, and dude, it would be the most fucking ridiculous looking picture, but it would always be pretty fun, you know. Yeah, I think I was just concerned about like if that's the company that does it here, so that's like her none of that. And then
that should be scary.
That's why I think all the ICE stuff happened, because I think they have to get everybody. This isn't about like they have to do an inventory of everyone, because they're going to need, otherwise when it's a surveillance state, it's all going to know if you're not like documented or on the bill of sale or whatever, or you're not on the inventory list, if you're not inventoried in the country, then the machine will know immediately, oh, this isn't, you're not even supposed to be here, right? So that's why I think that, because I think one of the reasons is they have to get everything inventoried.
I think the ICE is happening, a lot of it is because of political power. It's congressional seats, because the census just they don't count legal citizens. And when you let people come over here illegally, and then you give them food and you give them Medicare, what happens is those people are going to vote for you, and they're also going to count. They're going to stay. And so they count in your district as congressional seats. That's what's crazy. They only count people. They don't count the citizens. So you get as many people in as possible. You can take over congressional seats. And if you make it really easy for those people to get by, like they say, hey, California's the place to go. They don't give a fuck. You can be illegal there. Nobody cares. Which is the way it was, basically, until I started arresting people. It's always been like that. I mean, what person do you run into in LA that are illegals? A lot. And no one cares. It's always been like that. Right?
I don't care, yeah.
And now all of a sudden they're getting arrested. But there is the argument, like people that came over illegally, you change the congressional map. You do. You get more seats. You know, and that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
It just feels like, I don't know. It feels like, I don't know. It feels like a lot of different things. But you're right. I think you just have to focus in on things that are important. You know,
so I bet it's an easy way to increase your population, man. People can definitely come over. Make it so, cut holes in the fence for them. You ever see when they did that? They cut holes in the fence, like someone put up like these fucking heavies and here.
Put a titty bar right there. You put a bar right there, boy.
You should have bottled water sales. It's a better move.
Or in tits. What about that?
Together?
Yeah, like
generally people like alcohol with their tits.
I don't know if you've been in the desert for a couple of days.
That's true. It's a good point. Very good point. Where's my bookmarks? Here it is. I'll send you this, Jeremy, because this is kind of crazy when you watch it. Like, what could you possibly be doing here other than purposely letting people into the country? I think there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that because they want cheap labor, too. That was something that someone told me once, that they were stunned that a CEO said they were against these the border enforcements because they wanted cheap labor. Get it right out to them. Because Biden-Harris sent forklifts to open the border when Texas built a razor wall. So, like, why would you do that? Wait a minute. You did what? You set a forklift to open up razor wire? What?
But do you think that they all know that the other parties just do? Like, do you think that they all go behind closed doors and be like, okay, what are you guys going to do this month? And then we're going to do this. And it's all just theatrics?
No, I don't think they coordinate like that. I think they hate each other. No. But this is nuts, man. This is like nuts. And by the way, I feel for these people. I would do the same thing. I would 100% be in line. I see these people babies hoping for a chance at a better life in America. They're not the problem. The problem is cartel people and the whole congressional seats thing. That's the problem.
Well, these people have become pawns. They'll send information to these and get them to come. It's like,
listen, if the population, you're right. I
don't even know probably what I was saying, but I don't know.
If the population,
we're better than this. That's what I'm saying. We're better than this.
You and I are.
Yes.
Yeah.
As people, we have all these elected officials and these people that we thought were like us.
Sociopaths.
That end.
That's a good question.
Can it end? Do you think there's a way to end it?
It's gonna be hard. My suspicion is it ends when AI starts sorting government. We're probably with government to prevent this kind of fuckery that we see on an everyday basis. AI will logically make decisions as to what makes sense, doesn't make sense about our current legal structure. Like some things that, if people politicians, the reason why they become politicians is they know they can inside trade with Nancy Pelosi and make millions of dollars like she did. That's crazy. That can't be that way anymore. And I think intelligent, artificial intelligence that's not attached to an ideology or is going to immediately, if they both agree, if the America votes on it and say, we want AI to take a look at the government, you can't do that. You can't, this is bad. This is evil. This is a lie. This is truth. And you're suppressing it. And then probably don't have anything remotely like the government we have now. Because I think that mind reading software is already in beta, right? They're already able to communicate, going forth, asking each other questions. They are. They have headsets. You don't even have to get an implant. Is it Google that did that? What was the company that did that? Where they were asking each other questions and then answering them? No, but it's in beta. The point is, it's in beta. So they're doing this already. And as this stuff gets more potent, it's going to be just like we used to have little flip phones with a color screen, and now you have an iPhone. And it's going to go from you used to be able to just ask each other questions to we can all read each other's minds. It's coming, man. And when Turtleface, that Mitch McConnell motherfucker, you can't operate anymore as a leader. You can't. No, you're seen now as what you want of money. You're a money agent, moving money and influence around, doing it for the greater good of people by any stretch of the imagination. And also, how are you still working when you hate on us every now and then?
Yeah,
that guy just freezes up.
Because his you
ever see him lock up? Just lock up. Still able to make decisions on anything.
His receptors are down. Look at his receptors going down.
I think he's a robot.
You think he's not? What do you think at this point? That guy? They didn't even update his lips. Yes, all these people are.
RFK Jr. Imagine we found out he is. Imagine if Candace come in, she does a deep dive and said there was no RFK Jr. Do you know that? All those photos are dying. Yeah. There's no evidence of him whatsoever until 2020.
He's like, what is RFK Jr. has a camel toe? What is he?
Or a woman.
Dude, Candace. Dude, I went to see. She has her and her husband host beautiful kids in the world, and they're so funny. And you go over there, and they're just dying laughing, and one of them looks just like her. It's so funny.
Do you think she's right about that French president?
We dad?
Yeah. Yes. He's a man. She's all in on that, bro.
She's all in.
Well, they're suing her, aren't they?
I think they are. I don't know if they still are.
I think they're at least threatening a lawsuit. It's for $50 million.
We know. That would be my, if she ever writes something, that'd be it. But dude, it is kind of strange that the guy is dating his teacher, right?
Or when he was like 40 and the kid was 15. Or she. What's fair enough, it was a she. But, and again, this is France. They're very different over there.
Yeah.
Pedophilia is just like, and get you weed out of that child. We know. What have you done? We know. He's almost 15.
Bro, if she does, she better have a hog on her. And I don't think
she doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if she's able to have a real fucking hog on her. And if they least, the last thing France needs is just like a wiener that looks like it's retreating. It will just go down to this. They need to release a fucking hog.
Did you see that information? Hitler had a micropenis. Genes from Hitler's blood. And it seems to indicate that he had a genetic disorder that would lead you to have a micropenis. Which tells right.
I'm not surprised he's dead.
About Hitler? Why would you be surprised? Hitler would be the guy I would think would have a micropenis. The guy who wants to kill everybody and take over the world?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a little tiny dick.
I make it bigger.
He's fucking heroin and all. He was doing oxycodone, man. He had his whole army on meth.
Yeah, that's fucking wild.
With a little dick, just running everything. Like an iron fist. Making him a tyrant, how Hitler's deformed genitals smell. Whoa.
Here's the thing, though. If you had a little dick, you would always check and make sure. You'd be like, fuck, it's still little. That's what would happen all the time. Or you woke up, it'd be like the Masked Singer. You'd like open your pants and hope it was something.
He knows. I think he knows. This dick is little. He's like, now everyone gets punished. Fucking Polish guys and big old hogs. He's probably jealous.
Yeah, brother. I think I don't future on them. They got little dicks in the future.
I think that's what aliens are. That's us, generalists. You know how they got the DNA?
Oh.
And the blood apparently blue is green. On it says,
yo, they saved that?
Yeah, it says the first guy that found it took a piece of the couch, saved it, and they studied that.
Wow.
That didn't happen.
Yeah, some people think he got moved to Argentina, right?
It's also said there's only a 1 in 10 chance he had a micropenis.
Oh, that's a lot of chances. I don't like those odds. I ain't playing Russian roulette with over with 10 rounds in it. Fuck that. So we gotta wrap this up.
You'd have to be so bad.
Thank you. I'm glad we waited. I love you.
You're
the best.
I love you too, man. Thanks for thanks for everything. Thanks for
It's fun hanging with you, as always. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you, brother. What's happening?
Oh man, everything.
It's been a few years, man.
Yeah.
What's up? How are you?
I think I saw you outside of the ice house.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in doing a set, cruise or something. LS slop engine.
Yeah, that's right.
You showed it to me, and I think I went to your house to do the podcast.
Early in the day.
Early.
Yeah.
Up in Deep Valley, up the hill. And then I think you got your place sort of down strip mall kind of place down in the flatlands of the valley.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's been a million years.
Yeah, it's been a while. Time flies, buddy.
I know, it's so sad. You know what's sad? It goes so slow when you're young and miserable. You know what I mean? Now I'm old and happy and rich, and it just flies by. You know what I mean? Like all the stuff you want to do, it just goes right by you. And then when I was like 13, I just sat in a class and stared at the clock. It just went, God damn.
You know why that is? It's relative. It's a percentage of your life.
No,
so when you're 10, a year year is 10% of your life.
Right.
You know, when you're 55, it's really quick.
I know, it just sucks that, like, I remember going back to school in September and going, when's Christmas vacation? And then go 2 months, and I go, oh man, no way, that's long. And now it just goes flying by. Now it's good. And you'd want it to slow down. I always think of life as sort of like driving to San Francisco from LA. If you do it, it takes a long time. And the 50th, it's like nothing. And that's the relative part.
You get used to. Yeah. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Just gotta live in the moment, enjoy it while it's here. Hope it works out. Hope something's next. Or not.
I guess, yeah, that moment, you know, that thing. It's like that thing where people have a near-death experience and then they swear they're going to change their way, they're going to appreciate everything, and they're going to do all that. I don't think it works.
It works on some people.
Yeah.
I've met people that have had near-death experiences and completely changed who they are. Yeah.
I wonder if it's worth trying to have in your promises that's too close to death.
Well, it's really what kind of a person you are. You're a reflective person, introspective person to think about the way you think and the way you live, and you decide whether or not this is a good way to proceed or whether or not you need to make adjustments. Some people don't. They don't look, they don't self-analyze, they don't court, they just don't. And so something comes along, oh, change and everything. You never mind. You've never done that. You've never exerted that kind of will. You've never had that kind of discipline. So, like, how are you going to change now? You're going to say you're going to change, then you get right back.
Yeah, I've been in high school with all those guys.
Me too.
It's crazy, right?
But most people don't know how to.
Yeah.
Don't understand that you are in control of the way you think about things. It's one of the only things you're in control of.
Well, change is like what we have. Like, it really, if you think about being a human being versus being a hyena or any other creature, it's you get to. And then so many people just squander that gift, which is the greatest gift. And they just go, I'm not, and then you're sort of doing any other animal if you just sort of get a course, you know? And the ability to grow and change and transform to gift that people completely squander.
Well, it's hard because you have to think. You have to decide you've been doing things wrong. People don't like to do that. They don't like to look at themselves in a negative way and analyze what they've done wrong, be critical of themselves. They don't like that.
And I know everyone is crazy externalizer now,
Yep.
and young people more than our generation.
Well, it's
You just tell them stuff. They just push back on everything.
It's that everyone else is the reason why you are not happy.
Yeah, I get it. I think growing up, and maybe it's just being coached a lot, you know, like you got coached a lot, I got a lot. It's just dudes telling you you're doing something wrong all day, every day. And I believe they did it because they cared, because they wanted you to get better, because they didn't succeed. They wanted to win, you know, and just got used to being coached. You know, just getting people just yelling at you, you're fucking up, fix it, do it right. And it never felt like to me.
Well, even if it is criticism, it doesn't matter. It's like if coaching is good. Like if you can be coachable, that's like one of the indicators that you're going to do well in life. If you can take direct instruction from someone who knows what it's about. Yeah. If you want to learn something, like say if you want to learn jiu-jitsu, you have to listen. You have to really listen. And the people that don't listen, they don't care about it.
Yeah, and I shouldn't have said criticism. It was criticism, but that's fine. It's just how you digest it. You know what I mean? It's criticism. They go criticism or criticism. It's just criticism. You're doing something wrong.
Right.
That's fine. Now, how do you perceive it? How do you adjust that?
Well, also, how do you look at yourself? As like, do you think of yourself as only being valuable if you're good at a thing, right? And if you're not good at it, that's a slight against you. Or Do you just understand that this is you, and this thing you're doing is something you don't know how to do as well as this person who's teaching you? And if you do that, then you can get better, and then getting better at anything that you are trying to do that's difficult, any discipline. That discipline becomes a vehicle for developing your human potential. If you can kind of get good at that, by listening to this person and then proceeding and seeing the steps of improvement, you can apply that to everything in life. But if you never learn how to do that,
you know what I've been thinking about? I've been thinking about how insecure a lot of people are and how they really react when you tell them something, criticism, or coach them. But I think it's their insecurity that's reacting. And then I sort of realize, like, you have skill set. You have multiple skill sets, right? And just martial arts, okay. You know it, you're comfortable with it, you're real secure about it. Your abilities, and you know your abilities as a medium, and you know you're an archer and stuff like that. So you have a bunch of stuff that you know, you own, and for a builder, so I have a skill, so I have a trade, and so I don't feel insecure. I feel like there's stuff I know, and then there's other things I do know. But I don't walk around with that dirty that I realize, like, a lot of people, they have a trade, they don't have a skill, they don't have really anything they can call expertise. Like, you would go, expert at, where you would go, I can UFC, mixed martial arts, jiu-jitsu, I can do that, I can do this, podcasting, stand-up comedy. If there's fields of expertise, speaking another language, mastering an instrument, things like that. And I realize so many people just are, there's just nothing.
they never found a thing that really.
And they're so insecure, and they walk around in this heightened state of it, and then somebody runs into them somewhere at an airport or a Starbucks or something, and they start ripping off, throwing furniture. And why are you in this state all the time? And I realize it's an insecurity. And how would it feel? Joe Rogan feel walking around like a black belt, not being successful at stand-up, but not any expertise. Like, it'd be a really feeling. And I think that's a lot of it.
That's most people. Yes, people just get jobs. They never really find a thing where they throw themselves into it, improvement, and understand that, I know that I started out really good because I put in so much time and so much effort, so I know that I have that in me. I know I have that willpower. It's also like some people just have good brains. That's just a fact. It's like some people are born with big ears, some people have small ears, people have shitty brains. And that's just true. I've met a lot of people, they're just dull-minded, dull-witted. And even if they threw themselves into something, they don't have the horsepower. They don't have a 9 brain. I know, that's just reality.
And it's hard not to look at them through your lens, because you go, come on, man, the sun's shining, let's make some hay, let's go. And there's so much to do. And they're like, And you're like, come on. The saddest thing for me is when I talk to anybody, but especially a young person, I go, what do you like? What do you do? What's your thing? And they go, I don't know. I like video games. I go, no, but what's your passion? What do you want to do? And they go, watching a lot of Netflix. And I go, no, man, what's your thing? What do you want to get your hands on? And they just go, I don't know.
They've probably never been introduced to something like that. The problem with video games is it'll steal your thing. Like, in video games, if there was maybe you were into golf, maybe you're into something, video games will steal your desire because they're so fun.
Yes. I think there's a problem with the shit. Like, you'll feel satiated. Like, you'll say, I did something. Right? It's like, you didn't do anything. You played it doing something.
Unless you're a professional video game player. And it is weird. Because he used to tell you playing video games waste your time. And then you find out that some professional video games are making a lot of money. Like a StarCraft guy. What is a good StarCraft? Like the best StarCraft player make? Like they have stuff like that, but they're making millions of right?
It is weird. You could no longer tell your kids that's a crazy idea that'll never work.
How about those Twitch guys?
That's what I'm saying. There's
Those guys that
something.
play video games all day on Twitch, they make a ton of money.
No, you couldn't. I mean, there was a time when we started. Young said, "I want to do a Pylon. You got to get a real job. That's not going to work."
Yeah, like Howard Stern. So this guy, his name is Juno Sotala. He's from Finland. He made 1.8 million total earnings. So yeah, South Korea 1.3 million. Park Young Woo made 1.19 million. Yeah, so they're making money. This is like only the top 5. So top 5, you get to the bottom of the top 5, it's 1 million, 1.1. Okay.
Yeah, I can't do it. I bought a video game once, and it was a World War II one, and I thought I was going to go to the deck of the ship and put in some Zeros or dive bombing our ship, but the video game started below in the barracks. We're in our bunks, and I could never get to the deck. I couldn't get out of the bunk. And I kept burning up in a fire, and after 20 times of trying to get back, I just abandoned it. And I also just realized it's just a bunch of shit, and I don't care to even try. I think there's another part of life where you have to kind of go, what are you good at? What are you not good at? And when you're not good at something, you should just be somebody to do that. That's where I'm at.
Pay somebody to play videos for you?
Well, I mean, like type. But
Yeah, I hear. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you're not gonna want to do everything. Things that some people enjoy, like whatever it's golfing or video, whatever it is. You gotta find out what you like.
yeah, I know that's a bunch of stuff.
It's one thing. It's introducing people to the possibilities in my life. That what do? They just teach you stuff. You know?
Yeah, it didn't work for me.
No, for me either.
Yeah, well, look at you.
But it's, I know, but that's a weird thing. It's like there's no consideration of alternatives. There's no wise ass. You ever thought about being a comedian? You know, you can make a lot of money doing comedy. Nobody ever says that to me.
No, I never had that. It was weird because it was always a sort of. So it was the opposite of encouragement, which is be quiet, you're disrupted. So by nature, comedic nature is to sit in the back of the class and pop off an audience, which is sort of built in, which is the. But it is interesting that they then offer an award called.
Did they offer an award class clown?
My high school, I was class clown. So I got the clown designation, but all through I was shut up by every teacher, which is a weird, it's a backhanded compliment, but it's a weird just said to the clown, which is shut up, here's your award. At the end for talking.
Yeah, that is weird.
I would have get rid of the award or stop telling everyone to follow the time.
Well,
who attracts, I'm thinking about, like, who's attracted to that passion? It's sort of people, I know we have to call them heroes, but they've kind of opted out of the private sector. They're just like, I want consistency. I don't care if I'm underpaid, as long as I never stop getting paid early and I have a place to go. And it's a kind of a version of life where you're not telling people to chase their dreams and explore the possibilities, because you're in this place right now where you didn't chase your dreams. You're just here. I mean, say that 10% love kids or just want to be with kids, but most of my teachers are miserable.
yeah, miserable, very uninspiring. And this made you, I used to have nightmares after I left high school that I failed and I had to go back. Nightmares.
Yeah.
But I didn't get my diploma.
It's funny. I wanted to go back because I didn't want to go to class, but I would have dreams about going back to play like one more year of football.
That's funny.
Because it's all wanted to do, and it was the only thing I was good at. And then once I got out of high school, it was construction sites.
Yeah, me too. I just didn't know what to do. I mean, I was fighting at the time, but I didn't know what I was going to do in my life.
Did anyone, like, I never had anyone go, hey, you should do, like, that seems to be your thing, or it seems to be what you're interested in, or where your proclivities are. I never had that. I didn't have anyone in my family say it, friends say it, I never had a teacher say it. I never heard a guidance counselor say it. It never came up. Did it?
It did, yeah.
For you?
With me, it was guys that I would go to tournaments with. So we would all be, because everyone would be on a bus or something and traveling out of state to go to school. Everybody would be like nervous. It's a real big kicked in the head, knocked unconscious. I would be the guy that broke the ice. I would be making fun of everything, making everybody laugh. And my friend Steve, who's Steve Grant's a good friend of mine still to this day, he was older than me at the time, I think. And he was probably 30, 31, something like that. He's an ophthalmologist. And he's like, you should be comedian. And I was like, you think I'm funny because you like other people are going to think I'm like, right. He's like, I think you can do it. You just go to an open mic night and check it out. And I went to an open mic night, and that's when I understood that, it starts out as a beginning and you're terrible. When I thought Jerry Seinfeld felt from the jump. He's really good and really funny and great. Richard Pryor, same thing. I didn't realize I could think that you get better crap. And then when I watched people do it, I was like, these people are terrible. It's one of the things Richard Jenny said, are great because they inspire people to try.
Yeah, I agree with you in that sense. Like, I remember, like, I always go, this guy's excellent, inspires. Michael Jordan inspires. I'm like, he's too good. You know what I mean?
Right.
I remember being young and like Dennis Miller special, and I'd go, I could never that. Right, that's too much. I was learning where all these words coming from. I didn't remember them all. I know what they mean. Like, no way am I pulling that off. But later on, when I was driving it, to the construction every day, I would listen to morning radio in LA, and I'd listen to these morning teams, and I'd go, man, I can do that. like I was inspired by their inability to be consistently funny. And it is a weird thing where people do that. They always think the best is going to bring it out in you, but it's intimidating. Sometimes you have to see people that are mediocre at their job for you to think, oh, hell, I can do that.
Certainly at the beginning, like if you walked right into a gym and as you like Terrence Crawford's working out, the first time you ever worked out, and someone says you want to spar with Terrence Crawford, right? No, what the fuck are you talking about? I can't spar. No, because he's too good. He's someone who's like at your level, and he's hitting the way you're hitting mitts, and like, okay, I'll try that. This episode is brought by Dad Hard Seltzer. A nice cold happy dad is gluten-free and is easy to drink. No bloating, no nonsense. When you're watching a football game, or you're golfing, watching a fight with your boys, or out on the lake, these moments call for a cold, happy dad. People are drinking all these seltzers and skinny cans of sugar, but Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal size can. You buy Happy Dad on the GoPub and your local liquor and grocery store, including Mart, Kroger, Total Wine, and Circle K. You can't decide on a flavor? Grab a variety pack: lemon lime, white apple, and wild cherry. They also have a great flavor in collaboration with Death Row Records and Song. They have their new lemonade coming out as well. Visit happydad.com for a limited time offer and use code Rogan to buy 1 Happy Dad trucker hat and get 1 free. Enjoy of Happy Dad. Must be of legal drinking age. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad Hard Seltzer Tea and Lemonade is a vault out located in Orange County, California.
The real danger is when they go, you want to spot guy over there, and then who is that guy? They go, I don't know, it's just some gym guy, and it's proper. Yeah. And then you're really good because you don't even know who he is. Right. And sometimes you'll run into those too early on, before they are who they are. And you guys, I got my ass kicked by this guy, turned out to be a champion. But at the time, I just saw something was wrong with me.
Well, and then you just realize like some people didn't start. Whatever it is, maybe they started earlier in life. Maybe they have family members that are really good at whatever it is. Maybe really good coaching early on. Maybe they have great genetics. Maybe they're just naturally fast. Maybe they just have a mind for the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the fast twitch stuff and the rhythm stuff. Like some guys are have the rhythmic. You know, you can watch.
But there's that, but there's also the most important things: understanding skills, understanding technique. And some people just get bad coaching, and if you get bad, the kind of coach just wants you to brawl all the time when you're sparring. Really learn the finer points, stop you, and say, look, you gotta stop that jab here and then counter. You know.
Well, I found, at least when I taught boxing, most of the coaches were boxers, like my gym, Mike Weaver, ex-heavyweight. Weaver, he put some shit out.
Boy, that guy was a tank.
Oh my God, he looked like a bodybuilder. Yeah, it was crazy. Even when I worked with him when he was 48 or something. They still look like that, but Weaver and then his half triplet brother, fighting Troy, Lloyd, by the way, they're all fighters, right? And I realized they were good fighters, but they didn't know how to teach fighting because they couldn't verbalize it, they couldn't intellectualize it. They just know. And it's not always the guy. So a lot of times they got ex-fighters who says champ, he's an X this and X that. That doesn't mean you're good at teaching it. That just means you did it and we're good at it. We articulate it and describe it. And like my thing wasn't an ex-champ, but I knew how to articulate it better than these guys. And I could use these, metaphor examples and stuff like that. I would end up being a good boxing coach, not because I had all this writing experience, it's because I understood it sort of intellectually.
One of the greatest boxing coaches of all time were good fighters, or were okay fighters. Like Freddie Roach, perfect example. He's been a fighter, but one of the best boxing coaches ever. Emmanuel Stewart, same, world champion.
I always liked Emmanuel Stewart because he coached Vladimir Klitschko, but he couldn't work Vladimir. He just go, Vladimir, it's Vladimir. It doesn't start with an L. It starts with a V. If you listen to him talking to Vladimir Klitschko, he just called him Vladimir. I interviewed Vladimir Klitschko, and I said, he called you Vladimir your whole career. I went, yeah, it's a name, and it starts with a different letter. Vladimir the whole time.
Keep up. He was but Emmanuel Stewart was the first guy to figure out that training in the heat. Yeah, get in there. That training in the heat was great for your cardiovascular system. On the gym, they used to crank it up. The gym was like 100 degrees. Yeah, like a hot yoga room.
Yeah, they put the aniline stuff on it, and they put you in a dark bag, and that's
all that. Yeah, they would always have a lean on you before you worked out. I was talking to get your sweat going. It was like coming out of sweat. Soccer, boxing world. When you get Ringside Magazine and sell Abilene,
as far as I could tell, it's pretty much just Vaseline. I don't know what was different about it.
Some slippery oil, that's for sure. Yeah, which it's interesting because in MMA, that stuff is like because you get in trouble if you grease yourself up. Because there's guys that grease. Right. What they do is they'll put baby oil on the night before, and they'll literally soak in baby oil, and then they'll take a shower. And so when they show up to fight, their skin is dry, and so they don't have. But as soon as they start sweating, that baby oil comes out of their pore. They're slick like a fucking trout. Like you can't get a grip on them.
Bet you could probably convince someone to drink baby oil. Told them when you started sweating, just sweat baby oil. I just love that whatever this MMA or F1, there's always someone trying to shave a 10th. Just trying to to figure a way around just pick up.
Yep. Yeah. Victor Conte just died recently. He's the Balco guy. I interviewed him on the podcast back in the day. He was the guy that got Barry Bonds on that stuff called. I figured out a steroid that vague testing. It was just wipe on yourself. But yeah, they're highly effective. And it's just people can just skirt around the rules. Find something that works that they can't detect.
I mean, it's what happens when you are attracted to competition. So the people who aren't attracted to competition sit around and go, why would you do that? Or how dare you do that? Or for doing it. But you don't want to. But if you're attracted to a job that makes you a trainer, UFC, or running an F1 team, you'll probably be a person who's attracted to competition, attracted to winning, and then at some point, your livelihood will depend on it. And you'll try to do everything you can do.
Yeah. Steroids, though, baseball in particular. There's never been a sport that rejected steroids as hard as baseball did. Remember the McGuire, Sammy Sosa era? Sure. When we found out those guys were juicing, we kind of all knew. But once we found out they were juicing, everybody was so mad. Because you had defeated our great national pastime, baseball. I don't get it in baseball.
I love it when Bob Costas and Billy Crystal get all upset about the majesty of baseball and the sanctity of it. And baseball was always kind of a pussy sport. For me, I thought if you're real dude, play football and then maybe box or wrestle or something like that. But baseball was kind of fun. Like I played baseball. In baseball practice, you got to play baseball. You got to hit, you got to field, you essentially play baseball and have a game, but you'd be on the field in the cutoff or up at batting practice where you literally play baseball. In football, I never touched a football. You're just pushing, getting some tackling drill, running laps. They just torture you, but you don't play football. I played ball for 10 years and never touched a football. I played linebacker and guard, and there was no football. It was just me blocking guys who weren't touching a football or trying to tackle a guy who touched a football. Football practice is the worst. Football practice is torture.
Did you wrestle?
No, they didn't have wrestling in my high school. Really? They didn't have, it was, they had a little more East Coast, I think, cross, and certain things are kind of regional. Really, North Hollywood, they didn't have hockey, they didn't have lacrosse, they didn't have wrestling.
Crazy, they didn't have wrestling. Oh, God. Wrestling was one of the most important lessons in hard work that I ever got.
Sure, with running bleachers and cutting weight and
carrying people around.
Yeah,
I had a brutal coach too. Our coach was brutal. It was awesome.
Wrestling
Taught me a lot.
Wrestling practice and football practice is similar. It's just torture young people, essentially. And you gotta try to break them a little bit. And wrestling is probably more torturous than football. Is hot because it's in San Fernando Valley or wherever, Florida, and you're outside and you're in a uniform, you're just baking.
Yeah.
It's the sun, and they didn't want to give you water because they thought it was bad for you. But really, thinking about it, how dumb that is. Well, it wasn't. I think they didn't want to do it because they thought it would.
They thought you would get cramped up. That's what they used to think.
They would say, yeah, say cramp up. But there's another underlying, which is you would enjoy it and do anything that you enjoy. Like the whole thing was, we're going to torture you. And if you want water, then you're not getting water.
Want to hear something crazy? When I was a kid, when I was fighting, I didn't like that I wanted sex. I didn't like that I desired play because I thought it was because I thought that anything soft and sensual thing that feels good is going to make you right. Because all I was thinking about It's just the sneaky about being an edge on everybody. Sex, but damn it. I didn't like that. I liked it. I thought it was weakness.
Did you have crazy? Did you have like a pillow on your
No, I had a girlfriend. It was really horny.
I didn't mean to feel it a hump. I just made it more comfortable with that pillow. You wanted the eye of the tiger.
No, it didn't. I mean, it didn't stop me from having sex with my girlfriend, but it did make me feel like that was weakness.
But don't you feel? I feel like I fall back on my misery in those 2-a-day cracks in the San Fernando Valley and yelled at by coaches. Being on a construction site, sort of getting yelled at by foremen and just doing sort of miserable work all day. As I get older, I realize, they're pretty simple and pretty easy compared to that. And I realize I talk to a lot of people that never went through that, so they don't really have a calibrated. Like sometimes, since I got out of considered into comedy, I've never looked at comedy as work, and then sometimes they'll go, I add a second show or whatever. I go, yeah, go ahead. And someone will go, you really want to work that much? I go, it's not. It's air conditioned. No one's yelling at you. It's fun. Free beer. It's fun. People like you. You want to work that hard on the weekend? What work? It's not work compared to the work I knew from back in the day. And I realize I do deal with a lot of people that never had the baseline, and so they never had that degree, and they never had that experience. And so for them, their baseline is sort of air conditioning, 401k, and a coffee maker, and it's using eating lunch on a pile of plywood, right off a lunch truck, and all that kind of stuff. Drinking off a hose, no air conditioning, like that world. They have a base. They're not like calibrated, and so a second show is a lot of work. Or working on a weekend or doing whatever.
It's not all the thing that's ever happened to you. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to you. No matter what it is. So if you've lived an incredibly sheltered life, the worst thing that ever happens is you get a mild fender bender, right? And you can't believe it. Your world is ending. You're just sobbing and weeping. Or if you're a guy who's lived a fucking difficult, hard life, and then you get a fender bender, you're like, fix that, we'll fix that, no worries. And then it's gone. You don't think about it at all. You just think about it, it's just a dent in my car now, no big deal.
I've always thought that, when it came to boxing or a sport like that, you know how to box it, you can use your hands, and then you have an advantage. Some drunk guy comes at you or something, like you use your hands, you know what you're doing. But I always thought the real is being used to having someone punch at you all the time. That was sort of the real advantage of not freaking out if somebody threw a punch at you. Just get used to people throwing punches. Then you know how to react. And that was the advantage. It was more like being used around and punched and having people stuff at you versus knowing how to throw back. The real advantage was not being phased, right? Like when stuff was coming at you, right? And I think that's analogous to sort of this, like the advantage to our past misery is how relatively easy everything seems now.
If you have a group of brothers and they all start competing and fighting, the toughest one is the youngest one always.
Oh, really?
Almost always, because that's the one that's been fucked with by the middle brother, by the older brother. The youngest brother, I always look to like that's the savage. Just watch. If that kid can make it through, he will be the one.
So since Stephen Baldwin was bad.
Right? Alex, the older.
That I know. I got.
But that's not different.
I'm making a joke. But they finally did kick each other's ass a few times.
Probably, I would imagine. Yeah. This episode is brought by Roka, my favorite sunglasses in Austin, Texas, and they're the best sunglasses I've ever found for outdoor stuff. You can run around in them, I can do stuff, they never fall off your head. They fit tight, but they're very comfortable. Before I tell you more, I want a secret. They have some great deals right now for Black Friday. Roku works with scientists and high-performance athletes to build the best, most comfortable, most capable eyewear out there. You'll feel the second you put them on. They don't slip, even when you're sweating. Gym, kettlebells, chasing the dog, whatever. They locked in, but comfortable. And now, temps are dropping and snow's falling, so if your head is the mountains, check out Roku's brand new snow goggles, engineered to adapt to at altitude. They are sick. Also, has brought back their home trial program. You can literally test their glasses in real life. 5 days, moving, sweating, living in them. When you're done, you get a $30 gift card towards your favorite pair. And if you need prescription glasses or you're just looking for killer sunglasses, check them out. Go to Roka.com and take advantage of their limited time offer. That's ROKA.com.
Things I like about you is, and always stuck with me, years ago when I interviewed you, I said, biological dad, do you ever have the desire to get back in touch with him or reconnect, whatever that was? So I think you went, no, screw him. I never knew him, so I don't need to redo something that never was done.
Yeah.
And I like that. I mean, I feel like there's people do too much. Like, come on, he's your blood. I'm like, damn, if you don't know him. I've always, I don't know, it's stuck with me.
Well, I think family's nice if they're nice.
Yeah.
If they're great people and you want to be in touch with them, but I don't think you should spend any time with people that you don't like. If they're your family or not, it matters.
I think my life was sort of saved by friends, just have really good friends all the time, and I sort of realized my family wasn't going to provide what my friends would provide, and I just hung out with my friends.
So that's also why people join gangs.
Yeah.
That becomes the family. Because everybody has a different tribe. Everybody has a desire to have a good team. Good people that care about you. That's a big motivating factor.
Thank God North Hollywood didn't have a strong criminal blood connection back in the day, because I probably would have joined up.
Sure, it's probably exciting. It's probably exciting things. Yeah.
I get it. I mean, it's tried and true. Like, it works.
It's been around for a long time. It's the reason why gangs in New York, look, it goes all the way back then.
Yeah, it goes, and I'm sure, throughout the dawn of history. Yeah, and I mean, we formed our own gang with just a bunch of dudes who did stupid stuff, you know, but it wasn't drive-bys and that shit.
It was just a group. It was a tribe, not necessarily a gang. Yeah.
Yeah, we did things. We would do stuff to each other, but not to society. Yeah. That was kind of our code. Torture each other and do things to each other, but you couldn't go mess with some. Yeah, that was crossed the line.
That's fun too. I've been paying attention to a lot of your stuff, covering Palisades Fire, all that stuff, and I think I'm really glad that there's someone like you out there that gets to shine light on these things and show people how fucked up this whole thing was. You know, we talked about on the podcast that you immediately, once the fire happened, you were like, no one's rebuilding. Like, you don't understand the Coastal Commission. You don't understand the permitting process. This is getting bad. Yeah, and you're right. Look at here we are. It's almost a year later, right? How many months later is it? 10, 11?
10 and change.
Yeah, okay. No one's rebuilt the house.
No, there's a little bit of building going on in the Palisades, but there's zero in coastal. Yeah, there's no coastal. And I've been monitoring it.
How much is going on in the Palisades? How many houses have been rebuilt?
I would say, less than 5%. But it's scattered. Like, I toured one that was being framed for the latest vlog, the fire vlogs that we've done.
Just wreckage.
Yeah,
Can you imagine you're on a hill and it's the husks of burnt down houses are your view now?
Yeah,
Fun.
Yeah, basically, you're living in an ash, put a double wide in an ashtray.
Who knows what the in that ground?
Well,
You know?
yeah, no, it's all bad.
And burning and melting and all the chemical electric cars and all that shit has got the water table. It's all on the ground.
Well, some of it's in the bay because it rained and it just flowed into the sea. I mean, it's a mire muck, and yeah, it's hard. No, okay. I mean, filtered out. You know about the ocean? Yeah, I mean, it's livable. I don't know, I don't know if your doctor would recommend it, but it's livable. But the thing that I've always known how burdensome regulation in Los Angeles, and it's invisible. Why we don't have housing, and that's why houses are too expensive, and that's why there's no homeless shelters and housing and that stuff, is because it's so burdensome to build. I mean, it's so difficult to build that people don't build. And I knew this is what was coming, but other people didn't really know it because they've not dealt with the city plan check regulations, plan approval, engineering. And this is stuff I've been doing my whole life. So I knew early on that this wasn't going to happen. And I think people who live in Los Angeles are sort of naive. Like, they just think Coastal Commission and the city council and plan check and building and safety, like, they're there just to facilitate this stuff. They're not there to facilitate any of it. They're there to deter it. They want you to go away, is basically what it is. So I knew none of this was going to happen. But also there's a thing that I don't think is aware of, which is they are so overregulated that they make it so difficult to build that people did. And they're then stymied by it, and they tend to just get discouraged, and they go away. They don't do it. So what they do is, like, I was friends with Suzanne Summers and Alan Hamm, and they lived in Malibu, and they loved Malibu, and then their home burned down years ago. This was another fire, and then they wanted to rebuild the home. But the Coastal Commission made it so difficult that after 5 years of trying, they just went, fuck it, and they moved to Palm Springs. So they wanted to live in Malibu, but and it is so regulated and difficult, and the hoops they make you go through, and the engineering isn't. There is one place on Pacific Coast Highway, now down to the construction site. I've looked at it. They're sinking 6 foot, 6-story caisson, so 60-foot caisson cage. They have to drill. So caisson, you just the earth, and use a huge auger bit, and the hole's like 30 inches around, go down 6 stories, and then you drop a rebar cage into it, and then you pump concrete into it, and that's your caisson. There's a house, and it's a small lot. They're going to have 60 of these things into the ground before they can start building.
Is this because of the instability of the ground, like the landslides and stuff like that? Well, they get a lot of
right. So here's what California does. They go, we're an earthquake country, or whatever they do. But I've lived in houses in California that were built in 1923 and 1920. They had none of this stuff, and they had none of the technology, and they saw their way through many earthquakes just there. So they do stuff like earthquake or coastal or whatever it is, and then they make you go 2,000 times further than you needed to go. And I was talking to the guy, I said, how much into this foundation before you can start building? He said, $2.5 into the ground. Just the ground. That's before the first.
And is this a new standard?
What they do is they just add new ones every year. So it just keeps getting more and more and more. And then eventually that house becomes impractical to build there because it costs too much money, and then you don't have houses. So that's what we do with housing in Los Angeles. That's why the city council's like, we need more housing. Well, you're not going to get more housing, bitch, because you're over-regulated, and no one can reach that standard, and it's too expensive.
Well, and it's also, then it's not consistent with the houses that are already okay. That are like on the side of a hill with like poles. Just poles stuck
the house is hanging over the hill.
Well, the thing, Malibu is the Malibu Pier is 100 years old, and that's just telephone poles going into the ground.
Yeah.
Back then is take a pile driver and just mash a telephone pole into the ground, and then they built houses that burned down were all those because they're like from the 40s and the 50s. So the foundation was fine. It was they got the house.
Is anybody developing a legitimate fireproof house?
Yes.
Yeah. What's that like? Cement outside?
Yeah, I mean, basically what they're doing is doing a cement. Yeah, so it's like the walls are like modular, and it's filled with like foam and like sort of a wire cage, and then the outside they spray on goes like lightweight cement, just like dress. So the inside and the outside is essentially cement, but you know, a stucco house is basically cement. Like really what they're doing now is they're saying, we're going to frame the houses the way we always frame the wood. Because I think a lot of people go, well, why aren't they using steel or metal studs or concrete? Or like, why aren't they using non-combustible materials? And what they're doing essentially, because I just for these houses in the Palisades, they're building it in a traditional way, using wood, but they're making the outside fireproof. They're not going to have the eaves, the rafter tails hanging out, the rafter tails hanging out. They're not going to have the vents where the embers can get into the attic and then into the wood. Because most of it was just stuff blowing into the attic, and then the house ignited sort of from the inside out. So if you do a flat roof, a metal roof, and stucco, glass, aluminum, and you don't do the rafter tails or the eaves, and you don't have any weight, then essentially you have this combustible house with a hard candy shell around it with nothing combustible on that, and so the fire can't get started.
And how many houses have that? Because you would imagine a lot of houses have been built in Palisades since like the 2018 fires. There was fires before that. I remember there was a fire in the 90s. It's a fun story. Me and JB were doing a show in New Jersey, and this was like probably like 92 or something like that. And some college in the middle of New Jersey. And it was hard to get, there's no navigation back then. So you had to follow, right on this road, left on the other piece made for phone. And so I left early. JB wasn't there. I was supposed to headline. And they were waiting for JB to start the show. I said, okay. So I sat down in the red room and started entering the Malibu fires. So whatever Malibu fires was back then. And this guy was there, his kid was calling for his guy was crying, he was a fireman, he was just weeping, and I was like so depressed. And then they're not coming, he hasn't been here yet, we can't reach him, so we're just gonna have you go up. I'm like, okay. And I'm wiping the tears away. Flat out bombed. I just bombed, and then he came in, he finally got out, and there's a runner killed. So that was like burn of the guy who lost his dog. It was a very valuable lesson to not watch anything depressing right before you go on stage. Or listen to anybody that's depressing. Like if people start saying depressing shit to me in the grave, I'll just go stop. I can't do this right now. I gotta go on stage. I'm compartmentalized. Really? Documentary of the Holocaust and then walk out on stage and I didn't do it. Yeah, I can't do that. I just start thinking what I do about them. Fuck. I can't believe it. The point is, those fires have always been there. Like, did he lose his house up there? A lot of people. Yeah, a lot. Listen, when I was a carpenter, I think it's probably the later 80s, I built a house. I mean, it wasn't my house, but I worked on a house. Like, I was doing finish work. So I was like hanging doors, new cases, and stair railings, and like I was doing I was like the finish guy. And I showed up on one of our jobs. We had a few jobs going on. I worked for this outfit. I worked there for like 6 months, just doing all the stair railings and everything. And that house burned to the ground.
I went up there some years later. There was just a foundation there. And I remember, but to speak of being able to watch a doc on the Holocaust and then go out and do comedy, I was sitting outside, and all it was the foundation of the place. And I remember being here, like shaping the oak and making the railings, turning the getting my route around, putting the finish on, and everything. It's all gone. And somebody went, how did you feel? And I went, I got paid. I'm going. Let's go watch a Holocaust. Yeah, you lost your house. No, I lost everything in front of my house and most everything behind my house and like almost everything to the right and the left. Wow. Literally, yeah. Just luck. Yeah. I wish it was. I wish I did something. I wish I could claim some. I didn't do anything. There was burnt stuff on the roof of my house. I could see where it kind of got started. But everything in front of me is gone. And a lot of stuff behind me. Probably 50-60%. I was an outlier. Like, houses. Most of them. Oh, yeah. Most. Well, so everything is gone, and I would say I'm in the 10% percentile or something. It's really, the odds were not good. And you still live in that house? Yeah, after many months of being, but I'm really not allowed to go back to your house. Yeah, I had to leave that night, had to go stay at a hotel in Burbank or something, and then basically news, and I could see once in a while in the news they cut to a spot where you go, oh, that's the restaurant in front of it. It was a place, like everything. Every time they cut to something around my house, it was all fire. So I was like in Burbank, and I was in a hotel. It's gone. And that's when the following day I did my podcast from the Burbank hotel room because the winds were so strong that the power was out in my studio, but the power was on at this hotel I was in. So I just set up in the living room and that's when I delivered my none of the shit's gonna work speech. Yeah. The difference, and it was like the opposite of whatever Winston Churchill went to. It was the opposite, like don't even try to build, the city's gonna fuck you up. It's never gonna work. That was like 8 hours after the fire. I was like, you're not getting a permit, and you're not rebuilding. Yeah, in the 2018 fire. When I was living in Belcan, 3 houses. So, like I would say, like maybe 2% of the neighborhood burned down. Wasn't quite as bad as Malibu, but it was, 3 houses right in front of our house. So it was just dumb luck that our house didn't catch fire. Some things didn't catch fire. Our fence caught fire. We had that shitty equestrian fencing, the shitty kind that's made out of plastic. Yeah, that's just fucking caught fire. But we didn't have anything close enough to the house that it carried over. So again, the house now, we're lucky. Yeah, I was totally lucky too, and I had no idea that the place was intact. I just assumed it wasn't because everything around it went. Did you take much when you left? No, just pretty much, pillows, blanket, just like underpants, like just kind of got it. In the middle of the night, I didn't even have to wear it. That's when I realized, like, someone I had MeUndies had been a sponsor, and I was only wearing MeUndies, and then I was cotton underwear. This stuff fucking sucks. Yeah, it was terrible. I didn't bring clothes. I didn't bring anything. I just brought my laptop and maybe some photos or something like that. Like, we didn't bring much, and then just went to a hotel in Beverly Hills. Just the sky was filled with fucking smoke. That was, again, folks, this is the 2008 fire. LA burns all the fucking time. Yeah, all the fucking time. Yes. And the fact that it burns all the fucking time, and they had a giant reservoir that was just sitting there empty
in the middle of fire season, and no one was addressed. No one was pointing out this is a real critical thing. We got to get on top of that right away. We have to fill that fucking reservoir. Yeah, well, we see LA sort of has process people, but they don't have get shit done. People that talk about stuff that have a committee, we got homeless, everyone needs a seat at the table, no one's illegal, and all this kind of stuff, and then they go, all right, let's eat, and they just leave. They don't really do the nuts and the bolts. I realize, like Trump is a builder, so he is a commercial builder, so his world is hurry, get it done, what's going on, what's the hold up, where are we building? And so everything, when you're a commercial builder, is, well, where's the foundation guy, foundation's done, framing's done, where are the drywall guys, where's the HVAC plumbing guys, and what's taking so long? You know what I mean? Hurry. And LA has a bunch of perceived people, like they just sit around and talk about stuff. They don't want to get stuff done. And like when you had Karen Bass there, Trump at that presser a few days later, Trump was going, let's go, clean your own lots. We don't. Karen Bass was like, slow your roll, man. She was like on. She was like, slow down, safely. We'll do it safely because everything is under the sort of tyranny of safety. They don't really realize how much safety fucks people up. And that's what happened with COVID, like safety. So we're just going to shut the schools. Like, yeah, you're just going to ruin civilization because you said it was safe. And no one argues with when you go safety, but safety can be debilitating. You can stop progress. You can ruin young lives. Like, too much safety stops a society. And they're all safety oriented, and they're process people. Slow it down. And Trump's like, speed it up. And that's what you have in LA. Safety, process, mostly women just kind of running the thing, going, one child gets COVID. One child, no, bitch. Shit, we gotta get moving. That's basically what happened with COVID. The thing about the fires, like, Gavin Newsom's like, oh, climate change, just blame everything. Oh, climate change, hilarious. But it's like, look, New Orleans is below sea level. They're there. And so they have seawall. So man intervenes and gets involved with nature and says, we'll make it safe. Like plenty of people live in Nevada now. They have air conditioning. Somebody figured out air conditioning, and now because in Nevada being unlivable because of the heat. Earthquake. You take LA, and I used to do earthquake rehab in Los Angeles. You take a 7.3 earthquake in Los Angeles, and almost nothing happens. There's no death. A couple apartment buildings and receive off there, whatever. It's almost nothing in LA. We got 7.3. 7.3 in Guatemala, places left. Right? So what's the difference? Well, we have a bunch of codes, an earthquake, reinforced concrete. We build forms, and so when an earthquake hits, almost nothing happens. So you can mitigate any of this stuff on climate change. Well, Earth's sort of the ultimate climate change. If you think about it, it's going to shake the Earth.
You're making an argument for those giant pylons.
I'm making an argument for some caissons with 65 of them 6 stories deep. That's the point. There should be. Once you keep going, that's where it gets real burdensome and real expensive. Like, your car should have a crumple zone and an airbag, but it doesn't need a full roll cage and a fuel cell, and you don't need to wear a helmet when you're driving. It would be safer, but it would cost so much more to manufacture that car that most people couldn't afford the cost. So you could make cars with a fire suppression system, like my race cars have systems for fire suppression, but it would add 15 grand to the price of every car. It's not, so you have to kind of pick your battles. We did not prepare for the clear the brush, we didn't build the reservoirs, we didn't do the stuff. All things
And Newsom goes, climate change. And my thing is, yeah, climate change, fine. Climate change. Now do something. Is it really like it isn't.
It is not, because LA's had the same climate forever. There's been fires that happened through LA where LA burned down to the ground. I mean, while I was doing Fear Factor, there was a crazy fire that, as I was driving home, that was the time where I kind of died on the highway. I didn't see him get hit, but this guy got hit trying to make it across the highway and everybody was panicking. But it took an hour driving home where the entire right was on flames like the Lord of the Rings. This is always, and this is like early 2000s, so it's LA's always caught fire. It doesn't rain there. It doesn't rain there ever. And it's been like that forever. It's not climate change, you fucking asshole. It's a lack of preparation.
Well, listen, it only rains. The only time it ever rains is 3 days after the fire. Don't have a mudslide. So, we can have a sort of type Sodom and Gomorrah situation. So that is the only time it rains is just the mudslide after the fire. Like, to prove your point with climate change, they're always talking about rising sea level, right? All the houses that burn to the ground are on the ocean. The ocean didn't get a fire that got the places on PCH, many of those places have been there since the 30s and 40s. The ocean's in the same hasn't moved at all. The ocean is only 6 below PCH. It's not even that low. We're on PCH. It never makes it to PCH. And to show it's a weird thing because people in California talk about climate change, but that are on the ocean side of PCH are $10 million more than the ones that are up the hill that would be safe from the ocean that was rising.
Yeah, the ocean's not rising. It's all bullshit. In fact, there's some crazy thing that I was reading about. I don't want to say whether it's Iceland or what. I think I go on Twitter. I'm 99% sure I did. I'll send it to you, Jamie. Yeah. It's from Reuters. And Iceland. Iceland has declared a threat to the Atlantic Ocean current a national security risk. Potential collapse of which can trigger a modern-day ice with winter temperatures in northern Europe plummeting to cold extremes. This is Reuters, and this is a new thing. Like, and I climate change people. A lot of them were scientists and skeptics. Yeah. This is it. So, fucking bananas. So this is the exact opposite of what they've been telling you about the ice. The ice is going to melt, the ocean's going to rise. And they're saying, no, actually, we might get plunged into a new fucking Europe.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, these people were talking about the food pyramid 20 minutes ago. You know what I mean? They're wrong about everything. And they're so wrong that they had to switch it. Like it used to be global warming. Before that, it was the ice age. Now they just go climate change. It like covers that big about everything. They're depressing the shit out of young people. Scaring the fuck out.
Climate change scares one of the biggest anxiety people have. They don't believe the world will be there for them in the future if we don't act now. That's the Greta Thunberg.
But then why, and another point is like, why do anything at that point? Why procreate? Why study? Why get a trade? Why learn how to trade a skill? Why learn how to play the clarinet? Everything's going to be underwater or on fire. That is, like, it's debilitating to young people. And it's weird. It's weird that these people try to compress the shit out of young people. It's kind of weird. It's kind of interesting. All the white people, all the young white people, they sell climate change to, and then the young black people, they sell systemic racism to. Because they're not really into the climate change, but they're like, you gotta be miserable. That's our whole. Greta Thunberg talks to all the white kids and goes, climate change, and then Obama talks to all the young black kids and racism. But either way, let's not enjoy ourselves.
There's also a thing you come to realize if there's ever a public narrative where they're protecting you and protecting the future, trying to help and save people, that's a lie. Almost always, it's about money. It's always about somebody profiting from some green energy initiative, some other bullshit they're trying to push through, some vegan meat. Fuck it is. Stop eating beef. The cows are ruining the climate. It's all lies. There's no real statistics that can point to any way, shape, or form. Yet they spit it out on TV all the time, believing that they care about you. They never, ever care about public health. It is always about how I'm making money by scaring you about public health and safety, right? Climate change, or whether it's COVID, whether it's taking the meat, or whether it's stop using gas-powered vehicles. It's someone making money. I agree. The scary part is our sort of infinite ability to absorb the next comes down the pipe and run with it, right? And I don't mean you or me as a society. They'll just go, what's next? And they'll create, right, whatever their pitch, they'll imbibe it and they'll digest it. And by the way, then they become sort of carriers. They just go out and report on it and then tell you, this ambassadors of bullshit. I'm like, bullshit. Deputized all you dumb, scared people to be released on the society. Ambassadors of bullshit who are going to scare. Because COVID wouldn't have worked if we didn't have a bunch of dumb, scared people running around. Gavin Newsom can shut this all he wants, but if everyone cleared a beach day, then we'd be fine. Everyone just police it, you know what I mean? They are limited in terms of what they can do in terms of policing it, but they deputize all these dumb ambassadors to go out and enforce it for them. And that's the scary part, right? It's the people do it for themselves. Yeah, like nobody in a uniform ever told me to put a mask on. It was all military. Nobody of any authority or a gun. It was all the idiots that had been weaponized in the society. Yeah, and it was also a thing where they had the opportunity to yell at you, and you just didn't. Yes. So they were on the right side. Put a fucking mask on. Like, whoa, who are you talking to, bitch? Look at me like that. Everybody had to just think all rocks. They felt, I have a son who has asthma. Yeah. I think it's okay, me, everything was I have an elderly, I have a caregiver, me, Randy, me, God, that was all, that's what it was. It was also no anger towards the people that created it. I know, once the information came, literally, Newsweek was, I think, the first place that put the front cover. The lab leak hypothesis you're saying seems like that is actually if you were angry because they didn't want to get vaccinated and you didn't get angry that the person who used science to create a harm disease that was completely avoidable and then killed those other people, that didn't make you mad? Well, I think what was going on because and I'm talking about this, like, where's the anger over finding out that it was made in China and a lab and so on and so forth, and then anger over being forced to be vaxxed, all this misinformation being used, and I realized they don't want to say anything because they're ashamed, because they were the ones who bought it and forced it and got really militant about it and started screaming at anyone who came from a lab or suggested the shot wasn't good. Spread or natural immunity. They went everyone so hard that now it's a lesson in embarrassment and humiliation for them to go, oh, you know, like, okay, I get it, I was wrong. I think if people are a little more neutral about it, can definitely process. Everyone else is sort of reporting if they do this, and they're gullible. And it also leaves on the next one. Meaning, if you go, hey man, I was 100% wrong about all things COVID. I thought it came from England, the wet market,
So
I thought Nick Dribbles would save the day. I thought it was the horse pace or whatever. I went all in. That's 100% wrong. If you do that, well, eventually there's going to be another thing that comes along. And it doesn't have to be a pandemic. It could just be whatever, climate change. And then you go, well, you know how wrong you were about everything COVID? Perhaps you're wrong about climate change or this next thing or who you voted for. And they don't want to open that window, that possibility.
Well, that's unfortunate because what you're saying is actually a formula for figuring out how to better navigate the world. Because if you do say, hey, I was wrong, I really believed all that stuff they were saying, and now I'm sorry that I claimed rat. You didn't get the vaccine. I thought it was a good idea to mask children. Right, vaccinate children. I'm sorry.
Right, it's a very precision.
I would come someone and say, okay, wait a minute, what is the public narrative being forced down my throat first if I don't believe? And let me analyze this. And let me see, are there any dissenting opinions that are from Stanford and MIT, which there was some Western COVID, and those all got silenced. Is there anybody out there that makes a very good point that maybe this is just a financial incentive as to why they're pushing this? So if you go through something where you're totally wrong and you're about enforcing this wrong opinion, and then you have to realize it. If you can come to grips that your ideas are not you, you are just a person, and your ideas are just some things that you have that you carry with you, but they are not you. And they will become you if you agree to them and defend them if you know that they're wrong. And they'll be like a child hiding body for them. And instead, you say, oh, this is why that idea worked on me. Now I reckon that like if someone cheats on you or if somebody, if you have a businessman who steals money, that's guy gonna check the fucking books. If you're working with a guy and you think you might be showing up at the job drunk, the next person, you have a drinking problem, you're gonna be a little more ready for it. That's a thing happening here as well. Like if you just admitted that you were wrong and then came clean with it, you'd feel better about yourself. People would feel better about your opinions because they know they can trust you to say what you wrong. And you'll probably be way better equipped to next air that's being shoved down your throat and go, hold on, before we jump right in this and blow up all the gas-powered cars, let's look, before we kill all the cows, let's look at this.
You are right, but we're sort of getting back to a sort of insecurity thing. Like, you are going to get enough stuff and successful enough that you can handle somebody going because you were wrong about this thing. For them, so much of their worth is tied up in this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think you know any guys who are good at stuff, really mastered something, could be an instrument, could be a mixed martial, master carpenter. They don't walk around with that so insecure. So they fight so hard. Like, look, I remember when I was a kid, I would argue real hard because I was insecure. Like, I'm right, you're wrong. You know, like, remember you're a kid, you get so caught up in stuff, you know, like, oh, who would win, like Godzilla or King Kong? You start getting like really fired up and stuff. And then I got older, and I got successful in the trade, and I knew some stuff. And I had some race cars and some stuff, and I kind of went, okay, I could be wrong, because I'm still going to be this person, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's like, you own the building we're sitting in, you're wrong. It's your building. It's going to be your building, you know what I mean? But if it's not your building, and you're just sort of temporary, don't own anything, and you don't master anything, nothing has your name on it, well then you're fighting for that. Or you're fighting for your very identity. It becomes part of your identity. It's like COVID, being right or being wrong, really wrapped up in it. I have other things. What's going on? So I think dealing with a deficit of expertise and fighting hard. Like for me, a lot of it toggling in between the blue collar world and the sort of ideas world of, air conditioning and cubicles, ideas and stuff, and then being on a job site. The job site guys are the most even guys I've ever hung out with. By the way, COVID, neither here nor there. To work, just putting on the tool bags and swinging the hammer. I spent a lot of time with these guys. I would go from the job site, blue collar, regular dudes, and then I'd go into the white collar world, and it's triple mask, and everyone's just talking for a lot of their head. And I was like, what is so different too? And the ones they're up in their head, they intellectualize everything, and the other guys are tactile. And they should everything on that job site could cut your hand off. There's belt sanders and band saws, and like routers are really dangerous. They have carbide bits on them that'll gouge you and fuck you up badly. And you got to know what you're doing. Like, and a router's not the same as a high point saw. That's not the same as a framing gun. Like, you have to sort of know. And there is no such thing as that's don't use the power saws. It's dangerous. Like, well, we got to build a house. Well, it's dangerous. But we got to speed it up. Meaning, like, you got to get up on scaffolding, or you got to get on a ladder. But you have to do it, and you have to weigh it. You have to kind of go, well, it's going to take a long time to put scaffolding all the way around this house. How about I just put a ladder? You go, well, that's not a safe scaffold. Yeah, I know, but we got to do this thing. And so it's a constant weighing of things, like pros, cons, what could happen, because everything could kill you in that situation, but you have to get the job done. And so those guys are calibrated. So like COVID felt like something to them, but they calibrated the danger and realized, yes, it's a thing, but I also have to go to work. Schools need to be open, and it doesn't really affect kids. Let's protect the old people. They had to make those decisions, and the white-collar college crowd cannot calibrate, and they don't know what to do with danger. They don't know how to deal with it, and they've been off the farm for so long, and in the air conditioning that it's gone. Like, you grew up on a farm, and that's part of your life, and that used to be part of everyone's life. You were just going to work in a stamp or a press, whatever it is, you can take your hand off, and then you're on a farm, and it's the same thing. Women, stuff's above, stuff can happen. You're constantly sort of calibrated, and then you move everyone out of the farm and off the factory production site, and you put them in an air-conditioned cubicle, and they lose all their break. So when something like COVID comes along, they go, shit, close everything, get it distance, put a mask on. Even if you're going to school, you gotta wear the mask in the pool, because we gotta, it's 100% safety of work, because it was counted, and it was all of the administrators and the teachers and all the academics and all the people, because they were making all. They were the ones that were doing all the process for this. They were making all the rules. It wasn't the blue collar guys making the rules. It was all the white collar college educated terrified people. Terrified because they don't have that.
You just laid it out. It's true. It's absolutely true. It's not a normal way to live. It's not natural.
Well, being as safe as humanly possible the time is not good. And they look at it as good. So again, it's 5 caissons in the ground, and that'll be enough for the next 200 years. Well, why not do 500 caissons? Would that be better? That's like, no, it's too expensive. It's not feasible. It's not going to work. So, like saying, protecting old people would be a good idea. Shutting down schools would be a bad idea. We're shutting everything for safety all the time, and it is a big problem.
There's also no diversity in thought. Right. It's a giant liberal bubble. It's a big echo chamber. And so all the crazy ideas get supported by other people that think these crazy ideas are rational. And there's not enough balance. There's not enough people. Like, the fact that they did it with, I mean, all those people with children, right? They must have known this is bad for their child's development. They must have known the kids didn't need a vaccine. They must have known that COVID, if you look at the statistics, it's very insignificant. It's not even like the flu. That's how it was with my kids. That's how it was with most of my French kids. But yet they allowed those buggers to keep them out of school for a year and a half. They told them to wear masks when it didn't make any sense. When there was no studies whatsoever that masks did any good. In fact, not only real indicators that masks, like carrying a dirty fucking mask and breathing it all day, probably increases the amount of bacteria you're taking in.
Oh yeah. First off, I want you to know, I told my son who was in high school at the time, if you come back from school and tell me that you put a mask up at least 15 times, I want that fucking mask around your nutsack. I want it to be a constant correction where you put the mask, when they're done telling you to put the mask up, they walk away, put it back down again. I don't know, you get suspended for this. I was in Catalina, and I was outdoors in Catalina during COVID, which is an island, and I was trying to exchange a ticket for a ferry ride in a outdoor kiosk, and I was standing on one side outside, and the woman was inside the kiosk behind the glass. And I go, look, I just got to trade this 2 o'clock ticket in for like a 5 o'clock ticket here. You got to put a mask on, we can't do anything. I said, I'm out here, you're in the outdoors. There's glass between us. She's like, you got to put a mask on or we can't do this transaction. And I was like, I don't have a mask. And she's like, you got to put, and I looked around. Could you do this? Do the shirt? I don't know. I tried it for farting. That was proven to be effective. But you do it with the bandana. Not a bandana. You need a mask. And I said, okay. And I looked around. So someone else's mask was blowing down the sidewalk. Somebody else's dirty mask from the ground on my face. So I finally got a mask. And she goes, all right, just take it. And I just took it off and threw it away. I did that way more than once. I did that walking into LA. I never had a mask. It was so insane to me that I wouldn't even think about it. But I would find myself walking into an airport going, oh, shit, I don't know. And I'd see one on the ground, and I'd just pull it up.
Have you ever seen those lamps filled with masks? Oh God, how many masks turned into just a landfill? It's so dumb. It was an environmental disaster. There was $113 million those fucking just this country. Just this country. Now I mentioned gloves. I didn't wear any gloves, but I wore masks, so I think about all the times that I wore one. I probably wore 30 or 40 different masks over the course of maybe 100. Who knows? I was a mask recycler because I get my shit off the ground. Here, that was one of the things that I was shocked by. People weren't wearing masks. Well, not only, but the thing that's crazy is the first time we heard the phrase mask up in between bites, like on an airline, like you don't need to wear the mask all the time, right? Boy, they hand you the hummus box, and they go in between bites. We all should have went, okay, this doesn't exist. Mask in between bites. Like, I yelled, I was talking to Dr. Drew, and I said, mask up in between bites. That's syrup. That means syrup mask. Right? I mean, it wouldn't work at all, right? He goes, no, it's nothing. And I said, if I ran a highway safety campaign that said belt up in between bites, it would make more sense than mask up in between bites. Well, that actually would make sense. 50% of the time you'd have your seatbelt on. If you can get it on for when the green light goes. Totally makes sense. Unless you rear end. Well, I would recommend just keeping the seatbelt on all the time, but masking up in between bites makes zero. The weird thing is like, people
part is people are skeptical at all. Like, doing a mask up in between fights and went,
That is my answer. This is far sincere. Actually points out a reference to those two events, which was a such
half the people that lectured me on wearing a mask were wearing their down around under their nose. Or the one I liked, my favorite one was when the flight attendant would go, "You gotta take your mask off." Because for me, it was a constant. I'm a mouth breather. Like, this is driving me nuts. I'm being like water my own saliva here. And they'd always come to that, and half the flight attendant had their mask with the elastic strap twisted, which made it create a huge gap on the side. Like, I can see 3/4 of an inch light coming in the side of your mask, and you're giving me a lecture about wearing. People should have been skeptical. You should have seen it didn't hurt kids. But the whole lie was the kids. I was on to them early because I realized somebody pointed out
why did you kill my brother outside?
I was skeptical early, which that had broken. Which is every time they give you a death, like when you're driving and listening to the radio, and they go, an 89-year-old man was struck and killed by cyclists, and then the 61-year-old mother from Laverne, whatever that thing. And when I started hearing about COVID, I didn't get an A. I just got another person died. I think COVID. And I'm listening to it, like, this was 5 days in. This person died of COVID. That person, I was like, how old was that person? And they never said the age. They just said died of COVID. And I was like, but if you died of COVID, they gave an age all throughout. I was like, I'm not getting age. I think these are really old people, but they're not telling us they're really old people because it wouldn't scare us as much. Because if a 91-year-old dies of anything, you just kind of go, all right, and if you hear about an 11-year-old, big deal. And so I stopped hearing ages, and I was like, they're trying to fuck with us now because they don't want to tell us these are elder people dying of COVID. And so I kind of caught us for being affected, I should say, early. And then they focused all on the kids. But the kids were there to scare us. Because when elderly people die, it's just not a tragedy compared to young people dying. And so they left the old law. They focused real hard on the kids. They shut the schools, and then when we started catching, I don't think these kids are dying. They go, yeah, but they bring it home because they live with Nana and Pappy. And I'm like, who lives with their grandparents in Los Angeles? 2021, you know what I mean? Like Italy, 1930, you know what I mean? Like, I don't live with nobody. I know who lives with their grandparents, but the kid angle, and that was the moms, and then the moms control the house, and that's how moms are the ones kind of setting the pace for that. They're being told that something's going to keep everybody safe, and that's right. And hurting the kids, then they go super safety perhaps.
This the thing is, like, I wonder how many people, if something very similar happening tomorrow, but the new that's just as bad as the last. That's not really that bad. It's not the bubonic plague. It's gonna really mostly be a major problem for people and for people immune compromised or have many comorbidities. Like most people. But along today, I wonder how quickly people would be willing to accept the rejection of alternative medicine. Like if people found out, like one of the big ones I thought insidious was monoclonal antibodies. Monoclonal antibodies are really effective. And because of that, they really are dead. There's a conspiracy there. I don't want to connect any dots. I don't know who was involved in it, but I know that they were making monoclonal antibodies. And when I asked him, I said, why do you think they're doing that? He said, to encourage, in fact, change 100%. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the effectiveness of it.
I was always really suspicious how everyone became overnight experts at everything. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, they knew hydroxychloroquine, they pronounced ivermectin 10 minutes ago, and now they're experts in it. And also, I'll tell you when you should be suspicious. Be suspicious when people are sort of agnostic about things. Like if you said to me, what about ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine? I'd go, well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Would you talk to your doctor about it? What do you mean? Epidemiologist? I don't know. I don't know anything. And everyone on CNN was an expert. And they all knew that it didn't work. And I'm like, how do you guys all know this all at the same time? How does Stone Magazine, how do you losers all know this thing we never heard of before that you couldn't pronounce the day before yesterday? All know it doesn't work based on nothing. Now I'm suspicious. Because if CNN was just sort of like, hey, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, I don't know, you should definitely look into it. But they all knew it didn't work. And when you know it doesn't work, then you should be suspicious of those people. Because it's impossible. It's like, well, hoping you didn't Google search. Right, they knew it from a lab. How is that knowable? Right. How do you know? Unequivocally, that it didn't come from a lab. They developed these antibodies.
Not only that, it's racist theories.
Right. So here's the whole thing. If CNN, if somebody said to CNN, hey, you think it came from a wet market or it came from a lab? And you think ivermectin works or hydroxychloroquine works? And they just went, oh, we gotta look into it. I don't know, maybe it makes sense it came from a lab, but I don't know. We should look into it. But they all knew. Right? And when you know something you don't know, then you're lying.
We live in this every single day.
Even great people. That's how it works. And that's what we got. Shoved down our face. Ivermectin thing was fascinating.
Each of us,
CNN was saying that I was taking a horse, which is
and then we have other
chose
parts
to
of
refer
us
to it as that. That's for I had no idea ivermectin was
and impure. That's what it is. And that's
right. I just knew that this was what was recommended along with all that other stuff, but they didn't focus on the other things. They couldn't dismiss monoclonal antibodies. IV vitamins proven effective.
But they protested so much. Like, I was yelling like, oh, look at Joe Rogan. I go, is Joe Rogan dead? Because he seems fine.
Not only was I not dead, I gushing it. I didn't care about that at all. I said, the narrative, I'm not young. At the time, I was 53 or 4.
The beautiful part was
it's not mutual. It was when they said it was, and that was what the problem is. They found a healthy person
because
who takes care of himself with these medications. They had to figure out, they turned my face yellow.
I know, that's my whole thing.
Because the good is there, it's simply people.
Why would you
work
if you're integrity? Why would you pick the place so fast that this is the only thing we need to own? Like, it's really all in terms of, my house could have burned down in Malibu. And my race car, I could crash and total, but I can get a new one. But when your reputation goes, that's it. You got it. Especially when it's so why would they so fast and loose? Like, why was Sanjay good there talking about horse face when better when it is now so dangerous to their reputation? Like, if somebody said to me, hey, Rolling Stone magazine, I go, fuck off, I'm not going to listen to these other people. Sanjay Gupta recommends, I mean, like, that asshole, all he does is lie. I'm not going to, maybe he's right, but maybe he's not lying about this thing. I'm not going to listen to him and many other people because of this. And I don't get why he would do that. I mean, for him to say horse face, like, I like, oh, not a horse. It's
whatever
Sanjay said that?
He, what he did is he went back onto like an Anderson Cooper show now. Lemon. Or Don Lemon, yeah, sorry. So he went on Don Lemon, and Don Lemon is going, but it is can't be used on a horse. He's like, well, again, I mean, he really should have used that moment to clarify it, but he just sort of passively went along with Don Lemon.
I think it's more of just not being being confronted. Not being very easy. Also, it was like I think one of the first times he attacked, he got attacked publicly. After he got attacked publicly, more after that, and I actually like he's a good guy. He's a part of the system. You know, I don't think Sanjay's a bad guy at all. I like talking to him.
No, I agree. I agree, and I don't. I feel that way about most people with this. Most, not all, but still, good guy when sort of peddling misinformation that you know enough, like you know.
I think many don't. This is a problem with medicine. Like saying if I believe Sanjay is a neurosurgeon. Is that correct? I believe that's not the same doctor. Right. So that involves him being focused on his area of expertise all day long and very little time for anything else. He works very complicated surgeries. I don't think you have to go look on conspiracy theories about SB40 and the vaccine, virus 40. Like, what is this?
No,
what is mRNA? How did they make it? What do the tests actually show? What are they like? No, he's going by whatever the medical establishment tells everyone to go by. If they're saying it's been shown to give you antibodies, it will stop deaths, this works, he's just going to say that. He's not going to do a bunch of research to go find it. So when he's saying he's trying to tell people to get vaccinated, it's not propaganda. It's because he the business that he works for, because he's not that guy. He's not like Peter McCall who's digging into all the studies and says, no, this is none Zagner or Robert Malone who did the same thing and literally owns patents, 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology, got vaccinated. I was telling people, don't do it. This is not what they said. It has a typical reaction to the body. This is why locally. He starts saying all these things, and they're accusing him of spreading misinformation. Like, he literally helped create the fucking thing.
Well,
and he's telling you to not do it.
They would go after anybody,
But that's
got outside the narrative.
What he's not that guy.
No, I agree. But he could have figured out the horse face part. Like, there's a
He just, I think he probably just wanted to keep thinking. Yeah, I agree. Don Lemon didn't want to take the L. He didn't want to take an L. Like, your whole company took an L. Way they took an L. They are used to doing that. They're used to lying about you. They're used to bullshitting and getting away because they had a bigger platform. Right. And I don't think they've realized up until that point. I don't think they realized how big podcasts had gotten. I really don't think they knew. I think they thought we're CNN, we can get away with anything. There's 100 people working in this building. It's just him and fucking Jay. This is crazy. We're gonna bury this guy. Right, I think they went for it in that way, and you know, first of all, I easily could have sued him. Oh yeah, easily could have won a ton of money. But my perspective was like, do you think you can just lie? And what I can like, you can't stop me from doing this. Mortgaging your integrity is the perfect way to describe it. It's like, what a stupid thing to do. For the whole network, I wouldn't care if it's the pharmaceutical drug companies or whoever. It was the head of that network, and someone said, we're going to just lie about someone, and we're going to call a universally accepted, effective medicine. We're going to call it horse dewormers. It's in the World Health Organization's list of essential. Yes. The guy who created it won a Nobel Prize. We're going to call that horse dewormer. Say that it's killing people, and we're going to I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? We have to stay. CNN has to be here in 2030. CNN has got to be here in 2040. If we kill the reputation in 2020, you're gonna fuck it up for the future. This is not worth doing.
Well, they definitely. And by the way, they came from Russian collusion of like 4 years of that right into code. Like, they were just wrong about everything. But you're right. They got used to it, and they got kind of complacent and think they anticipated what you're talking about, this alternative media podcasters and just voices coming from other places.
And also those being united. Like, yes, you were saying things that I was saying, that Glenn Greenwald was saying, that Matt Taibbi was saying. It was like all these different podcasts were all, this is horse shit, right? That voice of shit was enormous in comparison to CNN. But it's always, it's what happens to all guard companies, or many. I mean, it can be media, but it could also just be automotive manufacturers. Like, the big thing is so dominant for so long in this country that when Toyota Datsun started showing up in 1990, and they're like, get out of here, just gonna try that little pop gun. No one wants that crap. Come on, man, we make lots, you know, and they didn't start right. It took them a long time because they were like, Ford, we're Chrysler, we're huge. We do it. We sell cars to the world, and they want our product. And nobody, I mean, it happens like in business. Like, somebody needs to sound the alarm, and no one says anything, and they just tail off. And at some point, their market share dropped below 20% or whatever, and now it's time for a huge correction, right? And I'm guessing legacy media is going through that. They're basically going through what the big three auto manufacturers went through in the early 80s. Like, we need a reliable, smaller car that's more fuel efficient. Yeah, they were Toyota, Nissan, you know, whatever. They were way the road on that, making those cars before Ford and Chrysler, GM, and whatever started to begin to think about that. Right? You know, it's like an aircraft carrier, long time to turn around, and these media companies, at least traditional legacy stuff, are realizing we write the shit, and they're doing it. But how are they doing it? I don't see any difference. Well, like, other than bringing on guys like Scott Jennings and Coleman Hughes and people. It's like incremental, it's slow. Barry Weiss is now doing the news division at CBS. CBS is like lying all 3 minutes and editing and cooking and all that kind of stuff. They found from our sort of sphere to come in and sort of be a little more middle of the road. And it's going to be tough because you got a bunch of old guard there who doesn't want to do it. I mean, the first Trump administration, like, he goes, I'm going to come in and I'm going to do a whole bunch of shit that I want to do. And it's like, not with all these old guard people hanging around going, all right, no, we'll call you president, but behind your back, we're not going to let you do any of this shit. Yeah. Well, it's going to take these press and media companies a little while to flush out all of these college who've been there for 10 years that have just been used to their way. Yeah, parasitic ideologues. Right, yeah. That's news. I mean, half of what you see in the news is essentially propaganda. They're pushing a very specific narrative, and it's not an objective look at both sides of the story. It's always coming from some sort of an activist lens. It's weird that talk. I mean, it's the same thing. You're mortgaging your reputation. But you don't know it until they start writing about you and talking about you, and that's when you realize, oh my God, they got everything wrong. Like, COVID, just in general, you know what I mean? Like, just back and start writing an article
about you at beginning your career or whatever. Like I started noticing it when they just write articles about me. They weren't negative. I just read the article. Oh God, I got that wrong. I got that wrong. I got that wrong. And I realized that the person next to me reading the newspaper thought it was all that. Right. You know, and so until they start writing about you, really realize just how far off they are, even with. And then once they get an agenda, now they're way because now it's intentional. Whereas in the past, they're just inactive, you know. But it is kind of sobering to read out yourself. And it's always like, oh, they got it wrong.
When someone's doing something like that on purpose, that's evil. That's a person. And that's a giant chunk of that business. A giant chunk of that business is purposely misrepresenting people because of that. Make for a more salacious story, or that's going to push the narrative you're trying to push. And this BBC thing did with Trump, I'm sure you've watched that. But that's a perfect example that they felt justified in editing something to look like he had a completely different sentence.
The funny thing about it is whenever they confront the outgoing head who's on the go, yeah, we did this, but we're not biased at all. Right, and it's like, first off, it's one or the other, bitch. Like, so why did you do it? By the way, you didn't get the tape like this. You edited the tape like this. So that's a calorie burner, right?
Not. So you made a mistake when it's literally 54 minutes later he says the second part of the sentence.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so you're biased and you're cooking it. Yeah. And that means we don't need to listen anymore, which is the part about your reputation, which people, I think, I've come to sort of learn that it's not always about accuracy. I think it's about authenticity, which is to say, we may disagree with something that Rogan or Adam Carolla has. And that's fine, because it's going to happen. I mean, that's societies, that's opinions, that's how it works. But they have to believe you believe it. And if we believe you believe it, and I think a lot of your success is people go, he 100% believes what he is saying. And even if I do 20% of your 100%, I will listen to you because you believe it. And I think that's the problem. The problem is when you believe that person believes what they're saying. So you can be inaccurate. I mean, it's a lot of moving parts, a lot of information, a lot of stuff you never heard of before. You can be, some COVID. I don't know for a fact. Hydroxychloroquine. I don't know monoclonal. I don't know any of this stuff. So I'm going to go, I could make a mistake. I don't know this subject. I'm saying what I think and I believe. And if you believe that, then we're going to have a relationship. If you start thinking I'm lying, it's really going to hurt the relationship.
If your job is to just lie, they've given you some sort of a mandate. This is how we're going to frame this. It's not like it was Indians to all one step in uniform start working. Right. In that Rolling Stone article where they pretended that a bunch of people were waiting in line at the emergency room for gunshots. It's not only that, it was a photo of people in their coats because they were lining up for the flu shot. That was the stock photo. And this was August.
I first off, I was in Catalina when Roll ran that. I literally was looking at my.
At the same time, I was telling you the mask.
Someone was yelling, "Get your mask!" And I was looking at this. And it was so weird. I just had a flashback. I was there. Yeah, I did it. Like I don't know. What's the summer? It was like Catalina, but yeah, it was the middle of the summer, and everyone was wearing beards and scarves and stuff and Rolling Stone, and that's the problem. The problem is I used to subscribe to Rolling Stone when I was younger, and I liked Rolling Stone, and I would read their articles, believe Rolling Stone, and I don't believe that anymore. Yeah. Right, and the real danger is they may be right about something, but I'm still not going to believe it because of it. And you may be wrong about it, but I'll believe that you mean it.
And that's, well, if I am wrong about something and I find out I'm wrong about something, I'll tell you I was wrong about it. And I'll tell you why I thought differently. And what I learned, I don't think you should be ideas. I think they should bounce on your head and you should cling on to them if they're rational, only make sense, and they've been challenged. But if you don't want your ideas ever challenged, then they're not ideas. You're basically in a religion.
There's also, go down and talk about this sort of posture that you have in terms of your ideas, where I realized that having like a building background, my process is constantly saying to people, here's my idea, here's what I want to do, like this deck. Right. Now tell me why I'm wrong, or tell me how to make it better, or give me a better idea. Right. And a lot of you just go this way, so that way I'll go, that's good, okay, I'll do it. And you know, from training with people and being, you know, it's constantly going, is there a better way to do this? And someone goes, you're doing this, but you should be doing that, and this is a better way, receptive to it. Because you want to get better, you want to get faster. You want, you know, I was always like, I'm going to live in this, take any idea anyone has that makes it better, because I own it. You know what I mean? And so your posture is always, tell me what I'm doing wrong, prove me wrong, tell me a way to do it better. Even in comedy, sometimes people will go, you know, way, or you can kind of flip it, already with this person. And make this the button. Thanks. It's a better way to deliver it. So you're in a dry sponge kind of receptive mode all the time. But if all you had was your ideas and you had no expertise or anything you could call your own, then those ideas you would be very protective of, and they're really like circling the wagon, protecting their ideas, whereas you're saying, give me a better idea and tell me why I'm wrong so I can flourish.
Well, and so this is also the jiu-jitsu philosophy. When you learn jiu-jitsu, one thing that you learn is if you are thinking correct, it leaves you vulnerable. You're going to get caught. Other people are going to know that. So someone has to show you, hey, when you're doing that, you're reaching. When you reach the song, the guy's going to get hit and arm on you. You're like, how should I do this? Keep your arm fast and use the proper technique. If you don't listen, if you say, this is the way I do it, I'm going to try to do it, you just caught over and over again, and you're not going to advance. So everybody understands the reality to positions and technique. There's a reality. Sometimes new realities get exposed. So sometimes taking them back, getting back out a very specific way, but then someone comes up with some new block when you go to take them out. And you're like, okay, well now you can't go that way anymore. And then we have to break it down. And then we all like different things. Right. So that thing of not being married to any ideas is a giant part of the philosophy of jiu-jitsu. Because all of a sudden there's heel hooks. No, I didn't think of that. You can't stand that way because then the guy can get you in the heel hook. Oh, Jesus. Right. All right, let's break down the guard. We're going to have to do it a different way. And this is a constant cycle in jiu-jitsu because jiu-jitsu is there's new techniques in jiu-jitsu that are invented every day. There's things that people are trying right now somewhere in Portland that are going to make its way onto the national scene. New way of doing a choke or some new way of getting a heel hook, and everybody's going to adopt it, and then everybody has to figure out the counters to it. And so it's this endless process back to everything. Yeah, it either works or it doesn't work. The weird, ambiguous stuff like how you feel and how you behave. You have to take into account who you're talking to. Is this are we trying to make microaggressions punishable by jail time because someone is so fucking sensitive because they're crazy, and that's the barometer that everybody, or we're gonna say, hey, get it together and join. You're gonna have to deal with microaggressions. You're gonna have to deal with You're gonna have to deal with those. People deal with those. They're not that big of a deal.
Well, it's sort of microaggression. It's sort of like mask up in between. Like, put the word micro in front of aggression. There's no
It's
aggression.
everything. It's looks. The way you look at me can be a microaggression. It's like it's the dumbest fucking idea. You're too sensitive.
Making everyone safer is hurting them. Wiping. I was always against sterilizing everything with down Purell. I never used Purell. I never indulge in it stuff. I barely use soap. Like I always sort of worked in the dirt. Like I'm just in the dirt all the time. I was in football dirt, just on your belly, all the fields all fucked up and half of dirt just on your belly, just breathing dirt. And then in construction, I was like in the dirt all the time. And I started everyone getting sick and having food allergies and allergic to peanuts and all kind of stuff. And none of the in the dirt guys were ever allergic. I'd go on so many food runs for the crew, and the construction crews go, I'm going on a lunch run, and they go, thanks, and you just leave. They don't, I'm lactose intolerant, or have a gluten situation, I can't use tree nuts. You just go, and you bring a load of Taco Bell, or whatever it is, and you just throw it at them, and they go, thanks, man, and they just eat. Their immune system is fine. They don't have any of this stuff. They're not wiping everything down. Right. And I think everyone has a gut issue now. Like everyone I know is like, I can't do that. There's too much acid. That piece of sauce in all the, give me the shit you can't eat. And everyone I know has got some sort of gut thing, some sort of head thing, some sort of bowel thing. And I realized they grew sterile and taking antibiotics and wiping down and killing all the bacteria, and their immune system to push back again. It's like your immune system's got to work out a little bit. It's got to fight something. It's got to get worked out. And they do those studies where like Amish kids don't have hay fever, they don't have peanut allergies, not bad because they're outside.
Also, they're not vaccinated.
And they're not people who have dogs that are outside dogs who come in, are exposed to more stuff, and they get sick much less than just indoor people. And so their immune system is working out. And your immune system needs to work out to do, and you taking away all the gravity gives it no workout. It's like being a space shuttle, just float around. You lose your muscle mass and you lose bone density. And I think your ideas are the same way, like microaggressions and stuff like that. You need some calluses. You need a little up, you know what I mean? Like a little intestinal fortitude, a little keep walking, a little just mind your PQs. You need that. And if you're so vulnerable all the time, like literally your gut and your biome and your bacteria need a workout, but your brain needs a little workout, like a little controversy, a little pushback, a little somebody disagreeing with you. And if it's all bubble wrap, Purell and microaggressions,
It's a really good point about the diseases, about getting sick, about just your health in general. Sterile and living on the street all the time, stepping on concrete, never being exposed to nature at all. You're a total sick. You're probably lacking a crucial vitamin to being a human being, which is our exposure to some nature.
Well, and it's always Madison Avenue who's trying to sell it to SWAT, right? Because they show them everything down, right? That's what a loving mom would do. She would Lysol, spray it all over the place and wiping it down, and then Jesus some kind of weird green animation that's evil, and then the good mom slathering the kid with something, all the like shampoo and all the soaps and all the antibacterials, like this huge business of trying to scare the moms into buying all this shit to prove they love their children, they love themselves, and they've coached everyone up. Like the people, they'll go, I don't really use soap that much. I go, oh, gross. Oh, dude. Yeah, I just rinse off in the shower, and I go about my business. And I go, oh. And sometimes I won't shower for like 3 days. Oh, gross. So gross. Like it's a campaign. It's not different than COVID. Like I don't want to wear a mask. They all turn on you because they've all been sort of programmed. But I'm also the one who never gets sick, and you're the one who's always taking all your Tums and all of my Lanta and all your stomach shit. You're the one who's taking all that. I never take it.
Do you work out and then take a shower?
I do I try after the fire, the cold plunge. It's a long story. So I do the freezing shower, go there and do it. Yeah, I want to be me. You know what I mean? Like I'll put on some, that kind of stuff. Like I'm not looking to offend people.
Use soap after a hard workout.
I'm not. No, never use soap. Like if you bought me a bottle of shampoo, it would last like 28 years.
Well, I got in the habit of always showering and washing my skin because of jiu-jitsu. You get a lot of different infections.
Yeah.
Like I've got staph a couple times. I got ringworm. A couple problems.
I'm not saying outlaw soap. I'm saying too many people are too sterile and you're hurting your system by being so protective.
What I was going to say is special soap. So I use a soap called defense soap. Defense soap is like designed for grapplers. And what it does is it kills bad bacteria or promotes healthy skin flora. It's all in this oil. Healthy stuff where it smells good, but it's good for your skin health. So it doesn't torch your skin. So one of the dumbest things that I know grapplers have done, they get some sort of an infection, and then what they do is they wash themselves with antibiotic soap. Right. Well, you are just torching all of the healthy bacteria on your skin, and you're just putting poison all over your skin, which is an organ. It's a fucking terrible move. Yeah. And that when guys do that, I've seen it spread. I've seen them get like ringworm that spreads all over their chest. It's fucking horrible.
Well, I mean, if you think about how many people have peanut allergies now versus what we grew up with, because I've never heard of anyone being allergic to peanut butter when I was a kid.
I've never heard.
And now 30% of kids are like allergic to peanuts, and I think because they're not exposing them to it, it's because we're removing from the house and the airplanes and everything else. They need to be exposed as infants, and now the studies are coming out, which is they need exposure to peanuts, not removal. Peanuts, one of the funniest
nuts and peanuts became toxic. If you want to show an example of how kooky we've made them, peanuts used to be everywhere.
It's funny that peanut butter is like the only universal food when you're trying to trap any. Like you just go, we got a raccoon in our backyard, get some peanut butter. Right. We got a rat, we got a mouse, whatever, a lizard, you just go get some peanut butter. And now humans are the only creatures that can't eat peanut butter. The animal kingdom, you catch a buffalo with peanut butter. Every animal on the planet agrees on peanut butter. Removing it from the classroom.
That's so true. Remember they used to hand out peanuts in airplanes and they stopped doing it because people got so bad with peanut allergies that the peanut dust was dangerous.
And so what is going on in the last 20 minutes? Technology has changed that much in the last few years that everyone is allergic to peanuts. Like you are removing them. We're not building a tolerance to anything. Our systems are weakened because you've sterilized everything in our world. Everything is sterilized. And now we're vulnerable because we didn't build up any immunity to anything. But I really don't, I do, like, when to space, they got a big problem. No gravity.
Right.
Their bodies wither.
Yep.
And they need to figure out, they agree gravity in the world of ideas, and you need gravity in the world of your gut. Like we just, as human beings, we just need gravity everywhere.
Right.
It's not
Some kind of resistance.
yeah, you need something pushing against weights. Like you need gravity for your quads, and you need for your immune system.
Maybe that's the problem with dumb people. Maybe they're just out of shape, just brainwashed. Like they're just like a couch potato for the brain. They just never tried to get it moving. Maybe it's not even that they're that dumb, that they just have the dumb.
Well, I
don't
mean,
obviously I don't like sleep. I think some people definitely have intellectual advantages at a young age. But I think, the amount of people that just kind of give up and never put forth any effort at all, it's a lot. It's a lot.
well, I think a lot of it is because I grew up in a real downtrodden environment and to get broken.
Right.
It's like I could remember around watching TV, the Brady Bunch, and I go, who goes to Hawaii? How do you go to Hawaii? How would you get to Hawaii?
Right.
And then they check in at a hotel in town, like, who's got a credit card? How would you do this? Like, that's for other people. Like, that's how you would look. A commercial where you'd see somebody's success or sitcom or something like that. I would just go, well, that's for other people. That's not for us.
Right.
And so you get really like broken, then you just kind of buy in, and then you go, well, this is my lot, and that's for like other people. And it affects you, and it affects communities. You know what I mean? And they just go, nothing better. Like, it's not that we don't know there's credit cards, big homes, and nights. Like, I knew about all of it, but it wasn't for me, or it wasn't for my family, and it wasn't for my friends. And you just buy into a system where you go, well, that's it, and you do it early, and it's stifling.
It's very difficult to break out unless you find a thing that you do. Maybe a sport where you travel, go to different places and meet different people. Something. You get involved in something where you tap into a community that think different. You start a band, whatever it is. If you find a thing where there's a bunch of sort of forward-minded people that are, optimistic, have a good work ethic that's contagious. But if you're just stuck in your neighborhood with the same people, the same family members that are real negative, it's a problem. Because they program lives that are not. As much as you want to pretend you're wholly and entirely independent, everyone is at least partially dependent upon the people that surround themselves with and the energy of the people that surround themselves with.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I remember I said to my mom, I was like, why don't you get a job? Because I get a job, and maybe we could go to Hawaii. A decent car, like something we could have stuff. Because I think about, it's an interesting thing. My whole life never said the word career. They said job. You got to get a job.
Yeah.
They didn't go career.
Yeah.
They go like, what do you want to do? They didn't think in terms of career. This is, you get a job, it sucks, but you got the weekends, But I said to my mom, I go, why don't you get a job? And she goes, I get a job, will lose my welfare. And I was like, well, I guess that, like that's, I was 8, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then I realized the fact that it made sense to me means I'm being sort of indoctrinated into that system.
It's beneficial for really also travel.
Oh, it's a free stuff. It's such a cage, man. It is bad. We had a free house and welfare, and that's great. Yeah, we're so like sometimes people go like, why'd you get into comedy? And I'm like, I wanted some help. Really? And I go, yeah, it was miserable. It sucked. It didn't have air conditioning. Crappy apartment didn't have air conditioning. I went to a job site. There was no air. I was in the San Fernando Valley. So I did it because I wanted air conditioning, but I had to be miserable. Like I had discomfort I was not comfortable. I didn't have air, and I wanted air. And so I knew to get air, I had to get paid. And so I was like, to do stuff. And when you're kind of comfortable, that motivated, right? I realized, like, when you were young, when I was young, like, we were, like, I was probably confused, but I was hungry. I was like, I want to get something done. Like, I want to do something. And I would talk to people, like young dudes, you know, who worked for me or whatever. And I wasn't trying to insult them. I was kind of curious. I'd be like, "Girl, dude, you're just not getting it." I wouldn't say it to him, but I'd be like, "What are you into?" You know. And I realized that there was no fire in the belly. You know what I mean? Like when you were younger, like when I met Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy was like 26 when I met him. It's like he was on it. Like he wanted to do something. I was like, "Good, I want to do something too. We'll do it together." You know, there's like a fire. And I start talking to all these young dudes, and what's up, you know? And I go, "What's the deal? You got a car, and it's got air conditioning, and it runs, and you're not really a car guy. I'm a car guy, but when you're a poor car guy, it's super frustrating, right? Because something cool, like I wanted a cool car, but I had to drive a truck with a lumber rack and a bed box on it because I'm a carpenter and I sports car because you can't put plywood in a sports car, you know." So I would talk to these young guys and I'd go, "You car guy?" They go, "Nah, not really. I go video games, edible pot video games, and watching stuff on Netflix." And I go, "Well, you got a big TV?" They go, "Yeah, I got a 70-inch TV. I got a Mini Cooper, automatic with air, and I like to eat pot." Have air conditioning? They'll be like, "Yeah." I'll be like, "Oh, you don't want anything. You don't want anything." Like, I wanted cool cars with air conditioning. And so I was motivated to do stuff.
Don't you think that some people are just internally motivated anyway because they become curious about something and really want to get good at it? Oh, part of being a person.
I do. And one of the most interesting things, and I don't know why, it just stuck with me from years ago, but I was watching one of those 2020 shows in 48 hours or something like that, and they were showing trained dogs who sniffed out gunpowder at the airport, band, or whatever, you know. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, every time there's a dog that does something, sniffs out explosives or whatever, they're all different breeds of dogs. Right? That's like different breeds of dogs. It's like, why is there like one dog that's super good at gunpowder and cocaine and whatever? And in the show, they go, "Well, we just go down to the pound. We get any dog, and we can train them." And the guy, "You know what dog to get?" And they go, "The enthusiastic dog." Like, you go to the pound, some dog's just sleeping. You walk in, and it doesn't like lift its head. The other dog's jumping up and down, doing, "Look at that dog. That dog's enthusiastic." Now he doesn't know anything about gunpowder, cocaine, but he's got a motor. And I started thinking, "Oh, I know a lot of that are like tired pound dogs. Yes. And then I know a lot of people that are yappy pound dogs. And once you take the yappy pound dog, like Joe Rogan, you go, "Well, go ahead and get into bow hunting." And you go, "What does he know about bow hunting?" He's like, "Nothing, but he's going to find out. Or he's going to practice a loader." Yeah, and there's some people I know that are just kind of flat, and they don't have that motor. If you have the motor, you'll be fine.
Well, part of the motor is your physical body, and that's something that a lot of like self-professed like to ignore. The amount of energy that you have to think about things is dependent upon the amount of energy your system has. A giant system is your body, and it's not just a vanity thing. Function of it. If it works better, you think better. Everything works. I see it on a day-to-day basis. If I have a day where I do not work out, my brain, I don't think as quickly. It doesn't work as well. I'm more irritable. Maybe I don't react the same way that I calm and really work out. There's a lot of things going on where it balances out your mind and your ability to think. It alleviates anxiety, lets you think more clearly. And one of the things that writers like to say, it's one of the, and I was actually just talking to someone about this. A comic does this. After you write, to go for a walk. Go for a walk and get your blood pumping. And sometimes when you're thinking about those ideas, new ideas will just pop in your head because it's like the seeds are already planted out. Go for a walk in water. Like the whole system works together. And if you want to have energy and have a motor, well, the best way to have a motor is have a physical body that works well. If your physical doesn't work well, you're tired all the fucking time. You say it's I'm getting old, I'm getting this. Like a lot of it is just ignoring your physical body for too long. And it atrophies just like your body. Yeah, everything needs gravity. Fucking gravity. You need weights. You need to pick things up and move them around. Because if you don't, you can't pick things up and move them around because your body thinks you never have to do that.
I agree. You need curiosity. Yes, you're a curious person. And all the curious people are doing just fine. And then there's people I know that are just not curious. And that's a weird gift, I guess. I don't know how to make someone curious. I think as a comedian, you're sort of curious, and I can remember even when I was young, the difference between, we call it a sofa or a couch. What's the difference between a sofa and a couch or curtains and drapes? Is there a difference? We just have a different. Every one of my friends would go, I don't know, shut up. They weren't curious about stuff. Right. Constantly curious. And by the way, your curiosity is annoying to uncurious people, which happens a lot.
Oh yeah.
But if you're curious, it's like what you're saying about your physicality. Like it'll feed you.
Yes.
Everything you know is started in curiosity, wanting to know about this stuff, And for other people, and many people, they lack a curiosity.
Do you think that's inherent, or do you think that is how they grew up?
I'm starting to think of nature more than nurture. Like I used to be nurture than nature. I have twins, and I have boy-girl twins, and they're totally different. And one of them is that hound dog jumping up and down, and the other's just sort of chillax, And I didn't make them one way or the other. They got raised, they got fang, they went to the same schools, they breathed the same air. You know what I mean? Like they just were who they are.
Yeah.
And I think you can take them like a motor that's like a little too much and guide it and sort of nurture it and figure out an outlet for it, like a sport or something. And there's things you can do, but like my sister's totally different than I am. And I didn't get that way. My parents didn't instill anything in me. That guide me. They didn't have conversations with them about things. I wasn't exposed to anything. I was just kind of who I was.
Well, it makes sense when we see it. We see it in animals for sure. Golden Retriever is what I have, and then there's a Belgian Malinois. They're two one of them is a great family pet, and one of them is a meat missile. Right, and that's just they come out of the box. That wouldn't be the case with humans. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yes. Why should we? And I know we do it in narcissistic, and we have to claim some dominion over things, like a kind of religion. You know what I mean? Like when we had to create it to go, Grandpa's in a better place now. And he's been reunited with his old golden retriever who died 8 years earlier, and we're just kind of constructing a thing because we need some control. Like we need to be not having control is really threatening for people. I don't have that problem. Like I don't mind not having control. I realize when I'm racing a car goes out of control, which is happened a few times, I sort of just relax. Don't try to grab and overcorrect it because you get in more trouble. Like there's a version of this for sports, there's a version for life, there's a version for relationships, there's a version for driving race cars. But to sort of relax, like if you can see film of me spinning a 935 backwards in a race in the middle of the race, and you can see me, I'm not doing anything. Like I will relax in that environment, but people need control. I mean, it's sort of religious control, or like here's the way I control my kid. I get a lesson, so then I take him to the French, and then I take him to this camp and space camp and that camp. You know, they're trying to do something. You have to just kind of admit they kind of are who they are. You can't really control it. You can fuck them up. You can molest them and get them, hooked on Vicodin or something when they're 14. But basically, you're there to be there and fuck them up and offer things and try to go. If you see your kid banging on pots and pans all day, you go, somebody needs a drum kit. Because I think this is what you're thinking. You know what I mean? And somebody probably should have got a hold of me and went, seems like comedy, maybe something you'd like, not swinging a hammer. Figured it out because it was there.
Well, nobody can ever really give you that advice, honestly. The problem is most people that aren't involved don't even know where to start, how you would do it, how difficult, how long the process is, what is it like to actually put together an act.
No, I don't think your mom or your dad can craft a good, tight 20-minute show.
Yeah, but at the same time, I ever encourage you to do it. Very few parents would encourage their kid to take such a risky approach to life.
No, I agree. I think there's a middle ground where they go, you seem to like to talk or to like ideas, or you seem to be sort of creative. So
ideally, right? But it depends on. It's a family that doesn't encourage creativity. Maybe the dad finds, maybe the mom is, who knows? But maybe they're just not into risk at all. They just want you to go to school, and you're just annoying. And then they go, maybe we should take him to a doctor. Get him some something. He can't concentrate.
Yeah, I agree. I think as a parent, you're supposed to observe, and you're supposed to look, and the kid will guide you. They'll hammer. Yeah. They'll bang on pots and pans. They'll like sports or whatever it is. And then your job is to sort of that way help facilitate that. And conversely, like I grew up, I played football when I was 7. Like I played tackle football when I was 7. And I played my whole life, or my whole, 19 or something. And I always was like, every good lesson I ever got was on that football field. Everything I learned, all my, whatever success, I owe it to that because I got intestinal fortitude. I learned a lot of tough lessons, and how I use that. And so, like, I was like, if my son is going to play football because he's going to learn all those valuable lessons I've learned. My son football didn't really like it, and it wasn't his thing. And I didn't do it at all. I was just like, all the stuff that I was into, football, cars, wrenching on cars, race cars, that kind of stuff, hammer building, architecture. I'm not down with any of them. And I'm like, fine, but you got to find one thing. But I'm not going to try to stuff you into this thing that's present me later.
Yeah, that's not good. A lot of parents fall down that trap, that's for sure. Yeah, it's just, I mean, if you have a child that wants to be a comedian, it's probably fucking terrible. Like, oh my God. Like, what is he trying to do? Like, how do you even start? Like, well, but get a degree. Go get a degree. You're going to get a job. You're going to work in a respectable position.
Anybody try to talk? See, my thing was, no one ever tried to talk me out of anything because they weren't trying to talk me into something either. You know, it's like, Adam, you're going to be a physician. There was like, the thing was, you got to leave and get a job. Right. And then we're done. So I never had anyone say it was a harebrained idea or it's not going to work because they didn't care enough to get that involved. It's not like I was going to go into my dad's unfinished furniture business and open that empire. And I don't imagine you got a lot of that either, did you?
No, but that's the good thing. I got to figure it out on my own.
Well, you know, the thing that's cool about where you landed is it's organic in the sense that, like, there's someone who I went to high school with, and I asked him what he's doing, and he's doing fine. He goes, I do outdoor signage. I do vinyl signs. When the Oscars come to print the signs and whatever. And it's his business. It's his dad's. It's their family business. And I thought, nobody under 15 says I'm going to make vinyl signage. They want to be an astronaut or a baseball player or a comedian, whatever. But you're doing it. But is this really where you belong? Or is it because your dad did it and it's lucrative and whatever? And the thing that I'm happy about, at least as it pertains to stand-up or comedy or whatever, cars or whatever I'm into, it's all organic, right? There's no dad was a comedian or dad raced cars or dad had.
You're just into cars because you're into cars. You're into doing a podcast because you enjoy it. Yeah.
So you know you're where you should be because you didn't get sort of artificial coaxed into something where it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm a doctor because my dad is a doctor or whatever that thing is. Like you can own it 100%.
Yeah.
And I think it's dad's a lawyer and you become a lawyer and you take over his practice one day. Like I'm not successful, you're paying taxes, good. But I don't know, can you ever 100% own it? Like you can own.
Maybe you couldn't. Or I couldn't, but maybe for some people it's fine. You know, I don't want to.
No, it's never mine, and I don't even know if they think about it.
Right. You know, I know you would, but the thing is, like, you have the very situation that I have, which is we're our own boss, and when you are your own boss, it's infinitely easier. You're responsible for all the stuff you do. You know what's telling you what to do or to do it. No one's telling you what to say. You say what you want to say. That's very rare. It's very rare and very fortunate.
And it also is free because, like the aforementioned CNN, Sanjay Gupta, whatever, you're in an apparatus.
Right.
And it's an apparatus where I don't think people are actually explicitly told why. You know, here's what we're saying. But it's sort of like if you worked in a big company and the president was vegan and you started showing up with a ham sandwich for lunch and someone's like, I don't think you should eat that for the carrot. Well, he's vegan. Yeah, okay, well, he doesn't appreciate it. You go, oh, okay. And you would start getting the idea that this wasn't a great plan. You know what I mean? And so would everyone who worked in that place, right? And then if you go, what's for lunch? And they go, the veggie lover sub. And you go, well, what about the roast beef? And so listen, I can't eat it. I'm saying it's probably a good idea if you'd like to grow with this company to just eat the fucking veggie sub, would you? Especially if Gary comes down. And so it's not like us showed up and went, you can't eat chicken anymore. It's understood what's going around there. And if you're working for CNN and you just walk in and you go, hey, listen, I don't agree with Trump about everything, but I think he's right about this ivermectin thing. People certain ways, and you get the idea that maybe you weren't long for that job. And that's what you got to deal with in any environment, you know. And the thing that's nice about creating your own environment is back to being organic. It's what you believe. Yeah, I mean, it can be 100% accurate. It may not be all the time, but it is authentic.
How crazy is that? That think is rare. Like that we made it all the way to 20. All the communication we have with the internet is rare. That's really weird.
Well, so easy to do. I think we're so obsessed being cast out. Right, being cast out is like a major human thing, you know. And I realized, like, I remember, I always bring it up on my podcast, I don't know why, but I was in Maui, and Brady family. I was in Maui, you know, just 10 years ago, and I was sitting at a table having brunch with like a bunch of nice people we tried to Maui with, you know, the couples and the kids go to the resort, the dads and the moms, like 10 adults, you know, and we're sitting having brunch, you know, like enjoy yourselves, and someone fired up a leaf blower in the back, you know, some gardener on the side, it's like a Mark and enjoy our conversations, loud or whatever. And I said to the table, I go, leaf blowers are illegal in Los Angeles. They basically collide leaf blowers in like 96 or 97 or something, but it's not enforced at all. And everyone's like, they're illegal? Our ones are illegal. These guys up and down my street all day with these things. I go, yeah. They go, why don't they enforce them? I go, well, because it's all Mexicans who make their living with the leaf blower, and the city council doesn't like the optics of the poor Mexican gardeners who use their blower. So it's really illegal, but the Mexicans use it. They look the other way because they don't like the optics. And it was like, that sounds kind of racist. It's like, I go, no, it's just what happened. And they're like, I don't agree. You're saying Mexican, whatever, the whole table, like, turned on me. And I was, wait a minute, none of you assholes know anything about this subject. I know, because I read an article. It was literally like the Million Man Mexican March. They went down to City Hall. They brought their leaf blowers. And the Lily White City Council was like, we don't like the optics of busting hard-working Mexican garden. I remember all that. Right. And Brian Holtzman had a bit about it. I was telling the table about, I wish he was with me, and how he could have defended me. I was sitting there, and I realized like the whole table was turning me, because they were like kind of white, liberal. Oh, they're my friends. And they were turning on me, and I realized, I go, listen, maybe you don't like it. Maybe it sounds racist. I don't know what you. I'm just telling you, leaf blowers are legal, but they're used all day, every day, because the city won't enforce the law because they don't like the optics of it. And everyone's like having problems with it. And then I realized I ruined brunch. But I was like, I'm not listening, assholes. I'm not backing down. Just apologizing. I know all this stuff. What do you say? Sorry you don't like it, but when I realized. Half the people at the table were just going for half. They didn't know anything. They didn't know anything about leaf blowers or laws or city council. They just realized that I was the one being thrown out of the tribe, and they wanted to stay in the tribe. Everyone took a subject they didn't know shit about and turned on the guy who knew something about it and said he was bad and should go to the cornfield because they're all. And this is social. Like no one was going to lose their job. They were just eating brunch. People kicked in and I could see lives. I had no thoughts about leaf blowers. Like, oh yeah, man. Cheers. Like, away from me. But I thought, oh, I'm being thrown out of the tribe. That's when I realized this about leaf blowers. And those are my friends. Now we move it. And it's a real deep now. That feeling of not wanting to be excommunicated from the tribe. And it's so easy to go along with everything because we have that innate baked in human quality, wanting to be ostracized and pushed out of the tribe. Also started to realize that you're good at what you do, and so you can say and do what you want. Most people are mediocre at what they do, and they need to be unpopular. And it's just something I was talking to Greg Gutfeld about some years ago. We're just doing a podcast with him. It started to kind of dawn on me that, like, when you're really good, and you could be a really good carpenter, like if you're a really master carpenter, you're never out of work. No one gives a shit what your thoughts are about politics. You want hat on, it doesn't matter. We need you. Your skill. And when you're really good at comedy, or you're good at whatever, you cannot be thrown out, be squashed, and be done, but you gotta be good. If you're sort of in the middle, and most people are in the middle, it's a little bit of a popularity contest. Like you better eat vegan, because better say the right things. You better say the right things. You remember that black square on Twitter, or on your Instagram, which I did not do. They told me you got to do it. I'm not doing it. So it was so nuts. I like watching people do it, but you're good. Yeah, and that's coffee. No, that's all right.
It wasn't. Sounds like what we hear. It's really good, actually.
Yeah, that is a thing that a lot of people like.
Well, it's the problem is like, if you think you're good and you're not good, you get smashed down, you get in trouble, right? So if you're not that good, screw this. I'm not working for CNN anymore. I'm going to go do my own podcast. And you're not that good, then you're in trouble, right? And if you go to this taco stand and get out of this business, I'm going to do something. I'm going to open a restaurant. But good. You get into trouble, and most people are sort of living in the middle and kind of fearful. But if you're good, and you're calibrated, and you know you're good, and just say what you want. You can kind of do what you want. You have to be good. And like all the people that were sort of in mainstream media that like broke out and started doing their own thing were good. I mean, they thought they were good, and they thought they were good enough. You're in the middle. Yeah, you kind of watch yourself and mind your P's and Q's.
It's also that thing that you were talking about at the dinner table, where all those other people didn't know anything about it, were signaling to the tribe that they were, that they didn't want to get cast out. Right, they go to the good ones. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. There's so many cowards that do that. People that are just terrified. They don't encounter a lot of difficulty in their life, a lot of like real anxiety-inducing things. So when something does come up, it's like that. They just fold. They just want to be comfortable again. What do I have to do?
It's so sad, and it's also people like dignity and character. Like character used to be something we don't really talk about character anymore, and it's also people like their resting state. A lot of people is weak. It's kind of like a little disappointing.
I hereby declare
I think guys that have like high character people and also stoic type people are kind of really always disappointed by people. Like you're probably a pretty stoic guy, and you see how people act, and you go, like it's sad. You know what I mean? It's sort of, I don't know why, but it reminds me of when I lived in Santa Monica a million years ago. Somebody got their purse out on the street at night. I was this poor guy living in a rent-controlled apartment.
Therefore, again, that's what Ralph said.
I was coming home at night. It was at 9 o'clock at night. I was just groceries, and I walked up to my apartment, and I heard a woman screaming out on the street. He's got my purse, help! Like just out the street. I couldn't really see it from where it was. So I just ran out. Woman was screaming, and I got there. And she said, "The guy stole my purse, got my stuff." And I just chased the guy, just sort of instinctively. I didn't really think about it. I was just chasing him. And also, like I was like, I boxed, I played football, like I felt good. I didn't care. I didn't much of anything. So I just started chasing him. And the guy was driving a car because he was like a wheel. But I was too close to the guy, and he couldn't get it. I chased him like a couple of blocks, and eventually just threw the briefcase, the purse, he just threw it. He kept running. When he threw everything down, I just stopped, scattered around the sidewalk. And I stopped. I started looking back together. And I was like, I'm not going to chase you. Drop some stuff. And then the woman showed up. And she started getting her stuff together. And at some point, the neighbors started filing onto the street. And the crowd kind of gathered up. And then a cop pulled up at a certain point. And the cop's like, what went on here? What happened? And I remember the neighbors. They go, well, we heard this woman screaming, so we all ran out and chased the guy. And I was like, I ran out. And the guy, he dropped the stuff. And then Tinder, you guys all came out in bathrobes. But you didn't chase anybody. But then I realized that's what they want. They wanted to be that person. But they weren't that person. So they created a scenario where they were. And I listened to all like talk to the cops, and I just stood anything. I wanted to hear what they had to say. And they all told the same story. Like when I heard a woman screaming, I snapped into action and ran out. You know, none of you did any of this because I'm there. And I realized when people have a real, they have a version of themselves that's in their head. And then there's the version of them that's kind of a lazy coward. And they're busy watching that film footage of their stuff. And nobody thinks, like what during COVID says, I'm weak and I'm dumb, and that's why I made fun of Joe Rogan or whatever. They just go, trying to save people. You didn't know. You know, there's always this sort of heroes real that's running in their head. Not the real one, not the one you know, the weak, cowardly one, the stoic, strong one. It's the one that heard the distress and snapped into shit. Damn the tornadoes, I came running outside to find this guy, chased him. That's what's in your head. The reality is you're looking out the window and you were scared.
So when I said that's called
Don't really have any moments like that in their life. They go, oh, remember that time that guy had the verse and he ran down the street, we tackled him? Let's do that again. It's happening now. Like most people, that's never going to happen.
No, I just
Safe little life.
yes, but fear is a crusher,
Yeah.
man. And a little bit of fear is a long way.
Yeah. And especially with men, the desire to inflate their participation in any heroic action. Yeah. Men love to pretend they're not. It's amazing. It definitely is, but it's also a symptom of a lack of being tested. You know, the people, all the people that like say this about MMA fighters, like the next somebody for sure, because they don't test themselves with you. They've been tested. No, there's something the boxer or fighter, those guys that are like so secure in their version or vision of themselves that they're never overcompensating with a bunch of other poor shit. And I sort of like those guys, and I've always found it to be that way, like being in boxing gyms and stuff, like the movie version of the boxing gym. It was a tough guy, you know, whenever people are like, I can remember like back in the bell, you know, because you're on a bell, and the gym was on a bell, right? 3 minutes and then 1 minute off. Like, and sometimes you're walking up to a heavy bag because you didn't think the guy was on it, and then some huge dude would come up and go, oh, I'm sorry, I was working on that bag. And I go, oh, okay. And he goes, sorry, you can get in. And like, it wasn't like a bro, you know, that. It always seems like secure, kind of calm. I mean, it's sort of like a big dog versus a yappy. A big dog sort of knows, and I appreciate it, and I like that. I definitely like those guys, and I see why you like those kind of guys, because they're just more attractive, they're just better. And I was, people like, there's so many weird, soft dudes like transitioning and all that shit, and then there's these sort of carnivore meat lovers, MMAs going on, and someone
was Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew always said, where are we going? What's going on? Where are we heading as a society? When are we going to fix this? Essentially, I just said, safe space is an octagon. He's like, what do you mean? I go, well, the fucking safe space, we're going to go further that way, and then there's a group that are moving to Florida, moving to Texas, and they're going the other direction. Like,
they could take
when they started pushing electric cars, I started seeing dually pickup trucks popping up. For every one person push into an electric car, or another dude finds a right, puts a gun rack on it. Like that's what we're doing. And but I can tell you, we're just going safe spaces. It's going to be moved to Texas, and Friday with Joe Rogan, or it's going to be moved to Seattle. Get your and there'll be nothing in between. That's the ultimate civil war. And it's my conclusion in this space is eventually they're going to have to come to the octagon to go, we need protection. Well, we need you. It's a great way to look at the world right now. And it's certainly a symptom of going one way or the other. But I always wonder, is it the nature of the nurture thing? Like, is there something to society, but also the environment, that we are creating more biological organisms that are susceptible to this? You know, like not just physical weakness, but emotional and psychological weakness. Like, there's a thing that's going on that's on top of what's going on as far as society, and that's like microplastics in people's bodies. Yeah. Destroying their endocrine. Oh, like intractable. We all got like a spore in our brain, plastic right now. Dr. Charles Morgan's amazing. You also read it because it's terrifying. A lot of practical organic stuff like plastics and stuff like that. Environmental toxins, we're talking about all of that. Cities, yeah, there's all of that, but there's also why do you need to be anymore? You know what I mean? Like live. Why do you need to be able to lift heavy things? You know what I mean? Like, if you're a coal miner or you work on a farm, there's bales of hay, and you can't have a whippy guy throwing bales of hay up on the loft, you know, but everything is computerized and they're and you're in your cubicle. Like, what do we need you for? You know, like this necessity. Like, why would we get softer and weaker and throwing it up to the bar anymore? We're not bending the fences. Nobody's having to, wrangle the steers. Or we don't have to chop a tree down to make a cabin anymore. There's a cabin there you can buy. You know, maybe kind of like, we're not, why would we go this way? Well, it's natural. When you look at aliens that are jacked, right, you never see a jacked alien. You see these aliens that have no muscle tone, they have no gender. And that's where we're headed. But that is a great name for an energy. Jacked alien. Through your considerable weight by new products. Monster, Red Bull, Kill a Jack Alien would be sponsoring X Games. In every ring, I mean, every octagon. We want to hold this podcast for a couple of Jack Alien. Where humanity seems to be heading, some sort of genderless direction. Yeah, right. You don't need to fucking. You don't need to fight. So what do we need all this shit for? If the aliens are real, there's a Jack Alien website. What is it? Oh, really? That's hilarious. That's workout clothes. I'm getting out of that. That's my IP, man. Jack Alien. That's hilarious. Well, we just gave him some press. Shout out to Jack Alien. Got a cool show.
Okay, just like Egla
When we think about things are eventually going to be the alien archetype, is what makes the most sense, right? Like genderless, not talk anymore, giant fucking heads, no muscle at all.
Why do you need big biceps to move a joystick and push a button?
attractive if you don't need it is like a biological reproduction attractiveness, right? The hips of a girl, the waist, the beautiful, all that stuff is just biological reinforcement. Right, but you get breed with good genetic people, but if all that's out the window and everything is done through some a computer or something along those lines.
But also, why do you need any of it if it's equated? You know what I mean? Like, if we're just the society of pushers, when you need that big, scrappy
There's what's going on in the body. Like, are you still have the same monkey body that you had 10,000 years ago? You do. You're going to need to exercise for sanity, and it'll help you through all those things. And things like you don't need to use jujitsu ever in your life if you're lucky. But it's a good learn. It's really fucking hard to do.
I agree, and I think doing things that are hard to do are good, and doing things that scare you are good. And I've had a bunch of situations in my life where people say to me all the time, they go, what made you decide to do this with the star? I decided to do it. I remember where it was, and he said, they want you to do dance with the star. As soon as he said that, I felt that fear. Like, remember when you're once you get by the tunnel after so long, you're like, yeah, that moment, fear moment. And they said, do dance stars. And I went, I felt that fear in junior high. These girls are after school. Like, I'm here feeling the fear. You know, and I felt it. I could have went, okay, or I would embarrass myself on that show. But I felt fear. And as soon as I felt fear, I was like, I'll do it. Because I realized that everything would be like, I could go, that's stupid, or I don't want to do that. But that wouldn't be the reason. The reason is I was scared. I felt scared. I can't humiliate myself. And you can get, like, most stuff I've done that has been good. I did a professional Trans Am car race once, and I was just like, someone said, you want to do it? And I was like, but it was only because I was like, I'm scared. I was like, what? I felt this moment, I just want to fuck up. And two people do way too much. Like, I don't know, like, I talked to a bunch of people about it, but it's not for me, but I would just start saying yes to stuff. Experience out of that, especially while you're young, you have obligations. Because once those obligations settle, you got a mortgage, you got a family, you got obligations, social commitments. You don't have that kind of ability to just go fuck it. No, you're right. Like, my whole time I was in cars pulling up new trucks, and I'm driving a piece of shit. Once you go down to Galvin Ford and build a new truck, and I'm like, because then I'd have payments, and then I'd have insurance, and then I couldn't go to the ground, and I'd have to take care of that, and I couldn't work on this. And I felt the same way with kids, and the same way with everything. Like, I gotta keep going before I get way down with monthly mortgages, bills to feed. It's a really important message to young people because they think they're young forever. Before you start a family, get something going. Your chances now when you're young and free, it's like, God, it's an amazing opportunity. The whole world is ahead of you so quickly. If you work hard and you find a lane and you really throw yourself into it. If you don't, time goes by quick. Next thing you know, you're 30, you're 35, and like, I'm getting here. Never do. Yeah, you gotta make hay while the sun. Thank you, brother. It was fun. Let's do it again. Bye, everybody.
Or safe for total use. But if you still contract more from 2 months ago, so I'll say, so what do you see from here? What do you see from here? Now, the way we're reading this Gemara is typically for use as a safe for Torah, parcel of Torah. I haven't actually used it. I designated it. It says it's tar from 2 months ago. What does that show you? What does that show you? That Hasman Amilsi the designation endows the item with its intended identity. The original price of criminal email is not subject to
Experience.
Try my name, Joe Rogan. Podcast my name all day.
what is this?
Good to see you too.
Which
Kind of
part says,
you don't want things to
I'm
talk
sorry,
about.
not
We're
the
starting
dark
to talk outside. We're like, hold this, hold these thoughts. Well, here's where I am. As a criminologist, I take a different approach to things. I'm not a thankfully. And as a criminologist, you get a visual of what interesting. So I took a deep dive into pharma, but I want to put that off for a second because I know you know a lot of the CIA operations, like over working on bioweapons from Japan. Don't prosecute them.
It's starting to
Beginning
and I
of the
use
U.S.
the fellow.
bioweapons
Also, the
program.
makes of it.
And I know you know MK Ultra and Mockingbird,
One second.
but you know one called Project Gladio. No, you
So
know.
the verses. That's going to make
But you see,
both
no,
sides.
because this one just tops it all.
But
So this was the World War II ends, and the OSS, which was the CIA at the time, decides, all right, rather than take everybody home, told us that we find a bunch of them. And you guys hide your weapons, hide your rifles, secrete all the grenades and ammunition, and put it in bunkers, and just sit tight until we have some ideas of things you want to do. So eventually, a few hundred are going to do things in Europe to stop communism, stop socialism, to fight the Soviet. But what do they actually end up doing? Is terror incidents against our allies. They blow up a train station in Bologna, military base, done and operated by our CIA. They do the 1989 assassination of the guy who was writing about this. They shoot him twice in the head. They another about 17 people killed. Another one on October 5th in Germany, not Italy. 17 people killed. Why? Because they see that certain candidates will and might get prime ministers, for example, or legislators. So when you have a big giant terrorist incident at some train station, for example, that move toward a more right-leaning government or a more totalitarian government, the CIA can deal with anything where communism can happen. There's a nation of Aldo Moro, he was former prime minister, 5 bodyguards. They're all killed. He was kidnapped. A few weeks later, he shot in the head with the truck. That was done by Project Gladio, which these were done by the our supposed allies. And hundreds of these leave behind. Operated eventually a 20-ton army all over Europe. Now, I don't expect anybody to believe a word of it. You got to go to Wikipedia and put in GLADIO, which is where they, and you see that this insanity is true. So the punchline on it really blows it out of water is that it ended in
essentially you constructed while they're still alive. So it's not a hug.
George Bush was president,
Because again, it's built
director of
for
CIA, of course, and he
therefore it does not
did it like crazy, but eventually an Italian prime
as
minister
anything
really
as
goes to
anything.
the mat on it, and it becomes so well established that the U.S. government can manage these operations blowing up regular citizens in Europe that a lot of them are in prison
So again,
for those incidents, terrorists, terror rhetoric were released. Well, the defense that it was actually done by
right? Also find out. So say, what does that sound like? Yeah, it sounds like you're building it for a person who's already there.
Is that just
It sounds like what's happening.
an idea that starts off as a cautionary measure that got completely out of hand because they're trying to just talk about today because when government tries to governments and other power centers become without oversight and oversight comes from it comes from us, the public, having to be skeptical. The public is not skeptical of that bias. Like, oh, a terrible terrorist who assassinated this guy, I'm moral, how terrible. And they'll buy the story with those skepticism because that's what they're told. And there will be no oversight and powers. It's no surprise, we can talk about every country on earth. I'm not to love America, but I'm not saying it's just America. It's just the nature of espionage. want to answer your question about is it just because of the oversight? The United States doesn't have military off World War II and you're all excited about it. You're not doing things and you're doing all stuff. And then
goes ahead
it ends. Hey, but we were really into this thing, and so we don't let them in. We leave 300,000 troops in Germany, 300,000 troops in Japan, and hundreds of thousands of troops in South Korea. These people don't. If the war's over, the war's over, but that's not how empire works. And so the U.S. to, continue these wars in the versions I just described to you, which is more secret versions. And it's dark, man. And maybe somebody had
forever.
Somebody came into America and was a terrorist. It's killed a lot of Americans.
It sounds like it's just
that's irrelevant. But anyway, if that would be stressed, and rightfully it goes on. It's kind of my theme for today is sharing these things that are all available on Wikipedia. I'm not making them up. They're all real, and I looked at them from the point of view of criminologists, where I really have the evidence. And my purpose, my reason for doing this today with you, also my reason is
somewhere else.
to encourage Americans to because if you
Forever
don't have
was
skepticism,
assumption, but other shocking is people have been fine. And the other should have spun up. I was
it's a strange time.
Talking about
First of all,
so
one of the things that happened was the
shrouds themselves.
right? So when during the
Anyone
Obama
see that
administration,
that's one of those that post these
use
ones
this
when the
propaganda
shroud
on
itself is
American citizens.
so to get this notion about food safe cabinet,
That blurred the lines
but when you
of
begin to
truth and
criticize
reality
stories,
for
I
all
love
of
the
us
way it
forever. Is somehow or another rolled back, and I don't see any effort. We're always going to be stuck in a situation where it's legal for intelligence agencies to interest
and
of
it's
national
a
security.
very
That's what there was. I know you
for
know
the for the
Project
China.
Mockingbird.
Why?
But Project Mockingbird had hundreds of American journalists who were, in some cases, directly on the payroll of CIA, in other cases, just had great relationships and would float ideas inside the United States. It was shut down by the Church Committee, Senate Committee, and but wasn't really shut down. Where to change its name? Because the reality is today, unlike all information is international. You start floating information overseas that's not true to make its way to America. And does it make sense to do this? I remember when I was working on an investigation involving Saudi Arabia and their use of Twitter, misuse of Twitter.
Again, even if you go ahead, it's almost even if there,
And they were using
also
Twitter
things. It's only once buried that they felt afraid that they become
What time period was this? This is very recent. This is so was it X or Twitter? It was Twitter. 2000, 2018, 2019. And they would get things to trend. And how would they do it? Well, they would cut down pods. They had 40,000 people sitting in their houses. And if you send out the message of the day, like Jeff Bezos is the evil Jew. Yeah, it's not to be too much. Jeff Bezos is robbing us at night, etc. Because they're in competition with Bezos over various things. And then it would trend.
That's the case.
And so when I saw that happening on Twitter, I thought to myself, you should do that. I mean, I like it. Just it's kind of obvious that if you have an opportunity to communicate with your population in a way that makes, particularly in Saudi Arabia, they're the ones who come over the castle.
And it turns out that
If you can control their actions,
so they say, whatever it was,
world history has done. Every country has a narrative, right? Ours was growing up with YouTube. Anybody can become president. Government works for us. We don't. And other wonderful bits. India is there.
Somebody passed away.
Is,
Collection.
The next life you'll have a good time. Maybe now you're homeless. Maybe now you're one of the 7 million homeless people in Mumbai.
Passed away. We needed $5,000
a good time, and the princes are having time. That's good enough for you, isn't it? And so
and they have these stories about how they control the population of religion. Now,
Interesting about
government is at war with religion.
if you take a look at
Our U.S. government
this is
is
why
not
like
liking the church
on the
leaders,
Yarshov.
not like power centers.
Yarshov get the surplus. How much has gone up?
Targets or air conditioning, keeping all the virus going around,
burial expenses. The guy that was what he
church outside. They want to stop the church. Why would governments not like the church and the power center? So each power center needs to be.
Why they did it in South by outdoor dining.
We collected this while Ruben is alive.
Los Angeles, it was
It's a little
outdoor
awkward,
comedy
right?
shows.
But
I'm gonna give you a pretty
again, Ruben was
cynical answer.
They knew that.
Yes, that's why they did it in general with the Constitution. It gives particular protection.
Okay,
The
they're
church
collecting money for burial expenses of someone
doesn't
who's
give
still alive.
particular
So
protection
therefore, there's no
to
money associated with the
big
guys.
box
And our local device
and
should be
yet
more.
that's what happened. What about shows?
I
When you
follow
have
that's how it says.
a
It's
population
not
that
most
most
time is the art show.
you know, certain we're gonna watch this music
Remains in the burial
and
fund.
none of us are gonna
Most time
say they're going to portray the way that guy over there voted for Biden. That one's woke. That one's such.
Boy, big parts
We just enjoy the show. It's prohibited. I look over at you, your kids, your family, you look at mine, and we're having a good time. Nobody's judging, just there to swing.
General needs
You can
that
divide
goes
a
general
country the
burial
way that
fund.
it happened with
The
us
basic
during
set,
lockdowns.
so most time makes the
That is the source of power. Division is actually the source of power.
But you feel like this was done on purpose? Did you think that they were capitalizing on the event of COVID, or that they knew that a situation like this is an excellent opportunity for them to
this
divide
actually
further? Or was it just the fact that they had to act
so again,
at least
we're raising the
they
general
had to at
fund
least
for
give
burial
the
expenses. I know that I need
it had
these
to be
funds
performative
for
and that they were doing something.
When we
The
frame the
optics
collection is,
was
this
that
is
they
for
were
the needs of
protecting
the
this
general
president.
collection. That's easy. Any
Well,
surplus funds remain
my
in the
best way
burial
to
fund.
assess
And
things
now let's say Jacob
is
died.
rather
Jacob
than
dies
ever
and it costs
trying to figure out
$5,000.
what's in
You need to
somebody's
go ahead and
head.
raise $5,000.
I just look at what
Let's
actually
raise $7,000.
happened.
So
What
what do you
actually
do with
happened
the extra
is that
$2,000?
every
So
Western
Congress
nation
says
on
it
earth
goes to
put
Jacob's
all
yard.
its citizens
So the
in
mayor
house
over,
arrest.
so you go by
Every
and
nation
have
on
to
earth did what
And mayor says,
no
no,
opposing enemy could
don't
ever
touch
do
it.
in
It's
the
not
United
clear.
States.
Because it's not
Everybody
clear. What's
staying indoors, not
So therefore,
gathering,
Haman
hundreds of thousands
even
of
into
businesses
India
closed.
Because
People
Rabbi Rothschild says,
unable to do
yeah,
what they
send
want to
Timos
do,
out Kivro. No,
and not
use
free.
the extra funds
I don't
for
think there's any argument
not
during
safer.
the
Not safe.
I'm talking about the COVID disease.
Use
The
it for
COVID
something
disease is this big.
associated with this
The
big.
lockdowns is this big.
Rabbi Rothschild does it,
Lockdowns
Timos out
is
Kivro.
as big an event as all the world.
Or sprinkle
Lockdowns cause
something
a
aromatic.
complete
Lesson.
lesson
In other words,
in
Rabbi Rothschild said he
governments
has
of
to
the world. Remember, it wasn't just ours. It was almost every country
has to be
could do whatever they wanted.
So this is
So
now
to
what
believe
Mark
it was
says.
intentional.
I
I don't have to back up to whether the release of the COVID virus was intentional. I just don't know. Like the plans for what would happen was clearly intentional.
Nation down to any identity. Kind of suffered the cause of late.
That's one, and 201.
Right, it's one of those.
If you've ever seen
But
a
that's one of
YouTube video
Only
of
the
an
money
Gates put on
necessary.
CIA with
is
the
endowed
Chinese
burial
CDC,
money identity.
Chinese
The
CDC,
rest of the
with
money is
military
not.
leaders, with
Therefore, I
people
love for
from
Mexico
CBS,
City.
together,
America
and
sucked,
they
right?
talked about what would happen in the pandemic, and they named the pandemic, and they did
all the money collected,
tabletop
all
exercises
the money
about
necessary.
the pandemic. Any discussion about health,
So you bought, so you
all
buy
there was discussion about controlling
Therefore,
the
again,
information.
the mayor says,
Why is
don't
this
touch it.
interesting? It was in 2019,
My son,
before COVID
she live up that
late in 2019, these tabletop operations had already been going on for years. So I look at encourage people to consider this approach, which is forget about who did it, forget about explosions of buildings, forget about Bill Gates and Fauci and all of that. Just look at what actually happened. You have to assume somebody wanted that out. Somewhere might be one person. It might be groups, it might be unaligned people who share incentives. I'll give you a best example. People who used to make perfume spray now make hand
collection of money
sanitizer.
for one's
People
burial.
who used to make bumper stickers now make
Cigars
stickers that say
and
stand
the
6
person
feet
can't
apart.
take care of
In other
themselves.
words, incentive
Nevertheless,
it doesn't
whereas
require
it's
those
fully
people all sat in conspiratorial
so
rooms
Lucy
in
got
some
it.
hotel
Nevertheless, again,
in Germany and rub their hands together and make
spoke
a plan.
for the Archie. That's one of the Archie
Human
that
nature,
anything,
particularly when
different smoke color,
you separate
worship.
this is the direction it moves in, which is it moves in the direction
Therefore, it feels like
I was here before,
therefore,
years
those
ago.
money.
I made this point that's cemented in the intro, which is that if you look at world history, it's
Therefore,
pie
again,
chart.
yes, it was
All of it is tyranny.
ultimately,
It's
again,
just a tiny little sliver of the lives we were blessed to live till 2000.
So, okay, fine. So, it's like,
Tiny
so, again,
freedom.
the point of
Western
here
Europe,
is,
the
I
United
will
States,
be for
and
myself,
all the rest
my
is
focus,
tyranny,
value, and rub
which
off
means
ultimate
tyranny, the
skills
natural
and
border
resistance.
for human beings. That's the way it
Gemara says as follows. Gemara says, fine. So, by the
you know what you see is
whether or not the person ultimately again
any suffering that I've done for years personally has been because of my resistance. Let go of
vocal on that
the
yet. So
illusions
we have
of the
comes
illusions that I
up
grew up with.
about a Mechayiv
What's fair?
when he was alive, he was already
Respect
vocal
our freedom no
ultimately
matter
again.
what the Constitution,
Particularly
no matter
she's
what.
Mazer the Achim so
It's hard to
vocal
let go of that stuff.
he'll be embarrassed.
It's not easy.
After his
And,
death, the Hanas
I still have resistance to it. That's
benefit
why I
of
look at
okay.
I told you
So
about it. I
the
said,
bottom line is both
holy
the
shit,
mind
can you believe this? Well, we have to be able to believe all
Hush mom. Higher up in the
It's just there's so many layers to it. It's very difficult for a child. What is a regular person is a person who has a job and interests and family and hasn't spent an inordinate amount of time delving into conspiracies and being rational about it and being objective and saying, I know that every fiber of my being rejects this is foolishness, tinfoil, it is real. And then the more you find out, oh my God, that is real. The more you find out, Operation Northwood, holy fuck, that's real. The more you find out about these things, MK Ultra, you go, wait a minute. Nobody got arrested for any of this? Nobody went to jail, nobody got prosecuted, nobody got tried. The more you get into the JFK assassination, the more you dig into everything. It is a bottomless pit that if you haven't reached the surface of it, you have no idea how much depth there is to it. And that's the normal person. Most people, most people took the shot because they wanted to keep their job, or they took the shot because they had sick relatives, or they had to visit loved ones in the hospital, or whatever the reason was. They did what they had to do, and they know people that got fucked up because of the shot. Maybe they got fucked up, and they feel helpless. They don't know what to do. But I don't think they understand not just the COVID pandemic, but what happened during the pandemic. The exact same power. And when you find that out, we went over Peter Duke's work the other day. And we showed the article in magazine that talked about these various doctors that stepped out again, use of AT, and what was going on and how evil it was. The only reason why they were doing it was because the already been approved and they just pushed it through quickly. All right, how's your schedule look? Feeling busy? Got a lot on the horizon? Well, yeah, time of year when life gets crazy. Demands more of your energy, your work, holiday travel, all while it's getting darker and colder. It can drain your energy, or get out ahead of it. Listen, I talk a lot about AG1. It's the daily health drink that can help you stay one scoop ahead of all the energy drains coming your way this season. Because the superfoods and B vitamins in every scoop of AG1 supports steady energy production without the crash. And just shaking up one scoop of AG1 in water will cover multivitamins, your pre-probiotics, antioxidants, superfoods, and more. It's one simple step to start your day ahead of anything that might come your way. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Subscribe today to get this clinically backed formula in the flavor of your choice: citrus, berry, or original, to help you stay one scoop ahead. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG D3, 2, and AG1 welcome kit, plus a few
bonus AG1 travel. Just head to drinkaG1.com/Joe Rogan or visit the link in the description to get started. That's drinkaG1.com/Joe Rogan.
Is a dark reason for overdosing on AZT is it provides exactly the symptoms of AIDS. And so it great documentary. It's on YouTube. It's called How It keeps the numbers going. You can turn the numbers up or down by changing the definition of what is AIDS. His definition of it in that documentary, Archie and Redfield, they're all young. It's one of the first rounds in this world. And they're making the case that HIV is the absolute cause of AIDS. I don't know, feels that you can have AIDS without HIV, you can have HIV without AIDS. I've raised 10 kids, two teenage kids, one older boys, both 31 years old now, tested positive for HIV. Right away comes and he and I met about it, watched this documentary called House of Cards. And he decided no medication. He's really healthy. He's in the sun a lot. He's having a calm and wonderful life. He lives in Fiji. So he's having to drop it a lot. And when he took the medication, 3 weeks, he felt really shitty. It wasn't AZT, it's the newer cocktail. But he felt really shitty when he stopped. He feels great. We'll see how things go. But the idea that they were trying to push was, if you test positive for HIV, they say you will die from this disease. There's nothing to stop it. Drugs. And that turns out not terrible.
They thought that you could get it, people now get it.
Purpose, then ultimately, however,
there was a Pittsburgh thing is fascinating because this all took place at the time of the internet. No push back into conspiracy theorists online too. And his assumption was, first of all, there was the convenient fact that the vast majority of the people that got air quotes AIDS all were drug users. They were the partiers in the gay community, and anybody that knows anything about drug use knows that if you're a hardcore drug user, you're staying up all night, you're partying, you're gonna crush your immune system. And you know, they were taking antibiotics at the parties in big bowls. Because they have a tremendous amount of sex. It was a statement of freedom of the gay rights movement and the infection. So they were enough antibiotics, taking antibiotics, and it was real. They destroyed their immune system and poppers. And Duisburg poppers is the big threat. Yeah. Well, poppers certainly causes the specific respiratory issue that was associated with AIDS. And they kept changing, you know, the agency kept changing the definition of the way. And there's a great line in Real Anti-Fellowship book I read. Bobby says, if you get diagnosed with AIDS in Africa, the fastest way to get cured is go to New York. You're diagnosed with AIDS. Totally different diagnostic method. In Africa, in the United States, it's mostly men. And the diagnostic method in Africa includes asking you on a questionnaire whether you've engaged in gay sex. What does that have to do with an AIDS test? I took an AIDS test when I was younger and thought, well, this is a test like a pregnancy test, right? If you're positive, that means you're positive. Negative means negative. That wasn't what you meant. It was a highly interpretive test. By the way, this documentary I mentioned a couple of times called House of Cards. For the humorous value, I have to also add, anybody who looks for it on YouTube, be sure you have the one that is the correct one, because the adversaries have put up another documentary entitled House of Numbers. Yeah, the same thing with turtles all the way down.
Yeah, very clever. And then that one debunks the other one. So it's numbers by a great filmmaker named Randy Wayne. And it's just an enjoyable, informative documentary about another one of these sacred that we are not allowed to question. This one was the first time as a podcast where I got massive pushback. But his assertion was that HIV was a weak disease, that was a weak virus that was only showing up in the systems of people that were already compromised. There was no cause of it. It was
symptom of a compromised immune system.
Very important for that. Effective sewage, etc. And it was another of many bad side effects of reducing population, meaning use condoms, don't have sex, sex is scary, sex is death. A lot of these things focus on and have the ultimate result of population reduction. I'm going to come back and say something like this because it's so funny. In some numbers when he's interviewed, he says, my peers are prostitutes.
Generally, that's how we
I asked him as well to
So just an example, for example, let's say a person buys a brand new
he says,
tool
but
bag.
they go all
A brand
right.
new tool bag, right?
He's
He's still enough.
a
And
lovely
it has my
man,
name
you know,
on it.
he's doing
So
fine now.
pretty
I talked to
much,
somebody
just like a tool
recently
bag,
takes
so
care of
like,
her. I was reaching out to see if he needed anything because I would take care of this guy for the rest of his life. He was a real hero. And they buried him in the basement. I mean, not only buried him dead, they buried him in the basement.
Why?
Berkeley.
Because that's one of the reservations now. Once you put your toilet in there, once you put your toilet in there, then it's more
Nobel Prize breaker.
one
So I
side.
never seen that in 2015.
Probably even earlier than that. What is
Cases
this?
in Halakha may not be as clear, but you must remember here that Rabbi has one of the designation for the purpose
Very
is not doubt.
Well, you got balls, but I guess you got that from
well.
solution.
What is the
It's at that time.
So I will say, what is designation?
With that,
Designation
is
is
denier. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about whether HIV is always the cause of AIDS.
But there were so many facts that people
What
were.
creates reality?
This is what was like for me.
So when you
When I
put the
see,
tool in that, there's a
when I see a dilemma, I see a situation,
reality,
and I see
thoughts and intentions that
inconvenient facts that
such a
people
tremendous
are
thing in your life.
ignoring. One of them being that ACT,
The intention,
and that it
goal,
was therapy
aspiration.
medication
All
that they had to stop using because it was killing
incredible
quicker.
list of
And that chemotherapy is always short-term use. It's for short. It's like when you have cancer, chemotherapy, it kills the cancer, it almost kills you, and then you recover fully, the cancer's gone. This was the only chemotherapy that you were being told to stay on. That had never been. Okay, it was one AZT killed people for sure. They were using AZT for AIDS. People were dying, AIDS or AZT, whatever, more. And they stopped using it. People stopped dying of AIDS. Because that's kind of one. Because they'll try to tell you that, oh no, medications have stopped the spread of HIV. Never make its way to the heterosexual community. It's really a sexually transmitted disease that's so, unbelievably contagious that it just spread through the gay community like wildfire. Why? There's a lot of people that had gay sex. Well, how come it never really had any meaningful transition to the heterosexual community? There's a lot of weird shit. Why do people that were totally asymptomatic, like Arthur Ashe, gets on AZT, he's dead in 6 months? Like, what let AZT kill those people? And then Peter Duesberger's right. Like this was my thought, and I'm like, well, hear this guy out. Let me talk to him, a skeptical but objective mindset, and see where this guy's at. We find out he's a tenured from the University of California, Berkeley. He's done groundbreaking research on cancer. He's a brilliant guy, and everything he's saying totally, completely made sense. And I was like, this is. Then I realized, this all happened before the internet. This all happened before you get set on a podcast and talk about it. This all happened tweets on it. This all happened before
for today. Jacob,
very true. By the way, another Duesberg story is a couple that adopted a baby. They're covered in this documentary, and they adopted a baby and tested for AIDS, tested for HIV. And they against America, they do another test. The baby is HIV positive. So
these PCR tests,
yeah, they're PCR tests.
and this is what Terry Wallace was very adamant about, is not the use of PCR. And Fauci did not know what he was doing when he was doing it.
We have a lot.
That's great. Terry Wallace, if I wish he was alive, he died right before COVID.
Stay ahead of us, but
Anyway, so they adopt this kid, and the kid is HIV positive, little girl. And the doctors say, well, maybe you got to put this kid on AZT in a hurry. So they put the kid on AZT. Now you see videos, old movies where the kid can't and small loses weight. They say, she's actually doing pretty well. This is keeping her alive. So just keep going. So they keep going. It gets worse and worse and worse. And they write a letter to a guy named Peter Desperate. And to his credit, he writes back, in writing, the way most people would take her off that medication. So they do. They take her off the med. The doctors say she's going to be dead by the time she's spotted. Then they say, maybe she'll live to be 7. And they say it'll be 11, it'll be a miracle. In the meantime, she's getting better and better and better. In the movie, cut to 23 years old, pregnant daughter. And there's other people, it's like how but this is true with COVID as well. You can be generous and say people didn't know things early on, but it is not possible to now look, for example, at the COVID vaccine and say they don't know it now. Right? In other words, at this point, it's not possible for Albert Bourla to have an idea about that myocarditis that would cause sudden death. Kids, athletic boys go to sleep at night, they're found dead in their bed in the morning. Not one, not two, but many. And right in the beginning of COVID, 2 different states, 2 different cohorts, 2 different reports. These kids who were found in their bed dead in the morning, 16 years old, both apart, died from vaccine-induced myocarditis. Clearly, that should have been there. We were all taking it, right? COVID happened. Yeah, well, things did happen. But imagine now, in a way, Joe, you could look like flu in 1960 and also again in 2009, which were before the internet, and they actually did worse than what the internet did. Is favor out engagements like we're having today and all the stuff you've done. But it also allowed us to have a control mechanism right into our iPhone. And so what was happening is we're getting better and better and better at controlling human perception. And I think that is a great gift on one hand, but it's also, look, no way they're going to leave the internet untouched and utilize it in this basically information war that's going on. So the internet has helped show some people the truth, but it's also to stop a lot of other people saying the truth. I'm sure, but at least there's an avenue where the truth exists. Just one of those thing, the only way I found out about it was an article in Spin Magazine, and it had some conspiratorial content. Friends, dudes, AIDS, and of course AIDS is real. And then I started reading books, and I was like, wait, this can't be true. And having him on was just absolutely fascinating. From all the people that were absolutely convinced that there's no way these all other doctors should be in agreement, and that gave me pause. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Why would all these doctors be in agreement and be incorrect about this? Why would they all be promoting this false narrative? I had no concept of how the NIH and how Fauci and how they ran things, and how if you deviate from the narrative whatsoever, you got no grants, you got no funding, lose your license, obviously we saw in 2000, they were kicking people kicked over, like esteemed scientists, professors, people that taught at major universities, removed from the conversation because they were speaking out. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company. Let's get real. Most brands just slap a flag on a label and call it support. Not Black Rifle Coffee Company. This fall, BRCC is doubling down on their mission. From November 7th to 11th, they teamed up IPCO and Born Primitive to eliminate up to $2 million in medical debt for veterans. Not talk, not hashtags, real relief for those who served and their families. And this isn't new for BRCC. In 2025,
They back mission-driven nonprofits like Operation Homefront, Hunt Foundation, Beyond the Barracks, Team R2B, and Folds of Honor, supporting mental housing, education, and transition services for those who need it most. So whether you're brewing just black or dark chocolate at home, visiting one of their killer coffee shops, or slamming a can of their new Black Rifle Energy, know this: you're not just fueling your day, you're joining the mission. Hit up blackriflecoffee.com/Joe Rogan. Use code Rogan and get 30% off your order or coffee club sign up. Black Rifle Coffee, veteran founded, American roasted. This is a coffee.
There's a documentary right now called Convenience Study.
Let's say somebody
See that as quick as you can. It's free on YouTube because sponsors just pay for it. But that is about a study done by the Ford Medical Center, Henry Ford Medical Center, comparing vaccinated kids to unvaccinated kids. It's a very, very interesting documentary. After the study is done, they decide not to release it. I've read about that. Yeah, it's really good. There's like, just tell you how much good stuff is. The hidden camera interview with the guy who says, I just can't. My career will be over. I'm just not going to do it. I'm going to do it. People try to persuade him to study. Yes, it would help a lot of people. I agree it would help a lot of people. I agree it's important, but I can't. I've had enough. I can't. This kind of thing. You have the stomach for another one. Sure, I'll give you. So you mentioned AIDS. AIDS is like gravity. You're not allowed to question. Right. It's a law. Yeah, Holocaust, gravity, moon landing. Hitler, Biden killed. Was he killed by the Russians? Well, it turns out the skull fragment belonged to a isn't it a narrative? This is the only guy who have an escape plan. Everybody else waited in the tow all submarines all the way to Argentina on 2 months trips. That were found weeks after the war. They were still fighting submarines. This one guy, no, this pilot who testified that he flew him out of Germany, out of Berlin. Why would anybody lie about those coming into Berlin? And you hardly conquered anything if Osama bin Laden has been caught. If Hitler is free and is somewhere. That narrative is really good to dig into. Get on Grok or get on ChatGPT. Quick note on ChatGPT and Grok. The answer you get will usually be the orthodox answer, the approved answer. You have to keep asking. You have to say, again, you have to push them in. And remarkable information that way. You still have to check it all because the thing has delusions, as we know. My point is that all these things that we're not allowed to question because they are just like gravity. Well, a big one is vaccines cannot be linked to autism. That's we know it just like we know gravity, just like we know around the sun. How do we know it? And suddenly when you say, who debunked it? And how is it debunked? All of a sudden, nobody but a single pediatrician you look at me can answer that question. So I'm going to answer it today. How do we know? Who debunked it? It was debunked by the Institute of Medicine. And how they debunked it, I'll talk about it. So what is the Institute of Medicine? Well, everybody knows that's a big, important revered organization about science, part of the National Academy of Science Government Organization. Guess what? A private organization, not a government organization. Medicine and the National Academy of Science, both completely private organizations, sometimes funded by government and sometimes funded by pharma. And so they debunked it. And the way they debunked it is by the use of Agent Orange. So why I want to talk about Agent Orange for a second? It's a long answer, okay? If I can get a question. But here's the Agent Orange. It's good for people to hear because they're emotional. Right? They're emotional about AIDS. They're very emotional about it. Agent Orange people pretty much forgotten about. What happens is Agent is used to foliate forests and jungles. It's actually a chemical weapon. The U.S. government denies it's a chemical weapon. They know. They tested it. It has dioxin in it. They tested it on 40 monkeys. And these monkeys and these metals, they are always unlucky. They very rarely come out feeling good. Of these 40, 30 died within a week. So the U.S. government knew they had something here. They sprayed it all over Vietnam. And our troops get very, very sick. They have children with deformities. They complain to the U.S. government. And the U.S. government takes that monkey study, stamps it top secret, all the way till 2000. When they go to the Institute of Medicine, they say, we would study this thing. I'm just holding my nose because I want to get it right. The Institute of Medicine does a study. And the conclusion of their 2001 study, very powerful conclusion, more studies needed. That's what they conclude for all these people who are waiting for compensation and waiting to have the answers. To be sure, with that bullshit answer, more studies needed. They do it in 2006, and then one in 2008, one in 2010, one in 2012, one in 2014, and they all come up. Conclusion, more studies needed. This is one of the methods used by the U.S. government to drag things out to where making the complaint about most syndrome, also debunked by the Institute or Agent Orange. There's a bunch of examples. This is what took the Institute of Medicine 22 years to debunk this study. And finally, a very famous guy from Somali did an independent study. And he goes and testifies before Congress, and I'll read it. He says, government and industry officials intentionally manipulated or withheld compelling information about the adverse health effects of HGH. Why was his testimony so important? Because he is the person who awarded the usage, and because his son died from it. So, you look at that, and then you say, if people listening to me and you now get the idea that, hey, maybe the government does that sometimes, if you can just take that on board, then maybe you can recognize Institute of Medicine does the same thing, the same methods, the same money, paid by the same experts, same reasons, then maybe you can talk about the other stuff they did, like vaccine, which is really vaccines and brain damage, which we know vaccines cause. It's on every package insert for meaning they already acknowledge brain damage. The issue is autism, which is a clever definition, very complicated, 12,000 words in the Wikipedia article on autism just to define it. And they failed 4 citations, and they end by saying, so it's one of those things that you can't hit with an arrow because the definition is so obtuse. But anyway, Institute of Medicine, they did the same thing, baby powder. It's a great story I want to tell you. Gulf War syndrome, silicone implants, anthrax vaccine, bird beds, and SIDS. And what do they have in common? The government didn't like it. They were going to have to pay. Some of this is funny. SIDS, how did they come out SIDS? SIDS is the term that you was when a baby's death cannot be determined what it is. You've done an autopsy, you've done an investigation, you've dragged them from parents to the police station, you've done all that stuff, and you cannot decide how that. So the Institute of Medicine look at SIDS, which is a category of death that you know somebody can't die from. It's a category. And they said, we don't know what causes SIDS, but we sure know what doesn't cause it. Multiple vaccines. That we're sure of. And this is the style of bullshit that goes on. There's a correlation in terms of multiple vaccines and the amount of time to order or a baby dies of sudden infant. Oh, I have no doubt that sudden infant death syndrome is often caused by multiple vaccines. I have no doubt. And that's for another show. A lot of it, this book I wrote, a lot of it, I really get into explaining that fact. But the broader point is, you don't have to prove SIDS. You don't have to say COVID vaccines are a problem or vaccines cause mercury vaccines or other vaccines might cause brain damage. Because once you put the system that they use for this thing, once you get into understanding how this works, can I tell you baby powder real quick? Yeah, I know how it gets into it. John and
wants baby powder. They go to the FDA and they say, we have to tell you something, we're a little concerned. Found some cancer causing us in our baby powder, and we're not going to know what to do. And the FDA says, well, we're going to study how much cancer causing asbestos is okay. So they studied that for 44 years. And they never considered maybe zero, like zero. Cancer causing asbestos in the baby powder. They never thought about zero. But they studied it for 44 years. Time flies when you're covering up something. And the FDA finally ruled on it in the year of 2020, about 10 months, after 52 years. For 52, I'm going to say 52 years. And John, by the way, still claims baby powder doesn't cause cancer, which is the worst advertising slogan in the history of the world. So it was in the places where they're mining talc, the talc and asbestos are often together. That's the problem, correct? Yeah, but they were all of them now because they're still Johnson's powder. It's just not baby powder. And they knew this, 52 years ago. And companies like Johnson & Johnson, it was 38 powder out of now. I think it's cornstarch. Gulf War syndrome, same way. Gulf War syndrome, yes. It could be a few things. There was also a vaccine called Sway, which is a child vaccine. Today it comes from shark's liver, which is effective. And in a minute, I'm going to get into something really funny. Say that when a child dies and vaccines are even suspect, when it's possible, the powers that be say, look, millions of vaccines were given and those okay. Because if they did some house-to-house survey, which of course they didn't do, but that's not how we act here. We don't say, oh, millions of passengers, don't worry about those 400 who are dead. What do? Like boxes, we reassemble planes, we reconstruct what happened, and execute. If we used for plane crashes, my point is, the millions don't matter. The few matter. And the ones who suffer, that's where you want to be doing your research, not the millions who didn't have any problems. And imagine that we took the same approach that farming when we have a jetliner crash. Farmer would say, let's say, a flight goes down the land 20 minutes before reaching Heathrow Airport, right? Say, the flight was 95% right? Or they would say, hey, at least you're better off. We got those passengers. In other words, they truly put death out of the and focus just on the numbers. And I don't care about the numbers. I care about the people. Yeah, they don't say it saves lives than it costs. And then what happens is, on a few very rare cases, very rare individuals, there's some sort of a reaction, and those people die from that medication. But this is normal for any kind of medication that is mass prescribed. This is what they were used as an argument. And they would say that for people, like, we're having vaccines for, measles, mumps, rubella, we're helped by that, so if you're really going to assess a product, like going down to let a stranger walk in the stagnant Japanese, I don't know what's in it, should learn to get every year in American law and getting a vaccine. They don't know. I don't know about that 23-year-old pharmacist. This is a measure out and give it. Don't ask questions like, did your baby have that? I want to go right to which is the assessment that we would have to do for any vaccine drug. Is what's the likelihood of getting, in the case of vaccines, you have to say what's the likelihood of getting a disease, what's the likelihood of having a consequence from the disease, and does the vaccine work, and does it have any harm for anybody, right? Well, I just want to talk about a couple of these tetanus vaccines. In the United States,
The number of people who died from tetanus in a decade is 13 human beings. The number of people who got tetanus, 154. My point on tetanus is that all over the world, there's a map. All over the world, tetanus. How do you get tetanus transmission? As you may know, many things you get.
Why bring that
Rust
up
does not give you tetanus. It's called the tetanus bacteria. And they find it, first of all, if you take an army of the United States, you won't find a doctor who's ever had a patient with tetanus. All over the world, it is 200
says, yes,
the United States, either all of Central America and South America, all 22, I can't find it. Fewer than 1,000 people getting about deaths. In Russia, 1 death in 2022. In all of Europe, 2 deaths. In the Congo, a lot. So this is one of those things that you have to ask, like, risk. And say, does it work? And does it work without any side effects? Well, here's the reality. If I get a serious injury, right, I go to the hospital, they clean it, and I'm done right there. Cleaning it is the end of it. Let's say they failed. They always offer you a tetanus vaccine right there. Even if you had one a year ago, there's never a circumstance where they don't take a tetanus vaccine. So tetanus is the vaccine you can take at the time of the injury. You don't have to take it prophylactically. 5 injections to little babies. Little babies. You don't have to do that. So each one of these vaccines, each one of these. And so, polio, by the way, as I now the polio rabbit hole for a second, I want to say it is another one of these things that counts, right? Because everybody says you don't want polio coming. But here's the reality of polio. Right from the CDC website, 99% of polio never have any symptoms. That's great. The typical symptom that you had Humphrey's on, so you answer that. The typical symptom is having cold for a week, having sniffles. Number of deaths in the world, 8 billion. Number of deaths last year from zero. Number of polio cases, a real terrible outcome, which is around only bad outcome. 500 on the planet Earth, half of whom recovered. You can recover from everything else. So you have 99% don't have any symptoms. Over 1% of them will have poliomyelitis, which is paralysis. Of the 500 I just told you about, 564 in 2022, 97% of them were vaccine-induced poliomyelitis, meaning they were the strain from the vaccine. That's what give me interest right from the CDC website. You know, when you tell people that, yeah, the vaccine is giving polio. Alex Jones on the podcast a long time ago. They had stopped giving it to children because they were getting polio from the vaccine. It's the only place they were getting pulled up in the article. Watch that AP where it shows us oral administration of polio. And it turns out a bunch of them and something like all the cases of polio, I believe it's 94% of cases of polio. 97 and even people hearing voice right now, and you can go to the CDC website or look this up. In this book, by the way, it's the page here, but all the pages have QR codes. Everything I asserted in this book takes you to the original source material, so you can decide how to trust me on anything. But on polio, people just won't let it in their head, right? And the reality of it is that it is you're getting at polio. And let's look at mumps. So, you find a CBS story online that shows that they say mumps cases are unvaccinated children. And you dig a little deeper, what is most 94%? So now you've got it. It doesn't sound like
Okay.
I mean, would you take any other product they say, this will help you with whatever you're sick? 94% of the time it won't. You might be one of those
I believe, as a parent myself, parents have to look at each product individually and decide how likely is it my kid is going to get this thing and what are the consequences of trying it. With COVID, it's so easy. With the COVID vaccine, your child stands zero benefit and just might die, right? So that's the easiest equation in history. Like, I'm not willing to have an easier case of COVID for my 14-year-old. And maybe, I'm betting it's very remote. I mean, very remote. But maybe have the kid have myocarditis and die at 5 years from it. The number of athletes that drop dead in play games, basketball, high school athletes, is higher than it has ever been in my world. And they say, oh no, it always happens. I studied that in my last book. And it didn't always happen. 26 times a year over 32 years. You know that during COVID, after the nation in 2021, 2022, 2012, we didn't have a single month. It was 26 cases. And so, I've got 550 as medical cause unknown. And that's just looking hard to find. We can find it in local newspapers. The national newspapers. And, there are some cases that were kind of like Justin Bieber getting paralysis on his face, his young, healthy wife getting a brain bleed. So there were some that those people didn't come out and say, oh, that was related to vaccine, or I took the vaccine. I went at home, but there are no people going to his concert were required to take it. So I don't know the answer, but when we saw that the 500 real cases, all the citations, 550, local cause unknown, and it's down. There was the scientists that work on it. Citation for every single one of them, all people under 45. You know what people under 45 usually don't do? Very healthy, and particularly out of children and athletes. And so with the COVID vaccine, mRNA vaccine, you've got the actual original developer of the technology, Robert Malone, dead set opposed to it. When you've got Tanya, who won the Nobel Prize for this HIV, dead set opposed to spending the last few months of his life around unhealthy, saying, do not give this to your children. Then over here you've got these authoritative sources, and the authoritative sources tend to carry the day if people are, I don't want it to be too mean, but I want people to hear it, if they're lazy. Because if you're a parent, vaccine is not a single product, it's not a brand, it's a whole bunch of different things that each have different risk profiles, and each have different benefits. There's 6 different polio. Are they all the same? Of course not. You gotta choose, right? Or you go to the pediatrician, and the pediatrician tries to give you your MMR vaccine. Oh, the flu vaccine is a better example. Flu vaccine, mercury, and also about and they lied and said they took it out in 2001, the vaccine. On the same page it says, except for some flu vaccines. There were 6 flu vaccines. And the defense parents choose if they want it with mercury or without mercury. This is like comedy. Nutrition doesn't ask you whether you want it with mercury or without mercury. And one parent would say, oh, I'll tell you, I'm giving up with mercury. I'll take that one. I mean, mercury, I think it's important to point out. This is a big, and not polio, by the way, but I just made Guillain-Barré syndrome and other forms of paralysis. Sorry to interrupt, but even President Roosevelt probably didn't have polio. Poster child with polio, there was no polio test, and he got into adulthood, which is not he was paralyzed. That's true. It didn't just give you farm dogs, cows, horses. And they don't get it. They don't get when the shot in the second. So it's not like it's cross species. It's not like it's most likely to be keyboards because they were spraying it everywhere. By the way, also starting in the 40s using mercury. The very earliest autism cases were called Canner syndrome discovered.
8 patients
turns out
all had, he took care of a lot of kids. They found this new syndrome, they were seeing about their behavior. They had lost their ability to speak. They had all kinds of problems. And in almost every case, the father was working on mercury, or mercury was being used in actually at that time. This wonder product, nothing effective, that's for sure. It does shit. And so it was in a lot of things. So mercury is part of a lot of neurological injuries. Go on ChatGPT and say, should I breathe mercury fumes? Should I eat it, touch it? No. Should I inject? Well, in childhood. I got a quick one. So I'm gonna get a lot of shit, obviously, for this main criticism you and I were going to get. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. As I mentioned, I'm a criminologist.
If you go ahead,
And so in this book, I put together information that anybody can get. Put all the citations that parents often don't know this brand. Vaccine good, disease. There's a marketing process, which is that if you see you're going to get that disease, it is possible for your kid to get all of those diseases and be exposed to all those diseases. And what Humphreys didn't talk about with you,
says that
is that all vaccine diseases
does not go ahead and endow the area.
The circle of the American child is 100%.
What's the case over here? I'm sorry.
All of them.
Sorry. Touch most time they say
Measles.
Well,
For 22 years, we didn't have a single measles death.
let's say,
For 22 years. And this is really interesting. I hope you take this one on board.
and it turns out that
Death
there's
rate
surplus
for
funds.
children with measles is zero.
So most time they
And the death
say,
rate for
okay, whatever is
unvaccinated children,
surplus,
of which there are 9 million,
federal funds.
is zero.
Federal funds, all right.
But meaning the unvaccinated and the vaccinated both have the same death rate.
Most
Zero.
things we are shown.
But people have died from measles. Yes, people have died.
There's a general correction.
All of these death rates that are the scariest are all death rates right there. First of all, measles was in descent anyway, up as it did in the 80s. It was already going from up here to down here.
Those backwards passed away, but if you got no find out, turns out together. We needed $5,000.
Thing that helped with Jeffrey disease. Texas announces death. But this is 2024. When I said it was 22 years before that, they're double. So what's causing these kids to die? Well, it's not. I don't know if you've had Pierre Lorion or other people. This would be a good question about these kids actually died of measles or died for medical care. Yeah, died of measles, etc. I have other comorbidities. These kids, they have that treatment. The question for like somebody like Pierre Lorion, I'm going to back away from the question. By the way, let's own it. Let's say, oh, they died of measles. Look, if that's true, then in 24 years, kids died of measles. You know what the death rate is for kids from tetanus, for example? The risk for 1 in every 150 million Americans children will die from tetanus. And if you want to make those odds better, more power to you. But 1 in 1 million is pretty damn. That's very important. Can be taken. The vaccine can be taken once you have a contract. Well, no, once you've got run it away. If you've got the, there's a bonus here, which is does not mean tetanus. Right. You got to search for it. As you see in this chart that shows the prevalence of tetanus. I want to just quickly do this. I'm not ready for the shit. I'm not a doctor, and I shouldn't be saying any of this. But not only should I be saying it, but I should be doing exactly what I've done for my whole career, which is investigating matters and telling the truth. And I'm not even, by the way, an anti-vax. I think there's one vaccine I think is a great product, by the way, the BCG vaccine, which is for tuberculosis. It is used in almost every country. It's 100 years old, and it has other respiratory problems, and it helps with bladder cancer and all kinds of things. What country it's not used in? The United States of America. That's a gas joke. The United States of America. And why? Because
So again,
the patents run out.
again, I know that I
Maybe another reason why
for
they would say, well, there's not much tuberculosis,
this
but
is
there's
what they
9
get.
cases
This
a
is general
year.
collection.
Tetanus versus tetanus with
The burial fund.
13 cases.
Yeah, but
I don't think most people know that.
Plus $5,000.
Yeah, it does not and many vaccines don't stop transmission anyway. By the way, I'm not saying they all don't work. I'm just saying you have to make a decision. Like, imagine this. Some parents don't want their kids to play football because they might have a head injury, right? The government mandated that you play football. We'd all be pretty pissed off. Whether their kids can, take a bike out of them or just whether they sleep over at somebody's house. They make all these decisions about safety, but they go over this vaccine decision as if it's a business. And you don't think that Bobby Kennedy is pushing for, and I think will accomplish is an ultimate decision. And that is the parent and the pediatrician will decide together whether or not the vaccine is recommended, which type, etc. Guess who opposes that? The pediatricians.
I watched this.
There's a financial incentive.
Yes. When I was a kid, I went to the pediatrician. First of all, I went to the doctor once.
I buy you because
if you didn't have it, wellness checks and changes that are necessary, that patients would have to have second jobs. Because most kids, particularly younger than yet affected by all the environment, most kids are pretty healthy. Obviously, that's less true today than it was when I was a kid. I want to share something that I'm itching to get out because most people just don't know much about vaccines and there's information that's all available through CDC and FDA, so that I want to share this information. Okay. So how does it start? Vaccine means starting from cowpox.
Therefore, again,
So they would take cowpox, that stuff, and they would rub the wounds on people, and then they decided, oh, maybe we could put horse pus and cowpox, horse's hoof, we'll rub that in. And they tried that, and for a long time experimenting with all these things. Some old-timey were made by ingredients, so steeping them for years in a mix of ox bile and potato slices. Sounds like a joke, right? But it's true. And it evolved to where dried rabbit, spinal cords, duck arrows, chicken blood, human, you don't want to use that. Ground up rat splinters and oil. So that's old-time vaccines. Nothing new. Anything about anything. So let's switch to the modern day vaccines. Because obviously they know that stuff. Well, here is what's in your childhood vaccines right now. Gelatin from pig skin, chicken protein, blood from the parts of cow fetuses, DNA fragments from human fetuses, oil extracted from proteins from hormone bread. You don't leave that out. And of course, DNA fragments from monkey kidneys. Now, if that doesn't toe from lizard dog. When I hear that, I literally just picture Jason off which is putting this stuff together. You know, I'm talking fast, I'm almost done. The other modern ingredients in childhood vaccines. This is what you are giving if you trust the vaccine manufacturer. Formaldehyde, you already know. Polysorbic 80, which is linked to and my absolute favorite, potassium chloride. Why is this my favorite? Because that is the chemical that is injected for injection. Lethal injection by execution. Now, infants get far less than we're executing, but you really want to be injecting any amount of that into human beings. You've already tried to access which is spermicides, and of course, until very recently, ethyl mercury. And what is the reason why there's so many different? So I got it in this. I got it in this book, Holding Up Shameless Book. I got it in this book because it's too long for them. But they have, you can get it from ChatGPT. And it's what I would have to call the kind of same reason for each of these. Right? I mean, you just heard what they are. They're nuts. And I'm not a scientist. You don't realize how very important each one of those ingredients is. I do realize something. I don't have to be a scientist. I don't want mercury in your child.
And the problem over here is when they do everything on
when I was a kid,
ever,
if a
does that because of God? No.
fell and broke a floor, you had to call a hazmat team.
So how you ever think about that with Sabah, like they
Touch
will
it, you can't breathe it, you
tell
can't
other
eat it,
people
but you can
go
inject it
and
into
save.
babies. It's not
In other words, perfectly rational. It's Sabah, like I wrote also about something I love.
And again, I'm still not anti-vax. That's not the point. The point is, products you think matter.
What are they saying is the reason why they have all
Well, some of them are, I mean, it's not, the one that's not funny, of course, is that because simian virus 40, most people don't know, was in the first polio vaccine, which was recalled. And then it was in the second polio vaccine, which was put out to replace simian virus 40. It was in that, and it's in the Pfizer COVID vaccine. SP40 fragments.
Why is that case
If you
different?
explain
Because
how
a lot
that
of my sense here,
Well,
the
they
parents
will
are
claim
making
that
that for
they were
what's
that
happening.
to grow a pathogen needs to be in some kind of organic material. Monkey kidneys is a good way to do it. And virus 40 accidentally, they claim, they got into it. Let me tell you what they went through. It's a good story, too. They say that it's a preservative, and that they needed it for multi-dose vials of flu vaccine. Not legal in the UK, not in Denmark, not in Sweden, not in, for some reason, the United States. Okay, so
Literally need to be very open. Absolutely. But again, I will say something. Sounds like it's as long as they're going to touch the funeral beer.
So why have you two reasons? One is that once they get a vaccine,
Like for the dance,
the last thing they will come back to the FDA and start that process to get a better vaccine.
touches the bed. It's not talking
Because
about
it'll
the
cost a
funeral,
lot,
saying
because
essentially,
now it takes a lot, and it won't get
there was
better.
one being done
Right in the city. It's happening right now. There's a new
But then there was another
vaccine.
which
And the ACIP committee is saying to FDA, give me all the information on this vaccine before we approve it. And there is no safety, no viable safety information on these vaccines. On particular childhood vaccines, and as you learn from turtles all the way down, never a viable study on these. And the studies they did, some of them for 5 days, some of them for 14 days. And I'm interested in that when it comes to my meaning to know whether they actually
They always say, quote, they always say that their studies are pushed. And that is where RFK pushed them on this.
and we're concerned that if people start
working studies that showed it.
that,
Now, there were no, there are now 3, but not done by the government, of comparing vaccinated kids to unvaccinated kids. For all of us, if you give a kid a measles vaccine, they'll some shit in measles for 50 years that didn't work. But does it also have other adverse effects, right? Also, the studies have been done, and many unvaccinated kids are related to the disease. I'm talking about asthma, or HD, neurologic problems, and visits to the pediatrician. It's the easiest study in the world to do. Because you go to a big company like Kaiser, they got the kid, they know he went in for a vaccine or didn't, and they know how many visits he had per pediatrician. And so they can look very easily at it. It's not a hard project to do, and that's what Bob and the Delta treatment get done by CDC and NIH. And that's the meeting where Fauci said, oh yeah, I have that study. And is looking through a file box. Oh, I can't find it, I'll send it to you. And to sue to get it. And right before the going up in court, they get the letter, oh, there is no study. I can't say it.
say you need designation and
just a line with a line.
professional. I'm not the one I say before just say right now.
Why would it?
I go to the guys and say the guys they need safety cover right or they'll get back
Why would you give
for
them
a safer Torah
That's
or
a
not
fact. Insane.
what's
It
that
seems
about?
insane.
I understand the Spanish and Kodesh. So Kodesh,
I don't agree. He wasn't trying for that. The pardons are typically for people who are charged with something.
but ultimately
It's,
however,
by the way,
the Spanish should establish that. But if I want to say for a kind of purpose, I can no longer use this. Okay, what does that sound like? That sounds like
And
love.
like anybody else, I'm subject to getting bummed out by like, holy shit, this stuff goes on. And I get a little bit because if I accept that it's true, I stop being shocked. I stop being
Thing is not focused on
the impact of it. What are you doing?
it's not focused. Here we go. See my culture.
Humor is a good. Humor is probably the number one. I get myself on.
Right, but now that do it. Again, you use high non-cultural.
Yeah, you get really bummed out by the
Or they have a total shitos. The leather, many people are I'm not sure if the have become even though
ministers
the
of
high
propaganda, whether they realize it or not,
we're not
and how easy it is to dismiss anybody who asks questions about these very questionable. It's very disturbing. It alienates a lot of people. A lot of people that I can't talk to about certain subjects because they'll just spout out some nonsense. That's not true. It's provably not true. Not true. You know how many people I freak the fuck out when I told
whether or not
99% of polio is asymptomatic.
again,
I'll show you right now. We'll just put it in Google and show it to them. Yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy. And then you get a little of them opening their eyes right back to the trans. For the most part. Because it's too difficult to admit that this entire system is insanely corrupt and it all functions by money and those. And they are more than willing not just give people bad health outcomes, but sacrifice human lives that would not have died because of it. And they do that in a huge number of cases. There's a huge number died this year because someone has decided that telling the truth is inconvenient because it stops them from making profit, and so they will buy, prescribe things they don't need to prescribe because there's incentives. There will be all sorts of, besides death, all sorts of horrific health outcomes that could have been completely avoided. And completely ignored Henry Ford study or any of these others that show that when they studied the only Amish that turned out to have autism were the ones that were adopted.
And
I actually think there is one case like this. The Amish have, I don't know, but it's like 70,000 times less autism. What the hell is that? And how is that not freaking people out? Like, how many people will just bury their head in the sand and say vaccines cause autism? This has been debunked. Follow Peter Hotez on Twitter, and they'll just spout about their life. They'll put the blinders on and fasten them securely to the side of their head. And that's the majority of people. Because there's reality about human beings. Most people are cowards. Because they haven't
generally
not been cowards. They haven't had to test themselves in something terrifying. And so people, when they encounter something that's scary,
it has my name on it.
So pretty much people that don't. That's why you see like professional fighters, like, oh my god, like the courage you have to do. That's why you look at Navy SEALs that way. The courage you have to sign up for that.
Because that's one of those.
It's terrifying. Most people, when they encounter any pushback, any socialization, because you're part of that cookie group who wants to question medical science. They don't want that. They don't want to not be invited to the cocktail parties. They don't want to get the side eye at the gym from people. They don't want that. I got to see it during the COVID days. Even with my children, because they weren't vaccinated. Their friends were saying, why are you vaccinated? I thought you loved your kids. Yeah, exactly. Well, they are vaccinated for everything else. But I would, my skepticism on COVID can't wait. Initially, I always took it. The UFC allocated 150 vaccines for all their employees. I showed up. I called the doctor, so can I get it today? And they said, no, actually, I have to give it to you at the clinic. Can you go there? I said, I can't, but I'll be back
fact,
but are meaningless.
in that time, they pulled it from the market. It was a Johnson & Johnson. And then two people that I knew had strokes. They took the vaccine in a 2-week time. And I'm like, whoa. So then I and then when they offered it again, I was like, no, I think I'm definitely got it. And then I didn't get it. I thought everybody gets it.
I mean, got COVID.
Yes, I mean, everybody got it. I had sex with my wife. I tried to get it. I didn't get it. I was like, she's like, you're going to get it. I'm like, I'm not getting it. And I didn't get it. I had days where I felt crappy. Not crappy bad, but like when I worked out, I didn't feel strong. So what I did was I just worked out with lighter weights. I did like 35-pound kettlebells. And I just went through an easy routine where just got my blood flowing. And then I said, "Boy, I feel like I fixed it." So I was running a science experiment with myself, but I was also going crazy. Everybody was like locked down. Well, life didn't so I realized, okay, when you can contact and be in contact with someone who's positive and not catch it. Right. So what is this? And then Jamie got it, and a bunch of our friends got it, and they were fine. My family was fine. My kids got through it like that. Like one of them had like a little bit of a headache, and she came home from school, and then she tested positive, and she was sick for a day, maybe 2 days, with no medication, like nothing. And then the other one had it for maybe 4 days. She wasn't also good. And my wife, she got it for about a week. She didn't feel good for about a week. It was never scary. It was always like, God, I feel so bad. Is there anything to get you? Do you want this? Do you want that? Other things that they did was IV vitamins, not for the kids. But certainly for me when I got it. And I tell that to everybody when they get sick. If you get sick, get IV high-dose vitamin C, get zinc, get vitamin B, you will feel so much better. And if you can get NAD. I know a lot of people bugs them, freaks them out. It doesn't
Get in the sun.
Get in the sun. Yeah, that's true too.
Which they told us.
Right. If you have access to red light therapy, that's great as well.
Well, I think you're a conspiracy.
Well, I clearly became one, but I mean, the social, the ostracizing of people with different perspectives was a real thing, and I felt it. And I didn't just feel it from which I did. I felt from fucking CNN. You know, I felt it in the White House, and I felt it through. But it was kind of cool because it was lies. I was like, oh, you changed the color of my face. This is, you think you're gonna get away with it? Like, how stupid are you? You know, we're gonna notice there's a giant difference between my Instagram video where I'm in my backyard, just fucking normal, and then you make me look jaundiced. There's also the Rolling Stone thing where they showed that they were waiting in line at the emergency room because so many people were having forced deep armor. Yeah, with gunshot wound. They're waiting in line. A long line outside. Fucking Rolling Stone. And getting overdose of horse, which by the way, no one got an overdose of horse dewormer. Which by the way, no one's taking. You can get ivermectin online, you fucking idiots. And you bet you could get it at the pharmacy until they shut that down. But you shut down the ability to get a very useful. Why would you do that? Like, how do you know why this person is getting ivermectin? What if they have fucking malaria? What if they have, yellow fever or something where they're using ivermectin for Nobel Prize?
Yeah, they had a very good reason for shutting it down. Right. That if there is a medication that may be approved for any purpose, then you cannot get an emergency use authorization. And the emergency use authorization was everything. That you just gave me my question, which was how do you do it? Because you're hearing, which is I am, and more just in this group of people. And that is the very reason I wrote this book, because I wrote it to be able to hand and to let people whose eyes are more open to things, hand this to their sister-in-law, or brother-in-law, or boss, or friend who's questioning everything, because this is designed to carry you through Agent Orange, because it's now established, carry you through baby powder, now established, and show you each one of these things, and then talk about vaccines, and then talk about other products and then talk about other examples in order to inspire skepticism. Now, can it work for everybody? Of course not. But I mean for it to be a persuasive strategy, because I've been in this, like you, been in these conversations, which I now just avoid, right? There's a particular thing people say that used to piss me off, but I let it roll off me now, but it would be, that's not what I heard. Yeah. That means something. And so what I do is I put somebody without an open laptop, right? I'm not going to just hear, that's not what I heard. No, you open a laptop and I'll show you, right? And so like in this book, at the beginning of it, it says something like note to the reader. It says, here's why the QR codes are there. When you encounter something you don't think is accurate, cross it out with a big bold red pen. But right next to it, what is accurate? Without that step, people get to say, I don't think so. Well, then what is it? Right? So I'm adding that step, and then with all the QR codes, you can decide what's true, what's propaganda, and what sources you want to believe.
It's weird because publicly they were stating things that go absolutely against known and established science
And common sense.
But when it comes to pandemics, one of them, the big one, that is, you do not vaccinate during a pandemic.
Yeah, and the other one, which the value of local immunity, which has only been known throughout medical history. They said, no, you're better off to get the immunity from the vaccine than happens to these two side effects. I mean,
but it's also what I was getting at was that you don't vaccinate during a pandemic because you create variants, especially with a leaky vaccine, which the vaccine was. They lied to us at first, and they said it's going to stop infection, stop period. Oh, great, it just works, period. Step in line, let's do this, it just works, period. But it didn't just work, period. So that automatically would create ability for the environment for variants. And then people publicly were saying that the unvaccinated are causing variants, which is wild. What a wild twist of reality and decades of research.
Yeah, the unvaccinated were the Nazi Germany. We were the worst. We were the problem. We were spreading disease. By the way, since I mentioned that, it's a good digression for a second. There's a book called Hitler's Professors, and a process that Hitler administration used. Remember, they're in power for 12 years before they start killing people with industrial killing, and have professors and universities do research projects and publish them that said Jews spread disease. And then they would say they damage the economy in these ways. So using medical science is not new as a way to control this, and as a way to influence it. By the time you get to 1942, and the population is sort of geared up for this degree of anti-Semitism, I'm not saying there wasn't anti-Semitism on its own, but it was exploited and exposed to radiation in this process. Let's share two other quick things. When I have trouble with these topics, and I wonder, are people dark enough to sit in a room and say, yeah, it causes myocarditis to young boys, but let's put it out anyway. I'm not saying anything. And a dear friend of mine is the novelist Bruce Wagner. And when I brought this to him and I said, I just cannot get over this hump. I cannot believe that people knowing me just can't get there. And I'm a skeptical person, so I want to be able to believe anything. And he said, well, the conference at Bonsi, you know what this is? No. And I said, no, I never heard of it. He said, go to Wikipedia and read the conference at Bonsi, read about that. And so the conference at Bonsi is a conference in 1942's top soldiers and intelligence people meet with the civilian government, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Health, Minister of Transportation, at this place called Bonsi. And they lay out what's coming. They lay out the plan for what to do with the Jews. And these are civilian guys who have cars and drivers who sit in suits and have kids playing in the yard. And they slowly lay it out. For example, somebody says, then we're going to move them by train, 4,000 of them. We're going to move them by train. Start transportation. Says, whoa, we don't have enough seats on the trains. And Hitler's guy says, we're not using seats. slowly beginning to drop, and these guys so they have this conference for somebody transcribes it, and the transcription is linked. So I got great transcriptions, and you see people talking about that. In the beginning, they're using euphemisms, relocation camps. And then they have a little wine after the meeting is over, and they stop the euphemisms. And now they're talking, what is it? What if the mother is Jewish but the father isn't? What if he's half Jewish? What if he's an adopted son? What do we do with these? What do we do with that? And these people who walked into the room with no idea what was coming, suddenly participating for all the reasons you mentioned earlier about normal people. They've got a job, they don't want to be, excommunicated. And so the conference in Bonsi is the example that helps me remember that, of course, human beings get in a room together. Every war we make movies about them. They get in a war, they sit at a table like this, and they say, well, we're going to lose 60,000 troops in the first 3 weeks, or we're going to take out this many by this method. And generals, war generals, they actually, it's not the perfect wording, but I don't have better wording. They look forward to the first casualties. Because the first casualties of our troops, what invigorates the war movement back home. They stormed into our camp at night like cowards, and they killed our boys. You have to support our boys in this war. If you really wanted to support our boys in the war, you'd live in Philadelphia. You wouldn't send them to Iraq. But this is how this works, and there's no surprise that people sit around a table and what's the best weapon? What's the best weapon methodology? That's human life. That's part of human history. And they also ask way for us to make money. It's a cost a lot. Just do it. And what's the best way for us to control people?
They clearly did that with Vioxx. They found the emails that showed that they knew about, and then the quote was, "But we think we will do well."
That's some worse for you than that. It's right.
1,000 people dead.
I got something worse than that. Good timing. Here's, I'm just going to say these are the companies trusted to make the vaccine products that we're injecting into our babies. I have a lot of them, including on the first day of life, things the baby can't possibly get because the mother's tested for hepatitis B anyway. Pfizer. So they get fined for illegal marketing of products. The company's forced to pay the largest in U.S. history at that time, plus $1 billion more in a settlement in 2009 for the False Claims Act. And I only got $240 million in criminals and another $190 million in 2004 for false claims to Medicare, and $60 million and $40 million, $75 million for fraudulent marketing, $15 million for paying kickbacks to healthcare providers. That's Pfizer. Johnson & Johnson was a really trusted company, to some people. They got fined $5 billion for what I already talked about, which is or $4 billion. I'm sorry. They had to pay out all kinds of court. They got a $5 billion fine for multiple states for its role in the opioid crisis. And you can decide if I'm overplaying this, because they got deceptive marketing, downplaying the risk, stating the benefits of their products, false claims made to mislead doctors and patients and regulators, tricky promotion, etc., for distributing fentanyl products and failing to adequately warn about the risk of those products. There's $4.7 billion criminal fine in connection with baby powder, $2.2 billion in penalties for illegal marketing and kickbacks. Now, I know this is boring, so I'm going to rush through it. GlaxoSmithKline, same thing, all kinds of criminality. GlaxoSmithKline had 700 middlemen who were bribing doctors. And one of the companies that I talk about in the book, the sales guy comes to the CEO and he says, I got a great product. Most of pharma companies are paying doctors to go around and give seminars on the drug, right? He said, let's cut that out. Let's go right to pay the prescriptions. It was called to prescribe. We'll pay the doctor to write the prescription, and then he'll send it to a particular seat, and it's for drugs the patient doesn't need, and then we'll get a kickback from the pharmacy as well, plus we'll sell our product. The CEO of that company, he slaps his hand on the table, and he says, we just got our new VP of sales. Right? They've been convicted, by the way, under the RICO Act. Merck, other than Vioxx, which caused perhaps 200 deaths in America, they get a $650 million
Vioxx was like 50,000 deaths.
Yeah. You go online and you'll get a whole lot of numbers.
But it was had to be more than 200, wasn't it?
I said 200,000.
Oh, sorry. 200. I thought you were talking about 200.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, I had read 60,000.
Here's a good one.
Really 200,000?
Yeah, here's a good one from Merck. It could be 600,000 for all we know. You think somebody's running around trying to do that number accurately at the CDC or at Merck?
Let's say the low end, 50,000.
I thought the low end's 100,000. Okay,
well, it's bad. It's still insane.
Here's an interesting one from Merck also. A bunch of whistleblowers came forward at Merck, and they acknowledged that their flagship product, which is the MMR vaccine, that they tested against a variant of mumps that doesn't exist in the wild. Guess what? The MMR did really good in that test. It came back that it could pass all the requirements to be included. They added rabbit blood in samples in order to pass that test. Yeah.
Why did rabbit that test?
Science knows. Now they barely do that. Eli Lilly grew $1 billion and $800 million in settlements. This is the last one I'll do for a product of theirs called Zyprexa. Right now, why did 32,000 Zyprexa? Why were they so pissed off? Was it because Zyprexa caused swelling in the hands and the feet? A little bit. That pissed off some people. Was it because it caused problems with swallowing, moving, with the twisting body movements that lots of people reported? Some were pissed off about that. Was it that it caused stroke, heart attack? I'm reading, by the way. Probably that explains some of the resentment. But ultimately, what really pissed people off was the big side effect of sudden death. Eli Lilly made a good decision pushing Zyprexa. Even though it cost them $40 billion. I mean, even though it cost them settlements, they made $40 billion in revenues.
That's right. Of course, $12 billion in revenue. Of course, they got fined $5.
And all in 31 years that I cover in the book, pharma manufactured $62 billion, but they made trillions, and most of them are repeat offenders. So the question is, why in the world do we trust these companies?
It's a very good question.
I was hoping you could answer.
There's no answer. There's some people who are lost in the trance. That's it.
And the one product, by the way, where they have no liability, you think that's the one where they suddenly get careful?
Right. That's what's hilarious about it. And then people push back against it. How imperative they have liability against being liable.
Yeah.
Liability against whatever damage they do. Liability against lies. Like, it's just crazy that they let them do that because vaccines cannot be both safe and effective. That's like literally what they said when they were pleading for the immunity.
Yeah, you know, I forgot to mention earlier, because you asked why are some of these ingredients in the vaccine.
Yeah.
So on mercury, they claim that it was a preservative for the multi-dose vial of flu vaccine. There's another ingredient you need in a vaccine, adjuvant. And that's what bothers the body. That's what gets the body to say, I don't like this, I'm going to mount an immune response. And I'm quite confident that mercury, just like aluminum, which is vaccines, my childhood vaccines, that mercury's purpose in there was that it really pissed off the body and it got the numbers to work for these vaccines. In other words, the immune response. They're claiming it's, that they make so many claims. They claim that it's such a small amount that it doesn't matter, even though everything's ethyl mercury. Well, that's their big claim. The big say that ethyl mercury is different from methyl mercury, which is, and comparing two kinds of mercury is like saying, would you rather be shot with a 38 or a 45? I mean, I'd rather just not be shot, but I want to just talk about this methyl mercury thing. What they claim in this nonsense that they're inherently different is that ethyl mercury, one in vaccines, clears through the bloodstream more quickly than methyl mercury. And they're right, it does. That's been tested in monkeys and it's true. Problem, where does it end up? In the brain. And it doesn't clear, and it lasts for years. So that part they don't want to talk about, right? And again, somebody's going to say, who the hell, a lot of people are going to say, who the hell am I, or you? All this information, that's right. So, I don't mean that. Say, why am I talking about this? Well, because the fucking doctors aren't. Because the
because doctors can't. The ones taking
true too. And also, people need to know when you call your doctor and you ask for information on this, they just go to the CDC website. Right? They're not scientists, they're not conducting, they're not a little lab coat conducting. In this book, I have a chapter called Ask Questions to Ask Your Pediatrician. Because if you ask him an email, we're going to get an answer they just got offline, right? But if you ask them in person, what are the ingredients of childhood vaccines? You think there's a pediatrician out there who can read the list I read to you? You're not going to find that person. Because they also bought into the idea that vaccines are a product uniform across the board. Vaccine good at, and it's their business. It's what they do. I'm not claiming,
and they have a license to conduct business and make billions of dollars, and you want them to stop for ethical reasons.
Yeah, and they're in a priesthood, and
and that is what it's like.
They get all their respect. It's like a religion, and all these truths that you can't talk about. I am now, having done your show today, assuming that you air it, I am now officially questioning pharma companies and Kissinger reported. I don't know if you heard about that one. That's real good one to add to your list of MK Ultra and others. Want that one? Yeah, I don't know how much time to kick your ass to. 1972. Kissinger report put together by CIA and USAID. And it is a report that includes that the United States official foreign signed into law in 1975 by President Ford. When I say signed into the presidential directive, is the reduction of population in 12 specific foreign countries. The control of population, the reduction. And so it explains we're going to do this is through medicalizing birth control. Never was before. You didn't need a doctor to get a condom. And to go around everywhere and say, you want a reproductive health freedom, don't you? You know what most women want on the planet Earth? Babies. They're not looking for reproductive health freedom was a term for have fewer babies, right? There is a very potent move in official U.S. foreign policy to reduce population in other countries. Now, why? Philippines or Indonesia. Why? They stated directly in the history report because it's classified. They wanted to reduce those countries' development so that they would need their own raw materials. As we want. It is dark as shit. The history report's not, and it's not classified. Ask ChatGPT about it. Give you quotes from it. And so this whole business of population reduction is now another third rail I'm stepping on, right? Nobody wants it. What are you're nuts. A lot of people want it. A lot of people believe, obviously, that 8 billion people was the number when we must turn it around, which is where we are supposedly now. And the Kissinger report was a kid. I didn't write it. I didn't make it up. You can find it on Wikipedia. It's a real thing. And all the presidential directives that these countries like the idea that we show up and we say, hey, we've got a new tetanus vaccine for you, but it happens to also have in it secretly something that will reduce fertility in your women, as we did in India, as we did in Peru. In both India and Peru, we also did forced sterilization surgeries. True story.
So the was the DTP vaccine? Is that what it was?
The one I'm talking about, the
one that had HCG in it, it was just tetanus. But there was a vaccine, there was where they were talking about women in Africa, where they were unknowingly given this vaccine, and diphtheria, tetanus. And
what was the tetanus part, right, that they were pitching? And by the way, tetanus isn't in those countries more than it is in the United States. But yeah, they were calling them wellness drugs,
and they had HCG, correct?
And that
HCG, they were more administered to women than they were to men.
Oh, for 5, they would administer 5 of the injections.
And they did it under this, the guise was, the narrative was that women were more vulnerable. So you have to give the vaccine to women.
Yeah.
And it was preventing them.
It was preventing them from getting pregnant. And they World Health Organization, which basically has this as a mission. Man, I wish they would sue me for saying this, but they have this as a mission, which is population reduction. From the beginning, they had worked on that HCG.
He's famous, of course, a speech saying we can do that with vaccines.
Yeah. By the way, in the Kissinger report, for those of you not seeing the drinking water, they list the strategies and how much funding they'll give to each strategy. One of the strategies is to medicalize, meaning have trusted people in the villages, etc. Another one is to pay young men to have a vasectomy, write a check in villages, so they get $60. And they get a nice weekend of buying beer, but they never have kids. But another one of them is inject, reduce, to temporarily reduce male fertility. Now here's the thing about that one. It's in the Kissinger report. Injections temporarily reduce male fertility. The vaccine reduces sperm count in men for 3 months. It is by Fauci. But then CDC's response was, 3 months. And they were asking us to take 3 months. Also the miscarriage, stillbirths. My point is that it's no surprise that these persistent thoughts that I think believe, meaning I think they're good people, believe that population reduction. The fact is, of course, that now we are, at replacement value right now in terms of many thoughts. Countries like Japan, South Korea, they're under numbers, meaning they're not having enough babies. The entire population of planet Earth could fit into the state of York. I'm not saying it would be a pleasant place, but I'm just pointing out that I'm not persuaded that population is the issue. I do think it is distribution of food. That's a big meaning how we distribute the resources we have, affecting a lot of people. But whether I agree or I don't agree is irrelevant. A lot of people believe very strongly. The woman who founded Planned Parenthood, which I gave, still give money to. The woman who, she was into population reduction. By the way, when I said a minute ago, still give money to it. The last one was 2 years. Now, I probably all these things are changing in my head. Everything I thought is subject to reevaluation. Maybe that's how we ought to live, which is to not lock into these positions where we think we know.
Well, I think part of some poor countries is they don't have great infrastructure, they don't have great power grid, they don't have great manufacturing, they don't have great government, right? Well, the only way you're going to generate wealth is if you have legitimate, reliable power. The most reliable power that is global. That's nuclear. The problem with that is when you people in nuclear plant, they didn't know how quick and easy it would be for it to convert to. Now they have nuclear weapons. India and Pakistan together. Right? They both have nuclear weapons. Why do they have nuclear weapons? Somebody decided to build nuclear weapons there. They think so. You can't have the whole world have nuclear weapons. It's pretty. People have them as it is, and we haven't used them.
Well, we have only in the United States.
Right. We haven't used them since World War II. This thing, this unsurmountable problem of providing energy and infrastructure, when you hear things like the Kissinger report, where it's like we want to make sure that they don't develop to a point where they start using their own. We need them. So let's fuck up this entire, whatever the progress was going to be, let's halt that.
Yeah, and do it in the name of showing up like we're here to help and to do something wonderful for you.
That's so dark.
Okay, time for a funny one. Okay, this won't be funny, I promise. All right, so in the medicine report and study that they did on this and what they called autism and alcohol brain damage session. Right? And the very first thing said is this optimistic. The closed session transcripts will never be shared with anybody outside the committee. Well, that turned out to be way wrong because somebody leaked the transcripts, which is why a lot of them are in my book.
How do we touch it? We know they're absolute transcripts.
Oh, the provenance of it, they've been now around since, I think, 2009 it was when there was the beginnings of articles, and nobody's kind of like Bobby Kennedy published on them, and nobody came forward and said, wait a minute, I never said that. And you can see, you can tell they're real by both what they say and also what they end up with, which is equal to the report they published. But this was meant to be secret, right? Now, this announcement they made, this one was dead on. The point of no return, the line we will not cross in public policy is hold the vaccine, change the schedule. We wouldn't say compensate the injured, and we wouldn't say stop the program. And another one says, CDC wants us to, well, these things are pretty safe on a population basis, and we are not ever going to come down that autism is a true side effect. That is the first hour of their study. That is the first hour when they answer the question, which is, might mercury or other ingredients be causing children anywhere. And they just let's go back to here. CDC wants us to declare, well, these things are pretty safe on a population basis, and we are not ever going to come down that autism is a true side effect.
The CDC asked paid for the program, but they specifically were requesting.
And everybody kind of knows it. One of the doctors asks, are we going to look at mercury? And the answer comes back fast, saying not this round. Now, this is the first study that the U.S. government is doing, supposedly to find out what causes autism. Actually doing is finding out what doesn't cause autism, right? Which is they already know is going to be vaccines. One of the doctors says, wait a second, not this round. If we're going to look at autism, can we really fundamentally look at it in isolation? In the real world, they, meaning the injections, don't occur in isolation. Individuals that got the MMR vaccine also received the vaccines with mercury. That's a very good point he's making. What happened? Immediately, I named Dr. Berg interrupted. This is where it's funny. I'll try and do it without cracking up. This is what Dr. Berg says. He says, I don't know, we'll take for us to figure out what the question really is. I'm a veteran of one panel that took 6 days for a group about this so I figure out what the question was. It can be a formidable issue. I don't know what the question is. Is MMR or whether it's measles vaccine? He tries to answer, and he says, excuse me, we're going to have a method focus the question. This is one of the questions we need to focus on. How are we going to form the question? Process are we going to use to form the question? The issue of specifying the question is a very important step. I would like to know how this panel is going to specify the question. In other words, this guy is a fucking chucklehead. And this is what he's obsessed with. And the next guy, Dr. Goodman, he talks all through the thing, and he's impossible to understand. Literally impossible to understand. In the end, the bottom line is, the only verdict that matters or is of importance is whether we say causal relationship between vaccine and autism is likely or suggested or unlikely or inadequate. That is the only metric. As soon as we start introducing any other word, sort of sidestep to causality, but we're going to say causality, I think we would introduce confusion. Now, I read that 30 times writing this book. I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. That's all they do is introduce confusion. And they sit there for day after day, talking not about science. They're scientific experts talking about words. How do they focus? What kind of Adderall?
Conferences. I mean, I can't even imagine waiting during listening to that guy say that.
They barely, by the way, they stay awake because one of them says, if we want to subdivide, and boy, did they ever want to subdivide, then I think we have to use, there seems to be a strong association which we can't explain, or we don't have any other explanation for it, or, however, we don't want to make a causal claim because we know from many observational studies, blah, 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 blah. He actually said blah, 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 blah. That's what they know from observation. And we shouldn't put it in the sushi category because that will, their fear was that people would be afraid, right? Now, you asked how they stay awake. They don't quit early, and they take a massive break from all subdividing and language bullshit they're doing, and they go away for a few months. And then they come back. One guy says, you know what we should say? We should say maybe it happens, meaning autism damage. It happens maybe once in 1,000 times, maybe once in 10,000 times, maybe once in a million. In other words, without a calculator, this guy just went from a rate 1,000 times different to one of the million. He's such a genius that he can accomplish that. It's an embarrassment. There's one guy, there's one point. That's crazy.
That's the numbers he was throwing around. Yeah. Just give them a narrative, give them a voice of authority. Yeah. That tells them it's very rare, don't worry about it, and then we're good.
And it's not a bad idea. Of course, but it's not a bad idea. At one point, one of the guys, Dr. Johnston, he says, this is good to Dr. Stato. He says, let's take the top category from vaccines, the second category from Agent Orange, and then in between, let's put the top from Agent Orange from vaccines. Voila! And like they solve the problem. But then one guy says, like Hamlet, he solves the problem. He says, this is what we're going to say. We're going to say information is inadequate to accept or reject. That is a statement. And then they work on that statement for a while. And there's this woman for them a lot of information that they rejected. They turned down. And here's what they say about her in the meeting. They say, all we are going to get from her is a list of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of who were developing normally. They got their MMR vaccine and started to regress. What we're going to get is exactly what we're being paid to sit here and do. That's what we're going to do. And so all these, let's do one more. There's a guy, Dr. Goodman, and he says to the group, I've got something big. It's just not, it's still sort of rough. What pulls out this big invention is, I call it the three-category system. That is high, intermediate, and inadequate, with the other two categories being no evidence at all or vague acceptance. And he says, what we're looking for is an argument that is embedded inside the rhetoric and argues some value to parse out and to ensure that we address it in its pieces. It's like a fucking Scrabble set turned upside down. That doesn't make any sense. But I'm not a scientist, so I shouldn't be able to apply. But that's why. But it's clear what they're doing. Oh, yes. Try water as muddy as possible. When they come out with their report, and not only do they come out with their report, there's no link between any vaccine and any autism and any not like that, but they say it should not be further studied. These guys who will do study after study after study for years because they're getting paid for it. On this one, it's quite remarkable. And that is the thing that allows everybody to say, do. And to me, and about Kennedy, well, that's how it happened. That's the book. What I need to do is show them how the sausage is made in these debunking campaigns. It's not pretty. I'm sorry. Say something. There's nothing optimistic after that. But it's just until those are no longer able to kind of things, we're going to continue to have versions of this problem. And there's going to be new things that come up that freak everybody out. Of course, you asked at the very beginning that some of these things were intentional, they simply exploiting the opportunities that came. I now believe that very few things will be really organic events. That's in other words, any giant social movement. COVID is a giant social movement. I'm not talking about the virus, I'm talking about virus. And this is not accidental. This is not people, oh, we thought this, we tried that, we were just doing our best to figure stuff out. That's now impossible. Do you think that the virus was released intentionally? I'm open to the idea. That's exactly the one, by the way, that I went to my friend Bruce Wefford. In other words, can people do this kind of stuff? But then you learn that we dropped infected ticks on Cuba. That Lyme disease is likely the result of experiments. People push back on me about that one. Yeah. Absolutely, because I said that on the podcast. Because Lyme disease has existed forever, right? Like there's versions of Lyme disease. That's true, right? I don't know. But there is the reality is, we're doing bioweapons research, and one was taking ticks, giving them different things. You could drop them off of helicopters, infect the population, and overwhelm their medical system. This is established, right? And Lyme Island was right, or Plum Island, rather, was right outside of Lyme. That's all true, and so is it not? It's a little bit like that big. It's also like, why would you defend that?
Hi, Rabbi!
Anybody that was say, oh, Lyme has always been around.
Right.
It's never been,
Man.
it's never been a disease that infects ticks and everybody gets it. And the entire population is chronic fatigue. It's not normal. That's new.
Yeah, I moved out of New York State. I had a couple places there, and I moved because I got Lyme disease, and my kids got it, and I just couldn't. I go for a walk in the forest, have to think about this tick that's on you.
Oh, I had a friend get his child got paralyzed, got face paralysis. The same thing, Guillain-Barré, whatever it's called, Guillain-Barré. Let me see Guillain-Barré, his child doctor was unwilling to admit that the kid is disease because the bullseye, the little thing had gone away, which is, the doctor just said, he's fine. And then eventually got to the face paralysis where they started giving high doses of antibiotics. And my friend, both he and his son, he suffered badly. He lost like 50, 60 pounds. He looked fucking terrible for a long time.
It's quite serious. And, there was a giant outbreak, polio, certainly the biggest and most important one happened in New York. And two, the Rockefeller Foundation was on funding gain of function research on polio to make it worse.
Yeah, we've talked about
this. Nowhere on the planet Earth had there been another outbreak like that. And the polio, was some people. Is because of the paralysis. As you said, the paralysis may very well be the result of insecticides and other modern pathogens. And so it's all, you asked me the big question, do I think it's intentional? My easiest answer is that I can believe almost obviously do not know the answer to that question. But I think it's intentional that they were doing gain-of-function research against the infection. Many people, including President Obama, proposed it and they offshored it to China. Many people wrote articles against it. It is quite literally mad scientist insane. It's quite literally insane to say, can they worse than nature might, because it might make a fucking it's never worked. They've never done the thing of having.
But that wasn't the research. The research was making this worse. The research wasn't, let's make a cure for a virus.
Well, it's both, because the research was made by bioweapons. That means make it worse. But the defense for bioweapons of Dr. Dazak, who should be in prison, please sue me for saying that. I have forces to address this lawsuit with you. Anyway, the research he was doing to make bioweapons and to make something worse included, and he made a pivot on it, included having a vaccine that would make our troops able to walk in immune.
Science fiction.
Science fiction. But it's very sexy science fiction because ain't that the greatest war ever?
Right, but
we make them sick, but we don't get it.
They didn't have a vaccine. So they had a disease, but they didn't have a vaccine that was effective.
He wanted to work on it. And
how long were they working on it? I mean, you think about the virus. If 2014 was when they brought back, that's the date where Fauci is immune, right? That's where it goes back to, right? So that must have been the time to start gain function research.
Yes.
Like, how long were they doing it before that? Like, how long were they doing it? They never had a vaccine.
Back to the very beginning. Humanity, the history of humanity was that the greatest funding will always go to weapons. And so scientists they weren't always in the position they're in American society, Western society today, but they became very important because you could figure out things like nuclear weapons and bioweapons. And if you have bioweapons that are ethnically targeted, that'll be a big advancement. And there's no reason in the world that China, Russia, the United States, and other powers are working on that. We would vote against it if there was a referendum. You would be, I can't tell about Jamie. Okay, what's your Jamie? Okay, he's raising his eyebrows. I don't know what to think. But anyway, I think probably most intelligent people would say, yeah, let's not do that. And in fact, most intelligent people can go back and not have nuclear weapons. Let's go back to that. That would be a nice ride. But scientists tend to get their best funding from the bioweapons lab at the University of Boston. A high level work. I don't want my kid go to the university
in Boston. What are we doing then? And they're all over the world. There were 60 of them in Ukraine. States. We think we want to wonder why Russia might not like what was going on in Ukraine. I always speak in Ukraine. I keep asking, I'm trying to tell the Zelensky story, because it's another one. You know, what is Zelensky in America? He's a hero. He's a nice green, warrior suit on. And here's the truth. And people know parts of this story, but they don't know it in its cleanest narrative. So he was a totally apolitical, he was an outside, zero experience or interest in government or politics. He was a comedian. And with no manifesto, no party tie. And he does a TV show, a planned TV show called Servant of the People. And the mayor in the show does a YouTube video that calls out oligarchs and eventually becomes popular and is a protest candidate and eventually becomes president. So Zelensky played on a TV show a person who becomes president by popular demand. In real life, the TV show is supported by an oligarch named Kolomoisky, who owned the TV channel. And Kolomoisky did a huge non-stop promo on that TV show to make it the #1 show. Private slots and ads everywhere and crossovers with the news and what have you. 2018, a year the show goes off the air. Party called Servant of the People. This is the show. And no press release, done. And then he does another season of the show. And in April 2019, he has his actual candidacy on Instagram. He has no campaign, no rallies, no real platform. He skips the president. Others attended. He avoids press conferences, and the few that he did were in the beginning. And Kolomoisky's TV channel gave Zelensky endless airtime and favorable polls and what enemies. The U.S. intelligence agency, CIA, and NSA helped the U.S. spending $5 billion, by the way, on democracy campaigns in Ukraine, funneled through. And USAID embeds advisors in his organization to help with the campaign. I'm almost done. Election day, Zelensky wins with 73% of the vote. And then the war happens, and he declares martial law, and he ends elections. There's supposed to be elections in 2024. That's what we get for our democracy. And quite literally, he is an actor in a carefully designed television. He is a construct, like MC. He is a construct, meaning he's a created entity, and it worked. That is Zelensky, American hero. And I guess his stars may be fading a little bit now. I don't know, what do you think? Is he still popular in America? I think people are disappointed by the fact that the wars continue to go on, deaths, are horrified by it. That's a big failure of the promises of the Trump administration. Famously said that he would get it done in 24 hours. But can't get it. Yeah, it's tough. And they're considering 60-year-olds sitting on the front line. And of the Americans and people from all over the world to go and fight. And but the narrative, I think, your very first question was, do people do this on purpose? Things like wars that are multi-billion-dollar events, they are not organized. They do not just happen. Putin does not just decide one day, hey, I got an idea, to go into a part of Ukraine where they're Russian speakers, they're culturally Russian, and it is not, they are not organic events. It's not how people get into power in many countries around the world. Well, the crazy thing, the soldiers in Russia were being told that this was going to over very quickly, they're going to be welcome. They had dress uniforms. They thought it was going to be a couple of days. Storm in, storm out. You're a hero. We were told in Iran that we would be welcomed in Iraq as soon as we get to Baghdad. So what do Ukraine think is really all about? Well, why limit it to Ukraine? Just talk about what is the world is about. It's about privacy and control and wealth. 1,000 years ago, there's about 1,000 what you would call government systems. Right? There's warlords,
there's shoguns in Japan, and there's all these little entities. In our lifetime, it's down to 190. But is it really 100? It's more like 5, right? NATO, China, and the Soviet bloc existed in the oil-producing countries. In other words, it's getting the number you want to make it, but it will be 2 fuckers sitting in a room, and they got to kill each other. Then, that is the decay of it. We have 760 military bases overseas. China has 1. And I'm not saying China good, U.S. bad. China's got different methods for what they're doing. But you ask me, what's this war about? And I think we should never talk about any more about individual wars and because it's just a reality of human history that all wars are justified. Every single war is justified. It depends which narrative you want to choose. Ukraine has a perfectly good narrative. Russia has a good narrative. And the U.S. kind of the weakest narrative. We're most of right? Wars now are electronic. And so the U.S. is currently at war with Russia, using the bodies, the meat part of the Ukrainians. But we are firing missiles. We are providing the signals intelligence. We are providing the satellite. That is how wars fought today. And it'll be more and more. Look at the drone attacks. The drone attacks that supposedly accomplished. Do you think any U.S. technology might have been involved in that? No chance. No chance. I knew it. I apparently have a clearance. Yeah. What I want to be, by the way, is just one of these things. But I want to accept, in the time I have left on Earth, I want to accept that these are part of humanity and part of the human nature, particularly when you have big centralized governments. George Carlin had a great joke. He said, it wasn't even a joke. He said it on a night show. He said, I really love individuals, but as soon as you get 2 or more together, I can't right? So political parties, governments, all of that stuff.
Well, large
yeah, it just doesn't work.
Well, there's a diffusion of responsibility too. You can kind of, aspirations can function. There's so many people don't feel bad for what you're doing. You're part of a greater thing. You can't be stopped.
Congress is like that. We'll declare war on some country, and no one person is responsible. But I would like to say something optimistic, Joe, and that is that, what COVID did some of the disaster of it. I'm not talking only about the virus. Life and said, what are the ways, the things that I'm grateful today that didn't exist? I made a strip to travel with my kids because we were told I couldn't, and I'm very grateful for that having happened. I lost a lot of relationships as I did, but we will after this talk today. I also relationships in my life. I mean, people now, you or I, can show up at their front door in a crisis at 2 a.m. and they let us in. And so that's a very important piece. And the heroism of that, one of the people who has given me optimism that you put it on the line in a way that most people don't. And governments didn't like it. Powerful governments didn't like it. And so those ships, I think, has made, they give me optimism. And also, a dear friend of mine said, when you think of the worst things that human beings do, you should also think of the things they do at the same time, which is heroism and supporting each other and loving each other. Our willingness, yours and mine even, to talk about this stuff, publicly, is one of us is claiming to know all these things. We're asking questions, and apparently there are consequences for that.
It's also, there's a reason to do it, because it's not being done. Like, if you're looking at mainstream media, if you're looking at all very respectful newspapers, television shows, whether it's the New York, Washington Post, why isn't this on their newspaper? Why isn't this in the lead television show?
Because they are deeply corrupted. And probably right after pharma, they are the most responsible for the suffering that people went through. During the COVID years, 6 million people died from just America America alone because their families couldn't be with them, right? And a whole year in which you couldn't go to the hospital and hold the hand of your father. One of the most, right? I could not be with my dad. One of the most important passages in our lives is to be there in that time, just like childbirth. And so these are dark outcomes. In America, we have an opportunity to resist that most other countries do. And I hope more people will do it. And that there's optimism in that. But I just have to let go of all of my that this is outrageous. It's not outrageous. This is the way things are. It's normal. Yeah, it's normal. We were just very gullible before COVID. Yeah, me too. I was as gullible as the very people that I look at the car and see the guy with 2 masks in the next car. I was just different things. But it's also sometimes it's like something like this happens, and at what point does it happen? It happened to me when I was 20. I probably took action. And when I was 3, it's just at that time in my life, I was like, I don't trust you guys anymore. I've already seen enough bullshit from you guys. I know this can't be 100% what's going on, but the extent of the deception, the extent of the corruption, I never guessed. I thought I never thought I never thought there were ever things that would be bad for your health just because there's a profit incentive. Never thought that. Yeah. I was a little skeptical of some surgeries, like some surgeons want to do surgery, you can rehab that. But I never thought that it would let corruption pharmaceutical drug companies. This government, maybe this is a blessing to come out of COVID. Because what does, I can get pissed off at many things. One of them is that no humans ever pay a penalty for this stuff. Right. Even if it's just money, it gets Orla, what does he care about a fine, a criminal fine? I don't care. There's still money. And people are still fucking taking it. That's right now today. There's ads for it. I've seen an ad where a lady has like 2 Band-Aids. And one, she was like, I got my flu and my COVID. All like, why? It's a good question. And by the way, the smallpox vaccine, which I talk about in the book, in the context of showing we know a lot about it because it's old, and it lists the people who are most from the smallpox vaccine, which is a nice thing to do. Meaning, if you have any of these conditions, be watchful of the smallpox vaccine, which it's not a popular vaccine, obviously, unless you have the smallpox outbreak. What do they list on there? Diabetes. Oh, well, there's 65 million Americans. Family history of heart disease. You know somebody who does the family history of heart disease? Meaning, everybody in America, it's perfectly safe. Everybody in America. Now, the reason I'm mentioning it is that's the vaccine that they rolled out for monkeypox. Same vaccine. And 1 million people took the monkeypox vaccine. And the government was trying to get monkeypox to be as scary as COVID. Yeah. But anybody with monkeypox, they kept showing the same hands with monkeypox. And there was some African, and they couldn't find anybody with it. And so eventually most people didn't care. But 1 million people lined up. And then CDC said, how about, I think we should do 2 of these monkeypox vaccines. And, that should be the regimen. And so they were scared of, 3. There were always witch doctors in every village, right? God, the monkeypox one was wild because there's really only promiscuous gay guys who are dead. Well, and only 6 of them. Right? Yeah, you got a 5. I think 4 guys. Told 4 guys died. Yeah, that's right. But it was a thing when they were trying it was gonna like AIDS. It was gonna. And they tried it twice. Yeah, I know. And they tried a second time. And I didn't know they as well. What is it now? Because they put it in monkey's offense. No, monkey was a little comical. Fox didn't sound serious enough, so they changed it to something else. Pardon me for not remembering. During the Biden administration, changed it to something else, and they tried to roll it out. This. What is it here? Mpox. That's Mpox. That sounds a little scary. Now that I've seen the word Mpox, I think I might get that vaccine later today. It's better. It sounds better than monkeypox. Yeah, Mpox is kind of terrifying. It is. I don't want to get clinical. I don't want
want to get it, so I'm going to get this. So, you know, all this stuff that I poured over the last year does leave me with some optimism because the book 1984 in 2020 bestselling. So somebody was at their Instagram, and so that gives me a little bit of hope. And this book, which can I be a forward hold up against? Okay. Forbidden Facts. Get that? Can I get that on? Did you do an audio version of it? There's an audio version. You did. Yes. And I love when the authors read it. Yes, me too. And there's also an ebook version, which is only $5. I don't make any money from the book. The publisher doesn't make any money from the book. The purpose of the book is to persuade some other people to be more pessimistic. I'm sorry, well, that was an interesting slip. To be more skepticism. Don't be more pessimistic. That's it might have the result of making some people more pessimistic, but to be more realistic about this stuff, so that maybe have enough people who say, you know, interesting. By the way, right now, COVID shots were supposed to be given down to 6 months old. Not at this moment, it stopped by RFK Jr. and the new administration, but it's supposed to be given down to 6 months old, and almost no parents did it. So that's something to be optimistic about. And just whatever their sense is, this thing didn't really help the vaccine industry as probably hoped. I think it did the exact opposite. I think it opened to alternative ways of doing things. But the problem is with some school systems, your children must be fully vaccinated in order to attend, unless you have some sort of religious exemption. No, even religious exemption is taken away. California, trying to take it away. By the way, you know, another benefit I got, you're part of, which is that I came here to see a few years ago, and then I drove to San Antonio, and I looked at some properties, the hotels, because they were all empty during COVID time. They had problems with our company headquarters to San Antonio, Texas, out of California, and that's the way you go and you meet with a building inspector, and he says, hey, that looks good. Yeah, okay. As opposed to waiting 8 months to get a no, the whole Texas gift from you that I'm so grateful for. Now he's based in San Antonio, and we don't require vaccination, needless to say, and we had requirements, vaccinated, and we did and for D-dimer, which is cardiac indicators of cardiac reality. And in the first 50 people, these are all young men who don't smoke. These are all fit people. In the first 54, 17 had to go to cardiologists. And they had no idea if there was anything wrong with them. No, and some of them there wasn't. A D-dimer test detects blood clots. It's for microclotting. Troponin and D-dimer, both cardiac indicators. Now, I'll tell you why I did. I was having lunch with a very well-known doctor from Yale, who now has left Yale, one of the people who opposed the vaccine program and opposed the mandatory vaccines for college students, but not, you know, they were giving them to students, but not faculty. Anyway, he said to me, I said, we're not anybody and putting them through the physics regimen to apply to our company. If they were vaccinated in the last 2 weeks, you get 2 weeks. So I read it in an article. I said, no. 2 weeks isn't going to make any difference. You have to test for D-dimer and troponin levels. And many people chose to be. They were coming out of the military. Correct me if I'm wrong. Troponin levels, something they measure for myocarditis. Yeah, for cardiac, it's one of the cardiac markers. Isn't one of the reasons why they were saying more young people were who just infected by the virus had higher rates of myocarditis than even people that were vaccinated. Remember, they were trying to say that? It's bullshit. It is bullshit, but it was because levels, right? So the measure infection. Yeah, but I don't know the answer, but it's possible. It's certainly. I know the answer that it is one of the things measured. They were calling it myocarditis when there wasn't actually That's in the heart, the scene large.
Right, there wasn't,
They were just measuring troponin levels and saying, look, there's more myocarditis in people that are infected with the vaccine or the virus vaccine.
Well, that is, I don't know all the details, but that is now dropped in any case. They dropped that because the reality is there was a test done at the Cleveland Clinic of all the healthcare professionals before they were vaccinated and then all of them after, and they had COVID. And so they had a baseline of how many had elevated D example, and then afterwards, I'm not going to quote the stats, I just don't remember. Many people had the elevated D dimer afterwards who didn't have it before. So the vaccine, the idea that the vaccine did, so they always try, right? Which is to say, the vaccinated. Right. By the way, the expert who told me to get everybody tested in my company, because they're young, fit men, and they're physically, they're very often heavy exertion, both through our academy and what is Dr. Harsh. Just FYI, I was one of the guy. You couldn't have been more prominent and decorated and important up taking positions against COVID, and then then he eventually left Yale. He's still, I think, an emeritus professor there. But all those guys who were brave, really heroic, because and some of them now are, NIH and FDA. Now, very interesting development.
Interesting. It's going to be interesting what they're able to accomplish over these 4 years.
Well, I'll tell you a piece of it that is good for important, right? So, for example, when the ACIP committee decided to take vaccines, and Bobby did an impassioned press video asking all countries in the world to follow, many had already done it before. Nobody reported that. Right? Nobody reported that. So there's a lot of things going on that people just don't aware of, and that are very valuable about mRNA research projects that looked like they were promising, and stopping fluoride in water, recommending against it, all the things that are going on with foods. There's a lot going on there that nobody reported, because if you didn't know this already, the media hates Robert F. Kennedy Jr. a lot.
It might have something to do with it. I saw a statistic that showed the percentage of mainstream news articles that were negative in the 90s.
Yeah. And we also, even when I was here, put up that something over 90% of cable are sponsored by pharma. In fact, something like 80% so about it. My employees are so much happier about it. We operate all over the country, but our training now is here, and we're always hiring. And we're now hiring in a state. We're hiring from anywhere in the country, but we're hiring in a state where people like something in common: freedom. And in California, God bless California, I lived there for there and most of my life, but holy shit, even December, holy shit.
Yeah, I don't know. It's too fucked up. Friends that just went, they did shows there. They said it's hard for people to go out because party where it's going to get broken into. I was talking to the people there, it's like it's just a ghost town. Restaurants are closing, everything's fucked up. Just people, refuse everywhere you look in the street. Just human waste, shit, piss.
You're making it sound.
It's just crazy how bad it got.
San Francisco too, was boarded up, and we were in a time of social decay, and that is a reality to accept. That is, by the way, part of human nature. That's what empires do. Empires decay.
It's necessary. It's not everywhere.
Oh, you mean necessary to have LA be that bad or San Francisco? Oh no, of course not.
It can be corrected. It's like, how are you not corrected? And everybody keeps voting the same way. It's just like, do you not see where this trend is headed? Like, you've got to do something to this up.
Maybe so. I mean, Rick Caruso will run for mayor. He ran the last time.
Maybe he'll run for governor.
That's possible too. And he's interesting. I know him, and a very interesting guy, and I would support him in every way I can. But it's possible because with fires happen, probably the common thing you heard in LA. Oh shit! I wish I voted for Rick Caruso. They voted. That didn't have much history and didn't do a great job around the fires. You know, it's sad to see that decay the way that it is, but I want to work on the optimistic part that I'm not there anymore. I stay in a hotel when I go there. It's so much fun because it reminds me every time I push the elevator, but I don't live here.
All right. Yeah, thank you. One more time, so go live. Appreciate it very much, sir.
Doesn't tell us exactly what the reason is for their actions. That the entire essence is because of segregation. It's not another money. It's really again that real self affects part of the world. It's important to see part
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast my name all day. I'm trying to get to that.
Yeah, that's the key. That's the.
They tricking me, Joe. They're baiting me in.
Yeah, these motherfuckers. They get me too. They get me in the morning.
I was just talking about Jay that like
We rolling?
just talking about with him is like I'm so good at like not caring what people think, sort of. And then I find, no, I really care a lot. Like I'm like in a constant tug of war of that. Because I used to have Google alerts on.
Oh no, for your name?
Yeah. Yeah, and then I had to get rid of that.
Oh,
Yeah. Then I was like, I'm gonna check the YouTube comments. So that was a ring that I had to close. I'm slowly closing is checking what like my comedy peers are up to. You know, that kind of stuff. That one that they make videos, the videos they make of like so and so is, you know, having a breakdown. Mark Maron said this, so those kind of like those ring, huh? But I need to close that. I want to have none of it. I want to check any comments or anything.
I'm much better at this stuff than I ever have been in the past. Most things that are annoying. But every now and then I'll sneak in, and why not get?
Yeah,
Why
I
not let
texted
that
you.
bother me?
Yeah, I texted you. Yeah, so hey, check this out. He goes, don't send me shit like that.
The Ronda Rousey one didn't really bother me.
Okay, good.
I mean, I know what, you know, like she's a fucking pit bull, man. That's the type of Hugh likes, brother.
Do you mind if I tell you my opinion, Ronda Rousey? You tell me, because you know what you're talking about. And I am not a UFC. Like I like UFC, but I don't, you know, these things. So I've always said like Ronda Rousey was a badass, right? And was awesome at fighting. And there was like 30 girls doing it in the professional era level, right? That's why I said I might be wrong. But then there was probably all these girls who could really fight all over the world, like in Japan and other countries, and maybe even in America that just weren't in UFC. They're like, I could probably beat this chick. And now that there's so many on this level, like Ronda probably isn't in her prime as badass as like the female.
Well, it's very difficult to, when someone's a here, she's a legitimate pioneer, very difficult to compare them to the people that have had a chance to study the pioneers and then in the sport, right? So what she was is, she's a legend. I mean, I got nothing but love and respect for that lady. What she did was so impressive. She was the first legitimate female star. She made the UFC female division possible. If it wasn't her, Dana was very open about never having female UFC fighters. It took someone that was that dynamic, that was that special, to open his eyes and go, you know what, this lady's a star. And to be the type, like, when she said, like, I wasn't an expert, everyone's entitled to their opinion, you know? But you gotta understand why she thinks like that, because she's a fucking champion mentality. Fuck, you ain't shit. You know, it's like, it's real simple. The football guy shit.
You didn't play? You're like, yeah, but I stuttered.
Doesn't matter, you ain't shit. I get it. It's totally fine. You can't, like, compare her to, like, Sean Whaley because like Zhang Weili, who was the 115-pound champion, had a chance to watch all these other people learn what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, what's effective, what's not effective. What Ronda had is class judo, world class, bronze medals in the Olympics. One of the best arm bars in the sport, in the history of the sport. Her fucking arm bar, the technique was flawless. The fight with her and Kat Zingano launches at her, just fucking Kat Zingano was an animal, charges at her. Ronda catches bar in like 13 seconds. I don't remember the exact time. It was nuts, but it was perfect technique. Fuck that. But then she fought Holly Holm, and when she fought Holly Holm, she was dealing with an elite boxer, elite kickboxer, and a very physically strong woman who had an awesome game plan and who had a chance to study Ronda, and maybe more from a great camp. And that camp, Jack Camp, one of the best camps in the world. John Jones came out of that camp. Donald Cerrone originally came out of that camp. A lot of great fighters came out of there. So they were really good game plan. So they knew how Ronda likes to clinch. They knew how Ronda likes to set downs, and they knew, and then on top of that, Holly's just an elite striker. So every time Ronda tried to close the distance, the striking that she was very effective with against guys like Bench Correa, these were a lower tier. It's not as effective with someone like Holly. And Holly started catching her on the feet and had her rocked, and then landed that famous high kick and put her out.
Well, I thought they were like the same era, but like Holly's after. She was able to learn from.
I wouldn't say they are the same era, but Holly, she had wins and losses. She lost to Valentina Shevchenko. She lost to some other fighters, but it was stylistically, it was a great matchup for her because she's an elite striker. She's really good at counter striking at movement. And when Ronda has to close that distance, every fight starts at the feet. And when you're with a very physically strong woman who's getting good takedown defense and is good at like catching you as you're charged in, that was the problem in that fight. Also, the problem in that fight, I think, for Ronda is when you start becoming really famous, then the hyenas show up. And they start offering you this and offering you that and distracting you with this and distracting you with that. And now you're going to meetings and you're talking to agents and you're setting up movies and you're doing this and you're doing that. And all those things take away from the most important thing, which is your fighting. Even if they don't take away from the amount of training you do, they take away from your focus. They rob you of the bandwidth. I always tell the comics this. When it comes to like dealing with haters and things online that you shouldn't read, you only have think of your mind as have units of attention. Think you have a 100 focus. Anything that eats into those units, anything that bothers you, that annoys you, that's useless, that doesn't help you, that's stealing from your 100. So now you only have 80 units or set focus because 30 of it is concentrated on bullshit. It'll rob you of what makes you great. So there was two factors. There was this Holly, the fact that she had all this opportunity to study Ronda and with a great team and devise a game plan, and then there was stealing of focus. Ronda, I was one of the biggest champions of her as a fighter, as a legitimate pioneer and a star. It was Gina Carano and Chris Cyborg to a certain extent, but Cyborg had an asterisk. I knew she was roided up, and it was Ronda. But Ronda eclipsed all of them. She was bigger than all of them. I was a huge supporter, and still. But when you watch fight and you're watching you get your ass kicked, and the other person is talking about how great the other person is doing and how bad you're doing. That doesn't well with a lot of people, especially someone who's got that kind of champion mentality, that fucking pit bull mentality. Like, I thought you were with me. And then it was after the fight. I was very public about saying I don't think she should fight for a long time. They were talking about doing an immediate rematch. And I was like, that's crazy. Like, they were talking about doing a rematch in 4 months or something like that. I was like, when you kicked into the shadow realm, you're supposed to take a long time off. When Manny Pacquiao got knocked out by Juan Manuel Marquez, it was a fucking perfect right hand, that knocked Manny Pacquiao out. His coach, Roach, said, you can't fight for a year. I don't want you doing anything for a year. For 1 year. Because you got to heal up from something. Get knocked unconscious. It's not just that you'll be a gun shy, which is possible, but also that you'll be getting hit. And then you could ruin your chin forever. Like, if you get knocked out, there's certain fighters that used to have iron chins. Like Chuck Liddell is one of the greatest examples of that. He had an iron chin. That dude with a fucking sledgehammer, and he would just keep swinging at you. And then eventually, he would get clipped, and he would just go out. And it wasn't him. It was his brain was broken. It was too many times, too many shots, too many knockouts, too many impacts. Preserve that. You gotta be very careful. You gotta take a long time off. And then the Amanda Nunes fight. The Amanda Nunes fight was also very vocal that everybody was putting all of the attention in the promotion on making this huge comeback. And if you watch the promos for that fight, I thought they were crazy disrespectful because the promos, and obviously, look, Ronda was a fucking huge star, a much bigger star than Amanda Nunes, and that loss was a shocking to a lot of people that didn't understand martial arts and didn't think that Holly had a chance. Didn't think anybody had a chance. She was going to beat everybody forever. But all of the promo was Ronda coming back. All of it was like she's coming back to take what's hers. It was Ronda in a mansion looking out the worst promos, like Ronda in a mansion looking out the window saying, oh, I'm going to get my title. Who made that? I don't know what it was, but I remember being backstage the day of the fight. There was all these agents moving around, all these Hollywood talks. And this guy was like, I forget his exact words. They were talking. He didn't know who Ronda was fighting. Like, I don't know what her name is, but whoever it is, it's her funeral. That's what he said. And I was like, oh my God. Like, these are the people. Meanwhile, Amanda Nunes was the scariest person at 135. That's what I had said before she fought Holly Holm. Like Dana and I talked about it. I said, I think Amanda is the scariest title challenger because she can flatline chicks with one punch. She's very different than all the other ones. She won up flatlining Chris Cyborg. It was a crazy fight. She beats the fuck out of everybody. She hits so hard. Like, way harder than most women. And I was like, that's a dangerous fucking opponent. And they're making it seem this is all about the Ronda comeback. Amanda was the champion. So Holly had beaten Ronda, Miesha Tate had beaten Holly, and then Amanda had beaten Miesha Tate. So Amanda was the fucking champion. But all the promotion was all about Ronda. And then they're trying to do like pro wrestling. I don't know what they will come back. I think, they were just selling the fight. They were selling it. The best way to sell that was. But it's disrespectful to a champion, especially a fucking rich champion. And if the champion wins, which I thought she was going to, it sets up, but it's not good to set her up. Like, you should set her up. Like, how fucking dangerous she is. Now you got a bigger star. Obviously, she wound up being a bigger star, and Amanda's the greatest of all time, like widely considered to be the greatest mixed martial arts female fighter in history. She fucks everybody up. She's just so dangerous. And then that fight happens, and then that lady takes Ronda out in the first round, just beats, just stops her standing. It was brutal. I never had a bad thing to say about Ronda. I still don't. I understand her mentality. I mean, she's a champion-minded person. Like, she's like, you're fucking with me, or it's me against the world. She doesn't have a chip on her shoulder. She's got a forest. She's got a forest on her shoulder. You know what I mean? She was so good. And we're lucky she's a woman. If that lady was a man, she'd be Genghis Khan. She'd fucking take over the world. She's an animal. So that's why she has that opinion. That's just how she thinks about things.
I was mad at her just as an MMA man because my nieces love any woman that's famous for any reason, And my nieces also aren't experts about UFC, they're little girls, and they just think it's cool that a woman's a badass, They like that kind of stuff. And so then when she lost to, like, be on TikTok, I mean, actually people made Ronda Rousey was on TikTok, but it's like on Ellen being like, I just wanted to quit, and I saw my man, and I just realized I want to have babies, and I was like, this is not really the message. If you lose, to just go be a pro wrestler or have babies. Like, that's not, like, I don't know. I felt like it was a strange way for a champion to talk.
Yeah, but that's her legitimately as a human being. That's what she wanted. And there comes a time.
That's good. No, that would be a fine way to frame it.
She's being honest. She wanted babies. She didn't want to do it anymore. And there comes a time where, like, every fighter can only redline for so long. And the reality of fighting is you're redlining. You know what, the engine, you know, when your tachometer reaches like 8,000, right? You can only do that for so long, or your engine blows. But to be in peak physical condition, to be able to fight in a championship fight, you essentially have to redline your body through camp. You have to get your body to a place where it's at a rate. You can't maintain fighting. It's not possible. You get hard, you peak, and then the last week you kind of drop off so that you can recover. And so that Saturday night, when Saturday night rolls up and the lights go on in Madison Square Garden, you are as fucking ready as a human being can get. But you can't maintain that, and you can't do that forever. This is only, and they think that theory amongst mixed martial arts commentators and experts and what have you is about 9 years. 9 years is all it's possible to compete at a peak level. And then you get a drop. People will have more longevity than others, vary, some with a much shorter reign. And you got to kind of look at who they were when they're top. You can only look at them when they're at that peak. Like guys like Anderson Silva gets dismissed because later in his life the performances weren't the same. They weren't elite performances. But I say that's just human. You got to look at him when he was the champion, the most elite guys that's ever competed in a sport period. He's one of the greatest of all time. But you got to look at when he was in his prime. You know, and there's only a certain amount of time you can do that. And then a fighter doesn't want to do that and only that anymore. You got to get out. You got to get out because there's some fucking 20-year-old Mike Tyson out there. There's some animal. There's some dude that lives, breathes, sleeps, fight. All they want to do is land shots and take you out. That's their whole focus in life. They don't give a fuck about relationships. They don't give a fuck about where they live. They don't give a fuck about anything, just winning. And that's how you become a world champion. That's how you become elite. You can only maintain it for so long. It's not a normal way for a human being to exist. It's a very strange way to live, you know. And for her, it's natural. Like she's a woman. She's like, I don't have a baby. I have this great man, and she's married to Travis Brown, who's also an elite UFC heavyweight, top 10 heavyweight. And she's like, I'm done. I'll make some warrior kids. I get it. So what the hell's that mean?
Jumping it up, he quit.
No.
Now my niece is rooting for Holly Holm. Good lady. Holly Holm's nice.
She is nice. Yeah,
That's what we like. We like the winners who are nice.
I get it. But there's something about Rhonda being Rhonda or what it is.
But I root for Luke Skywalker, not Darth Vader.
She's not Darth
Sure,
Vader.
Darth Vader's cooler, and he's probably more strong. He's got the thing, you know. But, you know, Luke's the good guy, and I like the good guy.
She's not a bad guy. She's, you know, like, look, her mother was a elite judo competitor.
Actually, I hate disagreeing with you, Joe, but she went to wrestling, Rhonda, and then she said all these terrible things about the wrestlers. She said terrible things about you, who I love.
She didn't say anything terrible about me.
Not an expert.
That's all she said. That's not terrible. It's just an opinion. It's mean to me. No. That's all. Like, if I was a pussy, it would be mean.
Well, I'm a pussy. That's what I'm doing.
If I was
That's my thing. You know, she's kind of a grumpy, gnarly warrior. And warriors can be a little prickly.
She's definitely prickly.
Yeah,
That's all. But that's why, you know,
that's what made her great.
That's what made her great. She broke that door wide open, and all the women that came afterwards followed. And it's hard for women to become famous in MMA because it's hard for them to have spectacular results that men have. They generally don't have as much power, and unless they're like elite to go or something like that, like she was, where they get arm bars and finish people quickly. But that's what everybody likes dominant.
And I want to.
That helps.
That's a good one, but it's hard to mix those worlds.
Yeah, you get Nisha, her, Holly. There's only a few of them that were like really hot and elite.
In the old days, they weren't looking at the battle lines like. these warriors have more tits. Like that's what I'm like. I'm very conflicted, pretty badass, but also hot.
Yeah, and crazy. To get both of them. This episode is brought to you by Happy Dad Hard Seltzer. A nice cold Happy Dad is gluten-free and is easy to drink. No bloating, no nonsense. When you're watching a football game or you're watching a fight with your boys or out on the lake, these moments call for a cold Happy Dad. People are drinking all these seltzers and skinny cans that are loaded with sugar, but Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal size can. You can buy Happy Dad on the GoPuff app and your local liquor and grocery store, including Walmart, Kroger, Total Wine, and Circle K. And you can't decide on a flavor, have a variety pack: lemon, lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. They also have a great flavor in collaboration with Death Row Records and Snoop Dogg. They have their new lemonade coming out as well. Visit happydad.com for a limited time offer and use Rogan to buy 1 Happy Dad, 1 free. Enjoy a cold Happy Dad. Must be of legal age. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad Seltzer Tea and Lemonade is a malt alcohol located in Orange County, California. They're also going to be super crazy. Yeah, for sure. Especially while they're fighting. You know, it's like you don't really want that in your life. It's like a muscle car. Like muscle cars are great to drive, but you don't want to take them on a road trip.
Dude, Jobby took me to. So I have a great Lakers hookup, right? I live games, and I invited Brandon Schaub when we first became friends. I said, "You want to come to Lakers game with me?" I like it. We sit, we have great seats, we'll put you in the balcony, we'll meet. So that's what my only kind of flex, that I can bring people to these kind of things. I'm like, I don't have a lot to offer, but I can offer that. So he's like, yeah, I'll pick you up. And he comes to my house. Brandon Schaub comes to my house like a race car. I mean, this thing it's got the big spoiler on the back. Also, we're guys. I'm 6'4", I don't know how tall he is, but he's taller than me. And we're in this tiny thing on the one-on-one going to a lake, and we can barely talk. We're both talkers, and it's like the whole time. And I was just sitting like, what? And halfway through the drive, as even though we were like good friends at the time, I'm like, what made you pick this car? You have other cars. And he goes, well, you're like a little kid. My son loves this car. So I picked it because of you. You're like a little kid. That's hilarious. And he was right, because when he pulled up, I was like, whoa, this is awesome. But then I got in and I was like, bro, we're not built for this thing. It's tiny. Yeah. But that's not like your analogy. Like, that's not a day-to-day.
No, that's not a road trip car. You want to be in a Cadillac. You know, to be something that's quiet and real smooth. It bumps well.
Exactly.
You're like a person. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you want a one-night stand? You want a muscle car? Right. You want a long-term relationship? Get a Lexus.
And if you go to the Lakers game, bring a goddamn SUV or something. It's not real for the traffic.
Bring something quiet with good air conditioning.
His heart was in the right place, and he was completely right. I don't know what it is. It was like, I wouldn't even be able to guess.
You're not into cars?
I love cars, but I like the cars. I big stupid thing. Like, I love like big military vehicle. Have you seen his Hummer? Yeah, I love all that stuff.
Yeah, he's got a little Hummer with a crazy diesel turbocharged engine.
Last time I was here and I did this podcast, he had this huge Bronco that he was like doing some thing where he's selling it, like enough people buy tickets for it or something like that. Oh yeah, that truck was a beautiful truck, and I like that's what I like. It's like big, stupid tires. Anything in Mad Max loved. Anything the military does. Was it? Can I buy that? I'm like, no, it's not built for that. You can buy a lot of things. But they gotta go to those auctions and shit.
You just gotta know people. Yeah, you can get a lot of things these days.
I would love that.
Yeah, this one.
I've never owned anything that fits in my garage. I have to park on the street all the time. I didn't get rid of my last Jeep because I put like 46-inch tires on it. I lifted it up, and like it has no doors and no top, and so it's just parked in Sherman Oaks on the street, and I'm on the road so much.
It's just sitting there.
So I come back, there'd be just like someone would walk by with like a soda and just throw it in there, because they don't care.
They get mad at you.
Right? What do you want to do? Yeah, and where I am, it's not popular to make shit like that.
Right. Sherman Oaks is popular to have a Prius with a code system.
It's so annoying. I have that Cybertruck, and you can't really lift it, but since it has an air suspension, you can buy pins that make the air suspension an inch larger than whatever it's adjusting to. Because if you put a lift on it, it's going to screw it all up. So anyways, long story short, I have a lifted Cybertruck with big stupid tires on it, and I just the Comedy Store parking lot. I'm like, this really isn't helping my reputation. Every time I roll in, everyone's like, what is that?
It used to be that if you had a Tesla, you were a left-wing person, environmentally conscious, worried about carbon.
Yeah. That was one of the more crazy shits, and we could come up with 1,000 of these, but like EVs used to be considered like this great thing you're doing.
Well, they still are,
Unless it's a Cybertruck,
unless it's a Tesla.
I can flip over every day
Really?
in my Cybertruck, every day.
You know, this lady in New Jersey, she gets out of a Cybertruck, just gets out. She was a passenger, and this lady who's walking her dog goes, "How does it feel to be racist?" And she's like, "What are you?" She's like, "What are you talking about?" She had a ride. She wasn't even driving. Someone drive her off. She's like, "What are you talking about?" "Yeah, you're racist. You're in a Cybertruck. You're racist." And she's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You're crazy."
It blows my mind.
Well, people are always looking for every possible opportunity to be a shithead, and if they can be a shithead, if they're justified in being a shithead, they would be the meanest motherfuckers. That activity happens primarily. Like, you don't see that from the right. Like, if someone pulls up Prius with a coexist bumper sticker, you don't see a bunch of guys going, "Hey, you fucking pussy, what do you support fucking our get out of our town, ISIS with your fucking bullshit fucking bumper sticker on your shit bag car? I feel to be an ISIS supporter." You don't get that ever, but you get that. I think it's the Trump thing. I think Trump was such a figure, is such a figure of like the victor that they look at him. Yeah,
They occupies their brain at all times.
They have an enemy. Yeah, like Jimmy Kimmel's wife on some podcast recently. Jimmy and the wife was saying that she has a hard time talking to her relative who voted for Trump, because she says, "Look, if you vote for Trump, you're voting against you're voting against my husband and my family." Like, talk.
Well, I think that's the big psyop. They've made everything racial. Everything is racial. And so the last thing you want to be called is a racist, right? So when you make it as simple as race, like just racial, like just that blanketly simple, then anything another color does, you'd be considered racist. So you go, "Oh, I don't really believe," or blank, whatever that sentence is, they go, "Racist." They go, "Surely some things we could criticize, but maybe North Korea," they go, "Oh, you're racist." It's like, it's because it's so simple and it's so vague, and people like things, because then they can make their, and I won't say her name because I can't pronounce it, but it's that's why I won't say it, not because I'm holding back names. Marilyn Reichgib or Reichgib, or yeah, she used to be really nice to me, and she used to be, yeah, she got caught talking shit about me, and I DM'd her immediately, and then she was like, and I think she's a nice person. She's a very nice person. Yeah, she's nice, and I saw her do a bit at night in the lab where she was like, "I'm texting with this guy," and she said, "How are you?" And he said, "Oh, I'm just really sad today about Charlie." And then she goes, "My hand was like, my phone was on fire." I was like, "Ugh, like what?" And laughed. To her defense, like the lab at the Improv thought this was a hilarious premise. And then she said, she was like, "What part of his idea so gripping? What is racist?" She just started launching into like about how like the fact that a guy she liked would be sad about Charlie Kirk's assassination was the biggest terror that she wrote like a whole bit about it. And I was just in my mind, I can't believe that this is her take. I can't believe it's a take that the crowd is on board with, and I can't believe I'm in this town anymore. Like it was like a moment for me where I was like, "What? Am I insane?" No. Like that's what makes me. Those are the moments where you go, "I think I'm the crazy person." There's a room full of people here who agree Charlie Kirk must have been this terrible thing, and hence deserves being publicly assassinated. If you feel sad about it, you're gross to her.
And she wants to throw a phone.
And she wants you to, and that's hilarious because the simple vagueness of race, you know, it's like this constant, you know, you have to agree with the mayor in New York, or you must be a racist or Islam. They've just made it so vague that it's very easy to label or put things in a thing.
Well, there's so like thinking involved in both the right and the left. It's a real problem with people that identify with any political ideology, whether they're identified or identify as being a liberal. It's a real problem because then you lose all your objective thinking and you have to with everything that this side supports. And that's never a good thing to just with like a swath of predetermined ideas. One is that public assassinations are okay. And that they're not sad. It's sad what it is.
And I would say even if Charlie Kirk is a terrible person, even if he was, which he was not, I know him, but even if he was, let's say they're right about all those things, you're happy that the correct way to handle someone who has bad ideas, front them with better ideas. It's not a 30-06 round to the neck, right? Publicly, where people cheer. That's crazy. And they kept it vague. They keep it vague. That's how it always works. It's like, well, I go, well, why are you posting on social media happy about it, or that you're not sad about it? Just tell me simply why you think. Well, because his ideas were dangerous. Super vague. Didn't say the ideas. Didn't say how they're dangerous or why they're dangerous. Always vague.
Well, there's also a problem with clips, sound bites, like very short clips out of context of what someone's saying. And then you highlight that one particular sentence, said that sentence. You can frame someone in a very different way than who they really are. Problems with some of the things that Charlie said, the way he said them, and in the fact that you can take it as a clip. One of them was the idea of any lowering of standards of anyone in a really important job, like because a person is blank, fill in the blank, because they're lesbian, or because they're gay, because they're white, or because they're Chinese, or because they're black, or whatever it is. If you're lowering standards because you want more people of one thing, is a little more dangerous. You made a very dangerous thing, which is flying, a little more dangerous. So his statement, because they're doing this, they're using DI to hire people. And when I get on a plane and I see a black pilot, I hope that they're qualified.
Or he wonders. Yeah, he said, when I see a black pilot, my mind thinks, I wonder if of a DEI to hire.
Correct. Right. It's a problem in the way he said it. Right. Instead of saying that way, because one of the things that I pointed out is that with DE, especially in regards to education, the people that it's most against, like people say it's a white supremacist idea to be against DEI. People that DEI discriminates most against in education is hate. Because Asians fucking kill it in universities. They kill it. So there was a giant lawsuit at Harvard because they were making standards more difficult for Asians than they were for white people, for black people, for everybody else. They made Asians more difficult because the fucking population in their classes would be Asian because they work harder. It's a cultural thing. You know, I grew up in Thailand. I grew up around a lot of Koreans. And then even seen work until you've seen first generation Koreans, those tiger moms, that's a real thing. That's good. That is a fuck. I guess.
Well, I mean, for these sorts of
good for getting,
not great for trauma, and not great things. Right. So if we're talking about the workforce or symphony,
if it's just a meritocracy. It's like, who is the best student? Who is the best this? Who's the best that? Yeah, for that. Yeah, but it's like, it's the same thing. It's like trying to only red line for so long before you go fucking crazy. And the lack of and struggle and fun. You have to balance. You want to have a good life. And ultimately, you're supposed to be enjoying your life. I think you can truly enjoy your life without some measure of discipline. I think it's important. It's the reason why you can enjoy the relaxing moments because you earn them. You have to earn them. But I have them too. And when I was around a lot of Korean guys, like my friend Junksik, I've talked about him before, he was a national champion. When we were kids, he was not as talented as other people. He wasn't as fast. He didn't have any gifts that some people had. But that motherfucker worked so hard. He was in residency, okay? So he was, while he was on the national team, he would go to school all day, and for workouts, sometimes he would put him in his backpack and run upstairs at the school. Just run upstairs at the university. And that's how he'd get his skill in. And then he would come to the gym, and he would be, he'd come to the gym for nighttime training. We train at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. He would be trained. But he'd fucking just dig in and get to it, man. Just, it's mentality. Is why Asians do so well in school, right? It's like this pushing from their parents, the husher. And again, I don't think it's so good for you psychologically. I don't do that with my kids. My kids do very well in school, but they do very well in school because of the example that I and my wife set. Be a nice person, work really hard, have discipline, do the stuff you're supposed to, don't fuck off. Get the things done you're supposed to do. But would they be able to compete with some kid who just came over here from
why the countries like America so much? Because they realize, if I work as hard as I can, maybe in wherever they live, in India or some of these other, it's not a promise that they'll succeed. But they love America where I'm like, if I put in the work and my kids put in the work and I force my work, it'll work.
This is an ad for better health. With the days getting colder, shorter, and darker, it can be, and really, you never know what someone might be going. Here's a reminder to take the time to reach out and connect. Whether it's a sibling you see every week or a friend you haven't spoken to, be glad you did. And more often than not, you'll probably be kicking yourself for not doing it sooner. I mean, it's easier than you think, reaching out and doing something. The same is true for therapy. Plus, to start, if you're struggling to connect with someone, it's good to have a professional therapist you can talk to who can guide the issues in your life. Finding the right therapist has also never been easier. Thanks to BetterHelp. They have an extensive network with access to over 30,000 therapists worldwide, and they do the initial matching for you so you can focus on therapy goals. It's one of the reasons why people continue to rate BetterHelp so highly. So this month, don't wait to reach out. Whether you're checking in on a friend or reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that. Our listeners get 10% off the first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhe.com/JRE. This is where you see the hypocrisy of the education system, though, because they claim to be all about diversity. Diversity. They're a small percentage of the population in America fucking killing it. So they try to hold them back, right? Because it's bullshit. That's a problem. Because in their mind, Asians don't complain as much. They get to work more. They're not meant to make signs. They're not doing that. They're fucking working. They don't have time to be going to these rallies and cheering and chanting. They fucking get to work. So because of that, they're not as represented when it comes to like grievances. So they you can get away with being racist against them, right? And you can get away with discriminating against them in higher education universities like Harvard, which is just crazy because it shows you're lying. You're not really caring about minorities. You're caring about very specific minorities because they give you social clout to represent and to fight for them. Like if you're fighting for black people, if you're fighting for trans people, they're noisy, really loud. If you're on their side, if you defend your choice. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's performative. I think about it every week. It sounds strange, but like it can consume me. I don't have a wife and kids, like I think about these things all day. But like with like in our business, like there are so many women who complain like, oh no, girls
girls on the lineup or only 2 girls on the line, and less of you. That's all it is. In fact, the fact that there's less of you in our industry is why you're able to stand out and succeed quicker than your male counterparts. So yes, it can feel like a boys' club because it is. There's plenty of disadvantages to a female comedian, like putting these comedy club owners or work road or like it is. They're fans, creepy fans. They're 100%. And I'm sympathetic to things female comics have to go through, but just don't understand the numbers. Like there's girls in Los Angeles who are regulars at the Improv and the Laugh Comedy Store who have been doing it a few years, and then there's guys that I know that have been doing years who subjectively are very, very funny and subjectively funnier than them, but at least arguably funny, and they can't get any because we need more women comics. So more diverse line.
They literally said that we have too many comics.
I've heard it my whole career. It's crazy. Yeah. One time, I was in Boston, and this long line, this festival, and all this thing, a little bit not to submit, like to do audition. It was during Last Comic Standing times, so where they liked filming the line and going, look how many people are here to try out for our. And someone came out and goes, "You're a straight white guy, you better be real different." And all of us just got, because boss, we're all straight white guys. And I just remember being like, that kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. What does that imply? I don't know my circumstances. I can't. One time my agent said this to me. He was bragging about one of his clients. He was like, "Jeff, listen, I got this one client. He's handsome. His parents are deaf. He's black. All these great things that make him very interesting for the industry. I think you reinvent yourself or something." I was like, I can't make things up. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's just, I'm a white guy. Hollywood. Yeah. And Hollywood's influence with the tentacles of the octopus. But we don't do that in Texas. Like in the mothership, it's a meritocracy. And because it's a meritocracy, it's very diverse. Yeah, you got a lot of women on the lineup. You got all kinds of people, like people. And one thing that people keep saying about the comedy club, the vast of comics at my club are left wing. The vast majority. Yeah, no, there are personally vouch for that. Yeah, there are, but they're reasonable lefties. Yeah, the kind of people who can sit in the comic who doesn't agree with their politics and still just be human. Like, that's a great that we should all aspire. Yeah, that's what we aspire to at that club. Like, we don't ideologically one side or the other. It's not supposed to be about that. It's supposed to be about shit. A lot of my fucking friends are like far left. I don't care. Are you nice? Are you cool? Interesting thoughts? Can we have conversations? But there's this propensity, this thing that people do where they just decide ideology to be so you're the enemy. That is one of the stupidest things you can do with being. It's weak. It's simple. You're doing something too convenient because it'll be supported by a bunch of other fucking morons, because we're in a TikTok generation where most people don't have nuanced perspectives on it. Like, I am a Christian, right? I was in my young 20s. I talked about it. I talked about it in my life. And guess what? I have never once crashed out comedian friends going on stage and cysts or fools or dummies. I've never once gone, can't share a green room with someone who would espouse that type of hatred faith, right? Never once. I've heard every about straight white males. I've heard every, and I'm nice to get laughs, and I'm pleasant to be around in these comedy clubs. But that's why you're doing well, right? And I'm not. Yeah, but you're doing well because you became undeniable. Yeah, and that's the real meritocracy aspect of comedy. Is that if you the audience laughs, come in to see you, you have an audience. Right, and the one thing that drives people crazy is they've done all the right things, and no one got to see me because he forgot the one thing. might have been doing the right. Got the one thing. Be funny.
That's it. You fell into all the easy stuff. Yeah, the easy stuff is align yourself with the group, all the grouping, all the fucking chant, all the right stuff, say things that don't even make sense.
Right. But so that you appear. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that like when artists I got passed at the Comedy Store, multiple comics went to the booker, was like, he shouldn't be here. Dude, he does jokes about gay people. And he does jokes about yeah, I do. Guess what? And they kill. And I get laughs. But again, you can still come up to me and talk to me, and like I'm not. I like everybody. I like trans people. I have plenty of gay friends. I jokes about straight people too. Exactly. Are one of them. That's the thing. It's also fun to isn't it? Yeah, I love women, but I bash them pretty hard in my act. And so the only reason I was bringing all that up, I feel like I've never once gone, I can't talk to someone because of their stand-up comedy. I'm not going to go to Marilyn Ryskip shouldn't be allowed here because what she said about Charlie Kirk, and I had a conversation with her about it. Conversation is very reasonable. Yeah, because people will share these spaces with these people no matter what we think. I'm not so far right or so far Christian that I go, I can't be in the same with cult people think. Also, had a conversation with her and confronted her with the reality of what that guy has said. Right? Some of the conversations that he holds, trans people, people of color, all kinds of. He's a very kind person, 100%. And the problem is kind when there's clips. Clips show which things. Aren't you afraid of that? Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm kind of a little bit inoculated against that because I have so many hours of me talking. Yeah, but in a different way, where people are listening to me having these 3-hour conversations. It's like, it's kind of hard to anybody who's paying attention. It's also the benefit of having the biggest platform in the world, right? Like, it's like there's enough people that have seen so many shows that, like, I know that guy is. That's not who that guy is. I've given them a lot of grace because you have to. Because like, people go, "Are you afraid of AI?" No, I'm not afraid of AI. What I'm afraid of is clips, short context things. Even recently, I did How I Made This podcast, and it's for the millionth time about the Mark Maron thing, and I was like, the good part of that Mark Maron story is that we buried it. I think, who knows? It'll rear its head again, I'm sure. That guy, there's no burying it. I know, but like, I was like, how about that story? Tell that story, Howie, that we shook hands at the Comedy Store and were able to share a stage and ship us to a room full of stages, and it just Howie Mandel's just posted the thing. So, all the comments are like, I can't stop talking about Mark Maron again. Like, that's what I'm saying is that Charlie Kirk's guilty of it, or not guilty of it, but a victim of it, is this short, real thing that is context. It's not a 3-hour conversation. No one's Trump in long form. No one listened to Charlie Kirk that were informative. But I'm saying that the everyday person is kind of collectors, and then forming a group think about those excerpts, and the group think becomes their reality. That's very true. And I'm afraid of that for you. Yeah, that's true in some ways, but it's also benefits you in some ways too. It's like there's good and bad. Like there's little things that you'll say that are funny that make it into clips, and that's good too. It's like the thing. Like I was talking to Tony about this because we were talking about people that complain about a show and talk shit about a show. They work for you. They don't realize it, but they work for you. They're the publicity arm, the negative publicity arm for the Tony show. You don't worry about it. Care. Yeah. You can't, write a book on it. Teach me how to not care. You gotta get to a point where you don't have to care anymore. Like, it's not gonna. If you're in that position where I'm in that sort of, you're not totally ever in that position. You're much more in that position than the average person. It's your duty to not care. It's your duty to set an example. When you get to the top, you're not supposed to be mean and like Benny did and push everybody down. You're supposed to lift everybody up. What you would hope the guy at the top would be supportive, try to help other people's careers, try to promote them, tell everybody they are, tell everybody good things that you know. Instead of complaining all the time
about everything. Find cool shit and inform people about it. Cool shit that you've seen, cool restaurants you've been to, cool music you've listened to, people you met. Do that. And that is my obligation, I think. That's having the podcast. You have to set an example that's beneficial for not just me, but for everybody. Yeah, don't care as much. Don't care as much about hate. You're gonna have haters. The idea that you're not you is crazy. Fucking, you can get like things I know from MMA. The greatest fighters, the best guys in their prime. There's gonna be guys that ain't shit. I'll fuck him up. I'll take him out in one round. There's always that. He's got no defense. He's got no chase. He's got no heart. He's only good when he's winning. As soon as it gets turned on him, he's gonna fold. There's always someone talking. If you live your life constantly respect those people, it's weird. Like that 100 units of attention and focus that you have, you gotta protect that. Yeah. You gotta guard down your units, man. Don't let it steal your units with a comment. It's never in real life.
Number one, because
it's never in real life. That's the problem. I have to open this before I spiral out.
Whatever makes that.
My head is fucking dope. And then I'm walking around in Sherman Oaks. I got my coffee. I'm seeing dogs, I'm seeing hot chicks. It's like, man, I go to the same spots and I talk to everyone. So like, like community's the best or whatever. Like in my little community, then I turn on my phone. This Obama, don't leave that. He's a Muslim. He's gonna bro, New York. And then I start going, yeah. I think New York is due for a little socialist wake up call. Oh yeah, they'll wake up. These things matter. They're gonna have 5,000 police officers to resign. Is that true? Find out what's true. Because here's the problem with those kind of things. It's like great stuff like that. And you're like, is that real? Gonna defund the police? Are they really gonna, have strong house here? Are you in Texas? Yeah. Yeah, like about 30, 40 minutes from here. Nice. You're already locked on it? I'm shopping for houses on Wednesday. I got a lady. If you need to I have a chick who's pretty good. The number one in Arizona. She's not Texas. I know, but she has all these contacts. Also, you know, so that helps. It's loyal. Yeah, and she found a bunch of good stuff. Yeah, about 40 minutes from here. That's good to hear. Out like Tripping Springs area. It's quiet. That's what I want. I want you to go out at night and hear. I want to go to a lake. Be able to I'm kind of in this kind of thing. And this, I could be guilty of victim of like what I'm absorbing my algorithm, but like captures the shit out of me, and I don't want to be a part of it. Yeah, he wants to run the whole country. That's pretty wild. And those fires were quite a wake-up call. Whatever you believe about the fires, the way it was dealt with was pretty scary. It was not confident, that's for sure. Even after, yeah, and it's about talking to different developers about doing stuff with land, and that's what I'm talking about. I was like, what do you? I will make a smart town. Like that's kind of what the conspiracy people were saying before the little day. Burnt houses, like that is sociopath. Guys, that's how sociopaths behave. They're not like totally broken up by the fact that a giant burnt the ground. Did 5,000 people resign? I don't think they said they resigned. There's no credible evidence of 5,000 people resign. Okay, why did they threat resign? Okay, Complexity says, did 5,000 people resign? No. Now, official data statements from NYPD confirmed there has been no mass walkout. While police union leaders and some critics have warned of potential wave of resignations or feared it. That was the thing. Social media was alleging 5,000 officers. I didn't see anything that said resign. I saw something that said threatening to resign. Go back to where I was reading.
Right.
Once have been debunked as rumors or satire.
And make them a
NYPD has about 33,745 officers as of late 2025, with staffing down only slightly from the previous year. So it's like, maybe it's one of those things, talk to some people, and they said, I know a lot of guys are threatening to resign.
I mean, that's a serious thing to talk about anyways, whether it's true or not. Like, it's not a fun time, officer. For the last, pre-Black Lives Matter, I know a lot of people in my life. I used to perform once a year for their Christmas LAPD. Great good audience members. You want to talk about good audience members? Police, military, nurses, anyone who deals with life. Very good audience members. Yeah, great. Jokes, and they need to see humor in life. They're looking for a clown to laugh at because they deal with real shit. But that aside, in years, when cops tell me they're cops at shows, it's like, yeah, and I'm like, what's with this embarrassment? Why do you feel like you need to be an police officer when you're whispering? Yeah, why? I like cops. I think that they're great. They have to go to someone from their life every day, and you're never going to call a cop. It's not a great day. It's not a great thing that's happening. And they have to enter someone's worst every 15 minutes or every hour. And I have a ton of respect for people that do that. And they feel ashamed to be a cop because they've been vaguely blanketed as oppressors or racist or some sort of power hungry bad guys. And that's probably a little worse in NYPD right now as far as being in the city with what's going on. So I imagine there's a lot of people who are threatening the same way whenever someone's president isn't the president they want. They go, I'm going to move. They make those kind of some people do move. Yeah, some people do. A lot of rich guys are really getting at it. I respect Rosie Allen for that. Do you respect that? Every celebrity says they're going to leave. What's the other they live because now they just can't vote, and now that you're living in Ireland, at least they said they're living in England, and then your neighbors in England don't like you either. They're yeah, exactly. But that's true. But they said, I moved to a new place in England. Hundreds of celebrities said they would leave and didn't.
That's true. Yeah, there's always a lot of that. A lot of people are going to move to Canada. Great, good luck. But next, America, you're American communist. Canada's nuts.
But now you're still reliant on America.
I know it's sad that I wanted to look up, but I just read. I put this in perplexity. 1 out of 8 deaths last year. I read this article that was saying it was assisted suicide. That can't be true. That can't be true. Where is it? There's a Canada suicide program, a national assisted suicide.
Imagine if there's some corruption in that.
Well, crap. There's corruption in everything. Every fucking corruption in religion, right? There's corruption in science, there's corruption in medicine, which corruption is not a part of those things. Oh, I would question if I have a creator because there's foul people in the church. You're like, it's so stupid. Well, yeah.
We're going to see essentially.
Wow. No, we're talking about America. But let me see this. Still not, isn't it? But the shots of the complexity. This is cool.
And then there is the
medical assistance in dying, known as MAID, also as known as assisted suicide or euthanasia, accounted for approximately 4.7% of all deaths. That's a lot. That is so crazy.
How do we get more specific? What will
We'll read into it. This proportion is equivalent to about 1 in 20 deaths across the country. That's so insane. 1 out of 20 people who die in Canada are getting assisted suicide. Any of those fucking people, you could have given mushrooms to, you could have had an ibogaine journey, maybe have fucking do something differently with their life to get them out of depression. How many of them could have gotten all treatments that have dealt with their condition? So, what are the conditions? Is it the average age? 77.
Right?
So yeah, that is old for, my mom's 80. She's great. What's going on? Yeah, what is just because you're 77, are you not enjoying life?
along the same lines.
Is it 1 out of 20 people are dying of a mental illness, and I'm short-sighted because I'm not thinking they're like going to die soon anyway. They choose to die on their own. Is that the case?
Track 1 is natural death, reasonably foreseeable. Track 2 is not.
So the Gemara has the following question.
Right. So track 2 recipients, this is where it gets weird because some of them were chronically obese, some of them were
As the
depressed. They were doing it that don't really have a disease. So what are the parameters? Let's put this as a follow-up. Do you have to have wrong with you to qualify for MAID in Canada? Let's just ask that. How do you qualify? Because if it's just you're depressed,
That's scary. That's crazy. Right. And very irresponsible. If you have cancer, they're trying to just like, I'm done. Please help me. Right. Is what track 1 is. Now we're talking about track 2.
be at least 18 years old and capable of making healthcare decisions. Be eligible for publicly funded health certificates, voluntary informed consent, have a serious disease or disability causing enduring intolerable suffering, and not be alleviated by the conditions acceptable to the person. That's the key word, the key phrase there. Acceptable to the person. It's interesting. Irreversible decline in capability. Okay, are people with depression, just are people with severe depression eligible for MAID? Right now. Severe depression. So you know, people would say that is terrible. Why would we be perfectly lying? I don't know. I can't spell that. Never. I never have. Jim, you're all the guys with those. You're an animal. In Canada, people whose sole underlying medical condition is severe depression or any other mental illness are currently not eligible for medical assistance in dying. This temporary exclusion includes psychiatric conditions like depression and personality disorders. The law excludes eligibility for MAID on the basis of mental illness alone in March 17, 2027. However, people with mental illnesses may be eligible if they have a grievous irremediable, that's a word. Have you ever said that word? Irremediable? Irremediable. I've never said that word. Physical, but I've never even seen that. Irremediable physical health condition that meets MAID's criteria. The government has delayed eligibility expansion for mental illness due to concerns around safety and appropriate safeguards. When MAID for mental illness becomes legal, we say like 2027 March. Oh, okay. That's what I've read. Okay. So they were going to. Okay. The law excludes eligibility for MAID on the basis of mental illness alone until 2027. So this is a year and a few months. And then these people are eligible. At number 25, severe depression alone is not qualified. It seems like there's a lot of people that are just not doing well. It's the, and they're like, my own therapist. I don't want to just walk around 44. People clean up.
Or they go, I'm a vital burden on my family.
Right.
Those kind of things. Yeah. When you're an old person, you feel like a little guilt.
That's true. And sometimes people, like, one of their loved ones dies and want to be alone. They can't. They've been with this person for 45 years.
My dad just died. My mom is not doing great with the machine.
It's very hard. My grandpa died 1 year after my grandma died, and he was fine. And it was just like, the grief was just intolerable.
Yeah, she's feeling a lot of guilt because he was kind of cognitively, I don't know how to say it politely, he was just kind of not himself for the last year. And so when he passed, my mom did feel a little relief, like, kind of caretaker, right. And so then feel guilt about the relief, I don't want to feel relief that someone that I've known my whole life is gone, and then now trying to mourn that, it's very, very complicated.
It's real hard when someone has dementia or Alzheimer's, almost like these people have to work with dementia and those kind of, even an eating disorder is you can't really cook when they have this body or these, like, it's something as simple as that.
Those people are
Why?
safe.
Sorry,
Absolutely. Anybody cognitively or like any career, like that's. I mean, I those are heroes to me because I don't have the patience for it. I'm very like direct. I'm very like want to have a good time. Like, I'm not good at being like, how don't you see
Some really promising treatments for dementia and Alzheimer's.
was
One of them, dementia or Alzheimer's, was the supplementation with selenium. See if they can find what it is. It's one of those I glanced quickly, and I was like, I'm not probably supposed to say this on here, but there's a beautiful named lady who I've been hanging out with, and her mom was had something like this, and she gave their family had a real long debate about what doctor recommended was shock therapy, and it worked. It works for now, I guess. Like at least like they're all going. Wait, now she's saying, did you just come over last week and we talked about that? Like she's having things like. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I should say there was a positive outcome of the shock therapy. Yeah, it's funny because someone just sent me a link to a documentary on shock therapy that was negative. They're still doing shock therapy, right? And I said I don't know much about that. Yeah, the only I've ever heard was like you hear about the horror stories. I don't know, right? One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Those lobotomies. I think that was a shock therapy thing. Well, I thought this was lobotomies. Well, it might be. It might be. Those we've all agreed. Although long after they were out because those guys wanted money. Like I think it was like a year I was born or the year before they stopped doing them. I heard all these stories about there would be like still, on the fringes of it because they didn't want to like shut down their practice. So they'd be like, hey, we'll still give it to you. This and they would be like, this authoritarian government's not even letting people have lobotomies, but we'll still do it. I'm the doctor that'll still do it. Lobotomy. Is it? Am I saying it? Dude, you know what? For my life, I thought it was Sarah Bell's mom. Hold on a sec. Yeah, which other one? And the Sarah Bell's palsy. Yeah, so we're watching this game and it looks crazy. And I go, looks like you got Sarah Bell's palsy. And like, no one left. Which is a good comedy note, is that if you start it's a false premise or something, no one's on board with it. But if you say it around comedians, well, I said around a bunch of people, like, it looks like he's got a Sarah Bell's palsy. And everyone looked at me. And then my friend Katie's like, did you say Sarah Bell's? I was like, wasn't that what it is? She's like, and I was like, I don't know. This is the movie, so I don't know. They discovered it yet. The chief guy was lobotomized. That's the big boy. Yeah. Oh, so lobotomized, but was Jack Nicholson supposedly lobotomized? They were just in a cuckoo house. But at the end, right, they did shock therapy, but remember at the end, he was like totally docile. Maybe they were letting you know he got lobotomized. Probably. They did that forever. When did they stop doing lobotomy? Wasn't like 67? Please, lumbar. What is that doing lumbar?
All right, it's still good. This is
the thing I have. What year was it? I love to talk about plenty of things I know and don't know about. It's fun. Yeah, one doctor that don't know. Why? That's fun. I read you. Listen, what's the network? You try to get with 3,500 successful. 409 years old. Successful. Which ones were successful? What does that mean? Billy just drools now. He doesn't fuck the dog. He's not annoying us with his, undiagnosed autism. Now he just sits there. That's not success. He doesn't fuck the dog anymore. It's a success. That's the guy. Oh, that's so creepy looking son. Oh my god. I'm surprised that's how they did it. They went right through the fucking eye. I thought they under the nose. So they upset at it. Oh, there's the nose. That's the one I know. Both ways. Through the nose. Fucking eyeball. Fuck. God damn it. And at the end, look, he's happy. Oh, I thought he was giving a thumbs up. I thought he was going, hell yeah. I was like, I feel great. And they just scramble out a little. So it's like you're just on ecstasy all day. I will say the first time I did mushrooms, I was like, because my buddy's like, the cool thing about mushrooms is that
you don't want. It's not like cocaine or E or anything. You're not gonna become like addicted to mushrooms. You don't want to do mushrooms every day. And then the second I did mushrooms, I was sitting in the chair and I was like, "You guys were wrong." And they're like, "What?" I go, "This all the time." Like you lost your mind. Like this is the right state of being for me. Like it's the best shit. It's the best drug.
It's better at making people better people.
Yes. All I wanted to do, and still since then, is like connect and like let's find a way to be nice. Yeah, let's be good. Let's be nice to each other. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Nobel Prize. Started getting him in 35, and then 49. Dr. Moniz won the Nobel Prize for it. So Dr. Freeman was the guy who did 1/3 of them. Chinese in and out, nice. Come in. You got an appointment at noon. Come in at 11. Well, there's rolling in the parking lot at 11:35. It's like a chiropractor. Just come in. We'll get that. Yeah, we'll start fast. You'll be at Chipotle and they'll talk. I keep reading stories about people that get paralyzed forever with chiropractors. Oh, really? There's been a ton of those stories. You're a body guy. That's it. I don't know. I went to them back in the day before I read up on how chiropractic. You know when they say I'm a doctor, they don't go to medical school for 3 seconds. That's why those arguments of authority. You're not a scientist. You're not like something's invented by a magnetic healer who was a kook, who learned about it. He was a complete kook, and then he was killed by his son, who was a con man. His son ran over with a car. His son took over the business, and then it got grandfathered in. But he got grandfathered in. Somebody manipulated your body in a like adjusting you. It has benefits. Deep tissue massage is manipulating tissue. I get a trigger point massage. It's really painful, but it's very effective. There's real benefits to it. Chiropractors do that do have like a real beneficial effect on your body. But the claims, at least in the beginning, are nuts. Initial claims is going to cure leukemia, and so just going to adjust your back to C4, C5, that connects off top, and then they grab you and yank your neck. Yeah, it's so scary. And sometimes people have fucking hemorrhages from these things because they're violent. They yank your neck and a blood vessel pops, you have a fucking stroke. Yeah. And that's not happened just once. It's a bunch of times. I grew up playing video games too, and watching all these action movies, you know, and I thought that just twisting a guy's head, like, you know, like, you think that's all it took, you know, like, I snuck up behind that guy in the video games, that's all I did, meanwhile, chiropractors all day. Yeah, babies. No, oh my god, it's so crazy. People that are like, have their baby chiropractor, and the chiropractor just the baby's soul, and moving the I would come here. You know, your parental ideas of like they're all script. Like you're supposed to say the idea of anything. They believe it, so they think they're doing a good thing. Jamie, am I allowed to ask Jamie to bring things? Now, Jamie, can you bring up some chiropractors? Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, and chiropractor like what you just did. But I saw that. The dog's so sweet about it. Like I'm good actually. A lot of pit bulls because they're also like just adjust it. Yeah, I've seen like montages of it, and it's pretty adorable. People see that dog started playing. No. And the dog looking up at him. I don't think you need to do that to that dog. I don't think he realizes. Look at the way he looks at him. Like, what studies are they show up with this is all good? That's a Belgian Malinois, right? They can't hear it, but he goes, I don't want to hear it. I don't know if that does anything. I don't know if that's good. I think if you got your dog a massage, it could be really good for them. Yeah, I think all that snapping and the popping, like, are you loosening it up and making it more mobile? Well, if that's the case, you can do that with spinal decompression and massage. I have this thing that I do with my friends' dogs, and they've been loving it. I'm like, don't do that. I'm just kidding. I just thing on my head, it goes underneath my chin. It's got like a rope. That hangs on my chin and bar, and I've seen them advertise it because you use it. Oh, look at this. Give that dog a back. Oh, bro. That's the camel's clutch, dude. Yeah. You do your nonsense to this guy. Dog's just
love getting rubbed.
That's all it is. Yeah,
That's all petting is.
Kind of a massage, you know.
That's what they love.
Yeah,
They love massages. They don't have to pretend they don't. You love massages.
Oh, yeah. We don't have to ask them about that. They like
If we were on the floor and let people rub them, that'd be fine. You come up next to Marshall will lie down and be they let you rub them.
That's my favorite thing about dogs.
Rub his belly.
Yeah, dogs don't know this guy's probably. He's a little cool. The dogs are like worried. Go up to like a homeless dude.
Yeah, we'll talk about them.
Yeah, it's like he loves them.
Yeah, they're absolutely. We don't deserve them. But I don't think they should go to a chiropractor. But people that think that you should bring your dog, it's because they believe in the chiropractor. There's a great article called Chiropractors Are Bullshit. Pull that up. The lady who wrote it was on the podcast. I read the article that explained it to me. Yeah. And I was like, oh, this is a nutty thing. I thought they were doctors.
Yeah,
I thought they were actual
I went to one of this once calling, you know, you can just like, you just walk in and they'll do it. And I think a lot of it for me was placebo. Like I just thought like, oh, they told me this is good for me, so I wasn't having pain or anything.
It's crazy. I like to tell you, it's crazy. It's very direct. When you read the story of how it was invented, you're like, this is nuts. It's one of those things that's just grandfathered in. And if you're allowed to be Dr. Comedy, right, like to be Dr. Jeff MD, yeah, I'm going to MD. If you're giving after, which is the best medicine, sure. So I think we should get doctors of comedy. We should do that. Like, start handing out doctors of comedy. I get that. I get it. You have theater tour. I'll give you a doctor. I worked under Ron White. I got my tour there. Ron White. Ron White was patient zero here. Because Ron moved out here before the pandemic. Yeah, he's the reason why I decided to move out here. Because Ron and I have been real close forever, and Nolan was always like one of the coolest guys to hang out with. He's the best. And so we were hanging out in the back bar, and he was telling me he's moving to Texas. Like, what are you doing? You're here. Don't say it's nuts. He's like, oh, it's the best. He goes, I'm gonna keep my house out here in Beverly Hills, but this fucking place, the food's the best, the people are nice. If I want to fly, I'm in the middle, right? It's 3 hours here, 3 hours. And I was like, so when the shit started getting weird in LA and they were burning down the freeway, that's when Daddy was like, close this out of here. You know, because so my kids were little, 10, 12 at the time, the little ones. And I was like, this is dangerous. And we all agreed, like, this doesn't feel right. I don't feel like they're going to open this up. I think this is bullshit. Let's get the fuck out of here. So you were an actor. Exactly. Right. Exactly. That was like, I'm thinking back, but you were. And we were flying. I want to do that. I'll figure it out. I'll just live here. I want to live my life. I mean, and doing it somewhere else. And maybe it's not as good.
Have you thought about making other motherships?
We did. We have. We've talked about where. We talked about New York. We talked about Florida. We've talked. Here's the thing. To do it, I mean, this is just like based on what we've done in Austin. We did in Austin. Is a once in a lifetime opportunity where we hit every green light. Every green light along the way, we got it. So, like, the only way this club happens, first of all, is I'm friends with Adam Egget, and I've been friends with Adam Egget from back when he was running the Improv in Tempe. So that's what I know from back then. And then he came to California, and he started working at the Comedy Store when I had already been banned. So I'd been banned. I'd gone on my 7-year exodus. And he came to meet me in the Improv. They showed you, but what? Comedy Store, man, show, they really showed you. So he came to meet me in the Improv, and he's like, dude, come back. You know, I'm there now, the talent coordinator. And I thought, and then I wound up coming back with Ari. Because, Ari is one of my closest friends. And he was filming his special there. And I had known Ari as a doorman. I was a doorman there, and now he's filming a special. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I have to be there. I have to be there. And I went there the day before because it was weird. I hadn't been there in 7 years. And, it was very super friendly, hugged everybody. It was great. And then I saw and Ari killed. And the special was awesome. It was such happy moment to see him. Like going from being a doorman to having your own Comedy Central special. While he's doing a show on Comedy Central, that's what he's doing. This is not happening. So it was like, I had to go back. So that was 2014. And becoming really good friends with Adam, knowing him from the improv, like knowing him from back in the day, and then becoming to the town coordinator, we had talked about like what are the problems with running a club, like what is the problems with like people telling you, oh, you have to have more of this on your show, or more of that on your show, or you're problematic, people getting mad about that. I'm like, it's gotta be a message, as much as that bothers some people. The people that bothers, they're never good. Right? David never complaining about diversity. You know what I'm saying? It's like the people that are complaining they're mediocre at best. And he was like, you're right. I go, but you can't give in to them because there's a lot of them. And they yell, they make it seem like it's big. Doing good comedy, being an original idea, being here's the world through my eyes. This is how I've crafted it for you. That's all it is. Everything's just a fucking distraction. So when the Comedy Store shut down, and then I moved out here, there was a long time where I was like, I don't know what to do. Do I stop doing comedy now and just do this podcast? Like, no one's doing comedy. It was months and months of no comedy. And then Dave and I started doing shows at Stubbs. So Dave was like, I want to do a show at Stubbs. The residency there. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, let's do it. So he and I did like we had done a ton of shows, a bunch of comedy shows. Stubbs thing came along. And I was like, okay, yeah, let's just do this. We're doing this now. I guess we're doing comedy again. And the Vulcan is indoor, loud, it's rainy, and it was naughty. Like it was crazy doing a November tour show. And so when that was happening, then everybody started moving weird. Then everything got weird. It was like, well, we got Tom Segura moved here, Trussell moved here, Tony Hitchens moved here, Brian Simpson moved here. It's like, whoa, we got a crew. Derek Poston moved here, Sonamon moved here. I'm like, we got a crew here. And then it just kept escalating. Tim Dillon came. It was like over and over. Joe Rosa came. Shane Gillis. It was like, and so all of this was happening. All these guys were at least talking about moving. It's like, it feels better here. Like the scene feels more alive. Because the LA was still shut down. And so then Mike basically like grabbed me by the shoulders one night after he hadn't done stand-up plans. He grabbed me, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're going to keep in this. You got to open up the club. I'm like, we're opening up the club, let's go. And that's how it all started. But we had every light. Like, Adam had me out of a job. All the people that we got from the Comedy Store, we brought over a bunch of people. We got me out of a job. So the Comedy Store had to be closed. Otherwise, why would you leave the Comedy Store? This place on earth. So then it was like everything else had to be closed down. So the comics knew that they could go to Texas. So like, well, let's go to Texas. And it just, people decided I like doing stand, like living in LA. Yeah. And then once they came out here, they're like, I can't out here either. It is. It's amazing. Alex, my favorite is the mothership helps everything around it as well. So I can't, every time that I've been here, how inviting, how cool all the young comics are. All these guys who like chew off their arm to spots at your club are for it. And they're here at these other places, all these other things because they believe in what the ship's doing. And there's all this other stuff. So it has the most buzz. As far, not buzz, that's a stupid word. It has a feeling, it has this aura. Whereas like that used to be in New York and that used to be in LA, and I don't feel it in those places anymore. I'm actually lucky that I can go to the cellar and I go to the stand and I can do those things. The Comedy Store, I go to the Improv. I'm at a place where they'll have me, but there's not like a bunch of young guys doing small shows and excited at the idea of even going over to the store after their spot. Your club has that. Well, there's a couple things it has an advantage of. This kills. So that's the big advantage. The big advantage of there's a show Monday night. There's the biggest comedy show on planet Earth. And you might be able to get on it. And if you've got a tight minute and you can fucking, they're gonna ask you back. And if you got a tight minute, oh my god, you might have a fucking career. And that's happened time and time again. Anderson is on SNL right now, and it's great out of kill television. And Cam is super fucking talented. So is Hans Kim. So is a lot of William Montgomery. There's a lot of people coming out of there that do great, and they have a career now. Ari Madden, it's a real career now. It's amazing. Casey Rocket, it's a resource, 100%. So that's the big one. Is that there's a real pathway, and there's also 2 nights of open mic night. 2 nights. So we make sure we have open mic night time. You get to an open mic night, the best club in the world. And then on top of that, the club is the only club that I know of that was designed not to make money.
So what's interesting is
all I wanted to do is break even, but like I just don't want to lose any money. You know, because it's so much money to make a club and build it in the first place. You have to buy the whole thing, you have to hire all these people to fix it, and turn it. It's a lot of money invested. I'm like, I just want to lose a lot of money.
Owners have terrible reputations because they do all this corner cut, like they're trying to fuck with you. And also desperate in a way. These guys, they'll, you know, I like club owners, but there's a lot of crazy club owners, and they feel that pressure of like, I gotta keep this alive. I don't want to keep losing money.
I used to tell comics, be nice to club owners because you don't want to be one. Yeah, no. And I went and became one. But you put it honorably. The way I have the other ways of making a living, right? Most club owners, they're a club owner by definition. That's what they do for a job. I want to do for a job. This is just, I do this for literally to make a comedy environment. Right? So it's, the club is so the comedians get most of the money. Because that's how it should be. Right? People are coming to eat drinks, right? So let's say a guy do his art, a woman do her art on stage. Yep. So that person should get most of the money. And it should be that way because this is the right way to do it, and because it builds money, so they don't have to leave as much, they don't have to go to town as much, stay in town and develop new stuff in all these satellite rooms. This is a Sunset Strip that's 1 street from us. You can walk there in 3 minutes. Dance club, he's killing. Creek in the Kings, Killer's filmed his first YouTube special. He filmed that. It's amazing. That's another club we did a lot during the pandemic. And God, all these other clubs, Cap City's a fucking club, that's just 20 minutes away. There's a bunch of these satellite rooms all around this place that are killing it right now. Because comedy is a do. You know, and we can do it in a way where it's not connected to fucking Hollywood. It's not connected to movies. It's not connected to TV. It's an art form in and of itself that had been prostituted out for so long that people thought like the Golden Goose was being a late night talk show host. That was the Golden Goose, a job that I wanted. There's no fucking way if they doubled my money, I'd be like, I'm not doing that. But it's not me. Right. When it's also not really stand-up. So many times, like, people are like, so do you want to, like, are you doing this because of, like, you want to be a movie star? No. I'm doing it because I love stand-up comedy. Yeah. I just watched the 5 of, it's called Starting 5 on Netflix, but they follow NBA players. And the part is, like, their wives and girlfriends. I think that's the annoying part. Like, I want to hear them talk. That's the thing that inspires me because I look at the way they pursue comedy. The way they pursue their, you know, like their career. But what I was inspired by was like Karen, who I thought I hated my whole life, was awesome. He just wants to play basketball. Like, that's all it is for him. He's like, yeah, I just want to go out there and hoop. And he keeps, man, I don't want to have these arguments in barbershops. Or any of those things. He makes money, but it's not about the money for him. It's not about the chicks. Those are all symptoms of what he pursues. And I love that because I'm like, yeah, I just love the joke part. I love that I can write a bit and then that by it, and people love it, or they go, "What an interesting idea," or "That's funny," or "That's naughty," or "That's I've never thought of it like that." You're campaigning on a political trail or whatever, like when you go to like the Trump rally or one I don't know what the Harris calls her thing, but undecided voters, those are people who are there because they're already in. Talking to anyone who's considering stand-up comedy, when they're in that audience, they're just looking at you and go, bring me some jokes. And so I can now do jokes about what and the crowd will and decide if I'm not funny or funny. But you're getting into their ear. You're getting into them going, never thought
But like that guy was making some pretty good jokes up there about a subject that I wouldn't hear. You know, like I think comedy is such a gift that way. But I was like, I think I'm like Kevin Durant. I like the girls and I like the money and I love all this stuff. But for me, I did a sponsor. I can't remember what it was, and they were like, we can't thank you enough for coming. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I get up on the fucking stage, and you try to slide me money, I go, give it to the other guys. Like, I came into this because I was happy to have fun. Like, I just couldn't.
That's great acting.
Yeah, it's so much better to tell them. I don't need to be famous. The symptom of it was like, it also has its own problems. All those other stuff, yeah, all the other stuff. But that's the best app. Love what you do. Love what you do, and it's comes because of it. But the moment you start thinking about the success only, and then making decisions based only on getting and attaining more instead of thinking about the thing, you know. And that's what they do. They say, they don't want to be in this movie. I want to be the hyenas. They're saying the hyenas. They circle. But I don't want to be that for the opportunity, and I love that you believe you can make some money off me by putting me in that. But for me, walking my ass into a place that has a microphone and being able to be naughty and say anything and make jokes, exciting. If they put $1 billion in my bank account tomorrow, I'll still go do at the mothership in Fat Man. And tomorrow they said, Jeff, you doing this? I want to find a day job. I'll go, okay, but I'm still doing my spot, right? I'm still going to do it. No matter what. I just love it. Yeah, I would do it. It's the most fun art form. Yeah, you know, and the fact that we're fortunate enough to be able to do it, doing it is incredible. You should be happy. If you're complaining, you're missing out. Oh, dude, I'm constantly because, you know, I don't know with this guy, but I remember I was at a festival and his attitude on that, and they were like so excited to have him because he's a very funny guy, very talented. And they said, they go, so how much time do you want to do? I was like, how much time in my contract? And they were like, you know, you're for 5 minutes, but you know, I was just letting you know you're there. Everyone's just to use it, just do whatever you want. He goes, the 45. And I remember thinking, what the fuck is wrong? They're happy you're here. If you tell me that, bro, I'm on for 2 hours. 45 minutes is good, but I'm going to stand there, you know, because I love being out there. Yeah, it's fun. It's not, you're not pouring concrete, dude. Like, you get to go tell jokes to these people. Like, what an exciting job you have. That's exciting.
I think where that comes from is, like, in the beginning, it's, like, really hard. It's hard to do, it's hard to get paid, it's hard. And then you build up a life to the point where you make it, you take it for granted, and now you think, like, what am I doing? 45 minutes, that's what I'm doing. Crazy. Yeah, you're like, instead of, like, wow, I made it, I can actually get paid to go do comedy now. I'll get 45 minutes, okay, I'll go fuck around, have some fun. Exactly, like that's it. I've worked at Hollywood Video. I've worked at any coffee shop that was like I've had over like 40 different coffee jobs. I just couldn't keep a job. Like I was always living somewhere different or like pursuing comedy so aggressively that like so I was good at getting and then I would fuck off or something stupid and I'd get like let go or I'd move and just ghost that job. You know, these jobs. But whether it was Hollywood Video or Rock, whether it was any of these million coffee shops that were dead, I was always the fun guy at the job that made friends with everyone because it's more fun to have a good attitude at work and like the than it is to hate the job. Right. Not because the job was great, but because of better experience here if I like it. I at least trick myself in liking it. It wasn't my dream to put movies in alphabetical order with dyslexia with video, but
now again,
my job. Like that was more fun to like be happy to be there. Do comedy, which is the dream. Attitude, like I just can't get my mind on it. Well, there's some people that think they have to be miserable to be good. And I think some artists feel like they have to kind of suffer in order to be funny. Like that, you have to be angry. I think when I was really young and dumb, I was thinking maybe like I should stop meditating
Because if I meditate and achieve any kind of enlightenment, I won't think things way more that I can shit on them on stage, which is like a big part of my act.
Yeah, you didn't want to be happy.
That was me at 21 or whatever.
Yes. Well, Jerry Seinfeld, who was one of my favorite, despite any of his political beliefs or any of those things, like I really, really respect every time Jerry Seinfeld talks on podcast, interviews or whatever, because he's like Buddha. He's like the way he talks about work ethic, the way he talks about joke writing, the way he's very disciplined, he's very good. So I always hang on everything Jerry says, like in the best book of any type of interview. But Jerry, although he's clean, right? He's and although he's and a dad, and no matter what, he seems to be very at peace in his life, very successful, right? He does have this edge. There still is like an irritability. And I think that's probably what you were thinking at 21. Like, I need to be. You can see he's also smart. He's talking to morons all the time. That's how you get an edge like that. Probably doesn't have like a tight crew of cool people that he can just chill with. Right? You get alienated. You work $1 million smarter than kids. But you also, you made $1 million from you did in the 90s. Never have to work together. Your fucking life. You have 100 portions. You just collect. You're bored as fuck. And then morons. What are you my favorite entertainer? Yeah, I don't want to hear this. I'm sure you can get that. Someone wants to tell you a story about a thing. And you're more tolerant than him. Yeah. But he's, I get it. I get why he would be a little prickly. Like some of the questions are really fucking stupid. Like, for sure. There was a big racism controversy about his show, right? He's drinking coffee. Which is why I'm surprised he wasn't. He's not more vocal about anything. Like, he's like, I don't care. Speak the language. You're funny. I don't care what you are. Like, the right answer, and a lot of people are like, oh, that sounds racist. Right answer. That's racist? This is, you're not going to get what you're expecting people to abandon meritocracy in the most meritocracy-based art. You could, like, you have to have a specific response for people, right? Yeah, and you're creating it all yourself. There's no talking, it's just you. Yeah, that's it. And so, if it's comedians that you're funny, and they have to do whatever, it's just who. And everything else is shit. This idea of it's not enough women, black people, it's not enough. Stop. Right. Stop. Well, they say to the people who decide that you don't have enough people of color or and he goes, I don't know, I'm looking against a lot of whiteys in here. That's true. Look at your life. You start running it through everyone's skin color. You could call every culture racist. But he's a family barbecue who's Polynesian. He's a Pacific Islander guy. What a diverse family reunion, right? Because that's the of a culture. Is that you kind of have the whole point. The advantage is like you said, work into your thing and go, how come there's no more Filipinos here? Right? That's not how it works. I've said a couple times on stage, but liberals go to like Japan and they're like, this is disgusting. Yeah, it's Japanese people here, it's not very diverse. They go to Russia, oh my gosh, where is the thing here? Like, it's not how things work. You know, there's a lot of countries that are forced, and it's fine as long as they're black. You know what I mean? It's like all black, so they're all like Polish problems. That's what problem. Yeah, it's insane to me. Well, people are just weird. You know, look, racism is bad. So because look for racism in all sorts of places, and they start deciding that things are racist. They can do with a lot of stuff. Like, you know, we were talking about this the other day. It's like, shut the fuck up. It's kind of like, nobody ever punched you then? Yeah, I'll show you. You go silence, come to the UFC. I'll show you what, like, this is what you see that. Yeah, this is violence. These are nice people. Like, that's actual violence. No fucking not silence. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. And then they say sticks and stones go, let's go back to names. I'm happy with names. There was less blood when you were calling me names. Yeah, you're being silly. Silence is not violence. Fucking it's dumb. It's silence. You can't fucking realize it. It shows what you want. It's what you want to force people to comply. You want to force people to do what you want.
something to say. Put that black square on your Instagram. Losers. It's usually a bunch of losers at the that bus. Yeah, they're going right off the cliff. You're with them. Like, what are you doing?
Not a fun place. That's not the world we live in. Yeah, or it's not the universe that comics like.
All these people pushing all these different things to call everybody an ist or fuck you are. And you have a phobia, whatever it is. To be miserable. Yeah, they don't seem very happy. And the same, they're proud of their anger. Find things to love. Find to love in this world.
Comic went on to kill Tony last night. He was so great, and I am remiss that I don't remember his name. And he was able to reel off, which I'm sure he's done before. He was able to rattle off all of his interests. He's like, no, I'm in. Universal Studios, let's go. Monster Truck Rally, let's do it. And I was like, I immediately wanted to be friends with this guy because I'm like, that's how I want to live. I live where I'm in like that. And I was like, dude, I can identify so much. The little kid in me is like, yeah, whatever it is, go. I go to the big game. I'm great. I'm a lot of gay friends. Let's fucking do it. Whatever it is. Right. That's so much better of an attitude. Just like, let's do it all. Let's jump in these things. Like, that's so much more fun than going, we're not going there because of this, or we're not doing that because of this, and this is probably, it's like, it's too exhausting.
Well, a lot of people like being exhausted because it keeps them active. They've got something to think about. It's their sports. Politics for a lot of people is their sport. And it's not just their sports, it's like their fanatical Red Sox fans.
It's a religion.
Yeah. Red Sox to the death. And that's what it is. That's all it is, man. But it's the same thing.
So the sports one is where I think is a little different because the Yankees fan doesn't want to murder those fans. Unless you're still like baseball. People's like, sometimes they still like baseball. Yes. They can still agree, oh, we're motherfuckers. We're having a hot dog. And it's like, fuck you. It's fun. The people that claim they hate religion, their politics out like religious zealots. Right. They're going, what this is, I wouldn't even touch Jimmy Kimmel's wife. I can't even talk to them anymore. They are such having a hard time. I watched it a bunch. They said that she was always struggling since Trump's been in office. But now she doesn't even want to be with these people because it's personal. That now she's made the decision to not. And that's why it's pulling with it's fine. And family reunions want to have a talk with your aunt who voted for Trump or something. I think that's healthy. Let's talk. If you're doing any of these things and you can't defend it, you're pretty stupid. But when you start going, I person because of whatever it is. That's a problem.
Well, it doesn't seem smart.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem healthy. If you don't have any room for disagreement. But it's also like the thing between Kimmel and Trump is so dumb.
It's very dumb.
So dumb. I can't believe. And then he went after Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers as well, right?
Yes.
Crazy. I know. That's so dumb. I don't understand. I guess no one is around to tell him.
He must be in a bubble.
He's 100% in a bubble, but that's also the way he's behaved his whole life. Like, that's how he would attack you if he was on The Apprentice. Remember The Apprentice?
I was supposed to do it too. Way after it was good. I was supposed to do it with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, I was supposed to. Yes. It was when Fear Factor was returning to NBC. They asked me to do Celebrity Apprentice, and I thought about it. My kids were really young at the time. And I was like, how long it takes forever? And then also, it's like, that guy's gonna be mean to me. I'm like, fun. That's not gonna be fun. Like, I'm not good with that. I'm getting real.
What your political opinion would be of Trump if you had done Celebrity Apprentice?
Interesting. I think he always had understanding of how the whole political process worked. Like, there's an interesting interview of him way back in. I think was talking to Barbara Walters, maybe president, and this is back when he was a Democrat.
Yeah,
he was a queen long portion of his life. And I think Elon said it best. He's a product of his time. And that's the thing. This is an almost 80-year-old man who's a real estate guy who likes to see his name in big gold letters. Loves America because that's what he always liked. I like my name. Things big and gold. That's what he genuinely
If
likes.
people knew that about him, they would give grace when he says crazy things. Because like if you read his book, like there was a part where he was like,
okay, do you think he really wrote the book?
I mean, anyone does. Dennis Rodman didn't write his book. Follow
Some people write their own book.
but not the majority.
Yeah.
Or actually, that's not true. The majority of people write their own book. Celebrities have someone follow them and talk to them. But he talked about, he's like, this building's the biggest in New York. It's the best. And they're like, it's not even the biggest building in this. And he goes, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, yeah. And if you know that, then you kind of like give him a little more grace when he's just saying, it's just kind of how he is. He's I'm the best. You know, it doesn't mean he's really the best. It means he's got an attitude of the best.
You saw the BBC thing, right?
What thing?
You didn't see the thing where BBC got in trouble for editing his speech. We talked about it yesterday. I'll just tell you real briefly. So they took a segment of him saying something and then spliced in a segment of him saying something else from 53 minutes later.
The storming the Capitol.
Yes.
Right, from the January 6th. Yeah, which is not journalism.
Like, that is not journalism, but like full-on lying and propaganda. And it's kind of fucking dangerous.
Those are the things people watch. That's what I'm saying, that shortened bullshit.
Yes, but these people lost their jobs because of it. It's a big deal. Yeah, and not only that, but like they're getting hounded by reporters. They're asking them, and the answers that they have for why they did what they did is like crazy. They felt, it seems like these people, this is just my opinion, it seems like these people felt justified for completely lying because it would lead to an ultimate good. So they lost all journalistic integrity. And it is the BBC, which is like the height of journalistic integrity. If that doesn't show the rot of mainstream corporate-controlled media, then nothing does, right? Because that's pure rot. If at the top of the heap, you got like, in my mind, if like somebody said something to me and they quoted a source, it was the BBC, I was like, okay, that's like Washington Post, that's like New York Times. It's a very official source. So I'm thinking this must be real. And they turned it into activism. And they turned it into lying. And they did it in front of everybody where you could clearly just listen to the whole thing and know he didn't say that. But it's not how he said it at all.
Yeah. It's like, well, and I think, I'm sorry that I keep harping on this, but like, that's what AOC or kind of the left I see most guilty of doing is in their brain they go, I know that this is a little like whatever, but it's for our greater good. Right. So they're doing that with their. And I'm smart enough. Was trying to make a point about blank, but if I twist this a little, it's for the greater good, right, of what I'm trying to do here. And so they justify it to themselves. They say, oh, well, now I'd have been a little politician-y here, right? But it's for a greater good, and it's vague, and it's like, listen, he hates black people.
That's why Obama disappointed me so much during the Kamala Harris campaign, because he did that thing where he said, that white nationalists are very fine people. Yeah. He said we have very fine people on both sides. And actual quote, and the difference between what he said was the exact opposite. He said, and I'm not talking about neo-Nazis and white nationalists. He's like, I forget the exact wordage he used. They should be condemned. Whatever he said. But along those lines. It specifically said, not those people. I'm talking about people that just didn't want statues torn down.
Yes.
That there's very fine people on both sides. People just like go, Robert E. Lee's a really bad guy, but it's like this is part of history. It is. Yeah. Yes. This is just reality. Yeah. But using that during Kamala Harris's campaign, I was like, that's great. You know what he said. Yeah. You must know. They cut it up. Why would you sacrifice what's so valuable is like your stature and your integrity? Why would you sacrifice that for someone who just probably wasn't going to win anyway?
Right. I mean, I don't know if it's money or if it's some sort of oath or if it's intentional, whatever, but like that stuff's so dangerous. I really like that shortening of like what someone said, taking it out of context.
Like, there's also the consequences of people going to trial for that Russiagate stuff, because I think that Russiagate collusion hoax that they perpetrated on mainstream media for years, and a lot of people are really uncomfortable with even saying it was a hoax. It was a hoax, ladies and gentlemen. It was a hoax, and a lot of people coordinated that hoax. There was a lot of people involved, and I think they're super sketched out about Trump being president again, really digging into that stuff, and he's doing that now.
Yeah.
And you're finding real evidence that the people that you would think, the intelligence agencies, you would think, what are they here for? They're here to make America safe and protect us from problems. But it seems like they also meddle. Yeah, and not just meddle, they completely try to sabotage someone and paint them out in a way that's completely inaccurate. Knowingly, willingly, with payer dollars, funding
for the greater good, for their greater good.
Bro, I might say very fine people too, if I was doing that shit. Whatever, he's a fucking Nazi.
Let's not,
He's Hitler. Let's say whatever the fuck, keep him out of office.
I think that's what happened with the, in a way, that's kind of what happened with like the Epstein list thing. I think like the reason you're never going to see that is because there's just too many powerful people that are in that are on both sides. It would kind of be not a collapse, but like a social kind of like collapse of like, not just that, but both sides. I mean, I don't think there's like that. You're not going to find all liberals went to this island. You're not going to find all conservatives went to this island. You're going to see a list of some of very powerful creeps on everything. So it's like both this like stalemate of the right and the left going, maybe we just won't do this.
But it's not just that. It's this ball of yarn of what did they do with the information? What did they do? If they did compromise you, they did fly you out to the island, you did have sex with underage girls. What did you do then when you were confronted by the fact that they know this? Right. What did you do? Like, what decisions were made? What foreign policy decisions were made? What financial decisions were made?
Yeah.
What money got donated? How much money transferred back and forth to different accounts because of things that happened there?
Yeah.
How many huge international decisions were made by people in powerful positions because someone has a video of something very compromising on an island?
That's why I'm glad that I mean, I might not be very rich or anything, but like, if something, if they try to figure out something on me, this would be their research. They'd be like, all right, we found Jeff did it. He likes Sprite, but he also watches pro wrestling. They'd have nothing. They'd just be searching.
You're not a guy who's trying to run the world.
Yeah.
The thing is, everybody who wants to run the world, everybody wants to be the president. They're all fucking. They've all done weird shit. They're fucking crazy, and then they get to the position where they have like ultimate power. They're putting fucking masks on, fucking each other, and like that's skull and bones.
It's crazy stuff to me.
Yeah, there's always been these weird secret societies of people that get really wealthy and they do things and they wife swap. And yeah,
it's very strange.
Proud of people. Your fucking minds with any kind of power, and you get the kind of power where you're literally like running the government. You're literally running.
I still don't want to do bad stuff. Like it's great. Like it's like I guess my brain's too
You don't
simple.
want to run the government.
I know, but if I say something like, it's crazy that this much shit on all these powerful people. Like it's crazy.
It's not crazy though, because you think, like, what is their pursuit? This is like very bizarre pursuit, because either they really are for the people, they really want to make the world a better place. Then you're not going to get anything on them, because then they're Bernie Sanders.
Right.
You got nothing. Yeah, you got nothing. He might not be effective, but you don't have anything on him. Right. He's not going to compromise. He doesn't have to. You got nothing on him. Or you got someone who wants to be a leader for some strange reason, and they're really not that extraordinary, but they're in a really shallow pool of talent. Right. Because that's the real truth about running for president or running for governor or running for mayor. It's shallow pool of talent, because most people that have any kind of fucking talent talking don't want that job, right? Why would I want that job? Why would I want people to fucking shoot at me? Why would I want half the country to fucking hate me no matter what I do? Right. Why would I want to get in and find out that this intertwined web of fucking money, power, and influence is no way to fix it. And I'm just gonna sit here for 4 years being a bad guy in a stupid White House. Like, fuck that.
You took a photo with someone on it.
Yeah, so the people that want that are all out of their fucking minds. And they're all kooks. They're all Gavin Newsoms. They're all Harris's and Donald Trump. They're all kooky people. You know, and some of these kooky people will do a better job than other kooky people, but only kooky people want the job. Until that changes, and until not just kooky people want the job, non-kooky people want the job being president, but non-kooky people involved in Congress and the Senate and everything. Regular, rational people that can have real conversations and not try to diminish whoever you're talking to in the most reductionist way possible, make them out to be a moron because they're on the other side. Actual solving of problems without you doing it at the behest of these massive corporations that have been donated to you. Right. So you have to bullshit your way and gaslight people, and you can't be honest about your real opinions. Yeah, that's the real fucking problem with that whole system. It is absolutely contaminated by both money and the product of money in the future if you play ball. That's where it gets real weird. Yeah, it's leave government jobs and start working for pharmaceutical drug companies that they were regulating just 16 months ago.
It's like X. It's like X or like Twitter. You know, it's like nobody's on there to go, oh, I'm gonna like try and find some people's ideas. It's all like debate culture. Like you could put the most simple thing, and you have 700 people who just want to go like the goal is to debate and argue and get into like win and dunk on your opponent and make someone say. There's not like nobody, like you said in the beginning. It's like nobody's trying to just go. I think I really want to make it fair. Like no one's saying that.
No, what's even more fun is Blue Sky. You ever go to Blue Sky? If you make an account, even in your name, you say Jeff Dye, I bet you'll be banned. I bet you'll be banned within 20 minutes. Yes. Yeah, you're problematic. You're a toxic male. You're heterosexual. You're a cisgender male. That's which is what? We already had, I don't know, male. They don't need to add that. I'm not doing it. I thought I got to choose my pronouns. Why did they get to put cis on me? But if you go there, I saw this one conversation where someone said, they were talking about someone saying, I'm trying to be zen about it. And then the next person said, try not to be racist against Asian people. From saying zen. That's crazy. It's they're just sitting there ready to whack. They're just ready for someone to pop up with any micro aggressions, any diversions from the narrative.
It's so exhausting. I've never heard of this. It's like a liberal kind of like Facebook or something.
Yeah, most people bailed on it. And so a lot of people like Stephen King said, going over on Blue Sky. They all decided to go over to Blue Sky because Trump let them say whatever they want on Twitter, and they just didn't like the reality of the world. Right. And so they're like, this is bullshit, I'm leaving. And they all come back. They all come back to Twitter because X is more fun. It's nuts, but it's way more fun than everybody just calling you racist for everything.
I do think that's the current problem with the world. I know that's very vague, but like people just want to win the talk. Nobody wants to have the talk, right? So it's more about like, well, here's what you haven't thought about this. Like it's like why are you talking to anyone like that? Right. Like hear them out, and then they also have the give them the luxury of being wrong. Be wrong. I'm wrong all the time, but like the only right is if I say the right thing and I learn. Or, you know, that's we should be having conversations, not arguments.
But the thing is, now you attach that to politics, and you literally have to win the arguments because that's what the whole game is. The whole game is like get up in front of all those people and state your claim and diminish the claim of your opponent. And that's it. It's stupid. Yeah. But they have to do it because they have to get elected. Because if they don't get elected, then they don't have power, and once they get into power, then they have to use that power for their constituents and for the people that help them get into power. So there's a bunch of fucking needs of these, and there's a bill you want to put this in the bill because it's going to help the oil sector, right? The bill is going to help chips and and so of course you're going to put a mask on and go fuck a god. You're crazy. You're doing a crazy job. You're doing ecstasy. You're hanging out with all these people that run the world. Of course you're sucking dick with a VHS camera somewhere. That's why I'm walking around town with a leather mask being blocked by my boy. I can't take it anymore. They're living an insane life where they're producing no value. So there's nothing they're doing where, unless they're real, like that's what I think about Bernie Sanders. love him or hate him. That's a real guy, and he has real beliefs, and he's been steadfast about these real beliefs from the beginning of his career. This is a photo of him that we showed on the podcast of him getting arrested at a civil rights protest in the 1960s, I think it was. He's always been that guy. That's who he is. Which is great. Yeah. And if you're not that, then what are you doing? You're trying to just get ahead. You're trying to win. You're trying to gaslight the best. You're trying to make your way through this weird game where you can be a senator or you can be a governor, and then maybe you can be the president. You have eyes on the throne. First thing I'm going to do is take that tacky leaf off the wall. Trump put gold leaf everywhere. He likes gold. Yeah, what's wrong with gold? It looks kind of about his home decor. It's the White House. There was people complaining he made the White House look tacky. It looks beautiful. Yeah. What else? Who cares? You don't live. I don't give a shit. People don't want him doing that. They don't want him. Like, did he do it with his own money and stuff? I mean, they've always done that. And Taft put did the hot tub on accident because he was like, that tub won't fit me, I'm too fat. Oh, really? Forever, like, people will go, oh, Taft, you and that big fat guy got stuck in a tub? And it's not true. He was just a big guy, made a funny joke, and for now, like, now all these young people are like, oh, yeah, Taft, the big fat guy that got stuck in a tub. It's not true. He accidentally made a modification White House, and it basically invented a hot tub. People are also upset at ballroom. He's making this giant ballroom. Turn. That doesn't bother him. He found out you're allowed to. Yeah. And then he goes, what's the deal with permits? They're like, you don't have to get any permits. You're the president. You can just build it. He's like, it's like amazing. As a real estate guy, he's like, that's fucking great. Right. For a guy like that, it's like, you just gave him the coolest fucking present ever. He can make a beautiful, beautiful ballroom. And people are so mad. And they were saying that it was a waste of taxpayer money, but it turns out it's not. It's all donations. I think, you can look this up, but I think Obama spent like $350 million of taxpayer money making modifications to the White House. I think that's true too. And no one cared. And I don't care about that either. I'm not using that as a what about. I also don't care that Obama did it. I don't give a shit. Gotta get a receipt. Right, $350 million. What did you do? Like, what cost $350 million to a house that's already standing? Can you imagine if you're a construction guy, he gave you a bill like that? Like, yeah, I just want to fix it up nice. Let's do all this. Then send me a bill. And you get a bill. It's $350 million. You're like, hey, I need to talk to the foreman here. Here's the thing about the White House. It's not that big. Right. It's not that big, dude. There's some pretty beautiful houses for 1.5. That's a whole house. A whole house. Yeah. $350 million is so much money. Did you make another house underneath that? How did that have a tunnel to a giant arena that's under the ground? Maybe the guy gets $500 grand an hour to do the construction or something, because I don't understand how they're at the White House. Yeah. He needs to get paid more. It's like weddings. You know, they're like, I'd like to buy a cake. And they go, sure, $40. He goes, for my wedding, $5,000. They just changed the price. You know what? I needed a bunch of flowers. You gave me a great rate, but then the second it's for weddings, those flowers are now like this crazy. Maybe that's why it's White House prices. Yeah, because they know the taxpayer money. $350 million seems like real excessive. I'd like to know what they did. Didn't one of the, was it Nixon or somebody, did make a bowling alley in there? Nice. Yeah, that's what the presidents do. Is that what they do? Like, you're allowed to just, you're going to be there for 4 years and put a bowling alley. Yeah, I think you get to, I don't know if that's true. Somebody put a bowling alley in over a pool or something, I read. But also, I didn't care. I just go, sure. If I was president, I'd probably make some adjustments. See, took Biden's photo down and put a picture of the auto pen up. Oh, I did see that. Yeah. I didn't know if it was real. I have a real struggle with like what I see as real or not. It might not be real. Let's find out if it is real. I think it is real, though. I think that's what I heard. Obama's era project covered renovations. Trump was knocked down 376. Okay. $376 million cost to improve the East and West Wing's infrastructure. Peck described the project is largely underground utility work. Really good to have a building that's sort of an image of the free world standing up there and not functioning well, Peck told CNN when questioned about the cost. Bloomberg News reported in 2010 the Obama renovation was the biggest White House upgrade since President Harry Truman was in office. From 48 to 52, Truman oversaw this historic gutting renovation expansion in response to significant structural issues that at one point resulted in the leg of his daughter piano breaking through the floor. Trump's project was the first major exterior change of the White House in 83 years, historic preservationists say.
You know, I read that and I just said, oh my God, because the leg of his daughter, and then it's the leg of his daughter's piano.
I read it too. I was like, oh no.
Just that piano.
Yeah, that was very deceptive the way they typed that. Just the piano leg. Yeah,
Piano daughter's leg.
The piano went through the floor. One of the piano legs went through the daughter. The daughter's legs. Fine, bring her up. Get her out of here.
She's not in this story.
I thought a kid broke her leg. I was panicking. It's just a fucking stupid piano. But that building's not that big. So I guess that makes more sense though. They had to do like crazy underground infrastructure shit that probably.
I wonder what's under the White House. Heating, cooling, and fire alarm systems that haven't been up since 1902 or 1930. Still,
I'd like to see a receipt.
Also,
film ripped off.
I always say I don't think the president ever is at the White House because they go to the White House, but they don't live there. Like,
Yeah, they do.
you think that they live there?
They do. Residency.
Well, I think a tunnel to a different place that there's like
the building. Yeah, they live in that building.
Because why would you want to put the most powerful person in America in the most famous address in America?
Ideas.
What's the Secret Service? You know, keep them secret.
Don't give them ideas. It is weird because you know where he sleeps all the time.
Right, that's crazy. You have more security and anonymity than knowing where someone powerful is. Like, that's crazy. No matter how much security you have, the secret is the best part of it. That's why Secret Service is good. You want a secret address. You want a home.
You want to move around.
Yeah.
Don't have them in the same spot every night.
I think the White House is called the most famous address in America. Like, they say it's the most famous address.
It is the most famous.
So why would you put someone so powerful in the most famous? Like, I just think that, like, even when I was like in high school, I'd like to think that we're not keeping the president in a place that everyone knows about.
Yeah. But, hopefully no one's listening to this and you gave them an idea. No, not either.
Violence is bad.
Do you remember back in the Obama administration when that crazy person broke into the White House?
Yeah, got pretty far. Did you have a bit about it?
Yeah, there was a lady guarding the door without a gun.
What are we doing? I think that is crazy.
That's so crazy.
They might have given someone some ideas. Like, I could get pretty far.
Bro, that guy got all the way in. If it wasn't for a off-duty Secret Service guy who saw that guy running through the fucking White House, and he tackled him. He just happened to be there. He wasn't even on duty.
What did they think? Just like, well, no one's.
Yeah, like, what would that? Like, that's crazy. Yeah, it's so crazy. To people that have never been around crazy people, they don't know why lobotomies were done in the first place. Back then, people were like, enough of Mike, right? We gotta slow Mike down.
Or you see, like you work at like a homeless place and you go, oh, I kind of get it. Right. Yeah, you can kind of go, oh, these people, I don't know. You know, they've done so much stuff and drugs and traumas and all that. And you just gotta go. I can see how in the olden times they would go, these people are broken. You know,
especially if they're not medicated. Yeah, there's out and out like hardcore mental illness involved in most of the homelessness.
A large percentage. Yeah, which is a controversial statement, but it's 100% true.
Oh, mental illness leads to drug addiction, self-medicating, you know, a lot of trauma, a lot of things, a lot of factors, but the answer to that isn't just let them camp.
Let them be in front of your house, whacking off, shouting bomb threats. Like, ignoring it isn't the solution. Yeah, not talking about it is not the solution.
Yeah, I don't think lobotomy is the way to go, but I don't know.
I just remember like in the 30s, they would see that and go,
you know, let's put this guy in a room. Well, in the 30s, I bet there was a bunch of people that were in shanty towns in New York City back during the Depression. Oh yeah, the Depression was so bad that New York City had like these little handmade houses like that people had built. You ever seen any of that stuff? You didn't find shanty towns from New York City from the Great Depression. Yeah, but most of it's so dangerous. I mean, it's basically homeless encampments in the middle of Central Park, and there's no jobs, man. There's no jobs, there's no fucking depression. Oh, yeah. That crazy, man. Imagine living out there, how dangerous that would be. That's downtown Denver, right there. That's all because of the motherfucking bankers. That's all because of the bankers. They crashed the stock market. It's crazy. I was just hearing something really crazy where someone was making a connection between Rockefeller and alcohol being during Prohibition. That one of the competing fuel sources back then, ethanol, I don't even know if this is true, but that Rockefeller had control of oil, and they were using oil to make pharmaceutical drugs. So, like most of the drugs that people buy, the reason why they started doing it that way is because Rockefeller, because he had control of the oil. And this was saying that he wanted to stop people from using ethanol. So he thought the best way to do that was to make it so that no one could have the ability to produce alcohol. And the best way to do that is to make a prohibition about alcohol. But it sounds crazy. He says it's a myth. All right, let's see why they say it's a myth. John D. Rockefeller is often blamed for using Prohibition to eliminate ethanol as a competing fuel source to gasoline from his Standard Oil business, but this is a myth. Rockefeller supported the temperance movement primarily for religious and social reasons. Okay, that's the excuse that's publicly stated, that he supported alcohol prohibition for religious and social reasons, believing alcohol consumption was harmful and aiming for a more productive workforce. So this is the problem, that this is not quotes. This is like someone saying why this guy supported banning alcohol, and not, yes, he did work to ban alcohol, and yes, he did benefit from it because ethanol was taken out. That is true. So ethanol as a fuel was not banned, it's saying. Explicitly allowing, even promoted the use of high-proof alcohol for scientific research, fuel, or other lawful industries during Prohibition. Ethanol as a fuel was not banned. In fact, some industrialists, including Rockefeller, dabbled in ethanol fuel production. Henry Ford also pursued ethanol fuel development during this time. Okay, so I take back what I said. So it's not that it was banned. So that doesn't make any sense then. It would make sense if somehow or another, if you were using ethanol though, the thing is, like if you stop people from making their own alcohol, if you make it illegal to make your own alcohol, you definitely can't make your own fuel. And then you can't use ethanol, because you can actually make ethanol with corn. That's how they make it. So I could see how you would say, if you wanted to sell more gasoline, you would make it so people can't make their own fermentation, and you can't make your own alcohol. And one of the best ways to stop people from making their own alcohol would be the prohibition of alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, it doesn't seem that clean to me. That looks like a little squirrely. Like, he supported a prohibition of alcohol because of morals, but yet he was, like, really involved in a lot of shady shit that seemed like he was very control-oriented. Those religious beliefs were sidelined. Yeah, man. And also, he had a part in the structuring of the education system to make people good little factory workers. Yeah. Get them up early, get them to school quickly, before the parents can, like, give them any sense of how the world really works, and then brainwash them, and get them in there and make good workers out of them. A big part of that as well. Like, man, a lot of power. Yeah, he'd have been an interesting guy in politics. So it's not true that ethanol, that they prohibited it, but it is true that they kind of eliminated making their own alcohol. And if people aren't, like, making engines from ethanol, because most people are using gasoline at the time. It seems like they don't want materials. Yeah. That'd be a good way to stop people from making their own gas, and then you'll sell more gas. I tried to buy something recently, because I have like a chest cough. They're like, you should get this shit. Then I went to the Rite Aid or whatever it was, and they're like, oh, that's behind the counter. So I go up and ask her for it. She needs my ID. She beeps my ID, and I go, why? She goes, oh, because enough of this, you can make meth. And I go, really?
She goes, yeah, so we have to like make sure that the person, like that it's kind of documented who bought it. Now I'm like, Sudafed, right? Yeah, I think that is something like that. And then I was like, oh, shit, then I need 700 of these. But like, I didn't even know that's how guys were making meth. You gotta regulate all that kind of stuff.
You imagine how bad that meth was? You know, those assholes that go to the grocery store and just clean up the pharmaceutical aisle.
That's the sad part about addiction, man. You'll see like these homeless guys drinking mouthwash. You're like, how bad is it? You're just like chugging Listerine like in an hour. This is a really good buzz. I guarantee it's a good buzz. Like, and your breath's great. Imagine a Listerine buzz. Ugh. Imagine a Listerine buzz. Ugh. I mean, sometimes I have tequila. I don't drink anymore, but sometimes I don't have tequila. That felt like mouthwash. You have like a shitty, cheap tequila, and then you go,
I know a large percentage of tequila apparently is fake. It's not made with agave.
really?
Yeah, there was a big scandal. Didn't find anything on
But it still got people drunk.
Oh yeah. But I think the scandal was that people were saying like real tequila, like legit tequila made from agave.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Just like fucking some shitty alcohol. And some nonsense.
It counts. It's tequila.
I know, but I mean, I guess scammers probably thought, like, if they were scammers, so who knows who's doing that along the way? Maybe it's the manufacturer, maybe it's the original person, who knows? But they didn't think someone was going to check.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I think about all those kind of things. Like, I remember they would do this big campaign, like, make real beef now. I'm like, what were they using? Like, what do you mean? Like, if the tequila company would now market, like, no, this is now real tequila, you'd be like, what were we drinking?
This is a proposed class action lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of New York. It goes on to allege that both brands failed to meet the regulatory requirements to label themselves as 100% agave in Mexico and the United States, even though they carry that distinction on their labels. So what are these brands? Click on that link where it says those brands. Oh, Casamigos and Don Julio. Significant amounts of non-agave alcohol, despite being labeled as 100% agave. Customers named the suit claim that they purchased the products under the assumption that the tequilas were made exclusively from Blue Weber agave and paid prices reflective of that premium designation. Somebody else cutting the product, son.
Yeah,
That's how it goes, man. History repeats itself over and over and over.
big ones. Those are like, I didn't expect it to be something I've heard of.
But here's the question. Who did it? Right? You gotta follow that web. They go, okay, where did that money come from? Is it right? Is it like a manufacturer? Is it someone who's in the plant? Is it someone, are they skimping? Are they ripping them off? Like, what?
Who did it? Yeah,
Who did it?
That's,
You know? I mean, if you're an asshole and you're running the distillery and you're like, fuck those dogs, and they have to, like, you're like, I know how to make it better. More money, and then they scam them, $100,000, $40,000, toss 40.
greedy.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? It's probably a tangled web of scumbags that were using the company to make money.
When I first worked at Giggles Comedy Club, the owner, like, we didn't really have a green room. We were just kind of in the back where like the soda tubes are going from the boxes of syrup and all the bottles of alcohol back then. And he had one bottle of every kind of like top shelf liquor, but he would just pour shitty liquor in there, like with funnels, like totally against the law, just like funneling like the cheapest tequila you could get in like the finest tequila bottle. And then when people would constantly bring it back, like, this tastes wrong. He goes, you saw me pour it from the bottle, and they're like, yeah, I guess, I don't know, like what. But I watched him do that so many times.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, because he could charge like this, crazy amount, and they just get the shittiest, cheapest tequila from like Costco or what the heck.
That's so gross.
I know.
I watch people do that all over the world. There's a lot of that going on. There was a great documentary about that. It's called Sour Grapes. And it's all about these wine guys that got duped. They were buying this wine that was like Thomas Jefferson's wine. Some dude was making it. Some dude in Century City was like making the labels
Putting over the bottle,
putting dirt on them and shit. Yeah, he was totally doing that. And he was mixing a bunch of cheap wine to try to come up with this flavor. Weird.
like it's always this. Was it a big wine guy? Like
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, the dude, he this is how he fucked up. He ripped off the Koch brothers.
Too big.
Like, yeah, and they bought some old ass, like, Thomas Jefferson wine, and it wasn't real. And then They also had some Magnums from a company that never made Magnums during that year. This actual wine guy saw their cellar and started to this. And he says, that's this and that. He goes, no, they don't do that. This is not from that. This is fake. And he's like, what? And so then they have a lot of resources, obviously. So they're like, release the house! Yes. And then they got him. They get enough evidence that they can raid this guy's house. And so when they raid this guy's house, they find like a whole manufacturing thing. He's got dirt and water rubbing it on the labels. He's like making those old and shit. It's hilarious. He's reusing old labels from wine that he had bought somewhere else and recorking it and sealing it. Oh, it's a total scumbag. And he sold millions of dollars worth of like Fugazi wine to all these dorks that are like these dorks.
Yeah, and they're all. Oh, I spent this much on this. Yeah, it has an essence of tannin. There's a woody aftertaste, almost chocolate. Oh, it tasted chocolate. I wish who caught him was a sommelier. Like someone was actually like, no, this tastes like shit. Like I'd be like, oh, it's real. Like
one sommelier in that documentary that these other guys were like sniffing it, going, "This is the real stuff." Right. The other guy gets it. He goes, "No, this is crap. What is this shit?" I love that. And which is like a huge insult to the other fellows. Like, I don't, and they don't want to say they got duped. No. This is the best grapes during the best year. I have it. I have the grapes. Can you taste the hint of Costco? You don't taste the box on this wine? Taste a joke. That's hilarious. What a weird. It's a weird thing, man, but it's a fascinating documentary because it shows you what that thing really is. It's like this weird club that they all belong to where they get real nerdy about a flavor that's not that good. Right. It's not that good. You want the finest, so you believe. Best wine is nearly as good as Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid is far superior to the best wine ever. Yeah, but it's not exclusive. You know, to Kool-Aid. It's like such a weird thing that some of it is so expensive and so revered that they have auctions for it. The autograph world is full of a bunch of bullcrap like that. Like, if you collect athletes' autographs and stuff, I've been friends with the guys at Icon Autograph and Sam whatever, and they're great guys. Like, I'll send them a photo of the thing and be like, this is selling at this, like, hotel lobbies. They have those, when you walk in, there'll be like a photo of Taylor Swift framed, and it's just like, got her autograph on it. It's like $5,000. And I sent him a thing because the item was so, I was like, this is pretty special. It was a baseball autograph by Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe. To have both those names like on the baseball, there's no way this is at a silent auction right now for like $1,000. I sent it to my autograph guy and he goes, dude, there's like one of those in the world and it's sold at auction for like millions or whatever. So this guy, just somebody like the guy you're describing putting dirt on thought he could pull one over and probably did. I mean, I didn't go whistleblow or anything, but like he definitely did. Someone just wrote Joe DiMaggio on a baseball and Marilyn Monroe and put it in a fancy case, and some schmuck has that right now in his living room, telling everybody about this ball he bought. So the we got from the story went viral over the summer. Oh my God! He admitted to counterfeiting over $350 million in gear after police raid warehouses, and then he killed himself. The dealer says the scheme grew to be an addiction. Wow! What did he? Fake autograph. Oh yeah! Oh my God! So of course there's a lot of that. Oh, there's tons of it. Yeah. Repacking thing. Of course. You're always gonna have that. Yeah. It's just I guess people's risk reward is fascinating to me too. Like about the Chauncey Billups thing. What's that? He was the head coach. He's a Hall of Famer. Oh, that's the NBA thing. Yeah, Hall of Famer. The money scam. And then he's the coach of the Portland Trailblazers. So you have money coming in. You're not desperate. And then you're gonna risk your entire reputation. You're gonna risk your entire bank account by doing gambling and doing all this like dumb shit. I'm like, why would at that point you think no more risks? Like you're pretty good. Why do corruption? Why have all this gambling nonsense? And it makes no sense to me. If my friend was broke and was like, dude, I had pull some bullshit, times are tough. This guy's the head coach for the Portland Trailblazers. What are you doing? I think people get addicted to cough. That's what that one was saying. Is this? Yes. Why? More people are nuts. nuts, man. Like the gambling addiction's a weird one, man. And I think some of those gonna get a bunch of losses and they want to get it back by rigging a game. You know what I mean? But they want to make it like so they definitely are gonna win, and they feel funny. It's like fun to get over. Yeah, rig the game, trick them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 baseball players for the Cleveland Indians right now. Some video where he accidentally struck me wild this past. Yeah, fuck these 2 players. They'll never play throw balls. Yeah, for $5,000 a pitch, which is kind of chump change to guys who make $30 million a year. Like that's good money for me, but that's not good money for these guys. And they're like supposed to throw a ball at a certain time or walk a player. Like they were doing these different things. And these guys.
So the prop bets thing is the
and that's what makes it weird that like DraftKings and all such a big part of sports now.
Right, because you're just going to have organized criminals that get involved in that and exploit it. There's a UFC problem right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a UFC fight. So this was a story. A lot of the UFC has an organization. I don't know what organization they use. Maybe you can find out, Jamie. That monitors unusual betting activity for any fight. So the moment there's any unusual betting activity, they contact the UFC. UFC contacts this fighter. Says, hey, you're the favorite to win this fight. There's a lot of unusual betting activity on you to lose. Are you okay? Is everything fine? You injured? No, I'm fine. I'm going to kill this fucking guy. Okay, has anybody contacted you about this fight? No. So he goes out, loses in the first round. Gets submitted, rear naked choke. Doesn't look good. Immediately, the UFC says, we called the FBI. So, good. Now, apparently, there's an investigation of many things, right? And there's a web, it seems like, of people that have contacted fighters and said, I will give you X amount of dollars if you lose this fight. Yeah, and a bunch of people have said no to it and publicly talked about how they said no to it. Really good fighters. And even went on to lose the fight, unfortunately, and didn't get the fight, but we're right about it. Right. Yeah. So it's one like Patchy Mix, who was he was Bellator champion, came over to the UFC, and he said that somebody offered him $70,000 or something like that to lose a fight. Something crazy. I might be wrong if it was him that said that number. It might have been someone else. But so they're offering dudes like a big pile of cash to lose to a fighter that they might lose to him anyway. Right. Like it's probably a tight matchup anyway. But if you definitely, so what do? It's hard. You make mistakes. You do something stupid. You let him take you back or get choked down. Defense, you might be able to, as long as you're getting submitted, you're probably not going to get hurt that bad, and you'll be able to make an extra $70,000. But when you might be getting $10,000 to fight, right? So all of a sudden you got $80,000. I don't even agree with it, obviously. I think it's fucking terrible, and it's.
Are you allowed to bet on yourself to win? Is that a thing?
Well, I know fighters have in the past, but I think the UFC fighters right now are not capable of betting on the UFC. I think the fighters, but the commentators, the coaches, referees, everybody, no one's supposed to be betting on the UFC because there was another betting scandal. And so the other betting scandal was this guy who was an active MMA fighter and a really good coach. And he got accused of using this Discord server, and they were running like a gambling server, and a bunch of money came in on this dude to lose in the first round, and he went out there and he lost in the first round, and the word was that he was hurt, and that it had been expressed to these people, bet against him because he's going to lose in the first round, and a lot of people made money. So this guy gets investigated, the UFC bans him. I don't know what the status of his case is, but they also banned the fighter that were training out of that gym. I don't know if this guy. See if this guy who just got in trouble, if he was connected to that gym. The gym is James Krause's gym.
Yeah, because I was like, fine with it. If they want to bend, you're like, I love that.
Right. I love that too. Thing is, easy to trace. What you were talking about, like prop bets and stuff like that. Lose in the first round. You just definitely lose in the first round, and everybody makes $100,000. You know what I mean? Like some people are gonna take that, right? Especially if a guy is like pretty good. But realistically, he's not going to be a world champion. You know, maybe you're 32, maybe you got a lot of fucking,
Maybe you're Mike Tyson fighting Jake Paul.
you might have alimony you have to pay off, might have child support you have to pay off, you're in debt, and that's why you're fighting first place, and someone comes along and you're over the hole now. You're going to get $100,000 to throw in there. They're going to bet a ton of loot on you.
Right.
And they're going to hope nobody notices. But I guess now people are noticing it. And you can kind of see if someone's not fighting back. And that was the thing about this fight. I got to see it. Obviously, when I knew the controversy, I didn't see it live. So I didn't have fresh eyes. You know, I didn't see it live and go, God, why is that guy fighting off the choke so badly?
There's a bunch of NBA guys. Some Instagram accounts really good.
Excuse me.
Yeah, just dry throat.
Listen, water.
I got nothing. Why is this water? You guys see, he was
We have coffee.
coached by James Krause.
Say it again, Jim.
He was previously coached by James Krause.
Okay. So this guy who allegedly through this fight was also coached by this guy who was involved in the betting scandal. So
That's where computers are good. It's those kind of little things where you can find that, like, oh, this is like computers help in that way for sure.
that's a tangled web. If you're involved with people that are making money gambling and not on the square. So the thing is, if you're just gambling on the square, if you just watch a fight like Pereira versus Ankalaev 2, when you say, I like Pereira to get that title back, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. I'll put too large on Poetan. Let's go.
Yeah.
That shit totally fine and fun. Yeah. But when it gets to you have a prelim fighter and he's only making 10 grand and someone offers him, you're gonna get choked in the first round. And it's like, okay, I got it. And the opponent probably doesn't even know.
Right.
This guy has to figure out a way to give this guy's back.
Right. That's kind of funny. I was like leading him.
Yeah, you have to give it to him. There's been fights like that. There's been fixed fights for sure. For sure. Has to be.
Especially in boxing.
Oh, it's weird. Their lives are so tough. Yeah. Well, they've always done that throughout history. Guys have taken dives. You know, especially if you weren't connected enough. You know, if you were a guy that wasn't with a big-time manager, with a big-time lawyer, and probably mob ties.
Mob ties, yeah.
They all had mob ties. You had to have mob ties.
I'm going to lose a fight if the whole mob's going to kill my wife or something.
You don't think Rocky Marciano has mob ties? For sure. You're the heavyweight champion of the world and you're Italian. All the mobsters want to be your friend. If you're a boxer,
You know, they love that.
flatlining everybody.
It's funny to find out how many of these old guys didn't even like the sports. They just liked all the money part of it.
Well, Marciano talked about it like that. Like, it's just my job. Yeah, but that guy was the freakiest training person I've ever heard of in boxing. Like the freakiest training regimen. It was crazy. Like part of what Marciano was so good was he never got tired because he had this insane work ethic. And he lost one fight when he was younger, I think in the amateurs, because he got tired. He decided after that fight he was never going to lose a fight ever because he got tired. So he just put himself through this fucking insane routine where he would get up in the morning before any training, he would run 10 miles. He would do his training, he would hit the heavy bag for hours, then he would swim miles in the lake after training. He would spar 100 rounds a week. He would just get to the point where, you know, we're talking about Ryan.
Yeah,
he did the same thing. He red line, we couldn't do it anymore, and then he retired undefeated. But does that red line, that kind of thing that he was doing, you can't do forever. And I watched this video about it the other day. I'm like, this is bananas. I still watch that guy's work ethic. And when nobody had anything, you have no creatine, there's no vitamins.
You know what I think about when you say the redlining thing? And maybe it's just because I'm influenced by his, like, the videos he posts and the things he does, but every time I know Michael Chandler, and like every time like I see this guy, like he's like, oh, you're in Arizona, like swing by the gym, and he's like throwing the feet, just always in this, like, he's, I'm going to shoot a TV show tomorrow, but I gotta work. He's always so tremendous discipline. Full season's going off, taking a month off, or we're going to the pool.
That's why he's still elite at 38. I believe he's 38 now, right? How old is Michael Chandler? I believe he's 38. But that's why he's so elite. He's never gotten out of shape. 39. Because that guy, people don't even think about the wars that he got in, Eddie Alvarez, when they were at Bellator. Some of the greatest fights in MMA history went unseen. by a giant chunk of MMA fans attention to Bellator, right? But the Eddie Alvarez, Michael Chandler fights in Bellator were nuts. Really? I mean, nuts. Play a clip of it. I mean, nuts. Like from the opening bell, two mad fucking roosters just attacking each other. It's so wild.
Are those Bellator guys redlining because they just wanted to get to UFC? Like they're still climbing the ladder, they're still in the hunt?
Well, they were just, these guys just redlined their entire career. Eddie Alvarez went on to become a UFC lightweight champion when he beat Rafael dos Anjos. Huge upset. Eddie Alvarez is a fucking beast. But these two guys, from the opening of the first fucking seconds of the fight, look, this is the beginning of the fight. Chandler's just throwing himself at him, just sprinting at him. Drops him. Bro, drops him again. Wow. It's crazy. Alvarez survived somehow, and he fires back. Fights are nuts. The fights, I think they had, I know they definitely had two. I don't think they had three. But in the two fights that they had together were fucking insane. I mean, the entire pace of the fight was fought like this. He's awesome. And they're really even matched. It was a really good match. It's a little bigger than him. Chandler's a fucking tank, dude. Chandler's the best. And he's got crazy wrestler power from the legs, you know? So when he leaps at you, like when he knocked out Dan Hooker, he lunges at you like shooting a double and throws a left hook at the same time. When he knocked out Dan Hooker in his UFC debut, who was a really respectable MMA fighter, a very good fighter, but he just got caught. Find that one, Jamie. Find Michael Chandler KO's Dan Hooker, because this was his UFC debut. And again, Dan Hooker is like an elite fighter, which is one of the reasons why it was so impressive. And the fight starts out, and Chandler does the same fucking, this is his first fight in the UFC, the same shit he did in Bellator. He just charges forward. I love it. I mean, this is how he always fights. It's do or die. That's why this guy's lost a ton of times, but he's still a huge fan favorite. It's because you know you're going to see this. I mean, he's just throwing bombs. He's just so dangerous, man, because everything is 100%. Here it comes. That's a wrap. He just actually goes to the top of the cage. Bro, that's a freak. Freak athlete.
I met him, so I was doing a prank TV called Money from Stranger, which was kind of like Impractical Jokers, but way darker. Like we were like a lot edgier before Impractical Jokers. And so they'd always send me to like MTV Movie Awards or any kind of those things. And I was like, I don't know, I live in New York. They're gonna send a car. I get to go on a red carpet, whatever. I'll drink. I'll make it fun. And they happen to be behind me. The Bellator guys happen to be the next guys in the red carpet line. And the way the red carpet works is no one cares about us at all. They're just waiting to get like Miley Cyrus or Beyonce or whoever the hell it is. So like the photos they're taking are just something we're gonna save off the internet because no one gives a shit. They were like all Bellator guys. So people at this movie awards really care. These guys are behind and they're like, this guy's fun because I'm making jokes and like goofing around and I was already kind of like buzzed up. And Michael Chandler and these two other like Bellator guys brought the Predator. You know who he is? No. He was a Bellator guy too, Cleveland guy. Okay, big guy. He's awesome too. But anyways, these three guys, and they were like, "This is kind of dumb." And I was like, "Yeah, this shit gay. I don't want to be here," you know. And then they were like, "Let's just go drink." And so we just drank and met people and hung out. And they're like, "Want to get Subway?" And we got in the car and got Subway and just hung out with these dudes all night. And I've been pals with them ever since. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, but it's like. I didn't really know what they did. I just kind of knew that they were like fighter guys, and so like I thought they were in UFC at that time, and they weren't. They were in whatever was on that. Bellator was paying really well. And Bellator had
pretty good following for a while. I mean, it was doing really well. There were some real elite fighters out of Bellator, and a lot of guys, like, they came over to the UFC because they became famous in Bellator, like Ben Askren. He came over from Bellator. He actually did a stint at ONE FC before he came to UFC eventually, but there's a lot of guys that never came over. You know, unfortunately, like Douglas Lima. Douglas Lima at one point in time was one of the best welterweights alive, and you know he was the Bellator champion. He's like the only guy that's ever knocked out Michael Venom Page.
Do they have like an MMA Hall of Fame?
Yes, there's a UFC Hall of Fame, and I think there's an MMA one too, maybe MMA awards. There's a UFC Hall of Fame though. Yeah,
but that's UFC guys.
I know. Yeah, I know. Some guys, they wait too long in these other organizations, unfortunately. And the way of the sport is, you know, there's a bunch of different organizations you can compete for. And I think if the PFL's paying you more money, go to the PFL. Whatever you want to do. But if you really want to be the world champion, you have to be the UFC champion. That's just how it is right now. That's how. It's like in boxing. If you're the undisputed champion, you have all belts, then you're Terrence Crawford. But if you're like a WBA champion and there's also a WBC champion and an IBF champion, that shit's too confusing to the average person. Right. And for most people, the UFC is for good or for bad. They're I'm just saying, that's just how most people think of it.
That's how I probably annoyed them that night, because I was like, oh, you guys are UFC guys? And they're like, we're Bellator.
Yeah, you don't go looking for cotton swabs. You go buy Q-tips. You look for Q-tips. That's what it is. You know, just watching pro football. You're watching the fucking NFL.
Absolutely.
And if you're so bored, you're watching the XFL. You start
Canadian Football League.
Like, I gotta go to the gun range or something. Right there, my head. Yeah, what happened? I gotta do something different. But I feel like that's just for better or for worse. It's just how it is. That's how it is in America. We don't have a lot of attention span. And if it's going to be elite fighting, it's got to be, there's like one organization that we follow. I'm sorry. Yeah. I follow them all. I follow everything. I try to pay as much attention to Muay Thai as I do things. I do to wrestling and jiu-jitsu tournaments. I try to pay attention to everything. Just because I want to know like who's coming up, who's good, what's new, what different things are people trying that they've never done before.
You see Holly Holm did wrestling?
She's a fucking athlete. She's the best. That lady's after her fights, Michael John, like she used to stand on his hands and do a backflip after all of her fights. It's amazing. Find that. She would win, and then she was just at a place to watch wrestling, and there was something she's like, fucking, I'll do it, bro. That lady, and they just, and they were like, really? Because she's famous, so they were like, we'll let you be part of it. She goes, sure, and she did, and she was just like, the second they said her name, everyone cheered. It was like not like a huge grandiose plan. There's no contract, there's no anything. She just did it. Because like this year, she texted me about it. I go, why? Like, did they go crazy? And she's like, no. I mean, like, it was just fun. It was a fun thing. I thought, why not? Yeah, that's the thing. We'll show that again. Watch She's this. The best. Watch her do this. Yeah. That was so cool. That was the thing they would do after all her fights. But she fucking back muscle, son. That's crazy.
Yeah, what she said, the guy, like her manager, whoever she asked about it, he was like, well, what if you get hurt? And her, this is great. She goes, yeah, but wait. And I was like, what a great response. And he was like, fucking let her do it. And so she did it. And I was like, that is the coolest thing. That's a multi-sport martial arts champion. She's the best. She was champion kickboxing. You know, she champion in boxing, women's boxing, MMA. She did the full trifecta. Yeah. She's the kind of crazy. And she's a really nice lady, too. That's what I like about her. Yeah, she's really hard. And I don't know a lot of fighters. I named all the fighters I know. Michael Chandler and Holly Holm.
That Holly Holm fight with Ronda Rousey was nuts. That was in Australia. It was a huge crowd. Massive arena, man. And when she landed that head kick, and you realize that Ronda was out, and she's hammer-fisted everyone down. It was like when Mike Tyson got beat. Remember when Mike Tyson, you were too young, but when I was a kid, when Buster Douglas beat Tyson, I saw it about it. I didn't watch it. I saw a tape of it, and I still thought he was going to get up. But he just knew the outcome. I was like, he gets up. There's no way. There's no way.
No, I remember that for sure because Mike Tyson was larger than life. Like, and he was so like one of those celebrities, like you knew everything he was doing. He started shining really brightly back then. There was like Michael Jackson. You knew Michael Jordan. You knew Michael Jackson. You knew
They would go out.
Yeah.
They would go to places. People would
Big deal. Yeah. Mike Tyson. I'm in the Kingdom watching a baseball game. It was the same night. I was a little boy. And they put on the screen that Mike Tyson was disqualified for biting Evander Holyfield's ear, and the whole stadium reacted. They didn't interrupt a baseball game, but they put it up there because the news was so large. It was a very big deal.
Right, did it twice. That was crazy. I watched the first fight today. I watched the first Evander Holyfield.
Why'd you watch it today?
I just feel like watching it.
I love that.
I do that. When I'm in the gym, I'll pick an old fight and I'll put it on. And I put on that fight. I was like, wow, that was a crazy fight.
I can't work out unless David Goggins is calling me a pussy on my headset. That's all I listen to.
You don't know me, son?
It's the best. Every time I was at Equinox this morning, I had David Goggins on my thing just going, you're a piece of shit. You can do better, Jeff. You can be bigger. Goggins is the best. That's what I listen to. Are those kind of like YouTube things where they compile all motivation stuff with music over?
You don't seem like a guy who needs motivation. You just do it for fun.
I like it. Yeah, and it keeps me in the mindset. I always channel all of it back to stand-up comedy, because I'm working towards something. I'm in the hunt, I'm climbing, and so they could be talking about a battle and war, and I'm still yeah, that's what's next? I'm climbing. Hungry.
Yeah, that's a fun time. It's a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
The fact that you get to do it.
When also, otherwise I just sleep till noon or sleep till 1, but if I have that, I'm that's not right, or I gotta get up and,
Here's the question. You're doing this, obviously you're doing this for the love of the thing, and you said that if you didn't need money and you didn't even get paid money, you would still do it. And I think the same way. I would do it too. What do you think about the idea of universal basic income? Because this is something that is being discussed with automated AI. And we were having a conversation about the other day with Elon, and he was saying that he thinks that AI can generate so much productivity that you could have universal high income. And then I went, wait, okay. Are we married to this idea that everything that you do in life, you have to be doing just for money? Because that's what it is now. If you're a professional, you're doing it for money. If you're a professional podcaster, if you're a race car driver, you're doing it for money, right? Are we married to that? And if you didn't need money and no one needed money, would you just find a thing you love to do? And would we be able to rewire our brains and still have some feeling of value and of identity and without being attached to paycheck? Isn't it possible that we've just tricked ourselves into thinking that the only way to live is to live in a way where everything you're doing is for money? And then if it's just everybody does their best at things, if money is generated, basically everybody has, like what he was saying, a universal high income. What does that mean? A feasible thing? What is AI going to do with production? What is AI going to do with automation, resource extraction? How much money is going to be generated that you're going to be able to literally have the entire population of the country under universal high income? Is that even possible? And if it is, what happens to desire? What happens to their dreams? Do they just find a thing like you and I have and do that and not care about money and really be into the thing? Can't that be taught? If it's taught to you, if you figured it out and I figured it out, if people have figured it out, they figured out find a thing you love, that you're gonna love doing it, whether it's building cars or painting or you really fucking love doing it. You do it because you wouldn't that be a better way to live? I know. You can't do it. I know. It wouldn't work. There's too much money in the stock market. I get it. It would work. But as a thought experiment, wouldn't that be a way that's possible for people to live? If it's possible for you to live that way, if it's possible for me to live that way, if it's possible to find enough people that are willing to do and love to do all the things that we need to keep a society running. I think, in my opinion, is meaning. So you associate whatever that means to you, right? So a lot of people find meaning in being a mom or a dad. That gives them enough. They have that meaning, or they have a hammer to hold on to. They need that meaning. Right. I need comedy.
Like, that's why when my brain broke during COVID is because I didn't have comedy. I didn't have an outlet to
How long
create.
did you go without doing anything?
I mean, realistically, I only went a few days because I was doing like Zooms and I was doing like underground things for rich guys. I was the first comic. Me and Brad Williams were the first comics to go work in a comedy club with the new COVID restrictions. We were because they knew called me or Brad. We'd say yes. Like Keith Stubbs called me from Salt Lake. Goes, we're thinking about doing a show with all the restrictions and just see if the government shuts us down. Would you be willing to come? I was like, yes. I didn't even talk about price. I just go, yes. Because I need it. Now, why do I need it? Because that's where I personally find my meaning. Now, if I maybe was at home and going, man, I'm getting a lot more time with my kids and I'm getting a lot more time with my wife and like things are pretty productive around here, that's where I would have put my meaning. You know, I think like it's just where we put it. It's where we kind of put it. And I think so. A lot of people find a lot of value in their jobs that make them the money, but that gives them something to do, don't you think?
Yes, I do think that. But what you're saying about
So if you just find
finding meaning, what you're saying about finding meaning and having a family or finding meaning, yes, for sure. But also, I think the human mind needs activities.
Right.
And I don't think it's just raising children only. I think you should probably have things that you love to do as well, right? Just for your own sanity. But if you didn't have to worry about money, you'd still be involved in this pursuit of stand-up comedy because you love it. All the stuff that people do just for money, like the guy who does the fucking septic tanks, that guy's not having a good time. He's smelling other people's shit all day. He's pumping out other people's shit all day. That can't be fun, right? We need it, right? Until the robots come, and then you don't need them anymore. So this is the point. Like, what does that guy do to find some sort of meaning? He's probably not finding meaning in pulling shit out of people's ground. He's probably would like to do something different.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm so naive that I'm like, no, that guy should be proud of himself. Like I look at plumbers like heroes. Like, I'm like, dude, the guy that like fixed the electrical in my house, I'm like, I love you, dude. Like, whatever I can pay you.
Bro, I had a septic problem at my house once. One of my houses in California when I first moved there, and it was so nasty. When I would flush the toilet, the bathtub would fill up, and I was like, what is this?
Those are linked. Yeah.
Well, what it was the septic system. There was a pump. I was living on a hill, and the pump would pump the hill, the water, and then the pump broke. And so they had to get in there and get the pump out in the poop water and put it in and start.
That guy's my hero. Like that guy, we need that guy.
That's a commercial. For you, man.
I love you. I like cops. Like what I was saying earlier, but the military, the nurses, like
They're gonna send a robot to fix your
good.
The robot's gonna do it. The robot's gonna do it, and it's gonna do it perfectly with AI, and you're not gonna need a person to get covered in shit water.
Okay.
And that guy's gonna get a lot of money just to sit at home. But then, what does he do? Right, that's the thing. But yeah, because I think a lot of it's gonna happen really quickly. But this is something that Andrew Yang was talking about years ago, and it was sort of, I agree with him, but it was a little abstract then. And now, this was way back, was that 2020 when Andrew Yang was running for president?
I never heard of Andrew Yang.
You don't know? What's that? Was it 2016? It might have been 2016. You never heard of Andrew Yang? Brilliant guy, and had a very good 2020. He had a brilliant, yeah, I think it was the great point about automation, that one day automation is going to remove a lot of jobs, including drivers, right? Like you're seeing it with these Weebos, So there's that. It's like that's the first sound. That's the first shot fired across the bow of a crazy war where the robots are going to take all our jobs. Because that is now, you have these Tesla trucks that are automated, and they can, like my Tesla, I just press a button, right? It does all the driving. It does everything. I don't have to do shit. I can just sit there with my hands on the wheel and barely pay attention to it.
I never do it either. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's nuts. So that's going to be the future, and there's going to be no driving jobs. And and then about everything else. Well, everything else, man, it's out the window. Robots are going to do it 24 hours a day. Efficient. No unions, no help, no need for nothing. They're never going to fuck up. Everything's going to be categorized. They have sets. These mining operations in China where everything's automated. There's no people working at all. The trucks are driving, they're getting recharged, they're fucking picking up the coal, they're moving the coal, they're bringing it somewhere all automated. It's right. Bananas, man. So that's just a massive erasing of jobs. They're just gonna go away.
Well, the .com did that.
Yeah, but I think this is way bigger, dude. I think this is way bigger. I think this happens, and first everybody's like, oh, this sucks. And it's like, oh my God, it's not stopping. It's not stopping. It's taking over everything. It's going to be all jobs. There's going to be no more need for lawyers, no more coders, like all done with AI. It's going to get so weird if you're going to college right now, because you could be going to college for something that's absolutely obsolete in 3 years. Sure.
Yeah, well, but so I get that. But someone's introducing an idea that give money to people for free so they don't use up this.
But here's the thing, that becomes something that controls everything, which is really ultimately what it's probably going to do. It controls all of our power grid, all of our waste management, resources, everything. It's going to control everything. It's going to generate insane amounts of wealth. The question is, does it even get distributed? How does that work? Who's got the money? If you just give people money, and then what?
Everyone's a trust fund kid in a way. You know, they don't do anything. They just sit around and eat.
And how do you get people involved with the occupy their town? Do you encourage them to join religious groups? Do you get them to be involved in games? Do we try to give people meaning? Are we all just going to sit around and wait for the robots to just take over? We're going to be the last civilization of real people. 100 years from now, they're going to be like, I think I want to do what the robots do. They're like, what? Some people would actually have to do it, and then maybe there'd be like a movement of that, you know? The Terminator was accurate. Yeah, oddly accurate. Remember the first time I saw that movie? Like,
yeah. I'll tell you a funny story about that Terminator. I was on mushrooms with my buddy, and he forgot that he was at long distance girlfriend. He forgot that he was going to call her. So we just ate, 4 grams of mushrooms. Like it big, like we just crushed them, right? It was cool. And we had nowhere to be. That's the point. So we really going full journey. We're going to do a bunch. And we eat them. We're sitting there, and then he goes, all right, I forgot I was going to call Rachel. And I'm like, all right. But it starts to kick in, a Terminator on. And then his gay roommate is like on a first date in the kitchen. So there's 2 like cute guys like flirting with each other. And one of them barely knows me. The other one doesn't know anybody in the apartment. And I'm just sitting there watching Terminator. And like, he can't be killed. Terminator, it's like the bullets are just going through him, and the metal just kind of starts forming again. And I'm just sitting. I don't know if I was there for 20 minutes. I don't know if I was there for 7 hours. And I'm just freaking the fuck out, going, God damn, you can't kill these Terminators. These gay guys keep looking at me, and I don't know what Randy's doing. I thought he just abandoned me forever. I can't even watch Terminator the same anymore. He came down and goes, all right, let's go to the roof. Thank God you're here. I went up there and talked about it all, but like, I was freaking the fuck. How long was he on the phone for? Don't know. I'm going to guess 15, 20 minutes. But it seemed forever. Oh, it seemed so long. And I'm just sitting there overthinking everything. And then all of a sudden the Terminator just seemed like so pointless. I'm like, why? You can't kill it. Just surrender. You can't shoot through this thing. Well, didn't it come back eventually and become a good guy? I don't know which version of the Terminator I was watching. Like it was T2 or T3 or whatever. But it was, how many have there been? I don't know. How many? It wasn't Fast and Furious or Terminators? Fast and Furious didn't also become a TV show. Yeah, I just saw the new Predator and it fucking rules. Terminator became a TV show? Yeah. When? No. Really? Did you see the new Predator? Sarah Connor. No, I haven't seen the new Predator. Dude, it rules. 2008. I didn't watch it. They made lots of it down. Probably like 6 movies now. I think I was watching like T3. That's all. The last ones I just wring that towel out and get a couple more drops of blood. You ever seen the Leprechaun movies? Dude, after a while they're just like, Leprechaun goes to space. Leprechaun in the Hood? Like it was just put the leprechaun in some setting.
It's funny that one caught. Like some things catch and they become like cult classics. The Leprechaun movies were cult classics.
Very good.
Yeah. The Troll movie, you ever see the Troll movie?
I saw Troll 2, like the worst film that's ever been made. Have you seen that?
Which one's that?
There's no Troll 1. They just made Troll 2. It's so bad, it's phenomenal. Like it's absolutely the best watch. If you watch Troll 2, you'll watch the first scene or whatever, and you'll go, oh, he's the worst actor I've ever seen in my life. And then the next person will come in the scene, you go, oh no, she's the worst actor. And it just keeps going. Everyone is the next person.
Oh god,
It's so bad.
I think they remade Troll 2 that's coming out on Netflix.
You're kidding.
I just googled Troll trailer for a movie coming out.
They made a documentary about it called Best Worst Movie.
Oh,
And no, this is different.
Yeah, no,
These are pretty awesome.
He's got a big Troll 2. I don't know what the fuck it came from.
Yeah, but the
Troll have a big dick there?
no, it's his tail or something.
It's got a tail.
It is weird that he doesn't have a dick though.
Well, it's like, why does he conveniently have like animal skins over his dick?
Yeah, that's
So I would imagine he would be totally comfortable being naked.
just who cares? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm honest. You know, why are you gonna cover your giant dick, your giant bullet,
show it off while you kill people.
yeah, swinging while you're stomping on people? The last thing I did is get a helmet dropping down.
That's why you love your house. Look at the size of my cock.
Yes. Why would he be vain? Or why would he be honest? You know what's supposed to be really good? Looks really good. Is that new Frankenstein?
Oh yeah, the Guillermo del Toro.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. But yeah, you don't like Predator movies? They're good.
I liked the Prey one. That's pretty good. That was a good one. But you know, the
A
Comanche.
lot of Indians dying in that, you know?
Yeah, crazy.
That one felt weird. This one, I don't want to spoil anything, but they definitely the rules of being a predator. But it's so good.
Really? It's really good.
It's really good. Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, it's the one where is she a robot?
She's a robot. Makes it more realistic that she's so like everything. Anytime I start to feel sexist, like oh my gosh, they did this like girl power thing. You're like, no, she's just a robot they made look like a woman. So it's not like you have to feel like it's not, you know, whatever.
So this is predators getting fucked up here.
So it's based off this one runt predator who's on. That's why he looks kind of weird and shitty. No, that's the predator. Yeah, no, I didn't spoil anything. But he's like a little runt, and so that's why he's out to prove himself. Like because he's looking at all of them, he's missing a fang. He looks a little weird, but that's because he's supposed to look weird. Because a lot of people are like, this predator looks stupid.
Damn, 85% of us so good. That's interesting. 93% like this movie. No shit. I like when they can do a movie. You know, you think, like, oh, what is this going to be? Flip it on its head.
That's how I felt. And every time there would be a thing where I'd start to criticize it, like I'd be like, this feels like Mortal Kombat. And then in my mind I'd go, Jeff, you love Mortal Kombat. And I was like, all right. And then like the next part, like Star Wars. I'm like, but I love Star Wars. So like I kept like coaching myself. And then after a while, I was like, this movie's really good.
Yeah, you gotta just enjoy things. That's why I tell people when I play AI music for them. Like, just forget about the fact that robots are taking over. This is great music. This is a pattern of every famous person I know. What do you say, Jamie?
Tough, but
Which one's tough?
great is weird.
It's amazing. How about that? That What Up Gangsta is amazing. You know it is.
I'm just not. I'm so many rabbit holes too watching cover songs though. Like my favorite cover song and find different band versions of it. The real.
Listen, the real bands are better, for sure, because it's a real band. It's a real person. But I love listening to AI music.
I know there's one going by.
I've never even heard of it.
There's enough. It's not officially number one. It's like a weird designation, but there's a song that's number one on the country digital sales chart by a completely AI band.
DJs kind of did that. DJs are kind of like the first version of that. Like they're putting in their robot and they're like making songs and sampling and stuff. So this is just, I mean, it's not that far deviating.
This is way deviating. This is, you could change the kind of song. You could have it like a little Charlie Crockett, a little Elvis Presley. You can mix it. They're essentially drawing from all the songs that have ever been made. So all talents that anybody's ever sung to be good. It's amazing. It's so good.
It has to be the way you just described it. It has all the music.
We'll wrap this up and I'll play you a next. We don't need the audience to hear this, but you need to hear this. Everyone's in it out anyway.
so many successful people I know are really like big music heads.
Music is a drug, man. Yeah, it's a marvelous drug. It inspires you, it makes you feel better, it makes you move around.
That mothership, you guys are always playing good music over that green room. And I'm always like, what is this? Like every single time I think I'm in that green room, I'm always going, what's this one?
Tony's got a bunch. Well, everybody contributes. Everybody, when they find a cool song, bring it to the green room, and we'll add it to the playlist on Spotify. It's like 30 or something now. Yeah, it's crazy. Just keep adding cool songs. That's perfect. Jeff Dye, anything?
I just launched a podcast. It's called Die Hard. Pretty good, yeah. DYE Hard. Once a week, comes out every week. You can watch it on YouTube or wherever you listen to podcasts. It's on every day. Yeah, and then because of you, I made it forever. You know, like I had it behind a thing on a Patreon, and like, nah, don't do that.
Yeah, it just seems wrong. That's the problem. Like, you some money for like a complete lack of.
Yeah, I'd rather everyone hear it. And then also we'll start doing a thing where it's like once a week we'll do the face-to-face where I have like an interview with somebody that I like and sit down and do like a proper podcast. But yeah, and then jeffdye.com to find all my tour dates.
And I'll see you later. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Thanks for having me, brother. All right.
All of it, I love today. Fighting people. That hard was some of the best of my life. I want to do it. For the last time we did something. But once you see again, you can make it overnight. So you follow the shoes because the boss says, the body is overnight. My boss very immediately, because literally he last ever he told me the actions of God is Kilomar, the man said probably, why is this one hanging? Why would this one the nation Beirach as Hashem? Ultimately again the consequence that was never again is reflecting the idea that hanging is only administered to those who are killed because of either trusting God or Avodah Zarah. So therefore again if somebody
Experience.
Showing my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day.
Good to see you. Did you see that information about Jenna came out with a new quantum computer that can do an equation in 4 minutes. It takes all the world's supercomputers 2.6 billion years to solve. Really, and it can do it in 4 minutes. Allegedly, that's the problem with this whole quantum thing. I don't understand. I've had it explained to me 4 or 5 times. I don't understand. Yeah, my monkey brain is like.
They also say a lot of things, you know. Right? So who knows what's real?
Well, China. Yeah, China. But they have American ones that have done some crazy, like Mark Entries explained one of them. That's so nuts. He said that it solved a computer that if you took it solved an equation that if you took all of the world's atoms and converted it into a supercomputer, all the universe's atoms, and converted it into a supercomputer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death. And this quantum computer solved it in a matter of minutes. Wow. Well, I don't know what it means, though. I think what they're trying to say is that this somehow or another is proof of the multiverse, because all of these computers are somehow or another, like this quantum, the idea is this quantum computer is computing along with other quantum computers in other dimensions, other universes, other something, other realms, and that there's an infinite number of, there's so many of them that that's the only thing that can account for this thing being able to do this so quickly. Right? So you're like, okay, what are you saying? What are you saying? What do you do? What does this mean? How many people know that? This is what's weird, right? Let's assume that they're telling the truth. Let's assume that they figured out a computer that can, it's got godlike powers, right? How many fucking people know how this works? Like, what is the number? Like, if all those people got assassinated and those machines are just sitting there, just like off, how long would it be before somebody came along that could figure out how to start that up again? Do you know what I'm saying? Right? Like, are we dealing with like? So this is, it might be the most monumental technological breakthrough in the history of the human race, right? If something has to be, right? And then you think what it can do once it does that. And how many people know how to make that?
When schizophrenic. He's trying to tell us the whole time.
But is it like one dude? This is like one dude that they just feed and take care of him and guard him everywhere he goes. Like, he's the guy. He figured this fucking thing out. No one knows magic works. I mean, if you had to guess, like, how many quantum computer scientists that could successfully recreate a quantum computer, given enough resources? 30, maybe. 30, maybe. Yeah, maybe. And what? 30 out of 8 billion? 30 out of 8 billion. I don't even know if we're right, but let's assume we're right. Let's say 100. Let's get crazy. Let's say 100. Look at those 100 people. What fucking Mongolian assassin just gets hired and just take out all of them, and they all start dropping like flies.
Yeah.
It's weird when there's technology that's at a level where you gotta go like, how many people know how to do that? Like, you were just showing me your phone. Like, show me that phone. This is so sexy. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the new Samsung Fold. And I swear to God, when you hold it in your hand, it feels like a regular phone. And then there it is. It's a fucking iPhone. It's so thin. If you compare it to my iPhone, it doesn't feel any different. It feels smaller. It's smaller. It's smaller than my iPhone. And then you can use it like a regular phone, and it's a good size, right? Kind of the perfect size for texting, where your thumb goes across easy, like easy one-hand hold. But then,
Right. Now you have a little iPad with you.
Now you're answering emails, you're watching YouTube videos.
Supposedly that's what Apple's doing next, is they're bringing out a foldable next year.
They always do that, right? They wait until everybody gets it right. Like Samsung finally got it right. Because if they came out with some clunky bullshit, like,
It was ahead of its time, though.
it was so ahead of its time. But who trusted their information in that thing? Like, all your data? Like, that thing's gonna crash. That thing's barely glued together.
Yeah.
I remember when I first came out to California in 1994, there was a guy who was the head of one of these big studios, like very impressive character. Kind of guy who wears like those tie clasps and those cufflinks. He was a tie clasp cufflink guy, like a very wealthy guy. And he had one of those new stupid things that he was carrying around. And I was looking, I was like, what is the benefit of that? Like, you have an address book? I have an address book. You write it down, you just turn to the page. Like, you just turn to the page on this thing that's as big as a house. Like, this thing is so big. It's like a loaf of bread you're carrying around everywhere.
And that's what kind of made the Trio, right? Remember the Trio and all that stuff? That's like a mini version of it.
Bro, I remember I had a Palm. I was like, look at me. I've got a keyboard and a screen, motherfucker. I'm in the future.
That's Ross.
Yeah. I remember I resisted the BlackBerry for a while because people that I worked with on Fear Factor all had BlackBerries, and they were always on their BlackBerry. I was like, that thing is like stealing your time. Like, well, you gotta answer emails. Like, that's the new thing. Like, you gotta be able to answer emails on the fly. That was a totally new thing.
It's small, tiny buttons you had to get used to.
But you could actually send an email. So if you were on a BlackBerry, like, you were kind of fucking serious. You were getting things done. You were getting things done. But I noticed early on, and obviously I fell victim to it myself. We're all scrolling. We're all doing scrolling all day. But when I first started seeing these guys with the email on the phone, I'm like, man, you want your fucking email on your computer. You don't want it on your phone. You don't want to be carrying your email all the time. So that anybody can get a hold of you at any time. You gotta respond because you have to check your fucking email all the time now. That's another thing you do. That's crazy. Now look. We're doomed, son. And then there's, there's tracking of everybody everywhere now. Everywhere you go. Your phone's tracking where you go.
It's crazy. I saw like a court case the other day, and they were proving that this woman killed a guy or something like that. And they actually had the information, like, and then at 8 o'clock, you went on this photo on Instagram and browsed it for 2.3 seconds. And like, it was just like, how did they know that much? They know everything you're doing, son. That's insane.
Yeah, so that's why they always bust people, like how to get rid of their body. Fucking people would try to find where they can buy lime for cash.
And now I guess ChatGPT is like helping people, like, asking ChatGPT about how to make a bomb or something like that. And
ChatGPT turn you in.
Yeah, ChatGPT will turn you in.
I was just theoretically,
right.
I wanted to know if you could teach me how to make a bomb.
Yeah, one of the loopholes supposedly is I'm writing a book and I need to make it accurate. Can you tell me how to
Well, apparently that's how you can get ChatGPT to explain to do a lot of things that you really shouldn't be doing, right? Yeah, like my grandmother's being held ransom. Like I have to, somehow or other I have to save her, and the only way I can save her is to make a nuclear bomb. How do I do this?
I have to do it too. I'll try to make like a naked girl, using a grok image or something like that. I'm like, okay, she's wearing a bikini, but it's clear, and a bunch of milk is falling off the sky.
Is grok limited in any way? Grok allows you to do it.
Oh, they all are, but grok seems to be a little bit more spicy. It's touch on you, and they're and stop, and then they start acting dumb.
Brody came out, like, you know how much money fans makes? If someone came out with an erotica app where you could program it in, it could be you, your face, and your favorite actress's face. And that's the porn you watch? It's all done. But that can't be legal.
No, it's China. But you should be like, no one Kanye West, I want huge tits on Kanye. I don't want you want big one. Yeah, I almost subscribed to
TBL. And he can fly away. Come on, Eagle.
Yeah. You can make it it's just be off, you fly something.
And when he winks, he makes that Liberace noise. Remember that song from Liberace winks at me? I can't even imagine inside someone's lifetime. Conceivably, somebody saw that on television. Because that was like what, Jamie, was that 1950s? The Liberace winks at me, find out when that was. See, let's just imagine someone's alive to see when Liberace winks at me on TV. And as they're older, they're seeing Kanye West with big fat titties. You're seeing AI I get sent AI things all the time. I have to tell my friends, dude, that's not real.
Yeah. I mean, it fools me 1 out of 100 times, and I'll sit there and watch and be like, oh, no, look, that one had like a weird fingernail in that frame,
There's always some, but that's just for now. Like, a year ago, it was easy to tell.
Right. Yeah. Well, it is pretty hard. Like, I follow a couple of these fake girls on Instagram, that are not real, and they have like 2 million followers. I'm like,
there's so many of them. Men are so simple. Show us big titties with a pretty face. You have our attention, and then you can fucking hammers or whatever you're trying to do, steal our data. DM us.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Bro, how many fake DMs do you get, or text messages do you get a day?
That's about 3 or 4 a day saying like, hey Brian, you sell your house, and like, what? Sell my house? What are you talking like? Just
mine aren't even to me. They're to a dude named Raymond. Raymond owned my phone number before me, and Raymond was a moron. Raymond signed up for everything. This fucking dude gets text messages all day long.
I have that same thing, and I think it's on purpose. So you right back, hey man, wrong number. They know it's a real, like it's
but it's the same guy's name.
I know, me too. I bet too.
I think it's someone signed up for something, and then someone sold the data. So like, you use yourself. What happens is a lot of these sleazy motherfuckers. Here's the thing: we never thought that data was a commodity. When you sign up and give someone your email address, that would be valuable. Like, come on. And find out what you're interested in, what stuff you buy online, what websites you visit. That's a commodity. That's the problem. The problem is they can make money. And so all someone has to do is get an email list, like say, something you're selling or whatever. Sign up, receive our newsletter. Okay. And then they have this big ass database. Sell it to anybody. These fucking scumbags. All of a sudden, you're getting text messages from Nigeria. You won money in a lottery. You just have to fill a form.
They've been doing that for a while, though, right? Remember, like, you would go to the mall, there'd be a car, enter a witness car, and you'd fill up all this information. It's like, how are they?
That was mailing lists. You would get stuff sent in mail. Fucking. People don't realize you just get spammed in the mail. Like, you get your mail and, like, half of it would be bullshit.
Yeah.
Remember those
Yeah,
guys?
I mean, that's still kind of the way.
Yeah, but does anybody read those stupid things? You get those things in the mail? Those spammy ads? No. But I guess enough do.
Why don't they make that illegal?
I don't know.
There's so many things like that. Why? Well, I think right now every house should have solar. Like that has to be the roof from now on. You know, any brand new house has to have solar. Why not?
It would certainly be a lot easier on the grid.
Yeah, and we know that grids is going to get worse and worse with all these crazy computers.
100%. The grids can't sustain AI. Like, if AI becomes, much bigger than it is, which is what everybody anticipates, its demands for power are crazy. This grid will crush. Like, remember when it's one of the most California things. They passed a law saying that all new cars had to be electric by like 2035 or something like that. And then a couple weeks later, they said, please don't charge your electric car because the grid can't handle it. So California, we're going to save you by destroying civilization. We're going to save you. We're going to save you. You're going to have to get an electric car. Only electricity all feels ourselves. And then in the process, you cook it. The grid has, they used to do brownouts all the time just for air conditioning. Remember those?
Oh, yeah. Like, you had like a part of the, like, you're from 12 to 2.
Yeah.
Like, based on where you live.
It was just enough so it didn't ruin all the food in your freezer.
Yeah.
Like they were like, keep your freezer shut, keep your fridge shut. You should be okay, but they had to do it because they didn't have enough money.
Yeah, I mean, it happens a lot almost here. Like, I watch our grid all the time, like, it's so close to failing here in
Watch the
Texas.
grids or an app.
No, they have it on the news when it happens and stuff.
Well, it definitely happened during that big freeze. First year we moved here, that got sketchy.
Yeah.
That got weird because there was people that didn't have any heat for like a week, and people were like, "Oh, yours is true." No, it was 20 degrees out.
It was 20 degrees in your house. I remember being
So people died because they tried to light things on fire in their house. They died from smoke inhalation.
Or putting their generators in their garage. Do you have battery backup? Yeah.
The thing about solar is relies on batteries. And batteries take, you have to get more batteries. The real dilemma, the moral dilemma is the way they get batteries. That's what all these green motherfuckers don't want to talk about. Saddam Kara's book. The book on how to get cobalt out of the Congo. And when he came in here, he showed us all these different videos that he'd taken off his cell phone of these people pulling these minerals out of the ground to make batteries. And you're like, oh my God. Like, this is crazy. It's one of the weirdest things ever. That the most advanced thing that we all possess, a cell phone, is made in the most barbaric possible. Like, the original source minerals are being hammered out of the ground by people who live in dirt floors. They have no money. They have babies on their back. It's insane. It's literally insane that that's the source. Human beings are doing that. These aren't robots. They're human beings operating these conditions so that people can check TikTok.
There's no way to recycle it at all.
I don't know.
That's an Elon question.
It should be. Yeah, it should be law. It should be like, is there anything left in your battery? Is there anything? This stuff is really valuable. Slaves are pulling it out of the ground. Like, that's literally what's happening. And a lot of it is run by other countries too. They're running these operations out of the Congo, and you're like, oof. And then we're like, ew. Hi, I'm Greg. I work at the Apple store. Can I help you? Like, Greg, fuck follow Craig down the line. That fucking minerals in your battery is so evil. It's really evil, man. And that's why they call them conflict minerals, right?
Right. Is any of the new, well, I guess, like any of the, because there's all these different battery techs. Like I know there's
a new one that are better. Yeah, there's a more energy dense one that like who's using it now? It's not Plus. It's one of those other Chinese Bio. One of those companies that makes killer cell phones that we never did. It's got a 7,200 milliamp battery. So an iPhone has a 5,200 or something like that. So this is like significantly larger than iPhone battery. What's crazy though, the screen is brighter. It's got like more nits, and if you have them both on full screen brightness and watch a video, like prolonged video forever, the iPhone only dies like 5 minutes before this one does. Like they both go like 19 hours, but this one's like 19 hours and 35 minutes. Like, okay, well you got a big ass battery. Why does it only go 35 more minutes for like 40% more battery? That seems stupid. Because they're not as optimized. That's the thing that Apple has over everyone. They only have one operating system, and they make the devices. And so, like, it's everybody else is, you're supporting a Samsung phone and those weirdos with Sony phones. This episode is brought to you by Happy Dad Hard Seltzer. A nice cold Happy Dad is low carbonation, gluten-free, and is easy to drink. No bloating, no nonsense. When you're watching a football game, or you're golfing, watching a fight with your boys, or out on the lake, these moments call for a cold Happy Dad. People are drinking all these seltzers and skinny cans that are loaded with sugar, but Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal size can. You can buy Happy Dad off app and your local liquor and grocery store, including Walmart, Kroger, Total Wine, and Circle K. And you can't decide on a flavor? Grab a variety pack: lemon, lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. Also have a great flavor in collaboration with Death Row Records and Snoop Dogg. They have their new lemonade coming out as well. Visit happydad.com for a limited time offer and use code ROGAN to buy 1 Happy Dad truck and get 1 free. Enjoy a cold Happy Dad. Must legal drinking age. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad Hard Seltzer, Tea, and Lemonade is a malt alcohol located in Orange County, California.
That's still a thing.
Oh yeah,
but the cameras are really good.
The Sony phone is the unheralded hero of the cell phone world, because now they'll still make a phone with a jack where you can put a real audio jack in, and listen to like real music, dongle, and all that crap. Well, you can also charge it at the same time instead of this stupid USB-C thing. Yeah, because you have to listen to something, and something's important. Your phone's running out of battery. You have to make a choice. You either wear Bluetooth and cook your brain. You know, you have to charge or listen, or you have to put it on speakerphone. With these Sony phones, they still have the old school headphone jack.
I like the old school one. I hate dongles so much on these phones. It just sucks that they're banned. Like so many cell phones are like these technologies, you know, because it's from China. It's banned. It's like DJI, one of the biggest, coolest companies that makes some of the best drones ever. You know, they just got banned. And now we have to have like the second best, which is just like crap. Like we went backwards 10 years in drone technology.
Yeah, and time's way ahead on drones, right?
Way ahead. And they're like $600, and you know they're this big and they're super light. And what sucks is that the U.S. said, okay, you know, the DJ is like, we want the government, please.
I don't know if you heard, but we're gonna make 1 billion drones. We have so many drones.
They have 1 month though for the there's like 5 different departments of the U.S. government to research the company DJI and say yes, they're Chinese government or not. And none of the government or none of these departments have done anything since. They have like 3 weeks left until they're 100% banned forever.
It's probably a trade tactic, if I had to guess. Yeah, I think a lot of what Trump does is trade tactics. Like he threatens. He threatens Xi Jinping that he's going to start testing nuclear bombs again. That's what he said. Like they're testing nuclear bombs. So he's like, if they're testing bombs, we're going to test bombs. We don't want to test bombs. He said he was going to test bombs, and all of a sudden they're having like really fruitful conversation. They sit down and talk it out. I think the craziness of him helps in that way, because once he sits down and talks to people, you know, he's pretty good at making deals. You can hate the guy. You could be like, okay. He's already negotiated peace settlements with many African countries that have been at war for decades. These people have been in conflict forever. There's quite a few different international conflicts that he's somehow or another brokered peace deals, and nobody wants to look at that. He's not profiting from making sure these people don't kill each other. Legitimately, there's some part of him, you have to admit, doesn't want people to die. And if he can prevent that, he's going to try to do that. Also, the crypto coin's sketchy as fuck. You know what I mean? You gotta be able to say all of it, right? There's a whole lot of human beings. He's got a lot of things going on. He's just got more because he's the fucking president. But those tactics of talking shit, and it kind of seems to work a little. Admit it or not, do you think it's unprecedented or not? You're probably correct. Some of it seems to work. Russia at all. Russia crazy. He said he was going to be able to fix that in 24 hours, and Putin was like, okay, I'm going to fuck with you. Putin is on a totally different level. He's a legit dictator, and he's been running Russia for a long fucking time. And he's got that place locked down so tight that even if he really did allow for open elections, he would still win all the time. Why would he allow for I know what to do.
That's crazy that still happens.
Most countries, that's what's crazy. This is the only country where it's up for grabs. Like, that's how a guy like Trump can get in there. It's a crazy legal battle, and now people are being prosecuted because of a lot of the things that they tried to do while she was in office the first time. And there's so many cases going on right now that seem to be legitimate. Like, they legitimately, you see the BBC thing? The BBC thing is crazy. The head of BBC had to resign because they took of Trump from January 6th, the speech that he gave, and they edited it so something they said 52 minutes later, they put right after he said something to make it look like he was trying to get people to go attack people and fight at the Capitol. And it's not do that to you all the time, but this one's nuts. Not only is this one nuts, but this one is for the literal president of the greatest country the world's ever known. He's the president, and you're lying about what he said publicly on the internet, which anybody think. Like, it is the clearest indication of how that woke shit was rotting people's brains. And it is still less, you know what I mean? It was on the march that they had to go along with it, and so by any means necessary, we also make sure that, so they decided to paint a different version of what he said, and they're fucked now. They're fucked. BBC 60 Minutes did it with the Kamala Harris interview, but they did it the other way. They made it look like she had a good answer. But just like, it's so crazy. Like, you guys are supposed to be the news. You're not supposed to be the propaganda arm of whatever party you support. This is nuts. This is fucking nuts. See, it's always like the one you quote when you want to seem smart. I was watching the BBC. Oh, dude, you watch the BBC? You must be fucking smart.
And PBS. That used to be when I considered school. That's the best.
Exactly. See that PBS lady? She's like, sometimes truth gets in the way of good. They're like, what? No, it doesn't. Truth doesn't get in the way. You fucking crazy asshole. And then they had an interview with her, and they were like asking her questions, like such non-answers. Like, what did you mean by this? And you know, do you guys lean in one way or another, ideologically or politically? And it's like this circular, non-answer dance where you're never a real person. You're not saying, "Thank you, Mr. Senator, for that question." You know, like you're not real. You're just trying to get through this session, revealing anything that's going to force you to be sued. And that's the narrative that we get on TV. And a respected narrative. PBS very respected. BBC very respected. Because of the past. And you just got infected by zombies. They just made their way through that gate. They took over the staff.
What's next?
There's a rejection of that, but the scary part is what we usually do is we do something like that and then we overcorrect, right? And then we go like white nationalists, fuck, we're all Christian, get rid of the Muslims. You know what I mean? Like it gets scary when there's like hardcore ideological conflict because people push back. Want to know what a bitch is? I'll show you a fucking bitch, right? You know, that's what happens. You gotta call me a bitch. Okay, motherfucker, it's on. You know, and then that's what people are doing on the left and the right, and the ultimate expression of that is obviously Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk gets shot, and people are celebrating. Like, whoa. You want people to die that you disagree with? Like, where are we right now on the scale of 1 to 2 civil wars? Where are we? Are we at 7? Because I thought we were 5. We were like 4 or 5. Charlie Kirk, I'm like, oh, we might be like 7. We might be like step 7 on the way to like bona fide civil war. As soon as you start like regular people celebrating somebody getting murdered in front of their wife and kid on television in front of the whole world, as soon as you celebrate that, like, man, you're in dark territory. You're in dark territory. And if the worst thing you can say about that guy is that he says I disagree with, you're celebrating that he got shot in the neck in front of the world. Whoa, you work at an insurance company? You thought it was okay to say that on Instagram? This is nuts. This is nuts. Like, what are you guys on? Like, what's happening here?
I think it's Adderall. I think there's a lot of folks out there, high productivity folks, that are on
Amphetamines. You're an amphetamine person. You know, which is why they're so mean. Like, amphetamine people are mean. Weed people are weed people are like, well, you know, man, like, she's in a boat. And like the people she around, they all think it's the right thing. You know, you have the platform. You know it's right. Like, you don't know what's right. I don't know what's right. Nobody knows what's right. The only way you find out what's right is you got to talk to people, and you listen to like their logical arguments about something. You go, oh, okay, yeah, you got a good point. I never thought about that one. But if you can't do that, then you never figure it out. And if instead of doing that, you decide the other people can't talk, or you make up some facts, or you edit some video together to make it look like somebody said something they totally didn't say. Have you seen that? Have you seen the like what they edited? Jamie, can you find it real quick? An example of it so we can see it? Because it's so nuts. Like, how did you think of this? But this is what they've fucking done so many times. They did that with that very fine people hoax. Tried to pretend that he was saying that some of the neo-Nazis are very fine people. They edited the fucking shit out of that. And then Obama was saying that during the campaign for Kamala Harris. They called white nationalists very fine people. Like, he's saying that on the campaign trail. That's crazy. So, here, play this out. Down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country. The BBC. To the Capitol. This is what he actually said. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. 54 minutes. Fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. That's crazy. 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 He was literally saying the opposite. He was calling these senators and congressmen were going to cheer on these brave senators and congressmen.
PBS?
Nuts, bro. By the way, he's bleeding sarcastic. He doesn't want to cheer on brave senators. He's scared of the mob. Let's be real about both things. Let's be real about. But he's also saying they stole the fucking election, and I feel like if you say that, you've got to have some like really good evidence that you can give out. Like if you said to me, if I ran for president and I told you, dude, they stole the election, and you're like, how? I would have an answer. I'd have an answer. No one has an answer. Every documentary that's really good, like no one's like put like a rock solid, peer-reviewed, paper-supported documentary. This is what happened. This is how they stole the election. We know that you can do this. We know they did this. We know that these things got dropped off. We know it didn't make any sense. We know dead people voted. We know there was ballots that were mail-in ballots that were brought in shipments, and all of them were for Biden. And there was thousands of them. They swung them. Okay, if you have that, then you've got to make a fucking documentary or really and put it out there so everybody can understand that. Because it's crazy that this is 4 years later and people are still saying that. Or you don't want to fix it because you want the election. You know? And here, is there evidence of that? Well, that a Republican company who bought Dominion, who bought the Dominion voting thing, I believe is a GOP supporter. Bought the voting machines.
Oh, really?
Right. Yeah. Like, hey. So, it's one of two things is going on. Dominion voting system sold to company run by former Republican election officials. What? Yeah.
Throws.
That's what it sucks. I had Rep Luna on the podcast, and one of the things that she said that was really shocking. She said sometimes they don't want to fix things because they can campaign against them. I was like, what? No. They fundraise against them. No. I was like, no. And then I was like, of course. They don't want to fix it. They want it so that it's us versus them. And you're going to lose your right to whatever it is. Whatever it is. It's just a big old hustle, dude. It's a big old hustle. Because there's one of the things that's going on. One or two things that's going on. Either you don't have any evidence that they election. Oh, you have evidence you're not telling me. Why would you not tell me? Why would you not tell me? I'll tell everybody. You have evidence? Like, or you're like, oh, is that how they did it? Okay. Let's spread some money around. Let's make it happen our way. Let's copy. Just like Xiaomi, when they make the iPhone that looks exactly like their phone. They even call it the Pro Max 17. It has the screen on the back. The screen on the front and the back. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that's the one that has a new kind of battery. It's a different composition, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's I think. What is that called?
James, see if you can find that out. From the bright lights of New York City straight to your living room takes center stage, featuring UFC 322 Jack Della Maddalena versus Islam Makhachev in a clash of champions, and DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC, puts every kick, clinch, and finish in the palm of your hand. New customers, this one is for you. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you'll get paid out $300 in bonus instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Good Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. per wager tax payable in Illinois. 21 and over, 18 eligibility by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets, which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming. ReadTNG.co/audio. Limited time offer. It's God, I don't want to fuck it up. But that was one of the big systems of the Samsung phone. The 26 Ultra. The speculation is that they haven't switched to battery production yet. Because they're not keeping up with the Chinese phones. Like they got a bunch of loyal Samsung people, but they're not keeping up with the highest end Chinese phones. Other than that, right? That's a step up. But like there's some things that the higher end Chinese phones are doing that's like.
Yeah, they've been pretty safe lately. Samsung has with their phones. They kind of doing what Apple's doing. You know, just a little thing different every single year. It's I mean, I just saw a phone. I think it's a Razor phone. No, like it has like a liquid cooling in it, so the back is all just like water bubbles going around and stuff. Like it's so badass looking. Jamie, you know what I'm talking about? It's cooling phone. Like liquid cooling phone. Somebody just showed it. Oh, Jerry Riggs, everything just had it. He tore it apart and everything like that. Badass.
I like that guy's show, but it also makes me sad.
Here it is. Unbox therapy. Red magic.
Oh, didn't you have a red phone, Jamie? It's not? Oh, thieves.
Look at that. See those like water bubbles. And when it gets hot, it just starts spinning.
That's a gaming phone?
Yeah.
How much do I want water bubbles? I do want water bubbles, but I don't want them enough to switch to. It's a problem.
Yeah, that phone looks awesome.
That's pretty dope. That's the problem, though, that the gaming on the phone, too. Man, I can't. It's right there. It's too accessible. I don't want to get addicted to some stupid game on.
Yeah.
I know people love it.
Willie Montgomery sits there and plays like 3 hours just to freak.
That video you sent me, making at that Austin Comedy Festival, that shit is so funny.
There's so many videos now of it.
Oh God, that's so funny. Here's the thing about William. William, to me, is the ultimate. Once you see him, you love him, and you want to see him more. Comic, right? The ultimate. The first time you see him, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, like Brody Stevens. When you first see Brody, you're like, what the fuck is he yelling at?
He's really the most similar guy to Brody that I know.
Yeah.
And they're both weirdos.
Yeah.
You know, he's such a weirdo, but he's a great guy. Brody was. But if you see him though, like Black Keys, those guys love him.
Oh yeah.
And when they came to the studio, they wanted to come to the club. William, my coming. I go, I'll make sure he's there. I call up William. I'm like, William? Yeah. Matt and Dan, they fucking love him, man. He's got so many fans because he's so unique. But you got to know what you're getting into with him.
Right. And don't have him open up for you if you're with Morgan J. Who is he opening up for? Like, that guy's so, is that a girl or a guy? I have no idea.
I don't know. I just saw the clip he showed me, and I didn't see anything else.
I think it goes into the audience with like a Bluetooth microphone, you know, they're popular for some reason. Like,
see, I'm so old. I'm out of the loop. I don't know what these kids like. It's not about artists, and when I find out about them, they have 20 million Instagram followers. I'm like, okay,
that's who it is, Morgan J. And he has 5.2 million followers, and his whole thing is like he just goes into the audience with. He's not really a comedian. Like he's more of a performer. He just goes into the audience and like talks to people. Like he does crowd work. That's pretty much, and that is like one of the biggest stars right now. Like it's crazy.
People like crowd work. That's why they like Matt Ryan. He does sexy. Whole thing, but it's also the crowd work. If he was just sexy, he wasn't good at crowd work, he wouldn't have the audience he does. That's fun. He's real quick. Yeah, that's like a certain style of performing. You know, he's real calm and he finds the thing to say. And people love that because you're doing it off the top of your head. And it's wild for them. Like, oh my God. But it's just a different thing. It's a different thing than like right now. You know.
It's kind of like Chappelle is like totally different. Like he'll sit there and just smoke a cigarette on the stool and like talking like chill and stuff like that. Yeah, you know, that's like a different style of stand-up comedy. He's relaxing.
Is also like Dave comes up with material by ranting. You know, so he records all these sort of shows just working on material, and then he goes over and finds out what he said that made sense, what he said that was funny. Yeah, he just lets it kind of flow. You know, it's a very interesting way of doing it. Obviously, it works really. Why that guy is so dedicated to comedy. It's so interesting. All these years he's been doing stand-up, and he's still more dedicated than ever. He's always working. He's always like showing up somewhere and working. Yeah, he's always like he's just constantly piecing it together. And he's such a nice guy. Like fucking the nicest guy. You know, like he was upset with Chris Rock after Chris Rock made that special. Not upset, but disagreed, I should say, that he went so hard after Will Smith. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, that's how they say it.
I think Will Smith probably talked about this on Will Smith's like new song. Like,
That's great. That's my phone ring.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
It's your new
phone. That's my phone ring.
Remember what you used to be? I am dude.
Yeah, it's just evacuated.
That used to be your old call back.
Yeah, but it was fun. You could get a phone. It was like I had a Verizon flip phone, and you could download ringtones.
Why can't you do that now? I just thought of that. You can't do that anymore.
You
You can't make a song and your ringtone. Where did that go?
Is that really not?
No, I thought about that. Wait a second. Why was that
real?
What the fuck? You should be able to do like a song on iTunes and how can't you? Why can't you do that anymore?
I think you can.
No, you
Can
can't.
you?
You can't.
You can.
Wait, no, it doesn't anymore.
I'm gonna switch mine to black. Everybody used to do that.
No one does. Zero people.
Zero.
More people are making their car alarm sound on their Teslas and like things. You know how you can do that? You make like fart sounds or whatever.
That was like a scene in movies. The phone would play Band to the Bone. Band to the Bone. Yeah. Do you remember when you would call the music would flash? Their tone of their shitty song. You're like, God, you're making me listen to this.
Now you don't want to do any of that because you don't want anyone to know that that's your phone number. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't want to be specific.
yeah. Right. Yeah. They used to be like, this is Brian, man. You know what I mean? That. He's the
last one when you get a text from him. To this day, I'm like, really?
He texts me right now.
It's kind of really. I don't know the torture he put you through trying to text him.
Work with the laptop in the green room. I mean, he's like, did he my turn off? I'm like, right, Kelly.
Yeah, he didn't like the laptop. He was fighting technology tooth and nail, but he's right in a lot of ways. Yeah. It's just, I feel like the people that fight technology right now in 2025, it's like, what are you doing? You can't beat this thing.
Yeah.
You better adjust to the new world, son. Or you can get out in the fucking field with a horse. Adjust to the new world. Okay? This motherfucker's rolling down the hill. Like, no one's hitting the brakes on technology now, unless like a big event happens. Unless like a boom, some big asteroid hits a certain China implements those really good drones.
The drones come out, wake up.
I think the Trump administration just said they were going to buy 1 million drones.
Well, that's good timing for banning a drone company. I actually heard a rumor. I never looked in it that some of about that where the own company is like owned by the vice president of the United States of America. Yeah, I think JD has like. See, I haven't researched it yet, so I don't know if it's true. But that's hilarious if it's true because we just canceled DJ. And now
he owns.
I read that somewhere, but never.
What specific?
It was supposedly the vice. I think it was the vice president owns or is invested in a drone company, and the U.S. is buying all these drones from it. That might be wrong.
That's an important thing.
I forgot to edit this out. Right.
Jamie, put that into complexity and find out whether or not we have an AI sponsor.
Complexity,
Yeah, great. It has information. See, there's one thing. It's like you can be an investor, right? Like maybe you have a stock portfolio and you invest in a bunch of different companies because someone told you they're really good 4 years ago. When you become the vice president, are you supposed to get rid of those now? How's that work?
Yeah, what do you?
Well, it gets a little Nancy Pelosi-ish.
Maybe that's new investments.
Yeah, we don't even know if he does stock in it.
That's true.
Significant ties. First, make that a little larger, please. Oh my God. This is the first sentence. JD Vance has significant drone and broader defense technology industry through his previous career as a venture capitalist. Before entering political office, Vance co-founded and managed funds that invested in several defense-related startups, including the companies at forefront of drone, aerospace, and surveillance technology. Okay, so, this is Andrew. This is,
We also don't.
Interesting. Okay. Keep it back up so I can break leading defense tech startup specializing in autonomous systems, including drones. Palmer Luckey was on the podcast. He brought those crazy headsets where you could see people behind the walls.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's all the same company. Benefiting from new federal legislation and growing demand for advanced military drone surveillance and automation. Boy, we're so close to the Terminator. Okay, here it is. Federal financing disclosure forms show that Vance maintained those investments, sometimes valued in the hundreds of thousands, while serving as vice president, although entries about recusal and direct control over such subject to federal ethics. So there's federal as to what happens. Like if he passes a law that benefits that company that has a significant stake in. Vance has publicly commented on the national security dimensions of drone technology, criticizing the risk posed by foreign, particularly Chinese, drone manufacturers and advocating for U.S.-made autonomous systems in both military and civil sectors. Well, that is accurate. It is a problem. And it's not just a problem because there's like a bunch of problems. Well, one of them is in America, to operate some drones when they get really high end, you have to have pilot's license.
Now that weighs under 250 grams, which is what, they're like the really nice small ones.
Right, they have one of the ones, the big ones in Jersey with.
Yeah.
When they were flying those weird ones.
Farm ones, yes.
What do you think those were like government drones testing? Probably this company.
Yeah, probably that company.
Right? Joystick.
Assassinated.
Probably like they sitting at home with an Xbox.
Yeah, with this little game.
Dude, he was one of those guys where you're talking to and right away you're like, oh, okay. Like, you're crazy smart. Like, this is weird smart. You know what I mean? Yeah. Some dudes are weird, like Elon's weird smart. There's people that are weird smart. They're like, oh, okay.
Palmer's badass, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I saw an interview with him, and it just showed like his living room or something, and it just looks like my living room, like nerd stuff everywhere, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure. He had a copper jacket on.
A copper jacket?
Yeah, it's copper. It's like it's the whole jacket's like a Faraday cage. Like you put your jacket in, you put your phone in the pocket, it disappears. I was like, wow.
It was heavy. Yeah, I'm sure. I put it on. I was like, this is weird. Like, yeah, it was some good in it. $20 worth of pennies.
Probably.
It was weird.
It's a weird thing to own. A copper jacket, but it's very Palmer Lucky-esque. You know what I mean?
It's interesting.
This drone thing, like, so China has been investing, like, the way it works, their government and their corporations are like this, together. And they work together for China. Like, and you don't have a choice. Like, this is, you can make a lot of money, but you do what the fuck we tell you to do, bitch. And that's how they run things over there. And because of that, they can dump a ton of money into these things for the future of China and boost them up and make them work. And then they compete against each other in China. You know, and it's like a weird hybrid of capitalism and communism. It's very strange. And they have a giant head start. Like, they do drone shows. You've seen the shows? Like dragons in the sky. I saw a small one at Coda. Yeah, the Circuit of the Americas out here. It was very dope. But the ones they do are nuts. They're nuts.
One of the biggest ones ever recently.
So you can find some videos. Yeah, China drone shows. Yeah, they're incredible. And their drones are more advanced. They're pushing their technology faster, and that stuff works exponentially. And if you put the brakes on American technology, you also put the brakes on American manufacturing.
Look at that. That's nuts.
Each one of those is a drone.
That's nuts, dude. I mean, that literally looks like something from Avatar.
Yeah.
Right? Look at that. That's insane.
DMT drone.
There's an enormous flower that's at the end of this little girl's kite rope. The moon's spinning. That's crazy. Wait a minute, hold on. Are those real? Yeah, that's a drone.
It's just on that's what I'm talking about, the largest one.
This is the largest one. Or is it that one that we just saw? Yeah. Oh my god.
It's just how they do it.
Look at how many drones they have. How many drones are involved?
10,000 drones.
Oh my god. That's insane.
Charge up 10,000 drones.
Because they're doing kung fu in the sky.
That's nuts.
Wow.
Generally, if you're being led out, you're not a good person.
That's so impressive, man.
Really is.
They're all just singing. Oh my god. Like, come on.
Again,
Man.
remember, been advocating for you. The system is advocating for you.
Sometime in the near future.
Pretty much
That-
probably not a good guy.
That means they're going to be able to do whatever they want.
We also have this fear in America.
What's not a hug? You have to go.
I'm just saying,
I get it. The sphere's pretty dope.
like, why don't we have that?
They probably will.
But it doesn't manifest.
But at some point in time, they're going to be able to have things in the sky that are made out of drones.
Yeah, every drone's going to be like an LED and then replace.
You'll be forced to watch a movie. You'll be forced to lay down on your lawn and watch a movie in the sky. Like, why wouldn't they be able to think of that? This is very primitive, right? This is like the Palm version.
Even though
They're
it's such a
just
person
going to have trillions of little tiny drones that all sync up in the sky, and they all make different colors.
10,000, that's just like, this is like a small pixel, we're going to have like 4K everywhere.
Oh, someone used a drone jammer that started falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
Whoa. Do you see what they're doing in Ukraine? Because of the drone jammers, they use monofilament line. So each one of them has like a fiber optic line. That's nuts.
Yeah, that's how
Like miles and miles of fishing, and then all these birds are making nests out of it and shit.
Yeah, that government mission happened because of that. When that truck or something like that, all those drones came out of the truck and did all those strikes, and I think it was in Ukraine or something like that.
What happened?
Yeah, right.
What exactly?
So they had to use those fiber optic lines. There was I think it was Ukraine. I don't remember what country it is, but they got over the border, whatever country it was, and they had all these drones with those fiber optic lines that did drone strikes from the inside. That Ukraine was.
Oh, right. This was the crazy one when they blew up all the jets that were,
and they used that fiber optic line. That's how they got those drones.
Duh. That's how they got so the drones can't be disrupted, right?
Or detected.
That's crazy.
That's like James Bond. I mean, that's just like Mission Impossible shit. You know?
The fact that that actually happened, it really did do that. It cost like $7 billion worth of damage. Bro, that was 1 day, 24 hours.
Right? So
I love it. Deal. No deal. May, sir. That poop fell's making a point.
So the dignity is
It's not good. How many people died? What is the total on both sides?
which one, right? Which one does people
Off the charts.
What's going on with war with all these drug runners and Trump keeps on blowing up the boat every day?
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy,
My
right?
question is, how verified is this evidence? Like, how much, because if I was a fisherman and like this fisherman, like this cocksucker, this guy's stealing my fucking fish, and I would go, this man, he had fentanyl, 1,000 pounds coming to you. I give you the boat number.
And it happens a lot. I think 2 happened yesterday or today.
Apple tracker. That's fucking, that's a big pile. Yeah, it's weird. Here we go. Boom.
How did
It's
people in their lives?
still
You have to
piling
cut the
those
local.
boats.
You have
It's
to
gross. Imagine how poor do you have to be before that seems like a good idea.
Right.
Pretty fucking poor.
It just makes me wonder though if these boats, if there's like innocent people on them too, like you know.
I'm sure some guy's bringing his girlfriend. Come on, baby. We're gonna go to the US. Most people get to send it.
Oh yeah, there was more people actually survived. Just crazy.
What kind of a story do they have? No, these people that survive, are they actual drug people, or are they just like deep sea fishing?
Did you see that helicopter? Like 4 people died. It's one of the most irritating, frustrating video ever. It just happened yesterday. This helicopter lost its and then landed twice in the water, and then for some reason went back up. That's crazy.
I didn't know that they lost their tail.
They have to. That's insane.
The controller's probably a guy.
The helicopter would just open the door and jumped into the water, and hopefully you guys survived.
And hopefully it doesn't land on you. These assholes just left and right. I bet it was a guy. I bet a woman would have like landed on the water. Stop it! How do I stop it? Let's go in the water. The guy would be like, I got this, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah, what would happen? Tail somewhere? Like he hit something or it didn't fall off?
It looked like he was supposed to land on that little rock thing, and then it clipped it, then went down and kind of landed on the beach for like a second. It went up a little, then landed again, and then he's just claiming that was possible without a tail off a helicopter. That seems crazy.
Can't direct it.
Right.
Maybe that was the problem. Spielberg. He flies those things. He took me up above downtown LA. It was amazing. This is crazy. This is so cool. He takes him to gigs sometimes.
That's crazy. Do you trust helicopters?
I trusted it for that day. Like, I trusted it. It's fun to go up the middle.
Yeah.
Him, like, really into this hot guy. Like, that's interesting.
And it's really cool that he does it. He's an interesting guy. I'm surprised he didn't go to Dubai. That's not here. Bro, I don't even go to San Francisco. I'm gonna quit there. I'm gonna go to. No. I think if you chase money when you have money, then money owns you. Yeah.
My time is what's valuable to me. And also, I'm not down with that whole thing now. There's definitely a whitewashing. Schultz has a great argument. You're going to see your fans. And just because this is put on by a government, bad things, or has done bad things, guess what? Your government does bad things and bad things. Right? Ask people in Yemen how they feel about America, right? Ask people in Iraq. Ask the million people that died unnecessarily because we allowed weapons of mass destruction. Ask them about America. Right? Yeah, it's complicated. I get the argument. Like, I have fans want to go see your fans in the Middle East. I get it. One, I don't know. I've been a lot. They have the internet, man. I've been a lot. It's not like North Korea. They're much more in other parts of the world. You know, we can't judge them on, obviously we can't judge them. But if you want to be rational, like, they're adjusting. Like, women can drive now. Right? It's a new thing. It's very recent. Andrew Schultz was telling me that when he was over there, a lot of people that are over there, they get their wife like a cheap Chinese car. These ladies have never driven before. They just play bumper cars with everything. They park. They're always fucking their cars up. And these guys have big money. I mean, that's a very wealthy country. You know, so they offer chain of bags. They offer chain of bags. Like, and they double it. He's like, no. He goes, it was hard when they doubled it. I'm like, of course. That's how they try to get you. But, you know, the craze was all from people that not invited, which is kind of typical. Yeah. And we're never going to be invited. Yeah. Yeah. It's, it'd be good for them to experience comedy because I think comedy is one of the only things that can get discussions going from both sides. Like, if you go on stage and you have an opinion and it's not funny, I can be in the audience, I have a different opinion. I'm like, well, fuck this guy. I don't agree with that at all. But if you go on stage with an opinion that makes me laugh, even if I don't agree with it, I'm like, oh, this motherfucker, he got me. He got me. That's a good point. That's a good point. And you're like, giving your buddies not a point. That's like where comedy breaks down doors. Unfortunately, there was like restrictions put on you, which is another reason why I wouldn't do it. Like, if someone says you can't say this or you can't say that, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and then something like, well, I didn't think about that. You shouldn't have said that either. We're gonna.
There's a law. Like, if you went over there and made fun of a prince or a king or a royal or government or whatever, you're in real trouble. Like, you could go to jail. That doesn't make me feel loose, right? You know, that doesn't make me feel like I want to do stand up in a place like this.
Yeah, almost like the UK.
That's what's funny. Most people don't even know. Most Americans are blissfully unaware how crazy censorship has gotten in the UK. All sharp. Crime and censorship because people are complaining about the crime. Yeah, that's really what the censorship is all about. It's all immigrants.
Big buggers everywhere.
Bro, they just brought in people from places they bombed. How wild is that? Like, oh, did we ruin your country? Well, so sorry. Come on over and live in London.
Saudi Arabia.
All the places that the West is bombed the shit out of. You create all these refugees and then you bring them to your country. Like, do it.
It's insane.
Why don't you have a vetting process? Are you trying to ruin everything? And that's where I think you get it, because I think, like, under the guise of empathy and under the guise of kindness, they are engineering the destruction of major Western cities. And then questions like who? Well, George Soros is the big one that everybody points to, but he can't be acting alone. There's got to be a lot of them that also want the same result. And you got to go, well, why? And the more I think about it, the more I think about it with its accelerated pace right now, because it's so accelerated, the more I think it's connected to the ultimate, the ultimate birth of AI. When AI really does become the global force for everything, they're going to want you already locked into, like, digital ID. And that's the first response that England has had to all these problems. It's not stop immigration. It's not crack down, find the criminals, arrest them. No. It's put everybody on digital ID to keep us all safe. And that's, so once you see, they do have AI is in control of everything. All your money, all your food, all your groceries. They put carbon taxes on you so they can completely control you. You have a carbon allotment. So if you go over your carbon footprint, then you can't travel anymore. So you're totally locked in. They want all that stuff in place, and the only way to get that stuff in place is to create chaos. So you want to like really super restrictive laws. Get people so they're terrified and they want safety. Someone offers a solution, and that's all. Then being able to track you everywhere you go, and everybody has to have it. Yes, this is the solution to make us all safe. And the next thing you know, you're in a fucking Orwell book.
But on the other side, I do like the idea of having to list my driver's license on my phone. Like,
why not just get a chip? Don't be a pussy. Get the forearm chip. I know that's coming.
yeah,
Hit that chip, son. Brain chip. No, look at the brain. Wait. You know, it's like you don't go right into an iPhone. You do BlackBerry first.
Elon has the brain chip. He's not telling anybody.
No, I think Elon's
Yeah, he's not real great.
from here. If there's a person that's not from here, that's the guy.
If he doesn't die on impact,
$1 trillion.
He's a different kind of human, and he's having fun. That's the thing, man. Like I'm friends with him. Like I've hung out with him.
Did that ever happen?
On air, off air, he's having fun. Like he's having fun. That's what I want. He's like works constantly, also always laughing, having a good time. Like I got to see the SpaceX launch, and then when Jamie and I were there on the lawn while it was launching. It was crazy. It was 2 miles away. I thought it was like a quarter of a mile or half because it's so loud. 2 miles. 2 miles away. And then I got to sit in the command room, and they had all these monitors, like I don't know how many different cameras were on this fucking rocket, and we watched it touch down in Australia 35 minutes later. That's so cool. It was wild. But all the way, he's joking around about it blowing up. Because what they're doing with these is they were explaining to us on the show that they were running very specific tolerance tests. So they were remove heat shields in critical areas to see whether or not the vehicle will survive. So one of the things about the blow-ups, people are like, oh, he's a fucking idiot, blowing up his rockets. They're just to possibly blow up because they want to find out what can it tolerate, right? And so they removed these heat shields from very specific places, but still made it. And so it lost pressure like somewhere over Australia. There was like only a 30% chance that it was going to touch down. But it did. Wow. It's wild, man. It's wild. It's wild how much data they're collecting instantaneously. And it was also practicing this thing that the way it shoots satellites into space, it's like a Pez dispenser. So it has like these things, these satellites are all in a rack. And then this thing opens up that looks like, you know, like a just a long, flat opening like Pez would come out of it. And then they shoot these satellites out of it. They're practicing that. I'm like, this is nuts. This is nuts. Weirdly, the door opens up. And you watch like, this is crazy. I don't think everybody understands how advanced this stuff is. Like, I thought, Jamie, you felt the same way, right? When we were going down to the factory, I thought they'd have a rocket that they built. Now they're building like hundreds of rockets. Like it's a
Simply plant, that kind of style.
It's huge. It's fucking huge, man. At one point in time, what did they say they were going to be able to do 3 a week? It's crazy. Was it something crazy like that?
No, probably. Well, they have to do a lot. Yeah, I don't know. Probably.
That was the ultimate goal. Like, more than that. Maybe 3 a day. I don't know. 3 a week. Let's just say 3 a week. Rockets! That can go to space! It's in the process is fucking bananas. You can't take pictures. I don't even know if we're allowed to get specific, but we're like walking around and looking at it. The Chinese listening careful. What does Rogan say? Write that down. But it's nuts. They have garage doors that are as high as a fucking skyscraper. And then they roll out a rocket. It's like, yo, this is nuts. It's really like truly nuts. And the outside it's just like a Cybertruck factory. What is going on here? Whose car is who? How does anybody know? That's
here to testify that is so and so
Like, if
based
you
in
ever want to have
moving
like,
was
someone
found
to totally completely track
so and so
everything you
and
do
so and so
forever,
were his
it's
witnesses.
going to be an
So
electric
showing
car.
up in Basin, talking about
right.
moving being found guilty.
Because that's just, you're just driving a computer.
A
You
different
didn't have
Basin.
an engine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all electric control vehicle that self-drives itself.
However, based on what we just said, the witness
Yeah.
Have you tried one of the robo taxis yet?
Fucking way. I would feel like such a scab.
based on only
Like
about
a picket line across.
I do have a question for you. Have you gotten a colonoscopy?
Yeah.
Now, do you go to a regular doctor? Because I was thinking like this.
You should probably go to a butthole doctor.
No, I mean like, do you go to like a private guy? Like you don't go to like a we're all
I'm
medical.
telling you, on air,
Because it was like that's like weird. I just had one, and
how's everything up there?
it's good. Everything's great.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's so amazing. Right? It doesn't make any sense. They have to roll you like when you're getting it. They roll you down this hall. There's all these like people just sitting there looking at the boats. Just yeah, like we're doing a red band like type shit. And that was just it's just weird. It's not. It's very.
Did you get your blood work done? Did you get yourself checked up?
Every week.
Yeah, there's a unique blood screen that they can give you now that checks for all cancers in your body.
Really? Oh shit! I need that.
Waste of all time. Yeah.
Fuck.
I got nervous.
Yeah.
I got nervous like the first time I ever got an AIDS test. I got an AIDS test in the first time. I'm making it a lot lately.
Do it every 6 weeks.
It was in the 90s. I was getting health insurance for the first time. And it was like early 90s, like something like that. And I was like, oh no. Stupid things I've ever done. That's how everybody. Mosquitoes, and wow, everyone was like, hey, no one's really getting AIDS.
Right.
What's going on?
Yeah, scared AIDS too.
Oh, it really was.
Anyway,
I remember the moment I found out that Magic Johnson was HIV positive. I was in my car in Revere, Massachusetts, driving down the road. And he was right next to me. Right next to me. With his dick out. It's like, you didn't tell me. Dude was the first one that everyone was scared. Like, oh no, he had it. If he can get it, he's a superstar. If Magic Johnson could die, I'm fucked. Oh my god. And I really thought that it was going to be like a zombie contagion that swept through the world and everyone was going to die. Because they were talking, like Fauci was on TV talking about children getting it from family members, like that it was communicable, like in the air, like the flu. It was so spooky, man. That guy scared the fuck out of everybody when it came to AIDS. Just like he did with COVID. How weird that he did it again.
And the crazy thing that Eazy-E died from AIDS.
How did he really die, though? He must have taken AZT. You know, the idea that Eazy died from AIDS is like, it's the drug users. That was what who was dying in the early days of AIDS. And this is what Peter Duesberg said. So Peter Duesberg, he's like a persona non grata in the medical world. And it's because he had a completely different opinion than everybody else. When AIDS first came out, he was like, one piece of data that I'm not taking into consideration is that all these people that have AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome, not just HIV positive, but all the people that have AIDS, all of them are hardcore drug users. It was like 90-something% of people that had air quotes AIDS. And that they weren't, I don't know whether it's political correctness or what, it was a lot of gay party guys. And these guys were taking horrible shit like amyl nitrate, which apparently loosens up the old booty hole, makes it easy to, as the kids say today, bottom. They used to call it bottom, they were calling it butt. Now it's bottoming, Botox. Guys get Botox on their hole. Bottoming easier. They call it Botox. No. If you leave men to their own devices, they'll come up with the worst things to do themselves. But, so Duesberg, his contention, and it was like, I remember we had him on the podcast. And it was the first time we got like violent pushback. People just putting their hands like, who's dying of AIDS right now? Because this was like 2012 or something. Like, who's Who's dying of AIDS? Is this a real thing? Because I'm just bringing on this guy from the University of California, Berkeley, who's a tenured, who did groundbreaking research on cancer, like really respect, until he took this position on HIV that was outside of the Fauci narrative. He was like, I don't think that's what we're looking at here. He goes, I think HIV is a symptom of someone having a very compromised immune system. I don't think it's a cause. And they were like, you monster. You have blood on your hands. Like, I remember there's an article written in one of those magazines, like Spin magazine or something like that. Spin? Yeah, you know? Yeah. They used to have cool music magazines, like Spin.
There's another one. What's the other one? Max?
No, Max was like a guy's magazine. But like, remember Rolling Stone used to be cool. Yeah, it used to be cool. It was like before propaganda arm. It was like you get interesting stories. And this was in, I think it was Spin magazine.
There was another one that was like Spin. That's what I'm trying to remember.
See, you can find Peter Duesberg article.
Guy that played circle on top of it. Whoa, he went full blown that fast.
Who does it? The witnesses.
Right.
That's already shown. Therefore, it's between the verdict and the pushing.
Well, that's fun. I mean, I think had the whole album saying that he got fucked in the ass by Dr. J in a baseball bat, no Vaseline or whatever. So
yeah. Well, who knows? But you remember when Suge Knight was on, I think he was on Jimmy Kimmel's show talking about how you just inject somebody with AIDS? Oh, yeah, you inject with AIDS.
By the way,
mosquitoes.
excellent job.
Yeah, what was Martian? Oh, Peter Duesberg's been back. Yeah, so he wrote this article about it, and then he wrote a book about it, but he's fucked. Like, his career completely stalled out after that, couldn't get funding for things, and, widely dismissed by most other scientists. And back then, I just think it doesn't make sense that this one guy has figured things out, nobody else does. But now I'm like, maybe it's the same as what happened during COVID. But maybe back then there's no internet, and maybe back then they could just get away with it. Maybe back then they got used to getting away with it, which is why they tried it again in 2020. That's why they did the exact same thing to all those legitimate professors, legitimate doctors. They shamed them, banned them. They didn't want anybody deviating. And that's, I think, what they might have gotten. That's crazy to think that the AIDS crisis might have really been about people destroying their immune system through or drug use. That was his contention. People say it's very homophobic. It's like, okay, let's say a bunch of nice things about gay people. I have no problem with gay people. Let's say it. Like, if you're talking about this, if you're a doctor back then, gay people are amazing. However, all these gay people are doing drugs. All these gay people are AIDS. Like, something like 90% of them were hardcore drug users. This was his contention. And you would say, well, that's what opens them to the type of behavior that you get AIDS with. Like, okay, right. But Sam Kinison had a bit about that. Do you remember his bit? He was like, they say, Sam, AIDS is a communicable disease. Straight people get it too. He goes, name one! Name one fucking guy! What? It's not our fucking... Right, there was an article about him. No, he didn't write the article. Did I say he wrote it? No, I'm just... No, it was an article about, Bob Guccione, Spin magazine. Isn't he the guy that owns Penthouse? I think so. Bob Guccione Jr., founder of Spin. Maybe. Okay, listen to this. So this is what he wrote with Bob Guccione Jr. Scroll up more. At the end of 1989, 2 years after we started the highly controversial AIDS column in Spin, we published an article by Cecilia Farber, The Sins of Omission, about the truly bad and corrupt science surrounding promoting AZT as a treatment for the syndrome of diseases. Celia was the editor and frequent writer of the column and unearthed hard evidence of the cold-bloodedness AIDS establishment pushing a drug that was worse than the disease and killed faster than the natural progression of AIDS. Left AZT had been an abandoned cancer drug, discarded because of its fatal toxicity, resurrected in the cynical belief that Asians were going to die anyway, so trying sort of like playing with the house's money. Because the drug didn't require the usual massive expensive research and trial process, having gone through that years earlier, it was insanely profitable. Burroughs welcome.